Yo, morning. Hey, buddy. How you doing? This is the first I've talked today, so Simon thinks I'm talking to him. He's a good boy. Huh. Think I'm talking to you, huh? Oh, your throat. Are you sick or what's going on? Something seems wrong. A little sick. Got a cold or sinus problem or I don't know. Is oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks. Morning, Sister T. Bubba, Bitcoin Kush, first two here. He's like snorting every now and then. Like, I don't know when his appointment is, but I think I have to bring it up. He's snorting every now and then. He's actually snoring. He didn't used to do that. He's shaking his head like sleeping. His ears are bothering him. Yeah. He's eating though. He's eating. So, I mean, he's eating really good, but something's bothering him, man. Something that didn't used to bother him because he's got like a twitch. He twitches. A tick or something, you know, like his head. And his eyes are a little watery in the morning. See, dude, those have been like that since his last vet appointment, though. What's going on? It means it might be something he's had for over a month. I'm not sure, dude. What the heck is going on? It's too much to keep up with, honestly. That's why I needed some time off. Also, I had to go get my car smogged. It passed smog, so that I could get it registered. I was late on registration, but it doesn't matter. I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay fees or anything. Kind of sweet being a disabled veteran. Actually, it's kind of sweet sometimes. Yep. So this guy's supposed to be talking soon. Well, Trump is live talking? Hold
on. Probably a concession to have to ask the lawyers, Todd, if you'd like to talk about it. But they conceded 2 points that I think were, by normal standards, if it weren't me, that would be the end of this case.
No, I don't put them on.
Sometimes they look at me differently.
Sister T. I'm on a roll.
That's very bad for our country. You had a very big event yesterday, as you saw in Georgia, where the district attorney was totally compromised. The case has to be dropped. They went after, I guess, 18 or 20 people. They wanted to go after a lot of other people. They wanted to go after senators. She was out of her mind. Now it turns out that that case is totally compromised. In fact, they say she's in far more criminal liability than any of the people she's looking at. So I think that when you look at
I can't believe you remembered. I don't have my
they pay a lawyer with
current
absolutely
tags on. You remember that?
$700,000 who happens to be her lover or her boyfriend, and then they go on trips and vacations
I'm
together.
going on like year 6 now.
Together. And the reason they paid him so much because he was after me. Because this way they can afford to pay him a lot more. Probably passes certain tests. And that's a very sad thing that happened in Georgia. And I would imagine that case is going to be dropped. Every legal analyst that I've spoken to, every legal analyst that I've read have said that case is so compromised now it has to be dropped. Very good people were very badly hurt by that case. It's a shame. Very good people. People did nothing wrong. They did nothing.
Why does he repeat himself so much, dude? Why do so many people like it?
But they were very hurt.
Dude, it's one of my pet peeves about him is his...
She profited tremendously on that case. It's illegal. What she did is illegal. So we'll let the state handle that. But what a sad situation it is. I want to thank everybody for the fairness. We've been covered very fairly. Most people agree that we're entitled as a president to immunity. If you didn't have immunity, as an example, Joe Biden with the prosecutor, we're not going to give you $1 billion unless you get rid of the prosecutor that's after the company or his son or whoever it is they're after. But he wanted that prosecutor gone, and he's on tape saying it.
I mean, I don't drive every day.
You can say the horrible job he's done at the border.
I drive like once a week.
Our country is being destroyed, or the horrible...
This is Long Beach, dude. They ain't got time for that shit.
The lowest moment, I think, in the history of our country was Afghanistan, the way we withdrew. Not that we withdrew, but the way we withdrew. With shame, we surrendered. People
if there were Memphis, though, even though they don't have time for it, I would have gotten pulled over by now, for sure. It's weird.
Wounded, hurt. And hundreds of people died on both sides. Hundreds of people died. He could be prosecuted for that. So you can't have a president without immunity. You have to have, as a president, you have to be able to do your job. But if this didn't work out, if I wasn't given immunity, then other presidents, when we talked about today, President Obama with the drone strikes, which were very bad, and they were mistakes, terrible mistakes.
It's military shit. That's different,
you really
fuckhead.
Can't put a president in that position. So I think most people understand it, and we feel very confident
that was approved by more than just Biden.
Hopefully at this level,
probably.
But eventually we win. A president has to have immunity. And the
Obama.
Did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. The investigation of the election, which was a rigged election, everybody knows it. And just if you just look at
not like Obama woke up one morning and said, "Hey, let's drone strike these people."
They went to the FBI, and you look at FBI and Twitter, the Twitter files with the FBI, all of the horrible things, the FISA court, the signed documents, the lying to Congress.
I doubt anybody was telling him to get people to storm the Capitol, is what I'm saying.
Stuffing of ballot boxes, all on tape. Government tape. And most of the information, as you know, we'll give you some of the findings that just came out, but all of that information, as you know,
I think I saw
was
that.
gotten
It's
from
kind of
mostly
old, right?
government sources, government tapes, government files, and government stats. So it's very sad when something like that happens. You know, you wouldn't have inflation, but much more importantly, you wouldn't have had the Ukraine situation with Russia. You wouldn't have had the attack on Israel. You'd have a much different economy right now. You'd have a great economy, and we would be respected all over the world the way we were just 3 years ago. So I want to thank everybody very much, and we think we had a very good day today. And the concession of these two major points was pretty amazing, and honestly, I'm very glad they did it. I think they did the right thing. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, you just used the word bedlam. Will you tell your supporters now, no matter what, no violence?
Former U.S. President Donald Trump there appearing before reporters on the day of his
Why did he
court
tell
appearance
him
back
what
in
word
court
he
over charges
used
that he
before he asked the question? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Bedlam. Bedlam means a scene of uproar and confusion. Like, why did he preface his question with that stupid fucking comment? He might have gotten an answer had he not done that. He put too much on it. He made him think about two different things. Didn't even, like, they didn't mesh right. Dude's in the middle of walking and got pictures being taken and shit. You expect him to think about that and answer you? Or was that a rhetorical question? Oh, stupid. Fucking stupid ass journalist, man. Sound like a dork. Didn't he? You sound like a dork that doesn't get laid. I don't know why. He had that thing going in here. Dude, shut the fuck up and go play your World of Warcraft. That's what he was probably thinking, Trump. Right? Oh, why can't this dude... My shit's broken. I just kind of like it. He was dork for asking the question the way he did, I think, more than anything. He just said the word bedlam. But like, stupid. Just stupid. If I would have been him walking out and he said it like that, I would have kind of been a little confused and not trying to deal with it. Oh, maybe he was just impressed that he was using a bigger word. IDF master plan to dismantle Hamas. Well, this is 10 months old. I guess we can listen to this while we wait.
The IDF will dismantle Hamas, but how? The how is very important. Hey, I'm Yair Pinto, and let's understand together
being in the house.
all about the war between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. First, there's Israel, the good guys, and Hamas, the bad guys. I want to explain the fighting in the Gaza Strip. One of the goals of the war is to dismantle Hamas. Let's understand for a moment what this means. To dismantle Hamas means to dismantle the military capabilities it has built over the years, over a decade. It is important to remember that it was because of these capabilities that Hamas was able to carry out the terrible massacre attacks on the 7th of October. In order to understand the military operation in Gaza, one must understand the enemy, Hamas, and how it operates.
Wait a second, he didn't say the terrorist organization, Hamas. He always says it like that. It's almost like a pet peeve of mine now, because it's like, holy shit, do you really have to say it every time? He just didn't say it, though. What happened? They really are pulling out, aren't they? Now Hamas is... Okay. They're no longer...
battalions. The Hamas battalions use a branched underground system that includes infrastructure for the production of weapons, war rooms, command and control rooms, and the ability to launch rockets above and below the surface. Hamas's center of gravity are under or near sensitive civilian sites, like a hospital and a school, and Hamas shamelessly uses civilians as human shields. It is difficult to identify Hamas terrorists. They move around in the field unarmed, dressed as civilians, and plant explosives for our forces in the streets and at the entrances to tunnels and buildings. This is the Gaza Strip. It covers 365 square kilometers, and its population is more than 2 million people. This is the northern part of the Gaza Strip, and from here, the IDF started the ground operation and have been fighting in it for the past few months. In the north of Gaza, Hamas had 2 military brigades with 12 battalions, with a total of about 14,000 terrorists. From the Jabalia region, for example, hundreds of terrorists went out on the 7th of October for the murderous massacre in the Jewish settlements of Sderot, Nir Am, Erez, Kfar Aza, and Netiv HaAsara. They massacred civilians and kidnapped women, children, and the elderly to Jabalia. Jabalia is a densely populated area. It has about 25,000 buildings. One of every 4 buildings is a high-rise. It is important to remember that before the IDF is entering into combat in such a crowded space, we evacuate the population, that is the civilian population in these areas. The evacuation is intended to prevent harm and protect the population and enable the military operation, as it deprives Hamas of the protection under the population and allows us, the IDF, to distinguish between the population and Hamas terrorists and neutralize them. It protects our forces and protects the population that is not involved in terrorism. Before the entry of our forces, the Israeli Air Force attacks threats to our forces, underground infrastructure, terrorist cells, ambushes, observation posts, and rigged houses. In Jabalia alone, the IDF attacked about 670 targets from the air before the ground invasion began. These allowed optimal entry conditions for our forces. According to the IDF, dismantling Hamas consists of 5 goals. First of all, I will start by saying that the return of the abductees, the hostages, is a central goal in the war and a supreme national mission. But I will concentrate on the goals of eliminating Hamas. The first goal, to eliminate the commanders of Hamas wherever they are, thus damaging the command and control system of the organization. This is already happening, and recently, the IDF eliminated the commander of the Jabalia battalion, the deputy commander of a brigade, and 11 company commanders, who are the echelon that leads the terrorists on the battlefield. The targeting of the commanders made it difficult for the terrorists to fight in an organized manner, leading to the surrender of many of them. The second goal is fighting in the field against terrorists. After all, this is a war, and fighting in the field face to face in battles against terrorists is part of it. When IDF forces enter an area, they enter in a combined formation. This means that combined forces of armor, engineering, infantry, and special units surround the area from several directions at the same time. All of this is accompanied by intelligence package and air support from dozens of aircrafts that attack every threat in real time. The cooperation between the Air Force and the ground forces is unprecedented. Nothing like this has been seen in any war to date. The Air Force planes accompany the forces in the field and attack any target that the forces require. And the IDF fighters on the ground fight bravely and neutralize terrorist squads that fire from houses, from tunnel shafts, and from alleys. This is combat. We learn from each incident and improve to reduce the number of casualties. In every incident where they are wounded in the field, the IDF provides medical treatment, rescues under fire, and saves lives, using medical teams and the rescue unit 669 with the Air Force helicopter unit. The third goal is to gather intelligence on the ground. We locate computers, maps, radios, millions of intelligence files. The IDF investigated many terrorist operatives together with the General Security Service. As a result, we brought intelligence on senior Hamas officials and also information on senior Hamas officials who are outside of the Gaza Strip. All of these give us important intelligence for the continuation of the war. The fourth goal is to locate and destroy rockets and weapons and the sites from which they are manufactured. Until now, the IDF has destroyed about 40,000 weapons in the entire Gaza Strip, some of which we found inside schools, hospitals, mosques, and under children's beds. I'm not joking. The fifth goal for dismantling Hamas is to destroy the underground infrastructure. To combat the underground infrastructure, we introduced classified technological measures. After that, special forces trained for the task come in, and finally, we destroy these tunnels. We also operated in the bases that Hamas placed inside hospitals. These are the bases that Hamas thought we would avoid operating in, but he was wrong. For example, in the two hospitals, Shifa and the Indonesian hospital, underground infrastructures, weapons, and military equipment were established. In both locations, we carried out special operations to dismantle the terrorist infrastructure, and we did not harm not the doctors, not the medical teams, and not the patients. The IDF has completed the dismantling of Hamas frameworks in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, and we will continue to deepen the achievement and strengthen the barrier and defense elements at the border. We are now focusing on dismantling Hamas in the center of the Gaza Strip and in the south of Gaza. This will be done thoroughly and on the basis of the lessons we have learned from the fighting so far. The area of the center camps in Gaza is crowded and filled with terrorists, and in Khan Yunis, there is an underground city of branching tunnels. We apply the lessons we have learned and continue to develop more creative and effective ways to fight and neutralize terrorists, destroy terrorist threats, and means of warfare above and below the ground. It's a job that will take time. We are acting according to a plan to achieve the goals of the war, to dismantle Hamas,
Damn, they got a lot of solar panels.
in every effort.
Tell me they didn't have power still. Look at all them solar panels. Holy shit!
Return our hostages back home, and we work to build protective spaces.
They didn't have power
for
though.
The Israeli residents.
We hear all them generators going. Remember that shit?
To return to their houses in the communities surrounding the Gaza Strip. This war will most likely continue throughout 2024. Let's all pray for the last day of this war, when we will announce that the Hamas terror organization has been destroyed. Let's pray for the peace of Jerusalem, for the peace of Israel, and for God to reign on all of the Middle East, on the Gaza Strip.
Whatever. Pray for my side to win, please.
International peace
We
and
would like to
security
win.
has regrettably failed in fulfilling its obligation to impose a ceasefire. The Council has been paralyzed due to the resistance and negative vote of a permanent member. A heavy responsibility rests
Blinken fucking taking his time.
Since Hamas.
This is from this morning. They didn't know they had teleprompters that just went. Sweet America. This is in New York, actually. You didn't know.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over 3 months have passed since Hamas committed the most widespread massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. 96 days have passed since Hamas butchered, incinerated, raped, and exterminated 1,300 Israelis in cold blood, since they brutally took 240 Israelis hostage. And today, nearly 100 days later, the General Assembly, nor any UN body, has not even condemned these horrors. Colleagues, on October 7th, little Kfir Bibas, who was taken hostage by Hamas along with his mother Shiri, his father Yarden, and his 4-year-old brother Ariel, was merely 9 months old. And for the last 3 months, he has been held in a dark Hamas terror tunnel. Many of you here are parents or grandparents, and you know it. Each milestone in your children's life is a celebration. Their first step, their first word, that first smile and laugh. Babies are a source of light and hope, a symbol of life. Yet Kfir, little baby Kfir, has become a symbol of the vilest cruelty known to man, the cruelty of Hamas. And tragically, Kfir is about to spend his first birthday as a hostage of Hamas. His first birthday. A quarter of Kfir's life has been spent as a hostage. He was kidnapped before he could even learn to say, Mom, Mama. Is he getting the food and vitamins he needs to grow up and develop? To grow and develop? Is he
Damn, I didn't even think of... Dude, I didn't even think about that. You know what I mean? Damn, that's fucked up. So much of his life, he probably hasn't been getting proper nutrition, like at that young of an age. It probably severely affects things, like a newborn like that. I mean, that's if it's still alive. Do you think the baby's still alive, bro? Probably not. What do you think? Maybe. They still got a baby in there for real?
Baby be a target. A deliberate target. What kind of monsters intentionally take a baby hostage and treat him like an enemy?
Maybe they'll raise it and like...
It is so painful that a baby is being held hostage by terrorists that instead of love,
one of them
fear
or something.
is surrounded by sheer evil.
That's pretty crazy.
But above all,
like use them
it
as
is
like a
utterly heart-wrenching that to the UN,
because they will look Israeli.
The pain of an innocent baby has been all but forgotten.
Bring him up as a Muslim.
For
you know what I mean?
heaven's sake, a baby is about to spend his first birthday as a hostage.
It's probably going to spend its whole life in there, dude.
A hostage
because
in
they
the
got
hands
it young
of the
enough.
rapist.
They got it young enough to where it doesn't remember. It won't know any better. It'll think that that's his parents. If they give it to his people to bring him up, you know what I mean? Why would it think any different? It would have to really like, oh man, something.
Murders of Hamas. A sweet baby is being held hostage and you prefer to discuss a ceasefire.
I bet they don't get that baby back,
that
dude.
will keep the Hamas Nazis that abducted him in power. Fear is in the hands of Hamas and you are focused on supplying aid to those that took him? How is bringing fear home not the top priority for the UN? How morally bankrupt has this body become?
Baby.
Yesterday, I spoke with members of Kfir's family. They cannot fathom how the whole world has not mobilized to ensure his release. How this room is not trembling with deafening calls to bring him home. Why are you not holding Hamas accountable for the most heinous war crimes? Hamas has not even permitted the Red Cross to visit Kfir. It is a stain not just upon the UN, but on each and every one of you. Despite the UN's moral rot, the citizens of Israel are resilient. We have faith, we have hope and unbreakable resolve, and we will continue fighting to defend ourselves. But sadly, if you ignore the suffering of our children, the suffering of little baby Kfir, I will stand here today and mark Kfir's first birthday. I will remind you of your moral obligation to fight for Kfir and his right to celebrate his birthday. Kfir, this birthday cake is for you. You are the reason Israel is fighting day and night. I only wish for you, for your first birthday, that next year, God willing,
who's clapping?
You will celebrate your birthday surrounded by the love of your family, and that we will live in a world where the suffering of Israeli babies is important.
Wait, can you tell?
I only hear, God willing,
It's like right in front of
Next
him,
year,
right?
God willing, you will
Oh no,
celebrate
it's somebody
your
over here.
birthday
They're looking at
surrounded
him.
by
They're
the
over,
love
yeah,
of
we
your
can't see
family.
them.
And that
Damn.
we will live in a world where the suffering of Israeli babies is important to the UN. Mr. President,
What's a kaffir
I
cake?
ask that Kfir's cake remain here as a painful reminder, so that every speaker today remembers Kfir and our duty to bring him home.
I don't know, man. You seem a little weird already. What the hell's funny about this? What is there? I see. What? Dude. Yeah, what's funny about the cake? We're back. I rewound it. What is funny about that? K for what? You've lost me, dude. I don't know what a kafer is, apparently. You're saying a kafer? No, I don't get it. Is that another language when you do a K-FIR? I've never seen that before. Does anybody get it? Let's see. Does anybody here get it? You can inform me what the hell he's talking about. He doesn't want to. Yeah, that's the baby's name, dude. Oh, in Arabic, K-FIR is infidel in Arabic. Are you sure? I've never seen a word that's a K with a dash in it like that in Arabic, honestly. I mean, we have that, but I've never seen them have it. And when I'm looking up, it's not coming up as anything. K-A-F-I-R, oh, I see. That'd be, yeah, I guess it's interesting, huh? Only missing one letter. That's pretty weird. Kafir is an Arabic word that comes from the root kfr, which means to cover something. The implied meaning is that a kafir sees the truth of Islam, but still covers it. Moreover, kafirs are seen as the sworn enemies of Islam and Muslims. That is why God will punish them by putting them into the eternal hellfire. Huh. Oh, there you go. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to bite your head off. Dude, I'm just ready for people to be racist as shit. I'm ready. So, alright. Thanks for the knowledge, man. I had no idea. What do you know, Arabic or something? Why do you even know that?
Important to the UN.
Why do you know
Mr.
that,
President, I ask that
Kfir's
cake remain here as a painful reminder, so that every speaker today remembers Kfir and our duty to bring him home.
Oh, it's been, oh, weird. I don't go to 4chan that much. I don't know, maybe I've never seen it. Oh, let's see. In Hebrew.
The UN, an organization that remains
Oh, I remember now. I remember that baby now because I looked it up before. Remember? Kefir is his parents named him after a jet. Remember? We talked about it. What is the meaning of Kefir? Lion club. What? Kefir means lion cub. Oh, well, there you go. Well, it means lion cub, literally, in their language. but there's a jet that's called that also. And look, they even call it the Lion Cub. Oh my god, I just wanted to try to center the damn plane. Alright, that's good enough.
Babies are taken hostage and women are viciously raped has become an accomplice of terrorists. And if the UN is an accomplice to terrorists, it has no justification to exist. Look at Kfir. Imagine this was your child. Would you stop fighting to bring him home? Not in a million years. Colleagues, Kfir is one of 136 hostages held in Gaza. When you
Brody, good morning to you too, man.
Empty declarations calling for the release of hostages while continuing to focus only on ceasefire and situation in Gaza, you quickly forget that every hostage is an entire universe. These are brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, fathers and mothers, grandparents and friends. 21-year-old Almog Meir Jan is a fun and loving son and grandson. He spent the Friday night before he was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival taking care of his grandfather. He loves music, soccer, and he wants to study computer science. 23-year-old Eviatar David is a musician. He plays the guitar. He loves jamming with his brother Eli and sister Yaela. He's warm, modest. Orit Meir and Galia David, the mothers of Almog and Eviatar, are here with us today. They are watching and they are waiting. They are waiting for their sons to come home, but they're also waiting for you to act. You are failing them.
What can the UN do?
This picture, I hope you've seen it. This picture was on the front page of the Daily Mail yesterday. Look at these girls. Look at them. These are the before and after pictures of Liri Albag, Karina Ariev, Daniela Gilboa, and Agam Berger, who were taken hostage by Hamas. See how the hope in their eyes has turned to horror, and how their smiling faces have been beaten and bloodied after violent abuse. Look at their faces. Why are you silent? What have you done here to bring them home? Nothing.
I don't know what they could do.
Hamas Nazis viciously raped Israeli women before executing them and used sexual violence as a weapon of war. CNN, the New York Times, and many other media outlets published extensive evidence of Hamas's sexual violence. But here, at the UN, the body that supposedly represents the bastion of human rights, silence. Silence. Israeli women are not women, and Israeli children are not children. I cannot imagine what all the hostages, women and men, are suffering right now. It breaks my
probably
heart
all hungry.
To think about it.
You know what I mean?
What if your children?
They're definitely all hungry, dirty, shitting like in a bucket probably or something stupid. Who knows? I don't know, man. They're not getting fed properly though, for sure. Probably constantly got stomach pain. Man, it's, dude, I don't think a lot of people that are supporting Hamas or supporting Palestine put themselves in the position. What the fuck, man? What are you doing? What was that? Good? Hey. What happened? Dude, he like coughed really hard and now he's like kind of acting stunned. He was licking himself and rubbing his eye or something. Now he's like acting like something is in his mouth. Hey, man, dude, I wish we could just stick with one sickness. Honestly, because this shit's driving me fucking crazy. As soon as I get things kind of situated, I'm like, okay, we got this, Simon. You got an appetite. We got your medicine in you. Everything's good. Fuck! Something else hits me, dude. But it's hitting both of us, dude, because it fucking makes me go a little crazy.
Children was held hostage. Your sister or brothers, what would you expect the UN to do? What would you expect the world to do? Surely not continue with this shameful indifference. So colleagues, rather than focusing on bringing the hostages home, rather than making this the primary goal for the past 96 days, you know what happened? UN agencies, UN bodies, UN officials have been obsessed only with the well-being of Gazans. Only. These are the people that voted for Hamas. These are the people that overwhelmingly support the massacre, the murder, and the raping of our women, the burning of our babies. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis are displaced, either because their communities were decimated by Hamas or because Hezbollah has rained rockets down on their homes completely unprovoked. But you ignore all Israeli victims. After all, they're Israeli, and to the UN, Israeli victims are probably not victims. The UN has become another tool of war in the arsenal of terrorists, and every single UN agency and body has been weaponized against Israel. The UN has become the epitome of dystopian reality. And South Africa's baseless and libelous cases at the ICJ proves this exactly. How can it be, remember it, that the Convention on the Prevention of Genocide, adopted following the Holocaust, the genocide of the Jewish people, is now being weaponized against the Jewish state while serving the Hamas terrorists that perpetrated the October 7th massacre and that are committed in their charter to repeating the Holocaust? Is this normal? Even irony has now died a thousandth death. There are no morals here, only bias and hypocrisy. I scream it from the rooftops, but the UN doesn't care. Sadly, you don't care. It's so clear. All one needs to do is look at the General Assembly's central goal for the last 3 months: to keep the Hamas rapist in power. This is the meaning of a ceasefire. By calling for a ceasefire, this is exactly what you are doing. A ceasefire is a victory for Hamas, nothing more. It is an opportunity for Hamas to rearm, regroup, and recommit as they declared the atrocities of October 7th. A green light for Hamas to continue their reign of terror in Gaza. The damage the UN is causing extends far beyond the conflicts in Gaza. Believe me, you are setting a murderous precedent, because by calling for a ceasefire while hardly noting the hostages and crimes perpetrated by Hamas, you are sending a clear message to terrorists all around the world. You are also encouraging Hezbollah. You are empowering the Houthis and their puppet master in Tehran. And very soon you and we will all deeply regret this. The UN is signaling to terrorists that rape as a weapon of war is fine. That taking babies hostage has no international repercussions. Colleagues, again and again and again, you only focus on a ceasefire and limiting Israel, tying Israel's hands in the fight against terror, because the UN suffers from what we call the streetlight effect. And you want to know what is this streetlight effect? I'll tell you. It's a phenomenon that makes you do only what is easy, not what's productive or useful, only what is easy. And here is a parable that will clarify this with a story. A drunk man is stumbling around under a streetlight at night, looking for his keys that he lost. Then a police officer approaches him and begins to help him to search for his keys. But after a couple of minutes, the police officer turns to the man and asks, "Well, I cannot see your keys anywhere. Are you sure that you lost them here, under the street lamp, under the street light?" Well, the drunk man turns to the officer and says, "No, sorry, I lost them in the park, but it's pitch black in the park, so I'm looking for them here because I can see under the street light." Distinguished colleagues, the UN today is the drunk man. The UN, with its bias, is always searching only under the same streetlight, following its distorted moral compass. You don't have the courage, sadly, to combat terror and radicalism. You don't have the resolve to truly care about human rights, to fight for women, fight for children, or fight for the hostages. But let me be clear, there is nothing to be found under the streetlight. It's just easier to spend your time there. It is much easier to make demands of the law-abiding democracy of Israel. We are your streetlight. It's so simple to blame Israel, but it's so much more challenging to condemn the Hamas terrorists, which have turned Gaza into a terror war machine under the UN's nose for 17 years. Hamas, yes, which uses civilian infrastructure and schools, mosques, hospitals to store weapons, to fire rockets from within civilian areas. Take a stand against the terrorists using millions of Gazans as human shields, once and for all. We don't need your calls for humanitarian aid. We're doing it anyway. Israel is facilitating the entry of aid into Gaza every day. We support every single humanitarian initiative. We facilitated field hospitals, floating hospitals. We are facilitating the entry of fuel to hospitals and bakeries and everything. Every critical infrastructure. Not a single shipment of food or water is held up or turned around. But you know who's delaying the humanitarian aid? Hamas terrorists. They are looting critical aid before it even reaches the people of Gaza. Yet, you are incapable of dealing with Hamas. And you know why? Why? Because to Hamas, you don't even exist. They don't recognize the existence of international law. Can you confront the Hamas terrorists? Sadly, this is not one of the solutions under the streetlight. Mr. President, the time has come for member states to drag the UN out from under the streetlight and not the other way around. The time has come to focus on bringing Kfir, baby Kfir, and all the hostages home. Bring them home, for holding Hamas fully accountable for the situation in Gaza, for showing terrorists around the globe that the international community doesn't stay silent in the face of evil. Perhaps if you told the people of Gaza who is truly responsible for their suffering, who started this war, who's exploiting them, they would rise up against Hamas and end their reign of terror. And if you want a real ceasefire, a real one that can last forever, then demand it from Hamas. Tell them to turn themselves in. Tell them to release the hostages. And this war would end immediately. This is the only ceasefire you should be advancing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Apparently a riot broke out over the tunnel and the synagogue. Bro, my God. Fucking shit. Just let me block your stupid fucking ads, okay? God damn. Pain in the ass, dude. Come on. It's gonna do it again, probably. Why does it do that? Does it do it again? Dude, it's green lighted. Dude, whatever. I hate the internet sometimes, dude. Dude! I'm about to lose my shit right now. It's mildly infuriating. The fucking stupid sites. They're like, no, you're gonna watch our ad. You're gonna see it. Look, it's still not popping up. Stupid fucking site. Your ad still doesn't work, you dumbasses. So if you didn't hear about this tunnel that they found in a synagogue, it's very reminiscent to a Gaza tunnel, and it goes to a store. I'm not sure if the store is like closed or out of business or what the heck's going on. There's some sort of dispute with the property. I don't really understand it. But they arrested a bunch of people over it apparently. And this is the craziness that happened at the synagogue. Yo! I don't know what this is. Those aren't Jews. They're... So... Oh, they were trying to block the construction crew from filling in their tunnel. In Brooklyn. So the cement mixers came to plug the hole and they got pissed off. Where's America? Are we talking yet? I keep thinking I'm hearing shit come out of Simon. I'm not listening to this guy. Oh. Who reminds you of that? Oh, this guy? I don't really. He never he never really has anything that I'm like, oh, heck yeah, learned something from watching that guy. That's a rarity. I don't think it's happened. If it has. And like they're talking about other countries, and I don't give a shit about Lebanon, unless I guess I do. Who the Houthis or Hezbollah? the Houthis are the Iran, aren't they? Hezbollah, I guess we care about them. And they got the nuts. They got the fucking nuts, man. Do you know they got the nuts? They have the most variety-filled cannon nuts I've ever seen. Hopefully we didn't help fund the terrorists by eating those, though. Right, echo chambers. What? This? This is question and answer. Can that be echo chambers? I don't know what it is about this guy I don't like. I think it's how he talks. Like he's...
Come back, Happy New Year.
Like a super smart English speaker or something. I don't even know what country he's from originally.
Requests.
Do you? Who's this guy? Because I don't think it's English is his first language.
Authorities.
Okay, and then.
But that's one to hear him talk, man. Feeling best, so the UN is not making the return their hostage the primary goal. Instead, the UN is, in his words, obsessed only with the well-being of Gazans. They said that the UN ignores all Israeli victims. That the UN has become quite another quote. What? Another tool for the arsenal of terrorists. Well, I don't know. I think one thing would ask him what part of the UN referring to. I think when people say the UN, my question back is always which part of the UN you're referring to. I can't. Secretary General is obsessed with the protection of all civilians. Yeah. He has been calling for the protections of civilians from the beginning, as he's been calling for the immediate and unconditional release of all Israeli hostages. And as you know, he met with families, and he has been doing whatever he can to facilitate their return. I think that our work on behalf of civilians in Gaza is also fairly transparent. So I'll leave it at that. Do you have another question, bitch? I'm sorry. Oh, I couldn't tell what the last word was. I improvised. I got this sparkling spring water on deep discount. $9.97 for a 24-pack of 16 ounces. Normally $25. Costco closeout. I got 4 of them. I also bought $120 worth of asparagus yesterday. Prepackaged, ready to eat. Deep discounted to $4 a package. They're normally like $17. I stocked up on the asparagus, dude. I can't believe they still had it. They're only like 30 calories per package, and they're pretty good. That's fiber. Seriously, I filled my cart with them. I had 30 boxes. It took up 90% of my cart, and those carts are massive, dude. I probably looked like a weirdo. The tallest person in Costco walking around with a basket full of asparagus. Probably the tallest and skinniest person in Costco. Oh my god, we're gonna look like a crazy dude. I was thinking about it as I was walking around, like, I think I look pretty weird right now. I think I even had a red hoodie on, too. Yeah, I had my red hoodie on. I was super sticking out. The lady, one of the ladies that worked there, thought I worked there even because of my red hoodie. She walked up to me and she was talking really loudly. And it's like, do you know where the Nutri-Grain protein and whatever something? She's like, oh, huh, I thought you, yeah, never mind. I was like, I think they're over there though. But yeah, man, $120 of asparagus. That was the first and only time I'll probably ever do that in my life. Whatever. It's gonna last me for a while, at least half a year, hopefully. I'm like a professional Costco shopper, dude. Can't wait for Easter to be over with so I can get some more crackers. They'll be there. I appreciate you too. You guys crack me up all the time. Unless I think you're being racist. Then I get mad. Dude, my nostrils are on some other shit right now. Right. Barbara, hey! I still gotta open your package. It's sitting back here. Try behind me. How you been? Where you been? What the heck, man? You disappeared on me. Hopefully you're alright. Alright, still here? Open it. Did you think I had already opened it and I didn't do it with you? I've only done that with one package, actually, and there are reasons for that. It was a private gift. I'd give him a shout out right now, but I don't want to put him on blast, you know what I mean? Appreciate you. You know you will. Oh, that's nice. Good to hear that. Cool. Damn. Dirty. Dude, I could have gotten high off what was inside the pipe just now. Like, deep inside the pipe. Hey! I was under the bowl. Come on, Blinken. What y'all been doing? I do need to open it though. It's in my. It's not really my way. It's in Simon's way, maybe. Plus, he keeps standing on it. He snipped it a couple times. Any music on here? Is that loud? It might be loud. I'll touch that. Gotta get a little licky with it. Mofo. So, you ready to open this thing? I remember this song. It does some kind of crazy shit in a second that I might not like. Oh no. Fills out. These are soundboard songs that I have the copyright to. I haven't heard them in forever, so I might press one that really sucks. Okay. I'd rather not. That's a weird phone number. What is 209 area code? So San Joaquin, Santa Mariposa, Merced, Puerto Almeida. I'll find out what cities up there. Oh, Fresno, Sacramento counties. Oh my gosh, it was Oreo Express probably. He finally returned my call. Oh. Dang, he's giving me grief. I can only play one song and then the stream deck disconnects. Got here. Taylor, what's up, man? You still on the boat? Are you speaking to us from the ship, bro? And somewhere in the Mediterranean? Is that official? The principal from Kindergarten Cop with this lady? I don't know. Living in port? Oh, nice. Not loud. Port is better, that is for sure. I saw your post on Instagram. It was fucking had me laughing a little bit because it was like they said "see the world" for the Navy. You had the picture of it was just water. That's what you see most of. Oh, you didn't? Okay. Wait, what size ship are you on? You're on a big ship. You're on a carrier, aren't you? No, you're not. Are you on a carrier? Can't remember now. What's true? God dang it. I done lost my train of thought. You're on a smallish... Oh yeah, it is true. That's right, the picture of the water. You're on a smallish boat and you still don't mind it? Man. You're supposed to be on a cruiser. I don't know, dude. It's hard as fuck to sleep on a destroyer. I don't know about you, but... But 80? What? Wait a second, are you on a frigate? What is that? Is that even a frigate? Seems smaller than a frigate. Oh, it is a frigate. Okay. God dang, dude. You're on a... Bro. I don't know how you sleep. Did you get seasick? Oh, the frigates aren't around anymore? What? When did that happen? Are you sure? You would know. You gotta know, because you would have to learn that in boot camp. Ready? Wait, no, wait. Oh, wait. There's something. But there's. Are they being built right now? Oh, they're being built. There are new frigates that are being built that are going to be commissioned in 2026. Did you know that? There are going to be frigates again. But I didn't know that they had 62 of them they're going to get, apparently. Well, then what are you on, dude, if it's not a frigate? What the heck? A clitoral ship or whatever? A literal combat? What are these, ones that don't leave the shore? Dude, I got seasick. Minesweeper. Damn, okay. Trippy. I never knew anybody on one of those, or I don't even think I ever saw one. Trippy, dude. I don't even think I knew that these existed. I don't remember knowing about them when I was in Minesweeper ship. Like, I didn't think of this being a ship that I was capable of getting stationed on, ever. A Minesweeper. It never crossed my mind. Interesting. Or maybe they don't have a sonar. That's kind of weird. You'd think Minesweepers would have to have sonar. Trippy. Oh, it's temporary. What? Damn. They got you temp dutied on a ship? I didn't know that was a thing either, dude. I thought that if you had temp duty, you were like shore, some kind of shore position, like cleaning the base or driving people to the hospital. I did that for a while, like with the little van. Your entire ship is doing something else now? That's interesting. Why? Dry dock? I thought it just got out of dry dock.
Not be a rich place economically, but it's so rich in its
Is it
culture
light outside in Gaza? Why does this say it's live?
Is under attack, and we have pleaded for those with any influence to ensure this does not happen again. And yet here we are.
No, it's not. Why do all these say live?
Inaction from those with influence at its core is to approve again the killing of children.
Something is broken right now, dude. Hold on, let me refresh this. What is happening right now? This is the United Nations channel, dude.
They will end.
What the fuck is happening? I was watching the United... Look, the thing is right there.
Working around the clock as we speak in another area here in the south, working that exactly thing out. We had convoys across the UN.
Oh, it's because UNICEF's
of course, the United Nations was able to
maybe.
pre-position aid. So important to get it in
they
through the Rafah gate, get it ready for everything out. We had convoys.
How do you see what
catastrophe in Gaza and in this hall. After the consideration of agenda, the General Assembly has thus concluded 3.
Okay, so they're just wanting
this was
people
never going to be
to listen to the UNICEF guy because he's a UN person. That's what's going on here. They're trying to like trick people into just watching this because they really want people to watch it, apparently. Because that's what. Why else would they just all of a sudden, nothing, no commercial, no nothing, just bam. Now you're watching this. Nothing happened. Yeah, we're gonna watch this now, okay? Okay. Enjoy. I want to see it. It's important.
You would see time and again community members give it to someone else, sharing and so on. Gaza may not be a rich place economically, but it's so rich in its culture and its society. That society is under attack, and we have pleaded for those with any influence to ensure this does not happen again, and yet here we are. It would seem to UNICEF that inaction from those with influence at its core is to approve again the killing of children here in Gaza.
James, what's your understanding of the availability of aid supplies now that the ceasefire is over? Has anybody said anything to you about whether or not they will end?
My potpourri. I'll give my incense. Therapy.
It's going to be very difficult, Rob, I have to say. I mean, there'll be people working around the clock as we speak in another area here in the south working that exactly thing out.
Heavy box, Barbara.
Across the UN plant. I know UNRWA was getting fuel. Fuel is water. Fuel is those desalination plants. Of course, the United Nations was able to pre-position aid. So important to get it in through the Rafah Gate, get it ready for those hundreds of thousands of people who so desperately need it. So we've got much more in the next 7 days. That's Herculean effort by people here, Herculean effort by Palestinians who work for the United Nations, Rob, who have lost homes and family members.
Right in front of his ear, it really bothers
come in
them.
to try and support their fellow citizens. But again, this was never going to be enough. If this was the idea, we'd be allowed aid for 7 days, and then the killing would start again. Then humanity has shut its eyes. Now, we cannot believe that is the case, and we will continue to persevere. But under these conditions, with attacks so close, as I say, to this functioning hospital, as a Palestinian colleague said, our nightmare just got that much more difficult.
Describe to us the kind of psychological toll that this must be having on the medical teams and the people who are working for the UN right now, and indeed, of course, have been doing so for the last several weeks.
If I can start, Rob, I start with children. I've been coming here every day for a week, and there are now children I know by name, teaching a few kids to juggle, something to break the moment, to break the spell of what they're under. And you can see gently, we can hear explosions again now.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Got other stuff to worry about. These people in the hallway. You got it. Oh, see, we got the Arabs first. Palestine is that guy in the gray hair in the front. If you didn't know, he's the Palestine guy. Next to him looks like is Egypt. To the right, his left. What was that? Lebanon to his right?
Good afternoon, everyone. As you see, we are the delegation of the Council of Arab Ambassadors. We had a very important and extensive meeting yesterday in which we discussed in depth the strategy that
he's not a midget or a dwarf. He's just short as shit.
In place
you don't even get special treatment for that.
2 to 3 months here at the United Nations. And we emphasized again that we have been united during the course of the last 3 months of the past year around the three objectives that we shared them with you so many times. Number one, to stop the aggression against our people, particularly in the Gaza Strip, which means that we wanted ceasefire immediately. The SG calls it, humanitarian ceasefire. We don't have an objection as long as it is, a ceasefire, regardless of how you describe it. Secondly, to have humanitarian assistance up to scale, according to also, again, what the Secretary General suggested from the beginning, that we should be getting closer to hundreds of truckloads, maybe 500 truckloads per day. These are the needs of our people in the Gaza Strip in terms of food, medicine, fuel, everything related to the sustenance of life of humans. And the number three is, to continue fighting against the crime against humanity of forced mass transfer. Of course, we've accomplished certain things in the General Assembly and in the Security Council last year, but not enough, not to the level of reaching a complete ceasefire. So to allow for the mechanism that the UN is putting in place, some of us met separately with Sigrid Kaag, and we will maybe meet with her as a group. We requested that so that we can begin the discussions related to her work and the needs of verification system by the UN in order to bypass the obstacles that the Israeli side put in place in checking every truck and delaying the process, the end result, not allowing the Palestinian people to receive the humanitarian assistance that they need. We also decided, to speak with one voice in the debate that started, in the General Assembly after the veto. And you listened to our statements. We're still repeating, ceasefire is the most needed step to be taken in order to save lives, to stop the killing, to be able to attend to the needs of the people in the Gaza Strip. So we will continue in the same path.
I look forward to trying it.
And also,
I meant to get a bowl super hot.
You might have known that the Secretary General issued a report about implementation of Security Council, particularly resolution 2712. And also he sent a letter about different suggestions to do monitoring. So as we, Arab group, decided to ask for an open meeting of the Security Council, Friday we understand it will be, in which we can discuss to keep the issue alive in the Security Council. We will concentrate on the mass transfer, but of course we will discuss other issues, including the report and the letter. Now, we're doing these things in this week, and we will be very busy with France, who suggested to elevate the meeting on the 23rd of this month to a ministerial level. So we understand that many of our ministers have indicated that they will come to New York to participate in that meeting, in which I believe that the
he's going to another universe while he's smelling it.
Sigrid will report about the initial things that she will share with the Security Council regarding her appointment and her ideas and the mechanism that she wants to put place in close collaboration with us, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine, the other Arab countries who are, a key player in terms of the UN mechanisms under the leadership of Sigrid. Now, in between, next week, there will be a summit, two summits, in fact, in Uganda, NAM summits, in which, and also South-South summit. A number of us, and of course our ministers and maybe heads of states and governments will participate in that, these two summits. We will mobilize and try to get the maximum support that we can for the implementations of the three objectives: ceasefire, humanitarian assistance up to scale, and against the mass forced transfer. But also we will begin to mobilize around other issues which were adopted in the Arab OIC summit in Riyadh,
a new one for the collection,
a few months earlier. Among these issues is to start mobilizing for going to the Security Council with the view that we believe that the state of Palestine, after changing its status in the year 2012 to an observer state, now it is high time to recognize and admit the state of Palestine for membership. This is an investment in peace and an investment in saving the two-state solution. And also that the Arab and
how many of these do you
summit
do, Barbara? How many different ones of them? Is this all of them?
An international conference.
Do I have the whole collection? Do I have the whole set? Or is
in order to see the implementation of the global consensus on the two-state solution, and on the basis, the global basis in which that conference to be convened, international law, and the parameters as known of ending the occupation and having the two-state solution to become a reality. So that we are involved in these issues and in many other issues. We will continue to knock on the door of the General Assembly, the Security Council, the Secretary General, Madam Sigrid, and every component of the United Nations to accomplish the ceasefire and to accomplish the other objectives that we have been united around them for the last 95 days, and we are determined to continue being united along with the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and we hope that we will have also an additional push during the next week in the summit of NAM and the South-South summit. These are the things that we will do, which will pave the way for additional support in the summit of the African countries in the middle of next month, and also to be culminated in a ministerial meeting for the Arab states that will take place in the middle of March, all to try, number one, to stop this aggression.
What size is it? What size bed is it for?
So we wanted to share these things with you. We will continue with the, with our practice of asking you to meet with us like this, to share with you our plans and our ideas,
very well made. I don't think it's ever going to come apart.
To entertain your questions as much as we can.
You really did get it in there.
Continue keeping you informed.
It's
we appreciate your work. A large number of your colleagues, Palestinian
I hope it's big enough, but
lost their lives.
It's like actually stupid, massive.
Criminal war.
It's big enough to cover 2 king-size beds.
Some of the names,
it's a joke or something.
Your colleagues, like in the case of Al Jazeera.
I can't tell what's sitting down, dude.
Always, we will. We have their names.
I love it though.
We mention their names, and in honoring them, we will always meet with you and share our thoughts and ideas with you. I will stop at this point. If any of my colleagues want to say anything, by all means, before we ask you for questions.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry it took me so long to open it. It is all extremely nice. I'll cherish it forever.
التحرك للمجموعة العربية خلال الشهرين
المقبلين
هل يشمل ذلك مجددا تحرك في مجلس الأمن ومتى لأن الهدف الأول للمجموعة العربية حتى الآن لم يتحقق رغم مضي 3 أشهر وأكثر على العدوان على غزة، وهو وقف إطلاق النار. حتى ولو إن كان هذا التحرك من قبيل الضغط على الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية التي تحمي إسرائيل في الواقع، وهي سمحت بتمرير مشروعين لا يدعوان في الواقع أو قرارين لا يدعوان إلى وقف إطلاق النار. هل هناك تحرك من هذا القبيل ومتى؟
أولا أنا أشرت على أننا دعونا إلى اجتماع لمجلس الأمن يوم الجمعة في إطار التحرك مع مجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة، ونحن منهمكين مع الجمعية العامة، ونحن نتحدث في هذا المؤتمر الصحفي. كلمات الممثلين العرب برئاسة مندوب البحرين الذي هو رئيس المجموعة العربية لهذا الشهر، الذي أدلى ببيان باسم المجموعة العربية، وفي المقدمة في الطرح هي أهدافنا الثلاث، وفي المقدمة منها وقف
that's just the quilt that took a week. Everything else
يوم
is
الجمعة
additional.
سنتحدث عن كل شيء. فعندما تتكلم عن وقف التهجير القسري، وتتكلم عن الميكانيزم من أجل مساعدات الشعب الفلسطيني up to scale، وتتكلم عن ما يجري في قطاع غزة، لا يمكن أن تستقيم قناة صحيحة لذلك إلا إذا صار وقف إطلاق النار. فلذلك هذا الاجتماع كل من الذين سيتحدثوا منا ونحن نعمل مع مجلس الأمن عبر الممثل العربي الجزائر الآن على أن تكون جلسة يوم الجمعة إن لم تكن مفتوحة بشكل شامل ونحدد الخلية العربية المعروفة المكونة من الرئاسة والمكونة من فلسطين والمكونة من مصر والأردن وطبعا الجزائر العضو العربي في مجلس الأمن وقطر والإمارات العضو العربي الذي غادر مجلس الأمن أن يتكلموا، وجميعنا سنطرح في المقدمة أن كل هذه البرامج وكل هذه الميكانيزمات التي ترتبت على القرارات التي اعتمدت من الصعب أن تصل إلى
and the conflict that's followed.
It's time for this guy.
Time moves differently.
Time after time.
Immediately before this, I met with the families of hostages being held in Gaza and with hostages who've been released. Several of those families I've now met multiple times.
Everybody's going to switch to that.
Every day, every hour, every minute.
Oh no, they're not.
They're separated from their loved ones is an eternity. Time feels different for families in Gaza as well. Hundreds of thousands of whom are experiencing acute food insecurity.
English did though.
For the mother or father trying to find something to feed a hungry child. The passage of another day without food is excruciating. Time also feels different for Israelis and Palestinians whose innocent loved ones have been killed. For them, time often falls into before and after. The after filled with a loss that most of us will never know and cannot fully imagine. And those are just a few examples of how heavy these 95 days have felt and continue to feel for the people most affected by this conflict. This immense human toll is one of the many reasons that we continue to stand with Israel in ensuring that October 7th can never happen again. It's also why we're intensely focused on bringing the remaining hostages home, addressing the humanitarian crisis, and strengthening protection for civilians in Gaza, and preventing the conflict from spreading. And it's the reason we're working urgently to forge a path to security in this region. We believe the submission against Israel to the International Court of Justice distracts the world from all of these important efforts.
Dude, we're being sabotaged. Is it like that everywhere?
And strengthening protection for civilians in Gaza and preventing the conflict from spreading. The charge of genocide. And it's the reason we're working urgently to forge a path. It's particularly galling. Lasting peace and security in this region.
I got to use Al Jazeera Because our own government
submission
sucks.
against Israel to the International Court of Justice
It just screwed up the freaking broadcast
from all of these important efforts. And moreover, the charge of genocide is meritless. It's particularly galling, given that those who are attacking Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, as well as their supporter Iran, continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews. On this trip, I came to Israel after meeting with the leaders of Turkey, Greece, Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. All of those leaders share our concern about the spread of the conflict. All of them are committed to using their influence, using the ties that they have to prevent it from escalating, to deter new from opening. In addition, all express grave concern about the dire humanitarian situation and the number of civilians killed in Gaza. We know that facing an enemy that embeds itself among civilians, who hides in and fires from schools, from hospitals, makes this incredibly challenging. But the daily toll on civilians in Gaza, particularly on children, is far too high. Important progress has been made in increasing the amount of aid getting into Gaza, including by opening Kerem Shalom. Nonetheless, 90% of Gaza's population continues to face acute food insecurity, according to the United Nations. For children, the effects of long periods without sufficient food can have lifelong consequences. As I underscored in our meetings today, more food, water, more medicine, other essential goods need to get into Gaza, and then once they're in Gaza, they need to get more effectively to the people who need them. And Israel needs to do everything it can to remove any obstacles from crossings to other parts of Gaza, improving deconfliction procedures to ensure that the aid can move safely and securely is a critical part of that. The United Nations is playing an indispensable role in addressing the immense humanitarian needs in Gaza. There is simply no alternative. UN personnel and other aid workers in Gaza are demonstrating extraordinary courage by continuing to provide life-saving services in what are extremely challenging conditions. I spoke last night with the UN's new Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, about all of these efforts that are underway. Now, Sigrid Kaag is someone I worked very closely with a few years ago when she led the UN mission that destroyed the Assad regime's chemical weapons in Syria. So I can say from experience, she has what it takes to get this job done. She has America's full support. She must have Israel's as well. Today, we also discussed the phased transition of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. We continue to offer our best advice for how Israel can achieve its essential goal of ensuring that October 7th can never be repeated. And we believe Israel has achieved significant progress toward this fundamental objective. As Israel's campaign moves to a lower intensity phase in northern Gaza, and as the IDF scales down its forces there, we agreed today on a plan for the UN to carry out an assessment mission. It will determine what needs to be done to allow displaced Palestinians to return safely to homes in the north. Now, this is not going to happen overnight. There are serious security, infrastructure, and humanitarian challenges, but the mission will start a process that evaluates these obstacles and how they can be overcome. In today's meetings, I was also crystal clear. Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They must not be pressed to leave Gaza. As I told the Prime Minister, the United States unequivocally rejects any proposals advocating for the resettlement of Palestinians outside of Gaza. And the Prime Minister reaffirmed to me today that this is not the policy of Israel's government. We also spoke about the tensions on Israel's northern border with Lebanon, where Hezbollah continues to launch daily rocket attacks on Israel. As I told the War Cabinet and other senior officials, the United States stands with Israel in ensuring its northern border is secure. We're fully committed to working with Israel to find a diplomatic solution that avoids escalation and allows families to return to their homes, to live securely in northern Israel and also in southern Lebanon. Finally, we continue to discuss how to build a more durable peace and security for Israel within the region. As I told the Prime Minister, every partner that I met on this trip said that they're ready to support a lasting solution that ends the long-running cycle of violence and ensures Israel's security. But they underscored that this can only come through a regional approach that includes a pathway to a Palestinian state. These goals are attainable, but only if they're pursued together. This crisis has clarified you can't have one without the other, and you can't achieve either goal without an integrated regional approach. To make this possible, Israel must be a partner to Palestinian leaders who are willing to lead their people in living side by side in peace with Israel and as neighbors. And Israel must stop taking steps that undercut Palestinians' ability to govern themselves effectively. Extremist settler violence carried out with impunity, settlement expansion, demolitions, evictions, all make it harder, not easier, for Israel to achieve lasting peace and security. The Palestinian Authority also has a responsibility to reform itself, to improve its governance, issues I plan to raise with President Abbas, among others, when we meet tomorrow. If Israel wants its Arab neighbors to make the tough decisions necessary to help ensure its lasting security, Israeli leaders will have to make hard decisions themselves. When President Biden addressed the people of Israel days after the October 7th attack, he made a very simple pledge. The United States has Israel's back today, tomorrow, always. The friendship between our nations is truly exceptional. It's our unique bond and America's enduring commitment to the people of Israel that allows, indeed demands, that we're as forthright as possible in the moments when the stakes are highest, when the choices matter the most. This is one of those moments. Happy to take some questions.
They're going to cut him.
The first question goes to Simon Lewis with
eventually,
Reuters.
I bet I'm going to go back to this. They always cut
Thank you.
during questioning.
Mr. Secretary, the future of the Gaza Strip has been a theme of your trip while you've been visiting regional countries. I wonder today, were you able to do make any progress on closing the gap between Arab leaders and Israel on specific security, reconstruction, and governance arrangements for Gaza? And you talked before leaving Saudi Arabia yesterday about the need for a practical pathway to a Palestinian state as part of any efforts towards regional integration. And obviously that's come up today in your meetings with the cabinet. Has Prime Minister Netanyahu changed his mind? Is he still opposed to the creation of a separate Palestinian state? Or have you managed to convince him or get any guarantees that this is something that can happen?
So one of the things that I heard very clearly on this trip, and these two questions are actually joined, is many countries in the region are really prepared to invest in a number of ways, to invest when the conflict in Gaza is over, in its reconstruction, in its security, supporting Palestinians in their governance. But it is essential to them that there also be a clear pathway to the realization of Palestinian political rights and a Palestinian state. And I think the view that they've expressed is that critical to ending once and for all a cycle of violence that is only going to repeat itself at some point in the future is through the realization of Palestinian political rights. That was a very clear message that I heard everywhere I went, just as I heard again a commitment not only to be engaged in the future of Gaza, but also to take the steps necessary, make the commitments necessary, provide the assurances necessary to give Israel confidence in its security. And that's something that's new in recent years and very powerful, which is the willingness, the commitment of many neighboring countries, not only to live with Israel in peace, but also genuinely to have a region that's more integrated, in which everyone can feel secure, including Israel. So there's I think also here, a potentially powerful opportunity for the future. Now, very difficult to get there, hard to get there, hard decisions, hard choices need to be made in order to get there. But you can see that possibility. I'm not going to speak for the Prime Minister or anyone in the Israeli government about their views. I can just share our own and also share a little bit of what I heard from countries in the region.
For the next question, Suleiman Masada with Khan News.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking questions. I'll do it fast. The Israeli government is still refusing to transfer the PA's money, and the Minister of Finance, Smotrich, said yesterday there are 2 million Nazis in Gaza, and I won't give money to Nazis, just like the U.S. won't give money to Al-Qaeda. I would like to have your comment on that. And the second question is, the cabinet said, the war cabinet said that they are refusing to let Gazans go back to North Gaza for now. Is that something that you agreed on with your Israeli counterparts? Yeah. Thank you very much.
So first, with regard to the Palestinian Authority revenues, these are their revenues. They should have them. They should have them in order to be able to make sure that they can pay their people who are providing essential services, including doing essential work in the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority security forces, who are playing a very important role in trying to keep peace, security, stability in the West Bank, something that's profoundly in Israel's interest. So we believe that those revenues should be released to them. Again, their revenues and being used to do something that's important to Israel. And when it comes to the future governance of Gaza, when the conflict is over, of course, people need to be paid. They need to be able to do the work necessary to administer Gaza, to do the other things that will be critical once the conflict ends. In terms of Palestinians and moving back north in Gaza,
it's all rubble.
As I spoke to earlier, we have an agreement that the UN will now conduct an assessment to determine the conditions necessary for people to be able to move back home. There are a lot of really challenging and important issues to deal with, including things like unexploded ordnance and booby traps and other explosives that have been left by Hamas, infrastructure questions, proper support. All of those things are going to be evaluated by the United Nations pursuant to this agreement. And then as soon as conditions allow, we want to see people be able to move back to their homes. And we've been very clear about
I'll put the blanket on top of him.
necessity of doing that when conditions allow, and making sure that if people want to go back, they can go back.
Will Malden with the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask about, we've heard some voices among Israeli political leaders talking about the threat of Iran in the region, and of course, its proxies, Hezbollah and the Houthis, have been active in and around this conflict. But you're bringing a message to the region of de-escalation. Was your message of de-escalation heard and agreed with when you spoke to your Israeli counterparts and political leaders today? Or, we certainly haven't seen that. In the last few days, there have been strikes on Hezbollah that
Israel already cut
an escalation.
Do you
support that?
Israeli news already cut, and they're not showing the rest of the. See what I mean? What the? Yo, we didn't give them enough money, or what?
And is the U.S. and its partners, are they prepared to take a strike against the Houthis because of their continued action in and around the Red Sea? Thank you.
Thanks, Will. One thing that we've heard clearly, every place we've gone, including in Israel, is that escalation is in no one's interest. No one's seeking it. No one wants to see other fronts opened in this conflict. And more than that, as I've already shared, we have countries around the region,
by the way, 0 people,
using their relationships, using their influence to try to make sure that that doesn't happen. We had extensive discussions about that today, as we had on other days of this trip, And here we focused particularly on the situation in northern Israel. And
Arabic,
it's very clear
Al
to me from
Jazeera
these conversations a few things. First, we strongly support the proposition that Israelis need to know security so that they can return to their homes in northern Israel. 80,000 or so Israelis have been forced from their homes because of insecurity coming from southern Lebanon, the rocket attacks, other threats posed by Hezbollah. Equally, we believe, and the government of Israel believes, that a diplomatic path is the best way to achieve that security. And that's exactly what we'll continue to pursue. That's what the government said today, and that's what we're focused on. More broadly, we have, you're right, a number of actions being taken by the Houthis, by other Iranian proxies in Iraq, in Syria, that threaten stability and threaten the potential for conflict. And we're determined, again, that we not see escalation, that we don't have the conflict.
What did he just say? Bro,
and we've made
Nazi escalation.
But of course,
not a
our
very good choice of words there, buddy.
If our forces are threatened or attacked, we'll take appropriate steps.
He
we'll
wants
respond.
a Nazi escalation.
We'll protect them. We've demonstrated that in the recent past, and we will again if we have to. We talked already about the threat that the Houthis are posing. That's a threat not to us, just to us or to Israel. It's a threat to the entire international community because they've been attacking shipping through the Red Sea that's vital to providing, it provides about 15% of global commerce every day. These attacks have had very, very negative effects for countries around the world in terms of forcing ships to route around the Red Sea, take longer routes, more expensive, more time, insurance rates goes up, prices for food, for medicine, for energy, for whatever's being shipped are going up. And more broadly, it's a threat to the principle of freedom of navigation that every country has a stake in. That's why more than 40 countries joined us in condemning the Houthi actions. That's why other countries have joined us in making clear that if this continues, there are going to be consequences. But no one was looking to create a conflict or to escalate a conflict. On the contrary, we're seeking to prevent that from happening. But we also have to uphold basic principles of international law, including freedom of navigation, and we have to make sure that our own personnel, when they're under threat, are being protected.
You said there are going to be consequences. Does that mean there has been a decision by the U.S. or its partners to take action?
Look, I'm not going to speculate on what will happen in the future. We just want to make clear that if these actions by the Houthis continues, there'll be consequences. I'm not going to say anything beyond that.
For the final question, Walid Al-Amari with Al Jazeera.
We have the bombs.
Thank you, Walid Al-Amari, Al Jazeera Bureau Chief in Jerusalem. First, let me, Mr. Secretary of State Blinken, thank you for expressing your deep sadness about the tragedy of our dear colleague, Al Jazeera reporter in Gaza, Wael Al-Dahdoum. Wael has lost his wife and 3 sons and his grandchildren in an Israeli bombardment of the house where they were fled from the center of Gaza City and displaced to the southern Gaza Strip on 25th of October. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, he lost his eldest son, Hamza, who was a journalist in Al Jazeera media network and was killed in an Israeli airstrike that hit a civilian car in Rafah. 110 Palestinian journalists were killed so far by Israeli army in Gaza during the war. More than 20,000 civilians were killed and tens of thousands were injured and hundreds of thousands were displaced from their homes that no longer exist. The situation of the Israeli citizens is also difficult. Tens of thousands were displaced from the Gaza envelope and the borderline with Lebanon, and hundreds of civilians were killed in the Hamas attack on the 7th of October. And there are many prisoners and hostages from both sides, as you know. my question, why do you, as a superpower and as leading force in the international community, not oblige the parties and especially the Israeli government to ceasefire in Gaza and respect the United Nations resolutions and dedicated the peaceful solution instead of both sides continuing wash blood by more blood? My second question is related to the matter of normalization. Is the USA really busy with the matter? And do you think, Mr. Blinken, that the option exists, or is it just an attempt to escape from the solution of the Palestinian question and tempting Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, to agree with the American position in order to change his extreme government? And what's about the rule of the four Arab nations or countries, as you mentioned before, in Gaza? It's just to contribute for the reconstruction, or they have political rule there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just say again at the outset, the losses that your colleagues suffered are unimaginable. And I have deep condolences for what he has
choking up?
Suffered. I, again, can't even begin to fully imagine
ass motherfucker.
What he's gone through.
He's choking up.
And as I said again the other day, to the journalists who've lost their lives.
I'm fucking over it already.
We feel very strongly for them as well, and the essential work that they do.
Must tell him to do that, or he just knows he's supposed to do that.
We want this war to end as soon as possible.
Give him a little choke up. Yeah.
There's been far too much loss.
They probably even
take too much suffering.
Rehearse it beforehand.
But it's vital that Israel achieve.
That sounds good. You got it.
Its very legitimate objectives of ensuring that October 7th can never happen again. And we believe they've made considerable progress toward that goal. At the same time, I think it's very important to remember that everyone has choices to make, and that includes Hamas. Hamas could have ended this on October 8th by not hiding behind civilians, by putting down its weapons, by surrendering, by releasing the hostages. None of the suffering would have happened if Hamas hadn't did what it did on October 7th, and had it made different decisions thereafter. So it's very important to keep that in perspective. And again, this could end tomorrow if Hamas makes those decisions. We will continue, as we've done, to give the Israelis our best advice about conducting this war in a manner that achieves the objective of making sure that October 7th can't be repeated, does better by protecting civilians and making sure that people get the assistance that they need.
He doesn't have teleprompters. He's doing a pretty good job, man.
Normalization. There is,
he's looking down at notes,
a clear interest in pursuing that. Integration of the region is something that virtually all of the countries that I visited on this trip want to advance, want to pursue. Some of them have already taken vital steps to do that. Others, I think, are interested in doing the same. But it's equally clear that that's not in substitute for or at the expense of a political horizon for the Palestinians and ultimately a Palestinian state. On the contrary, that piece has to be a part of any integration efforts, any normalization efforts. That was also very clear in my conversations during the course of this trip, including in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Again, I think these things are somewhat joined. It's clear that, as I mentioned before, most of the countries I visited are really prepared to, I think, support Gaza in the future, to support all the efforts that are necessary, and to support Palestinian-led governance for Gaza. But it's also vitally important to them that there be a pathway forward for the Palestinians in terms of their overall political rights and a very clear political horizon. We and they support Palestinian governance that's joined of Gaza and the West Bank, and a pathway to a state. That's, again, very clear from everyone I talked to in the region. Thank you.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken there briefing journalists after his talks with Israeli officials there in Tel Aviv, part of his tour of the Middle East, his 5th tour of the region. He talked about a number of things, said the toll of the war.
Bummer, it's over. That's all he had for us? I go figure. Does he speak in Arabic?
In a way that goes along with
Heck yeah.
Is not only on behalf of thank you very much. And maybe on behalf of the League of Arab States, I would like also to speak about, in answering the question by Edith, about the need for a political horizon. I think the issue is not only to convene the conference as much as of the need for a political horizon to settle the Palestinian question and to establish the Palestinian state on the borders of 1967. And to that regard,
Israel's not going to
we
do
have
that.
seen some very promising European moves. And the Spanish presidency of the European Union, along with Belgium, with Portugal, with Ireland, with others, have already started consulting on creating some sort of a mechanism or some sort of a meeting in a way that goes along with the convening of the conference that President Abbas have been asking for. But all of this would require that Israel stop attacking the United Nations. We all heard the absurdities that the ambassador of Israel have been saying in the General Assembly today, attacking everything in the United Nations and in the Security Council, in the General Assembly, and concentrating on some issues that we also are concentrating on, but within the overall picture of establishing the Palestinian states, preserving the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, and getting everything settled, including what the ambassador of Israel is looking for. Thank you.
Okay, in
That's Israel. I mean, Egypt, right?
On behalf of all of us, we want to express our gratitude to United Arab Emirates for all of the wonderful things that they did during, during their tenure as representative of the Arab group in the Security Council, and we welcome Algeria as the representative of the Arab group for the next 2 years in the Security Council.
Is he Algerian?
Our voice
he looks Algerian,
is there,
actually.
and they speak on our behalf
He's the Algerian
as
guy.
united, strong bloc of the Arab countries, and with us also the Organization of Islamic Conference.
I knew some Algerians. I was friends with them.
A bloc to be reckoned with.
They said they were Kosovoan, though,
and
instead.
we are
They didn't
defending
claim
as much
Algeria
as we
for some
can
reason.
the rights of the Palestinian people, and to see this aggression to be stopped as quickly as possible. We will keep you informed, and we thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I was friends with them in Vienna. They were immigrants. Well, they weren't going to, they didn't end up staying in Vienna. They were only in school there for a little while. Pretty much on vacation. But I stayed in contact for a little while on Facebook. I'm pretty sure they moved back, most of them. Almost everybody that moves to Vienna moves back because of their immigration laws. You have to like stay in school and
chrome skin, more like
be taking German. Damn, man. Alright, this guy's talking.
Any threat of our territory and to bring about a new security these
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله
That's the way it was.
Oh shit!
Investigate.
Wait, is this already going on? No, they started it.
Meanwhile, in nearby kibbutz,
this dude.
Dude,
I haven't seen this. It's a cool show.
After hours of
those radios, which are probably the ones Hamas used in their exercise.
Despite their injury, along with the T.
Whoa, what is this? This looks really interesting. Get out of my face, dude.
This report from Channel 12 News.
Oh, it's a different channel. News. That looks so good. I'm just kidding. I put it for Army.
Early morning, October 7th. Hamas's Nukhba force, still in their lairs, turn on the cameras that will record their attack and the massacre to follow. Along with the tea and trail mix, the terrorist on the left lays out this bag.
That looks like drugs to me.
Whoa.
Captagon.
No shit.
Speed drugs.
See?
Damn. They did drugs beforehand. Trippy.
This is the symbol of the Muslim Brotherhood. Allah Wahid, one God.
Islamist text.
Now the terrorists face the Israeli obstacle. 4 layers of fences, barbed wire, the old fence, earth mounds, and the $3 billion smart fence. After the second blast, they make their way through the old fence and proceed to the smart fence. The terrorists have now invaded Israel. A stopwatch counting from the first explosion until the moment terrorist squad number 1 crosses into Israel shows 7.5 minutes. In that time, they meet no Israeli resistance.
It's very well timed, based on extensive exercises.
There's a surprise factor here, and their numbers. Their numbers is what tipped the scales in the crucial first minutes.
On a different route in the Gaza envelope, Nukhba squad number 3 ambushes civilian cars. The radio is on. An ecstatic song is calling, "Bomb, burn, leave no Zionist alive."
Yo, that gave me chills.
It seems you're even more upset when you see the terrorists.
Because I see the vacuum. I say this with humility. We could have had hundreds waiting for them at the border.
Most often, they knew exactly where to go.
They wanted this war,
When
man.
on site, they knew which places.
Here, the terrorists come into view of Kibbutz Sufa. They also encounter fire from the adjacent military base, which stalls them. Having crossed the orchard, they are within reach of the army stronghold.
They sound like paintball guns.
What we're hearing is only AK-47 fire. You can tell that there's no IDF fire at this time.
The outer fence of the base is breached. 15 minutes. That's how long it took this squad from the moment they crossed the fence till they charged the Sufa military base. The fight at the main gate of the base lasted several hours, thanks to the resistance of Israel's Nahal forces. This terrorist seems in charge of the attack on the base. He gives the orders, although no one calls him by rank.
You see a commander sending his men forward. You won't see that in the IDF.
The supposed commander catches up.
Why not?
The terrorists enter the barracks. There's almost no one there. Most soldiers in the base are fighting in the mess hall. Many of them are wounded, some seriously. Here, a terrorist films himself in the mirror. Fussing around documentation and the apparent orders from commanders inside Gaza for propaganda footage keep stirring quarrels.
هي يا عم في بارود انا زياده بدل الاتفاق صور هي بصور شغاله صاير من طرفك رساله اخيره طرفنا
This is the Hamas's military radio. Simple walkie-talkies with few miles range. They've used them for years. According to reports, especially in the foreign media, 8,200 IDF Signal Intelligence Unit stopped listening to those radios, which are probably the ones Hamas used in their exercise.
Despite their injuries and
Why'd they stop
ammunition,
listening?
those IDF soldiers still alive managed to hold back the terrorists.
What kind of shit is that? They stopped listening to their radio communications? I don't get it.
After hours of Hamas controlling the base, Shayetet Navy commandos arrive and clear the base from
Probably
terrorists.
did use those same radios for
Meanwhile,
training,
in
and they could have
nearby
picked up their
Kibbutz
training.
Terrorist Squad number 4 manages to enter.
Could have picked up one way early. Because they wouldn't have been able to keep that signal from going outside of Gaza.
They struggle to open the gate, but they eventually succeed.
الفاضي بنكسرش يلا ها اهدوا ايش وين ابعد يا ابني وين في حدا؟
In the attempt to halt the terrorists, Kibbutz security team member Oz Khubara is killed.
ايه ايه فيديوهات ايش؟ والله قيم هاي في الجبات خلاص يلا يا حبيبي يلا
Nice house. Was a nice house. No, it's a nice find.
ليش مبين لا اسحب.
On their killing spree, these two will kill 2 civilians, Bernard Cohen and Ophir Erez. Then, finally, they are eliminated.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله.
תוך הקפדה על כללי הבטיחות וביטחון כוחותינו, כך גם היה.
That's the way it was.
Damn. Did they just end this thing? I think so. They ended it. I testify that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. So they have to say that before they die or something? That's crazy.
תוך הקפדה על כללי הבטיחות וביטחון כוחותינו, כך גם היה.
That's the way it was.
אנחנו מתחקרים את האירוע בכובד ראש, במהירות האפשרית, ולקחים עברו לכוחות בשטח.
First lessons have already been transferred to the troops on the ground. As you saw the troops, there were rumors about injured and killed. We do everything in order to prevent rumors, to update the families, and only then the public. We will continue to do so. Our hearts are with the families at their difficult time.
Oh, it is?
And we wish a speedy recovery to the wounded. We'll use this opportunity to show our appreciation to the hospitals, to the doctors and the nurses, the volunteers that work day and night to save lives. In the north today, we eliminated the commander of the southern Lebanon, commander of Hezbollah's aerial unit, Abi Mahdi. We eliminated him with an Israeli fighter jet. Throughout the day, several launches were executed from Lebanon. 2 UAVs have hit the IDF Northern Command. There are no injuries, and there were minor damage. He was responsible for this strike as well, and he was eliminated with other operatives. In addition, we also eliminated another terror squad that attempted to launch drones, and their equipment was destroyed. We will continue to operate decisively against any threat of our territory and to bring about a new security situation in the north. In the home front, I call on the public to continue to follow the updated guidelines. There is no change in those. We have aerial defenses, but that is not complete, and therefore we will update you every day about the guidelines. We do not forget for one moment that in the Gaza Strip, 136 hostages are being held. Among them, dozens of sick, elderly, over 8 years old, wounded that need urgent medical care, that do not receive needed medication, women who are being held defenseless. We worry for their well-being. We have the moral duty of returning them all home, and the entire world has the moral duty, as State Secretary has mentioned, to operate in order to release them from the hands of the terrorists from Gaza who operate in
He just nibbled my arm to try to get me to stay.
than ISIS. As for the question about the Israeli soldiers that were killed yesterday, did they operate according to regulations? This is an event in a fighting zone, an operational area. We executed many such events of destroying tunnels. It is an operation that we cannot do in this scale unless it is operated from the ground. It is impossible to do that from the air. We isolate the area. They evacuated the ground troops that were in the territory. Only the engineering corps were there arranging the detonation. It was operated in one area. The tank secured the area. A tank that secures the area can recognize a threat on the forces, and therefore the tank who recognized the threat shot towards that threat. To my regret, during that firing, there was a hit of an electric pole, which tragically, as we understand, fell and started this explosion. It is a difficult event. We have lessons, and we've updated the troops on the ground who continue to dismantle tunnels and will continue to operate in order to prevent events of this kind. We continue the fighting. There is no other way other than destroying tunnels, and we can say that we found another underground area with rockets in that area, and we will need to destroy it. Otherwise, the operation of these rocket manufacturing will continue to fire rockets towards Israel.
IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari there taking questions at his daily briefing in Tel Aviv, day 95 of the war. Hanan Geffen, We're hearing him talking there about the tunnels,
She needs to
the
do
way it is
something
complicating
differently.
the fighting, something we were
I don't know
talking
what
about
it is.
earlier on in the broadcast, the fact that there are 136 hostages still inside Gaza, something U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken also said was a priority to get them home safely. Your thoughts on all these diplomatic efforts, all these meetings are well and good. At the end of the day, the tensions and the threats are still there inside Gaza and on the northern front at the same time.
Yeah, there are some more effective talks when talking about Gaza, let's say with Egypt.
Yo, his ear though, look at that thing.
Stop the what we call Philadelphia axis is
the corridor.
That's a Dracula ear.
Some more. There's some and some less effective, because today, speaking about the day after, there's so many question marks. We can speak only with. With general phrases, we do not really understand what the day after means. And as the war will go on, it will be more and more clear of what Hamas status is, who can manage and what the first phase is the food supply, and then going on to other walk of life in Gaza. This is in the Gaza Strip. In the northern part, it's a huge question, because Israel is actually challenging Hamas Hezbollah day after day, and the answer we're getting is the reaction to the killing of one of the top Nukhba leaders of Rudwan is the Nukhba, the Hezbollah Nukhba leaders, the elite unit of Hezbollah, was sending a small drone to the northern command post. And it's landed in the parking lot, and nothing, no damage. For them, and they declare this is we are our answer to this targeted killing. In the past, we didn't see Hezbollah. They've taken really a heavier toll from Israel. So in a way, they are trying to avoid escalating there. Israel on the other side is escalating, because this, in our view, support the diplomatic efforts which the US and France are leading, hopefully to a kind of solution that Israel will be able to live with.
Very briefly, just before that press conference, we watched that harrowing report of those Hamas terrorists with their own GoPro cameras filming the atrocities that unfolded on the 7th of October. We don't have much time left, but my question to you is, when the attackers themselves filmed the carnage, the brutality, does it surprise you that more than 3 months in, there are people questioning exactly what happened?
Well, we also, it's so hard to observe, to understand to what happened there. Day after day, we're surprised with these pictures. It was a horrible day, I think one of the worst days of Israel history. We live with it, and we're acting. We understand what it means, and we're acting accordingly. The war in Gaza will not be finished until they are not there.
Until that Hamas threat is eliminated, and what happened on the 7th of October can never.
Ended. No, maybe the new one started up and they're playing the rest of that thing though.
Months.
So much has
Yo,
been
this
made
dude's on
about...
there. What the fuck? Man, so much is happening today. What's he doing there? He's an IDF dude. He's the IDF spokesman.
Commander in the public diplomacy unit in the IDF. Thank you so much for being here in studio. So,
thank you, Benita.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken
Sure,
is Conrica's former commander. Pleasure to welcome to studio Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves Jonathan Conrica's former commander in the public diplomacy unit in the IDF. Thank you so much for being here. Commander. Pleasure to welcome to studio Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves Jonathan Conrica's former commander in the public diplomacy unit in the IDF. Thank you so much for being here in studio. So
he was active duty, but now he's reserves.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is here. He was speaking in Tel Aviv just a short while ago, talking about the fact that the U.S. has Israel's back. He covered a wide range of concerns, what's happening right now, and of course the day after. But I specifically would like to hear your insights into exactly what we heard from Zach. Developments consistently across the northern front. How worrying are they? And how concerned should Israelis be right now about a full response out of Hassan Nasrallah? Hezbollah?
Excellent homemade quality. It's like Amish stuff. Lasts forever.
Tolerant, strategically tolerant with Hezbollah's aggression against Israel. If we zoom out for a second and we take stock of what has been going on for the last 3 and more months, Israel is under attack from another sovereign country where a terrorist organization has been using that country in order to attack our civilians, yet Israel has not declared war neither on that country nor on that terrorist entity Hezbollah, despite the fact that we have evacuated more than 100,000 Israeli civilians from their homes, and despite the fact that we have had significant casualties. Yes, they have suffered more casualties, which is excellent and how it should be, but at the end of the day, there are Israeli casualties, and Israel has been extremely, I would say, wise,
which is excellent,
and restrained in its actions. But I think that we are now nearing a situation where Israel is left with no choice but to respond.
He could have said, but that's unfortunately a part of war. Somebody has to win. Something like that. But the way he worded that was like, it's excellent. And something else, it was a little distasteful. It's shit like that they'll use too. And they'll use to get the Palestinian supporters riled up. Stupid to say shit. He's trying to piss them off, dude. I feel. He doesn't give a shit. He wants war. He's one of them career military that when they're at war, they feel like they're normal. It's normal life now.
In a different manner than what we've done before.
What does that mean? What does that look like in a different manner?
So I think that what we're seeing now and what we've been seeing over the last days, where the IDF has conducted high-level intelligence-driven,
he gets on TV and
very
everything.
Accurate,
he wasn't being on TV without the war.
Against key Hezbollah military commanders. Hezbollah, they fire at bases, but they also fire at civilians. They fire rockets at Israeli cities. Israel is targeting military operatives and commanders with extremely low collateral damage, non-combatants killed, lots of Hezbollah guys killed, very few civilians affected, and I think that's something that needs to be front and center of any
you do have the
conversation
technology,
about what's
though.
going on. And I think what we're seeing now is Israel indicating to Hezbollah and to the Iranians and to everybody else watching that we are perhaps now prepared to escalate and to ratchet up
the other side
in response, of course, to the aggression that we have been facing for so many months.
So much has been made about the possibility or the impact of a mistake on either side. In other words, there are reports that neither side wants a full-scale war up north, and yet if there were to be some kind of miscalculation, misjudgment, and civilians were to be hurt on either side, that could trigger something far more worrying. Is that a concern?
It is a concern, but Benita, I think that we all have to be very careful after October 7th when assessing enemy intentions and capabilities.
Sure, lessons learned.
Indeed, indeed. And I think that we should be very cautious and humble when trying to understand and assess what our enemies are doing, what they're trying to achieve, and where they really stand in terms of their strategic posture and what they're trying to achieve. And frankly, I'm not sure that we know. We may assess and we may have an understanding of, but I think that we should be very careful, and we can only judge what Hezbollah is doing and its intentions by the actions on the ground. And of course, we are not new in this game, and neither is Hezbollah. We know that there is the dynamic of escalation that you referred to, where one step may lead to another. We've seen that before. But I think that what we've seen so far, definitely on the Israeli side, is a very cold, calculated, and measured Israeli posture, despite the fact that our civilians are under threat and being constantly attacked. And despite that, Israel is still very composed, very strategic, balancing between the north and the south, looking at the big picture, assessing what Iran is doing, what the Houthis are doing, what Hamas and the Islamic Jihad are doing, and then balancing all of that together and focusing, for the time being, on Gaza. Won't necessarily stay that way, but that is what Israel has been doing so far, and I think very wisely so. But as I said before, we are perhaps nearing a stage where the other side is forcing that to change and forcing Israel to do more in order to bring security to Israeli civilians and in order to allow Israeli civilians to go back to their homes. At the end of the day, that is probably the only non-negotiable situation here.
So let's turn to what is happening inside the Gaza Strip and those goals that you refer to. Number one, to eliminate the Hamas threat out of Gaza. And number two, at the same time, to secure the release of the 136 hostages still in captivity for more than 3 months. It's still not clear how many of those hostages are alive or not. The Red Cross has yet to get to one hostage. How is this possible more than 3 months in? And if deals are in the pipeline through Egypt, through Qatar, through both, through the US, through any form of facilitator, is that something that needs to be entrenched in a deal to at least find out proof of life and if medicines can get to the hostages that are there?
So let's unpack that. On the military level, what needs to happen, and it is happening, is continued pressure by the IDF on the ground based on intel and continued efforts to get our people out by force. That's one thing that is happening. So far, sadly, not with any significant success. We've had casualties in trying to do that, but I know that the IDF continues to extract our hostages and bring them out and to apply pressure and generate intelligence to get them out. Second thing is what you referred to, the various reports of high-level meetings in Egypt and reports of American involvement and in Qatar and in other places where there are efforts being made, but there's a lot of static, lots of noise, lots of interference with different events taking over and perhaps overshadowing. And unfortunately, sadly, this very tragic and extremely sad situation that we are facing, unprecedented, like no other country has ever faced before, of 136 Israelis who remain in captivity. Every day that goes by, they are suffering more. We do not know how many are alive. We do not know the medical condition of all of them. We know that more than 10 are above the age of 75. We know that there are almost 20 women and children there. And we also know that many of the men that were taken as they were wounded. And I think it is a tremendous shame on everybody included, but specifically humanitarian organizations that were built exactly in order to deal with these kinds of situations and be the neutral go-betweens. And you referred to the Red Cross. I'm still waiting for them to do what they're mandated to do. I appreciate the fact that they facilitated and were part of the first hostage releases, but we definitely expect them to do more, and it is possible. There is leverage to be had over Hamas if international organizations were inclined to do so. If the Red Cross would tell UNRWA, listen, it's our job to at least provide medical attention to hostages, and if we can't do that, then you shouldn't be providing humanitarian aid, which, by the way, gets taken by Hamas operatives, and let's do something about it. That could be a good solution, but we're not seeing that kind of initiative. We're not seeing that kind of thought, sadly, and Israelis are in Hamas captivity, and we need to do more to get them out, and we need help in order to get them out.
Unimaginable, more than 3 months in captivity at the hands of terrorists. Jonathan, stay with us. There's much more to discuss. And as we are talking about right now, Israelis are highlighting the plight of the hostages who have been in captivity in Gaza since that Hamas rampage and abduction on the 7th of October. However, there is a lesser-known Ethiopian-Israeli hostage who has been in the hands of Hamas since 2014, Avera Mengistu. For several years now, an Ethiopian artist has dedicated her life to painting Mengistu and is visiting Hostage Square regularly to make sure his name is never forgotten. More from our Emily Francis.
Starting to regurgitate stories. Dang
I was born in Ethiopia and was brought here during Operation Moses. I arrived when I was 2 years old.
I was done, man.
Artist Michal Worka has had a passion for painting her entire life.
I think that I started to paint from when I was 9 years old. It was something that occupied my mind, and
I don't really care.
He was facing questioning from lawmakers essentially very soon after coming into this role as Foreign Secretary, Foreign Minister here in the UK.
He was repeatedly, almost from the outset, asked about the situation
I heard
in
that story
Gaza,
earlier.
and whenever he was asked initially about Israel's potentially legal compliance with international law, he was evasive. Eventually, he acknowledged that he did have reservations. He personally had concerns watching events unfold in Gaza day to day, and he made a surprising admission.
In all these cases, there's a question mark as to whether it is in breach of international humanitarian law, and that's why you have to go back, look at the episode of what in particular was bombed, and then ask yourself a bunch of questions, which is what the lawyers do, and they give you that advice. The advice has been so far that they have the commitment, the capability and the compliance, but on lots of occasions that is under question.
Now, Cameron did also call for more humanitarian aid to be delivered into Gaza through a variety of crossings into the territory. He also said that the UK supported further humanitarian pauses, but he once again reiterated the British government's position that they would like to see a sustained ceasefire. When asked what that meant, he explained he would like to see Hamas unable in future to militarily threaten Israeli civilians.
Let's move on to southern Lebanon now, where a targeted Israeli strike has killed 3 members of the armed group Hezbollah. It comes a day after Israel assassinated senior Hezbollah commander Wissam al-Tawil. A second Israeli strike on Tuesday targeted his funeral, killing another member of the armed group. Zena Hodder begins our coverage from Tyre in southern Lebanon.
Lines continue to be crossed in this conflict. Israel targeted a car at a funeral of a senior Hezbollah field commander, killed a day before in an apparent Israeli drone strike. There were casualties, but the crowd was defiant. Hours earlier, a targeted Israeli strike hit a car, killing 3 members of the Lebanese armed group in a southern village, 10 kilometers from the battlefield along the border, and a few kilometers from a similar attack on Wissam al-Tawil. He was the highest-ranking member of Hezbollah killed since the group opened a front to help relieve pressure on its ally Hamas in Gaza. Tawil was killed a week after Hamas's number 2, Saleh al-Aruri, was assassinated in Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut.
Israel is trying as much as I can to provoke Hezbollah into a confrontation, but once Israel carries out another strike, like in the capital, I think that's when we can say that Hezbollah's policy of deterrence has failed and that its deterrence is indeed eroding.
Hezbollah has retaliated to the killings. It used armed drones to attack an Israeli army base in Safad, some 12 kilometers from the border, the deepest strike inside Israel since confrontations began in October. Days earlier, it targeted an air traffic control base. Israel says the strikes caused minor damage, but the near-daily attacks by Hezbollah have forced tens of thousands of Israelis from their homes. Israel wants security restored and is threatening to expand the war unless that happens.
Hezbollah is promising to fight back without restraint if Israel launches an all-out war. But its Secretary General, Hassan Nasrallah, didn't commit to a major escalation. He hinted that Hezbollah would be open to negotiations with Israel on clarifying the borderline with Lebanon.
The U.S. has been trying to work on a long-term border agreement to reduce tensions, but Hezbollah says there will be no discussions until Israel stops its aggression.
Israel has lost hope in Gaza and in Lebanon, and that is why the foreign delegates are coming to Lebanon to try to start negotiations on what happens after the war.
Despite the attacks, Hezbollah went ahead with burying its commander. So far, the group, through its words and actions, has signaled it wants to avoid a wider war, while Israel escalates and appears to be testing that position. Zena Hodder, Al Jazeera, Southern Lebanon.
All right, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. And former US President Donald Trump has spent the day in court trying to convince judges that he should not be prosecuted on federal charges. Trump is accused of trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Judges appeared sceptical of his argument for total immunity. Prosecutors said he was acting as a candidate at the time when pursuing false claims President Joe Biden stole the election from him. Paddy Culhane has more from the courthouse in Washington, D.C.
A potentially very significant hearing here in Washington, D.C. in front of three appellate judges. This is all about Donald Trump's charges that he tried to overturn the election. He's facing 4 felony counts with a potential of up to 55 years in prison. He's appealed to the judge saying that he's immune from prosecution. His trial judge denied that, so now he is sent it to the appeals court, and the 3-judge panel heard arguments today. Now, he is basically saying that because he's president, he's immune. Then because of the separation of powers, the Justice Department can't go after him. And because anything he does in office under its official capacity, that means he's immune. Prosecutors say he was acting as a candidate, and that would set a horrible precedent in the future if presidents were allowed to commit crimes in office and not be able to be held criminally liable. Now, Trump made sure, he didn't have to, but he made sure to attend this hearing today and spoke with the media in a room just down the road from here, again claiming that he is a victim.
I feel that as a president you have to have immunity, very simple. And if you don't, as an example, if this case were lost on immunity and I did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong, I'm working for the country. And I worked on very hard on voter fraud because we have to have free elections. We have to have strong borders. We have to have free elections. Those two things almost above all.
The outcome of this case is potentially very significant, not just for Donald Trump, but for the presidential election. In a recent poll, 24% of his supporters said if he's convicted on this case, that he shouldn't be on the ballot. Paddy Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
France has a new prime minister. President Emmanuel Macron has appointed 34-year-old Gabriel Attal, who becomes the youngest person to fill that position. President Macron is hoping Attal will give new momentum to his administration. Natasha Butler reports now from Paris.
One of the rising stars of French politics, Gabriel Attal is now France's youngest prime minister. The 34-year-old took over from Elizabeth Borne at a ceremony in Paris after being appointed by the French President Emmanuel Macron.
The youngest president in the history of the Republic has appointed the youngest prime minister in the history of the Republic. And in this, I see a sign of audacity and change, and also a symbol of confidence in youth.
Attal began his career with the Socialist Party, but joined Macron's centrist movement a year before Macron was elected in 2017. His career has accelerated under the president, from government spokesperson and budget minister to his recent post as education minister, in which he controversially banned abayas in schools. In appointing Gabriel Attal, President Macron will be hoping to revitalise his government and turn the page on what has been a very difficult and challenging year. From months of pension reform protests to divisions in the president's party over a new immigration law, Macron is clearly keen for a fresh start, but the change of prime minister doesn't change the fact that the president doesn't have a majority in the French parliament, and pushing ahead with his reform agenda won't get any easier.
The difficulty is that when you want to push through major reforms, you need a majority. I don't see how he's going to achieve this, so it's a cosmetic change for PR purposes.
In the Fifth Republic, and particularly under Emmanuel Macron, it's effectively the Élysée that decides everything, so it's a new actor in the same role.
Attal will now forge ahead with the president's reforms and oversee the Paris Olympic Games. He'll also need to rebuild trust with the public ahead of June's EU elections and stave off the rising threat from far-right parties. Opinion polls suggest that Attal is one of France's most popular politicians, but he'll be all too aware that in politics, things can change fast. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Still ahead here in Al Jazeera, Norway on the path to becoming the first country in the world to start deep-sea mining on a commercial scale.
Get my water.
Hello, I think it's safe to say it's looking pretty cold across a good part of Europe now. We've got a massive area of high pressure.
That is locked in place. It will strengthen further as you go through the next few days. So fog and frost across northern parts of the British Isles there, and down towards some areas of Scandinavia, pushing down towards northern Germany through Denmark. There's our high that's nestled in place.
Once upon these are, dude, I impulse buy too much at Costco. Really, I got issues with the impulse buying sometimes.
Some snow there over the Pyrenees. A lot of wet weather there down.
It's usually some little like snack that they
got.
got.
To get to 9 Celsius on Wednesday, and there's that wet weather.
It's usually an impulse buy of something I've never tried, because I got to think of trying new things. They get me with that. So this is Once Upon a Farm organic fruit and veggie blend with green kale and apples. Here's what, like, this is like those pouches I had when I had COVID. I had like a lifetime supply of them. I went through.
Some of that wet weather across central parts
of the Mediterranean. I got addicted to those things, actually.
A month's worth of
sugar in them.
In Tunisia.
This is 9 grams of sugar, but the ingredients are apple, banana, kale, hemp seed.
Much of West Africa, though,
it's all organic and it's cold pressed. That's the special thing about this one. Supposedly it's cold pressed, so they don't. They do it cold. Everything's got to be cold. They got me though. They better be better than the other ones, or I'm gonna be like, y'all some bullshit.
Tribal nations do stand with Palestine.
It says like the best.
The same struggle shared.
Connect with.
Like the best. A better story starts here. Like the best stories, we keep it simple. Organic ingredients picked and freshly blended. But here's the twist: we cold press everything, keeping it super delicious and nutrient rich. From our farm to your fridge. Oh yeah, and they have to be kept in the fridge at all times. Like the other ones aren't kept in the fridge area. These are refrigerated at all times, from them making it to me getting it. So that's another thing. I was like, whoa, they're in the fridge section. Okay, these are gonna be extra good. Special little treat. Sharing our blends with you is one of our biggest joys. How to enjoy. Keep refrigerated. Enjoy within 3 days of opening. If traveling, use ice pack or freeze and enjoy after thoroughly thawing. Do not microwave. OnceUponAFarmOrganics.com. Something I got said it was made in Mexico. I don't know if it was this or. No, it wasn't this one. This one looks like it's made in Berkeley. Once Upon a Farm LLC, Berkeley, California. Maybe it's the box that says it. Let's try it out. Non-GMO, all that. This is, bro. Whoa. It does smell pretty good. It smells super, super strong of fruit. Pretty good. I know. Yeah, I'd say it's probably better. The other one had a slight like chemical taste to it, especially the applesauce. It's so sweet though, and I have like my flared up a little bit on the roof of my mouth, and it's stinging a lot. It hurts. I guess it's the vitamin C. But the flavor is nice. The premium on them, probably not worth it. But it didn't hurt. I could taste it better. The roof of my mouth, like I said. Wow, you only ate a little bit. That's not a good sign. I'm drinking Pennsylvania water right now because these are on sale. I bought 4 cases of them, so I'll be drinking them for a couple of days, maybe a week. I don't know how long it'll take me to go through those. They were less than half, like more than half off. They were like 60% off. Normally $24. They were $9.97. I've seen them there too. I was thinking about trying them. I was like, God dang, they cost as much as Pellegrino. I'm not doing that. What you eating, buddy? Dude, Simon's acting weird. Normally he would eat right now. Maybe he wants to see me stir it. Here. Here you are. Come here. Hey, you don't want that now? Probably. Okay, whatever, dude. Damn, that sucks. He's not eating.
That the fighting is moving on to more lower intensity phases, and the fact that in the humanitarian aid going into the Strip, while not enough, and Anthony Blinken's telling that there has been an increase over the course of time, so the Biden administration being able to move on to next steps in the civilian and humanitarian front in the Strip. And second, this issue of Israel's integration in the region, to use Anthony Blinken's phrase, normalization with the Arab world, the idea that that will be integrated and intertwined with progress on the Israeli-Palestinian peace track, as Anthony Blinken said, realizing Palestinian political rights. There, Benita, there is a message for Israel, but also for the Palestinians. For Israel, the message that there will need to be concessions toward the Palestinians to be able to provide the energy for the normalization with the Arab world to go forward. Again, Anthony Blinken is saying that those governments in the Arab world care about this, and they certainly do for the optics. But just in this, by the same token, Benita, the Biden administration cares on its own, for its own reasons and on its own terms. And if Israel wants U.S. mediation in that process, and for the U.S. to put up the assets to help incentivize those countries in the Arab world to move toward normalization, then for the Biden administration's own sake, Israel's going to have to provide that kind of political horizon for the Palestinians, with the obvious domestic political complexity and complications that raises within Israel. But there's also a message for the Palestinians. The traditional Palestinian position has been that normalization between Israel and the Arab world gives Israel a prize before Israel has provided a Palestinian state, and that normalization should come only after that has been a reality. Anthony Blinken is essentially telling Ramallah that that's not the way it's going to work, that these two processes are going to work together, that they're intertwined. You can't have one without the other, right? For Israel, you can't have the normalization without the concessions to the Palestinians, but the Palestinians as well can't have the concessions made to them from Israel without an understanding that the regional track is going to move on at the same time. So I think that those messages were there. One thing that was curiously relatively missing, Benito, was talk about the situation and the explosive situation on Israel's northern border. We didn't hear much from the secretary about that, at least in his public-facing remarks, especially given the escalation in recent days. But again, ending his prepared remarks, again, with what we've come to expect, the platitudes about the U.S.-Israel relationship. But again, after 3 months of war and after all of the criticism that the Biden administration has taken internationally and in some quarters domestically in the United States, obviously that will continue to be welcome to Israeli ears, to reiterate what Joe Biden said in those emotional first few days after the October 7th attack.
And of course, interesting, that case at The Hague, the claim from South Africa that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, that's coming before the International Court of Justice on Thursday. Anthony Blinken says that case is meritless. We need to leave it there. Thank you so much for now. Absolutely. Senior correspondent Owen Alterman, live from Tel Aviv. Thank you, Owen. Now, shocking images of 4 terrified Israeli hostages were published on the front page of a British publication this week. Pictures taken on the day they were abducted by Hamas terrorists more than 3 months ago now. Their families are calling for global action as more harrowing accounts from released hostages continue to emerge. More in this report.
4 new photos of kidnapped Israeli women made the front page of a major foreign publication on Monday. Later that same day, a video of the 4 women was made public as well, showing them in a terrible state, some of them bleeding and one of them crying uncontrollably. In more footage released from that Black Sabbath, October 7th, the day they were kidnapped by Hamas, they can be seen in the back of a van, in shock, while an angry chanting Gazan mob surrounds the van. Earlier this week, one of the hostages who was released from Hamas captivity spoke of encountering some of the women still being held by the terrorist organization.
פתאום נפתח הדלת ומחכות 6 בנות, ופתאום הבנו שיש בנות שגם היו לבד. הרבה בנות חוו פגיעות מיניות קשות. הן פציעות מאוד מאוד קשות ומורכבות שלא מטופלות.
On Tuesday, Aviva Siegel, who returned from captivity, spoke in the Israeli parliament, disclosing more unsettling details about the condition of the young women.
One of the girls returned from the bathroom, and I could tell that she was distraught. I got up and gave her a hug. I apologize for my language, but this mother effer touched her. Another time, a young woman that they thought was an IDF officer arrived, and they tortured her in front of me. I'm her witness.
95 days after that brutal Hamas assault, 15 women are still being held by Hamas. Israelis are demanding the international community intervene amid growing concerns over the mental and physical well-being of the captives.
Rape can never be accepted. It cannot be justified by the context or by certain vacuums to which we've heard international community officials refer to. Some acts are purely evil and should always be denounced. Hamas, the group that committed such acts, has taken hostage 90 women. 15 are still held there in Gaza by Hamas.
As of now, UN Women has failed to issue any message condemning this footage or the testimony. Pramila Patten, the special representative of the United Nations in matters of sexual violence in areas of conflicts, will visit Israel at the end of January, at the invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It will be her first visit since the events of October 7th. She has been granted full investigative powers in hopes that the stories of the victims will finally be heard and recognized around the world.
Still so difficult to watch these images. Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserve Jonathan Conricus is still in studio, the former commander in the Public Diplomacy Unit in the IDF. We were talking a little bit earlier on in the broadcast that for more than 3 months, 136 hostages have been held captive inside Gaza. We are seeing some of the images and some of the efforts by the family still to try and garner attention so that there is more and more pressure. From your perspective, while efforts are underway for some kind of deal, and it looks like that could take a while, the fighting continues. The focus is on Khan Yunis specifically. Where is Yahya Sinwar? How close are the IDF to catching him? And is it likely that the hostages are nearby? What can you share?
Before I answer that, I think it's absurd that pressure is exerted on Israel to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, and so much international attention is focused on the so-called humanitarian situation in Gaza, yet so little is said and spoken and done in the world about the fact that there are Israeli civilians and military personnel being held hostage for more than 3 months. It is despicable. And
it makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is talking right now, saying Israel needs to keep the casualties down in terms of civilians inside Gaza while fighting a war to defend itself. But at the same time, civilians are sitting held hostage for 3 months, ranging in age from a baby to the elderly and young girls, like we saw in that report.
Yes, and in my mind, the first talking point should be an immediate return of Israeli hostages, an unconditional one. That I think should be the first and the moral thing to demand of Hamas, and then we can talk about providing humanitarian aid and medicine and food and whatnot.
I can see how he can
a matter of policy,
see that.
I think that the state of Israel, unfortunately, has been under a lot of pressure when it comes to that. Regarding Yahya Sinwar, I think that the IDF is working under the assumption that, as has been reported, he's hiding underground in or between or under the areas of Rafah and Khan Yunis, somewhere in that area, and that he is most likely using Israeli hostages as their human shields. I can't say that, as officially, but that is the information that I think is the most correct and updated one. And I don't think it would be beneath him or any other Hamas official to do exactly
those girls
that,
do look pretty
to
rough,
rely on using Israeli
surprised
hostages
they let
being
that
held
out.
brutally against their will as his last line of defense. As the IDF is getting closer, as Israeli troops are operating above and below the ground in Khan Yunis and are planning to expand operations to Rafah, I am sure that there's pressure inside Hamas bunkers, and I'm sure that Hamas senior terrorists are feeling quite concerned about what is happening and what their fate may be. And that is probably why they're doing what they're doing. At the end of the day, I think that what Israel has now been signaling to Hamas and to Hezbollah and to a few others is that we're going after senior commanders, and there's been quite a list of successes, both in the north and outside of Israel, of such activities. And one would hope that Yahya Sinwar and Mohammed Deif would be next in line. That would be a good thing, a great thing for Israel, a good thing for the region.
Something we'll talk about in more detail very soon. But right now, I want to check back with our correspondent, Zach Anders. He's still in Sfat in northern Israel. What is the latest update there, Zach? What can you share this hour? What are the new developments there?
Crackers and olives.
Well, we have some reporting coming out of the Hebrew channels here in Israel. One of first reported by Channel 11 that a directive has come down to the ministry, from the Ministry of Health to hospitals here in the north to prepare for the potential for, quote, thousands of casualties, also to prepare to operate without food and medicine for days. Now, this does appear to be a cautionary measure, but the timing here is interesting, and this, to my knowledge, is not a directive that had been passed down previously. This is a pretty firm directive, considering the messaging that has been leaked and now made public, coming from the Ministry of Health to these hospitals here. Again, does appear to be cautionary, but it does show at least the Israeli official government preparations or the mindset that is taking place here over the concerns that this is continuing to escalate and that the threat from southern Lebanon is not going away.
Very briefly, earlier on in the day, we heard Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati telling a senior United Nations official that his country was ready for talks on long-term stability on its southern border with Israel. That's close to
what the hell would they talk about if the war's not happening?
About these apparent diplomatic efforts. We know
Ethiopian
U.S. Secretary of
painter.
State Antony Blinken alluded to it a little bit earlier on when he was speaking in Tel Aviv. The efforts to try and make sure that there isn't a major escalation across that front where you are right now, Zach.
Yeah, and it does
He's
appear to be the
reporter
PM's,
now.
the Prime Minister's attempt at signaling to the other factions that this is not a conflict that anyone inside Lebanon besides Hezbollah wants to be a part of. Also, a stark admission made to American media, to CNN, within the last week from the Prime Minister, from the Prime Minister's office, that they admit that Hezbollah would be dragging them into a conflict. The entire country. Hezbollah's Secretary General Nasrallah himself has said that he is making decisions based on the implication of all the people of Lebanon. So the messaging that's coming out of the other factions and of the government of Lebanon is one of attempting to de-escalate. Hezbollah, however, is not in this. They're not the ones that are communicating this messaging. Their rhetoric continues to reach higher levels, and they continue to be on this war footing.
Thank you so much. Correspondent Zach Anders, live from Sfat in northern Israel. Appreciate the update. Thank you, Zach. And still in studio, Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves, Jonathan Conricus. What do you make of those reports of some form of development up north? We obviously don't want to create any panic ever. Nonetheless, messaging.
Can you tell he's related to Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Reports out of Hebrew media.
So it could mean what Zach said, that Israel is preparing and that there's official guidance, and it could be something that was taken out of context, maybe some general guidance or something that was written in a document that now is being highlighted in the media and, of course, gets attention. I am not aware of anything that relates to the first part of the assumption as of now. But it is definitely something that needs to be followed and monitored. And it's no news that Israel is under attack for the better part of 3 months by Hezbollah rockets, drones, and many other and missiles and many other types of weaponry. Right. Perhaps there's an indication that since Hezbollah has sustained quite a lot of casualties and senior casualties during the last days, maybe there's an anticipation for an even larger Hezbollah aggression against Israel. I'd like to say a word about Resolution 1701. As Israel is now speaking about, we're waiting for diplomacy to run its course. We're waiting for a diplomatic solution. We're hoping for the international community, for the US, France, and the UN to perhaps facilitate something that will allow the safe return of Israelis home without the necessity for Israel to use force. There is a UN security resolution in effect, which, had it been implemented, we wouldn't be sitting here and talking about Israelis evicted from their homes or civilians killed in Israel, because Hezbollah wouldn't be in southern Lebanon and they wouldn't be threatening Israeli civilians. 1701, sadly, has not been implemented, has been gutted by Hezbollah, by the Lebanese state, with the active or inactivity of the UN. And I think it is tremendously sad that that insurance policy that the world put in place at the end of the Second Lebanon War has been totally ineffective, and we're still looking for a diplomatic solution. And again, just goes to show how extremely tolerant and patient Israel has been up until now, waiting for a diplomatic solution, asking for it, and not immediately going for the guns and responding to Hezbollah aggression with using force.
Jonathan, stay with us, because talking about residents waiting for that green light to get back home up north, most communities from the Gaza envelope left their homes around 3 months ago now. And at the moment, the community of Ain Hapsor is facing a new challenge as some people return home and others refuse.
Human. He really almost did all of it.
And Karmit Molko have more in this I-24 News report.
A small group gathered last week to discuss the future plans for the village. These include a new basketball court and a communal garden. Nothing exceptional, perhaps, except the village in question is Ein Hapsor, adjacent to the Gaza Strip.
We're going to be here now today. You hear the bombing behind us. It's probably the most safe place in Israel right now, okay? There's hundreds of thousands of soldiers a few miles away. And it's going to be safe, because if this place is not going to be safe in a few months or in a year from now, no place in Israel going to be safe. This is the test of the country, of our generation. It's our shift to make it better, safer, and stronger than what it was.
Most of Ein Absor's residents were evacuated to Eilat and other locations after the murderous Hamas assault of October 7. Village resident Professor Yiftach Gefner supports this quick return and the recovery of this community. But not everyone agrees with him.
Each person can do whatever he wants. But as a community, I think that the government position should be to wait for a second. We will find an answer to all of your needs. Now we have the opportunity to solve the issue, and you'll come back once the place is safe.
For many in this community, Ein Absor is stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, it is close to the Gaza border and there are constant threats in the area. But as opposed to other places like Nir Oz and Kibbutz Be'eri, Ein Absor managed to block the Hamas infiltration on October 7, mostly thanks to the security squad, and some say luck. And as some communities moved to permanent residency in cities like Tel Aviv, others like Ein Absor are still staying in hotels.
We came here because we didn't have a choice. We moved to Eilat. It is 3 hours away from here. My husband was called up to the IDF. If he was
3
a few
hours?
hours away,
You can drive for
he
3
could have driven
hours
to
in
Eilat
Israel
just to see us.
and not like
The distance
hit
and the
the
time
border?
without him is very
I didn't realize it
difficult
was that
for
big.
me and for the kids. We came back not to return here, but in order to see my husband and to move to our next home, which won't be in Eilat, but a place where we can meet my husband. This is where I'm heading towards.
Nitzan Nachmani is one of the residents who oppose an immediate return to the area. She's worried about the effect on her children.
They don't feel safe here. Every little noise makes them jump. They asked me to lock the doors and to cover the windows, just like on October 7th, when there was an infiltration threat to the village. When we drive in the car, my young child is hiding because he's afraid that a terrorist will see him and abduct him. It's sad.
Moving in between different houses, Nitzan is trying to maintain a routine for her family.
The kids haven't been in school for a long time now, so when we come here to visit, we practice math and Hebrew so they won't forget.
But other families are reaching different solutions, such as this alternative school, which was opened by volunteers a few days ago.
After more than 2 months, as my family started falling apart, I decided that no matter what, I'm coming back home to Ein Absor. In the first few weeks, I helped my husband, who was a farmer. His Thai workers left, and the situation was very bad. After a month, I understood that I need to take care of my kids. It's been 3 months already, and my kids didn't process what happened here on October 7th. They are lacking a social and educational framework. The gaps are enormous. These kids aren't in school since June.
Professor Gefner's son, Alon, says he's happy to return.
You're not afraid from the war, from bombing, from...
I'm a little bit afraid, but I'm trying to be positive.
Ein Absor was established in 1982 by a group of Jewish settlers who were evacuated from the Yamit district in the Sinai Peninsula as part of the peace agreement between Israel and Egypt. Kay was a young child when Yamit was evacuated. Now she faces another separation from her home. However, she says that the situation is completely different to that of 42 years ago.
The feeling is very different. When we were evacuated from Sinai, at least from what I remember and from what I was told, the feeling was that the country was taking care of us and that it would help us rebuild our community. Today, no one tells you what will happen tomorrow. It's even difficult to join other communities.
Caught between the basic need for security and safety and the traumatic memories of October 7, and on the other hand, the need for stability and a strong yearning for home, the people of Ein Absor, like many other Israelis, are still waiting to decide on their next step, as the war in Gaza continues and a solution is yet not on the horizon.
And that report by our Uri Shapiro.
wants me to
Still
do that
in studio,
again.
Lieutenant Colonel in the reserves, Jonathan Karikas,
Fuck,
throughout
man.
this broadcast.
He like
Jonathan,
went
we've
back
been
to the
talking
same
about
spot where
the
we
threats that
played
still
at.
exist out of the Gaza Strip.
He's meowing at me.
up
Meow.
north.
Come on
We know about
back.
the Houthis. We know what is simmering in the West Bank as well. But putting
It's
the
not
strings
bad.
behind the scene is Iran. Talk to us about the way Tehran itself is playing into all these developments.
They definitely are, and I think that, you know, in the beginning days after the 7th of October, there was a live debate in the US about whether or not Iran actually ordered the strike, which is an important debate. But what I would like to focus on now is that, you know, to keep, again, the focus on
They get sharp
who is
overnight, it
behind
seems like,
all
though.
this, and come to the
One day they'll be dull, the
conclusion
next
that
day they'll be
none
sharp.
of this would have happened had it not been for a very long-standing strategy of the Iranians to fund, equip, train, and guide all of these enemies that we are now facing. All of them, the common denominator is Iran. And as every day goes by and as Iran exposes itself more and more with direct attacks on international merchant vessels, with the Houthis affecting global shipping and global trade, and with attacks on US forces in Iraq and in Syria, and of course with continued attacks by different Iranian proxies on Israel, I think it's becoming difficult even for the staunchest Iran supporters in Washington and in European capitals to really deny what really is happening here and to say that this isn't reality. What we are facing is a concerted effort by Iran against Israel that is currently in Gaza and along the northern border, but really goes 1,000 kilometers from here to Tehran. I wonder when Israel will avail itself to deal with the source of the things that are threatening Israeli civilians and has brought so much destruction and death and misery to the entire Middle East.
And with that question, we thank Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves, Jonathan Conricus. Always appreciate your insights. Thank you very much for
having me
here in studio. And that is where we wrap up this edition of our breaking news coverage. Yoav Limor and the Strictly Security team are up next. Our rolling coverage continues. I'm Benita Levine. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
This thing like creates static on him and it's sticking to me now even. It's sticking to him. Like I can just let go of it and it'll stay stuck to his back. 24. God dang, that song's got passion, doesn't it? Like 80s something going on. It's got me caring about it. 24, baby. Am I the only one?
And I've seen the promised land.
Did you know that Martin Luther King's famous 1968 mountaintop...
Bro, man, I thought that was gonna be like a cool little remix or something. Oh my god, is that it? Is that it for the day? For news? Oh, they're meeting at the UN actually now. Now it's time for this one. Where they look like they're in the future.
The 52nd plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order.
I don't even know what the hell the difference is between the General Assembly and the other one. Where they're
The
sitting
General
at
Assembly
desks.
will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 13, entitled Integrated and Coordinated Implementation of and Follow-up to the Outcomes of the Major United Nations Conferences and Summits in the economic, social, and related fields to take action on a draft resolution issued as document A/78/L34.
place is dead. Why is it? No one's even there.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
they're not talking about it. This is over, probably. Dude. White House briefing. What are you mad for? You didn't eat your food, bro. What? He's just meowing over and over and over. Looking at the trash can. I know I need to take it out, dude. Thanks for reminding me. Really bothering you? Mars Trash Day. Dude, it was 42 degrees outside when I got up this morning. I live at the beach. 42 degrees. Oh, he does that. Or he does sing. I'm sorry, I'm right here. I'm right here. Or, hey, you are. Hey. Hi. Want to come back up here? You didn't waste any time, did you? Oh. Oh, you just want to sit here, right next to me. Thinking about finishing his food, I think. He wanted to know. He does that sometimes. Let me see if he actually goes to the food now, though. Yeah, it's like he wants to test me. He tests me to make sure that I love him, that I'm going to let him just come up in my lap. And then once I pet him and tell him to come on up here, he goes and finishes his food. He does this all the time. I mean, he's done it more than twice. Maybe 4, 5, 6, 10 times or something. I don't know how many times. I'm used to him doing it, though. Thankfully, he doesn't do it in the morning, because that would stress me out. He has an hour window to eat. The morning is very regimented. At least until his food's been picked up. Or at least until 9 o'clock, probably. Yeah, until 9 o'clock with his heart med. I can be lax after that. Like, I didn't have to give him his lunch at a certain time after that. I like to give it to him ASAP, like 11 if he's hungry. But he doesn't have to have it then because the next pilling is until 6. So I'm free till 6. Now. What? Ow. Ready? Bro. Stir his food again. He's got this thing. He will not eat it if it's not in a clump in the middle of the bowl. Like, he legit looks at it like it's empty at that point. But it's like that. He's like, nope. I've finished it. He's gonna come in here any second now and slap me. He's gonna come in here and open the door though. I don't have to. I got the heat on next to me, dude, because I'm a wuss. I really don't like that. I've always been very intolerant to the cold. Can't stand it. I don't like it. And I need to wash my clothes, dude. I need my t-shirts. But hey, it's tank top season, baby. It's kind of cool though. It looks weird during the winter. I like it. I like being weird. I mean, it's my balls. It's okay with me. I say it all the time. Like, I'll call him boss, but I'm like, all right, boss, come on, boss. How you doing, boss? Like, it's one of his nicknames. Wow. I miss my higher power at this point. Aren't you, buddy? I don't want him to rock when he breathes. He's always done that, but I've never like asked anybody. Kind of like moves forward just a little bit. I can see his breaths from his body moving, from his like body actually like not expanding, but actually moving, kind of rocking to the breathing. Not sure if that's normal, dude. Let's see. Cat Rocky. I don't know. It's not coming up with anything for me to even look at for that other stuff. Heavy breathing. I mean, I wonder if that's considered heavy breathing. Maybe he's got the upper respiratory tract problem. I really don't know if I should be seeing it. It's ever so slightly. Like, you can barely tell. You gotta really just like stare at it for a second to see it. These people have a lot of fun in the White House, though. They
people. So, and what is also one of the main problems that is facing the ambulances inside Gaza Strip, that some areas of targeting is ambulances cannot really reach due to the unrelenting bombardment of the area, as people are making different appeals for the Palestinian Ministry of Health to reach this area, but it's considered to be very risky to get for the medical teams in that part of the Gaza Strip. So we can say that genocidal attacks on the south continue, as Palestinians are trying to do the best in order to survive and at least to be able to cope with the aftermath of the Israeli ongoing aggression on the territory.
Tariq, thanks for that. To Tariq Abu Zoom there in Rafah in southern Gaza. All right, let's bring in Bashir Abu Mena. He's a reader in post-colonial literature at the University of Kent. Joins us now from London. Bashir, good to have you with us. So Antony Blinken in the region, have we moved on in any way, do you think, to any kind of resolution with his visit?
No, not at all. I mean, first let me begin by saying that it's important to remember it's been 95 days since Israel's assault on Gaza, since Israel's invasion on Gaza. None of its war aims have been realized. Some have talked about them as unrealistic, contradictory. Some have talked about how can you release hostages by killing them. It's very clear that genocide, and I'm glad you used this term on Al Jazeera, is Israel's war strategy. We have a starvation strategy. We have famine, which is being projected. We have turning Gaza into an uninhabitable place, unlivable. There's no question that Gaza is Israel's death zone for occupied Palestinians. Israel has already killed 1% of Gazans already, many more injured. Now, in the midst of all of this, the U.S. comes again on a fourth visit. Blinken comes again and just solidly supports Israel. There are only mild humanitarian requests. The U.S. is not an objective observer in this. The U.S. is a vehement, solid supporter of Israel, and it can also put pressure on Israel. It is simply, I think the U.S. strategy is simply to buy Israel time to win the war in Gaza, to restore its shattered deterrence, and also to try, from its own eyes, to weaken this Iran, what it sees as the Iran axis in the region. Blinken, when he landed, he talked about Israelis living in peace and Israelis living in security. How can you do that when all American policy simply breeds regional instability and regional violence? You cannot sponsor war and occupation and then at the same time sponsor peace. It doesn't make sense.
Right. So while most of the rest of the world has been saying for weeks that this can't carry on, the UK, of course, has been resolute in its support of the United States. Now we have the Foreign Secretary David Cameron, former Prime Minister, of course, worrying that he says, Israel may have breached international law. What do you make of that?
I mean, what Israel is doing essentially is conducting a genocide as a form of self-defense. It is also doing collective punishment. It's clear for everyone to see systematic war crimes, terrorizing a whole population, invoking state terror as a tool of conducting war. And then we have questions after 95 days from the foreign minister in Britain of whether Israel is violating international law. Of course it is. He doesn't want to admit it because that means that Britain will have to stop sending Israel arms. That's the only reason he's doing it. It's just an excuse not to stop supporting Israel, which is what he would be forced to do if he admitted this in Parliament.
Bashir, appreciate your perspective. Thanks for that, Bashir Abu Mena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera, former President Donald Trump makes a case for why he should not be prosecuted for trying to overturn the 2020 election.
Examining the impact of today's headlines.
The fear of not only your own life, but the destruction of your everything.
International filmmakers and
Where is everybody? Wow, what? Down, 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 down. Okay, okay. The hell? Did I do that? Oh. Nancy, how are you? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Goober. Fucking goobers, dude. Journalists are all goobers. You sound like a Mr. Rogers that doesn't get laid or something. But you know Mr. Rogers got laid. Shit.
Hi, MJ, you made it. All right, good to see folks still here. Good afternoon, all. Across the country, hi, good afternoon, thank you. Across the country, as we can see, we're seeing severe weather warnings and impacts from blizzards out west to heavy rains and high wind in the east. A number of states have already declared state of emergency, and here in Washington, D.C., we know that many schools will send their students home
sweater
early,
she got.
like my kid, and probably many of yours.
Not cute.
We are closely monitoring the weather,
dang it,
and we
there's no
encourage all Americans to
over
do the
here.
same. Do not become complacent, and make sure to heed the warnings of local officials. You can also download the FEMA app, which provides real-time weather alerts and can help you prepare. As always, we stand ready to support communities nationwide as needed. And I do have an update on the President's week this Friday. Stand ready to support communities nationwide as needed. And I do have an update on the President's week this Friday, January 12th. The President will travel to Allentown, Pennsylvania. That area to discuss how communities across America are coming back thanks to Bidenomics and his Investing in America agenda, which have ushered in a small business boom, created good-paying jobs with rising wages, strengthened local economies, and lowered costs for hard-working families.
She just didn't want to lose her job.
Bidenomics, it's working. And with that, as you all can see, my colleague, Admiral John Kirby, is here to discuss international response to information we declassified last week on Russia's use of North Korean munitions. And with that, Admiral.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I wonder if she, like, low-key doesn't like him.
But she has to. Its most recent aerial attack against Ukraine using missiles and UAVs. Multiple Ukrainian civilians were killed in the strikes and dozens were injured. Now, these strikes are horrific, they're inhumane, and they serve as yet just another reminder of the brutality of Mr. Putin's war. Due in part to our sanctions and export controls, as we talked about last week, Russia has been forced to look to like-minded states for military equipment. One of those states is North Korea. And as I said from this podium last week, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea recently provided Russia with ballistic missile launchers and several dozen ballistic missiles. Russia has since deployed these missiles against Ukraine. Last week, you might recall, I talked about
this. Have you seen the documentary on the? It's a Russian prison, right, inside of North Korea, or it's the other way around. And they like have these people out there logging the forest or some shit. I saw it like a decade ago. It's pretty old. I know what I'm talking about. So I've always had like an alliance. I think like it was secret. That's right. It was I think it was. God dang, I can't remember. But whatever it was, they had it set up to look like they were still in their country. You know what I mean? That was what was really odd about it. Like say if it was the Russians in North Korea, everything was set in the buildings and everything was to make them think that they were still in their country. Any of y'all saw that? Y'all know what I'm talking about? It was really weird. I wish I could remember which it was, like who was on what soil. It's a Vice documentary, I think.
Strike on the 30th. Talked about a strike using a dozen, almost 10 more on the 2nd of January, targeting Zaporizhia, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and elsewhere. On January, as I said, and then on January 6th, since then, Russian forces again launched multiple North Korean ballistic missiles into Ukraine. We're still assessing the impacts of these strikes, but we can confirm that at least one of them landed in Kharkiv. So today, I'm announcing that the foreign ministers of 47 countries, Secretary Blinken, and the High Representative of the European Union have released a joint statement condemning the DPRK's export and Russia's procurement of North Korean ballistic missiles, as well as Russia's use of these North Korean missiles against Ukraine. As the statement makes clear, the transfer of these weapons increases the suffering of the Ukrainian people, supports Russia's war of aggression, and undermines the global non-proliferation regime. And our governments stand together in resolute opposition to these arms transfers between the DPRK and Russia. Russia's transfer of ballistic missiles from the DPRK directly violates multiple UN security resolutions, and tomorrow we will raise these arms deals at the UN Security Council alongside our allies and partners and demand that Russia be held accountable for yet again violating international obligations that it signed up to. We also will continue to impose sanctions against those working to facilitate arms transfers like this and to release information exposing those arms deals. But I cannot emphasize enough any more today than I did last week that the most effective response to Russia's ongoing missile and UAV attacks is to provide Ukraine with vital air defense capabilities and other types of military equipment that it needs to defend itself, its terrain, its infrastructure, its people. To do that, we need Congress to approve our supplemental funding request for Ukraine without any further delay. Russia's looking to countries like North Korea and Iran for assistance. Ukraine needs our help.
Oh, it was
We're calling on Congress to help us
North Korean migrant
meet this moment.
labor in Russia. That's what it was.
Thanks, John, for doing this. On the news of the day, did President Biden learn of the Defense Secretary's cancer diagnosis?
He was informed today.
Any details on what his reaction was?
He was informed by the Chief of Staff earlier this morning, and I'm not going to go into any more detail than that.
Good answer.
So the president has known for, I guess, 5 days now that Secretary Austin was in the hospital, but he wasn't informed.
Labor camps, that's what they are.
He was not informed until last Friday that
Forestry.
Secretary Austin was in the hospital.
For it.
He was not informed until this morning that the root cause of that hospitalization was prostate cancer.
Is that because the White House knew and didn't inform the president, or because
he has
Secretary
prostate
Austin
cancer?
chose not to share that with the president?
What are you doing?
Nobody at the White House knew that Secretary Austin had prostate cancer until this morning, and the president was informed.
This morning?
Okay. Last week,
the black
we learned
dude?
that Jake Sullivan, I believe,
Right?
found out about the fact that Secretary Austin was
Yeah,
hospitalized on Thursday morning.
Austin has
So I
cancer?
just want to clarify, are you saying the president found out a day later than the NSC did?
No, Jake was informed, our national security advisor was informed that Secretary Austin was in the hospital and had been for some time. He found out late Thursday afternoon, and he and the chief of staff, Mr. Zients, informed the president later that evening, early that evening, not long after they learned. They informed the president directly, Thursday evening.
We learned also today that Secretary Austin, when he went into the hospital for the first time on December 22nd, he knew he was going to be under general anesthesia, he knew he was going to be spending the night, and transferred authority to his deputy secretary. Was the White House informed then that the authority was going to be transferred?
No.
Is that what's supposed to happen?
There are the delegations of authority can happen. I wouldn't say on a regular basis, but it's not uncommon for the Secretary of Defense to delegate authority to the deputy, sometimes for very short periods of time. But I think one of the things that we're all going to want to learn from this is the notification process for that delegation of authority.
Is there an expectation when a secretary is indisposed or hospitalized and has to transfer authority that the White House will be notified?
Again, I'm going to let Karine take this one because this really gets to the memo that Mr. Zients put out, and I think I'll let Karine talk about it.
So as you all know, there was a memo that was released today from the Chief of Staff, and the memo was sent to the President's cabinet on protocols for a delegation of authority. And so the memo does two things. I just want to lay that out for all of you. First, it asks every cabinet agency to submit in writing their current existing protocols for a delegation of authority they already have in place for review to the White House Office of Cabinet Affairs and the Chief of Staff by this coming Friday, January 12th. And second, in the interim, while the review of each agency's protocols is completed, the memo directs a set of robust protocols that cabinet agencies must undertake in the event of a delegation of authority. So that is what the memo says, those two really critical, important things. Again, this is something that we have said over the past couple of days, that the President believes that we have to have robust protocols and procedures in place, obviously, for across the cabinet, and this is what you're seeing from this memo.
So finally, who does the president hold responsible for this lapse? Secretary Austin, his aides, the chairman of Joint Chiefs, who clearly knew about this the day after the secretary was hospitalized?
I will say this. I mean, Secretary Austin put out a statement, and he took full responsibility for this. So I would refer you back to the statement. And Secretary Austin was very clear, and we appreciate that he has taken responsibility for this. But I also want to say that we certainly hope that he fully recovers and also gets back to the Pentagon. So I'll leave it there. But his statement was very clear the other day. Okay.
He doesn't have cancer. Who has cancer?
He was diagnosed with the cancer last month. So just to confirm, the president did not know the diagnosis or that he was hospitalized?
No, he did. He was informed. The president was informed, as the admiral just stated. The president was informed today about the prostate cancer.
So is there a lack of trust between the Pentagon and the White House? Why did the Secretary of Defense feel that he didn't need to inform the president immediately, the White House immediately about the diagnosis or the procedure?
So look, we have complete confidence in the Secretary. That is something that we have said. The president has complete confidence in the Secretary.
Man. It's not everybody's business, is it?
There is a review.
Why does he have to tell everybody he's got cancer?
They're going to take a review of
he doesn't want to. Maybe
of how this
kind of
process
heavy
went,
shit, man.
And we'll let that review process move forward.
Skank.
But again, the president has full confidence in the Secretary.
But he didn't come in here and cry to the president?
Why Austin didn't immediately inform higher level officials here?
Why is that a thing?
I'd refer you to them to speak to that. But as Karine said, the Secretary's statement was very clear. He takes full responsibility for the decisions he made with respect to this procedure. and that includes the decisions about how that procedure was communicated.
Journalists
He takes full
are just
responsibility for
pain in
Does
the
that
ass.
decision mean he had specifically communicated to his close staff not to more widely tell people about what?
She's still being
we don't have that kind of level of
fucking
granularity here.
stupid.
That's something that only they can speak to.
And what was the president's reaction today when he found out?
His first reaction is, as Karine rightly said, we all want to wish him the very best.
His reaction.
I mean, this is. Sadly,
a...
this is a disease that affects many millions of American men.
Fuck her, man.
Particularly at that stage in life, and the key is early diagnosis.
He threw a fucking ticker tape parade. You missed it. Where were you? You were in the stupid room.
One of the lessons I hope that everybody takes away is the value of early screening.
And an entire month lapsed from early December when the diagnosis was found out until today when the president even found out.
Is that a question?
Yeah, just triple confirming.
Well, the Pentagon already talked about when the secretary was diagnosed. It was early December. And as their statement said, in consultation with his doctor,
why does she care so much about this stupid
have
shit?
the procedure done later in the month to coincide with the holidays.
That's when I'm like,
and
do they just let anybody in there
He
ask
also said
questions?
the president didn't know about the diagnosis until this morning.
Corinne's not in there.
His reaction is he wishes the secretary all the best for a speedy recovery.
John, did the president or the White House instruct Secretary Austin to make this disclosure today?
No.
Does the president plan to stick with Secretary Austin through the rest of the term?
Yes.
Has the president spoken with Secretary Austin?
These are kind of weird questions. Why would he get fired for having cancer? I mean, unless his cancer treatment gets in the way, it's something different.
December 22nd, the White
Cross that road when we get here.
What would have happened if there had been some national security emergency in the White House?
I'm now the president.
The president had called on Secretary Austin on that day.
Well, it's a hypothetical.
Two Asian chicks in the front row? What's really going on?
Authority. You need to have a process for delegation of authority. No different than on a warship. You got a captain and you have a second in command, and sometimes the second in command has to take over. There's a process for that. But I hate getting into hypotheticals, but let's just, for sake of argument, run that through real quickly. Had there been a need by the commander-in-chief to task the Defense Department or to seek greater clarity from the Defense Department about a specific issue, the Deputy Secretary, Kathleen Hicks, who had that authority delegated to her, who had a full communications suite with her when she was on leave and fully staffed,
What does that mean?
would have been
A
more than
communications
capable
suite?
of being the acting Secretary
Fuck,
of
that
Defense
sounds
for that period
awesome.
of time.
Right, but importantly, in that hypothetical, the White House would have learned by not being able to reach Secretary Austin on that day that.
I mean, I don't know how I
The
can
Asian
prove that
chicks
that's the case, but it didn't happen. But she had full authority to
They really care about this. They don't understand.
The Pentagon has shared that Secretary Austin underwent surgery for
It's the
prostate
military.
cancer. Does the
Chain of
White
command
House and does the
happens.
president
Fuck,
believe
man.
that he should have been afforded the privacy to not share with the public what that medical procedure was?
Does the president believe that the secretary should have been afforded the privacy not to disclose?
The specifics of the medical treatment.
How would he know what the president
believes
thinks?
and has since the beginning of the administration that transparency with the American people is really
How
important.
the fuck do you know what the president thinks about that specific thing? You don't. What do you mean? They don't know the shit that we know they know, and then they know the shit that they don't know. You get it?
About your personal situation as possible. Now, it doesn't mean look, you're.
Well, yeah, I know what he thinks about that.
It
Yeah.
doesn't mean you don't have a right to any privacy, but as a cabinet official, as a Senate confirmed
When they're
official
hiding
in the
shit,
administration,
they don't know all of a
everybody
sudden.
when they sign up for that,
But they're trying to
and raise their
convince
right
us to
hand,
something. They know everything.
There comes an obligation with that to be as transparent about your personal situation as you can. Certainly, if it affects in any way the administration of the duties that you've taken the oath to do.
So does he believe that Secretary Austin should have been able to keep this specific detail private?
I'm not going to get inside the president's head
Thank you for
on that particular
at least saying you don't know,
on this particular
motherfucker, because that was such a weird
he's
question. That's what
concerned
she
about
said the
Secretary
first
Austin.
time.
Full faith, trust, and confidence in his ability to lead the Defense Department. Glad he's on the mend. Hope that he gets back to work soon. Obviously,
What is all this?
his
You don't know
first
any
and
of this,
foremost
though.
Concern is the Secretary's health and recovery, and making sure that he has the time and the space and gets the medical care that he needs to recover fully. And as Karine noted, we're already taking steps here.
Song and dance, huh?
And they're taking steps over at the Pentagon to learn from this episode in terms of specific notification processes to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
And well, to pick up on Mary's point, and also because Chief of Staff Ryan sent out that memo today, the president didn't learn about this for a month after the diagnosis in early December. Just quite simply, does the president think that's acceptable?
It is not optimal,
dude.
Gabe. It is for a situation like this to go as long as it did without the commander-in-chief knowing about it or the national security advisor knowing about it, or frankly, other leaders.
I think it's kind of bullshit that they would just
expect not the way this is supposed to happen.
Him
the president understands
to
that, and
tell them
and
right when he finds out about a cancer diagnosis. What if he wanted to get a second opinion
across the administration
or something? Or what if
and
he
that's
just
why DOD is also looking at their own
wasn't
procedures
ready
to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
I mean,
the Pentagon referred to the surgery.
They found out
as an
eventually.
elective procedure. Technically, it may be.
It's fucking stupid. They're worried about the dumbest shit, dude.
As far as I know, Gabe, again, I barely got a history degree, so I'm not capable of talking about medical stuff. But as far as I know, that
they care
phrase,
more about
elective
him
medical
not
procedure,
saying that he
came
had
in the
cancer
statement by the
than
two
that he has
doctors
cancer.
At Walter Reed. That wasn't a Pentagon assessment. That was the wording chosen by the two doctors.
But isn't it misleading for the Pentagon to put that forward?
You'd have to talk to the Pentagon and the
like
doctors. Gabe, I'm not a physician. The two
Gabe,
physicians
you're an
that are
asshole.
responsible, they use
You
that
have a
phrase.
gaping
They should
asshole,
speak to
Gabe.
what that means. I'm not an expert.
Thank you. John, what kind of commander-in-chief is President Biden
he's got makeup
that
on.
at a time when American forces are under
His
fire
face
in the
looks
Middle
super
East, he can
supple.
go days without knowing that his defense secretary is in a hospital bed?
He looks like he's
Peter,
from
there's a lot
Comedy
to your
Central, the guy on
question,
the
so I
right.
want you to bear with me for just a second. No.
Is he?
First of all, at no time was the ability for the United States military to defend our national security interests compromised. At no time was the commander-in-chief not always in command and control of our military forces around the world.
That's
and
scary.
Over the course of those days,
Oh.
we did take military action that he approved, taking out a senior militia commander in Iraq with what we call a dynamic strike, a strike that he had approved many days before, for which the theater commander had full permission to execute. We did shoot down drones.
Does he have to
missiles in the
approve?
Red Sea,
Does
our ships
Austin
at
have
sea,
to
because
approve
he made
every
sure they had the
killing,
existing
international
authorities and the
military
capabilities
killing?
and the training to do that. So he has been on top of these issues all the way throughout. Now, look, where your question kind of gets to is, and I've seen some of the sniping out there, you know, how effective can the
Probably.
process be if the
Oh my
secretary
goodness,
can be
they dropped
gone
weed on
and we
you.
don't know about it? I think what you need to understand, and what I hope people will understand, is that the national security decision-making process does not require, in fact, should not require, cabinet-level officials being the sole people in the room making decisions on any given day. You staff these things from the middle up, and then the cabinet officials, whether it's Secretary Blinken or Secretary Austin, come together as appropriate to make the key decisions, which happened. It happened on the 1st of January. If you'll bear with me, because I think your question really gets to a bigger issue, and I'd like to just, if I could, with Karine's permission, I just want to walk you through a little bit of timeline here, because I think it's important context. So on the 31st of December, that was a Sunday, Jake Sullivan held a lengthy secure telephone conference with the Central Command Commander, General Kurilla, to discuss a bunch of issues, the situation in the Middle East, and of course there's a lot to that. The next day, on the 1st of January, President Biden convened a secure telephone conference with Mr. Sullivan, with Secretary Austin, with the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Brown, Secretary Blinken, the DNI, the CIA Director, and other members of the team. They covered developments in the Middle East. President Biden directed the NSC, Department of Defense, and the State Department to accelerate work with allies and partners on a joint statement on the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, which was to be issued, according to the President's direction, no later than Wednesday. You saw we did that. I came to the podium and read that out. From Monday, the 1st of January, through Wednesday, the 3rd, The National Security Advisor, his deputy, Middle East Coordinator Brett McGurk spoke repeatedly with their counterparts in multiple foreign capitals to secure the support for that joint statement. Senior NSC officials coordinated hour by hour with senior Pentagon officials who are also making phone calls and securing support from foreign partners. The President's final approval on that statement happened shortly thereafter, and as you know, it was issued on the 3rd of January. Also on the 3rd, there was a principals committee on Haiti. And neither Secretary Austin nor General Brown attended. They were represented by deputies. That is not uncommon, that at a principals committee meeting, for whatever reason, the principal may not be able to attend.
Okay, thank you
Why
for
the
all
fuck
detail
is
on that.
are
But
they going
more
all the
broadly,
way over to?
Why should we believe anything that this administration
Israel?
tells us
They don't have
about anything ever again?
I think we all recognize, and I think the Pentagon has been very, very honest with themselves about.
Dude, these people are over dramatic.
For
real.
The challenge to credibility by what has transpired here, and by how hard it was for them to be fully transparent with the American people. I think we all recognize that. And wait, now just give me a second now. I know you got another one coming here, but we all recognize that this didn't unfold the way it should have on so many levels, not just the notification process up the chain of command, but the transparency issue. We all recognize that. And I think we all want to make sure
whatever.
we
Now
learn
he's
from that. It's up to you and your colleagues, and it's up to the American people to determine, how much they're going to ascribe what happened here to our credibility on every single issue. But in every way, Secretary Austin has been an exceptional defense secretary, and he still has the full faith and confidence of the commander-in-chief. He has led the department at an incredibly dangerous time for our national security interests and those of our allies and partners.
But if the administration is going to go to such great lengths to keep secrets about the defense secretary's health, how can anybody be certain that the administration would not go to the same lengths to keep secret problems with President Biden's health in the future?
Of course they do, you fuckhead.
If you could logically argue, and you can't, but if you could logically argue that the administration...
He's 81 years old.
Wait a second. Just give me a
He
second.
sounds like
here,
one of them
Bob. I'll
twerps
get
that
there.
wants a 30-year-old to be president.
If the administration made some sort of Machiavellian effort across the board to keep this from getting public, then I think your question has merit and certainly is a fair one. I don't think it's a fair one because that's not what happened here, Peter. What happened here is the Secretary of Defense, for whatever reason, I can't answer the question why, that information wasn't shared. It wasn't shared widely in the department, and it certainly wasn't shared with the interagency. It's not good. It's certainly not good, which is why, again, we want to learn from this. We want to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
We got to go around here.
Given that this was suboptimal, as you said, and
He's got makeup on too,
the
doesn't he?
transparency that the administration has, how do you square that with the confidence that the president expresses in the secretary?
The president respects that he took full responsibility for it in his statement. That makes a difference. And he also respects the work that Secretary Austin has done on a range of issues since he has become Secretary of Defense. Whether that's helping lead the world in support for Ukraine, it was Secretary Austin's idea to come up with the Ukraine contact.
Closed captioning.
Whether that's support to Israel, making sure that they can defend themselves against Hamas. Look at everything that the Secretary's done in the Indo-Pacific. Do you think it was by accident that the Philippines agreed to let the United States military have additional access to bases there? No, that was the hard work of the Defense Secretary. I could go on and on and on. He's confident in Secretary Austin's ability to lead in the future because he has seen how well he has led in the past.
Wait, certainly.
The Secretary, I have a question. You just said a moment ago that you don't know why the information was not relayed. Has it been privately conveyed to you all about why it was not relayed?
We have certainly made it clear that we would like to learn
there
more
was certainly
about the information flow process.
Yo, I knew he was going to say certainly.
I'm not at liberty to disclose any. I'm not aware that there has been any
really newsroom here have
any
a
details provided as a result of the
Why is it doing that?
was
Dude,
so siloed. But we obviously conveyed our interest in learning more.
And then on a separate topic, on the Middle East, Israel's Supreme Court rejected a request from international news outlets to allow foreign journalists. Many of us probably here in the newsroom here have colleagues who wanted to be able to get in. That request was rejected. I'm curious if ever in conversations with the Israeli officials that you all have been in touch with, have requests for media access ever been made?
That is a great question I don't have an answer to, but I'll tell you what, I'll go back and take a look at that. I'm not aware that there have been requests made by outlets and denied by the Israeli government to get into Gaza. Is that what you're saying? They've said no. Okay. Let me go back and do some research on that, if you don't mind.
And then can I just, one other question. I know Secretary Blinken had a series of meetings in Israel today. Were there any tangible results from the Secretary's meetings today that were received? I know the readouts have provided very limited information.
Readouts don't provide limited information.
Yes, so can you give us any sense of tangible results? Well, I guess this is led to the
James helping you out here.
My colleagues on the ground have presented the fact that the death toll over
You
the last
remember
24 hours
James's
was
name.
one of the most deadly days in Israel. And so given that and given the Secretary's visit, and I know civilian casualty deaths were a part of this, do you all feel like you've gotten any tangible results?
I think Secretary Blinken's still on the trip, so I think we're going to let him finish his trip. I'm sure he will provide a robust readout to us of what he discussed and what he learned.
He's having a stroke.
We'll look forward to that report when he gets back to Washington, D.C., but I don't want to get in a step on his toes while he's still in the region. And certainly the question really much better put to my colleague at the State Department to speak to.
Thank you so much, Sean. Starting with Israel and President Biden's words yesterday that he was quietly working with Israel. Is he signaling, with these words, is he signaling for a ceasefire? And does the administration still support Israel's position that a ceasefire can only be possible if Hamas is eliminated?
Nothing's changed about our view here, that we don't support a ceasefire at this time. And there's no change to that because we don't believe that benefits anybody but Hamas right now. We do continue to support humanitarian pauses, but not a general ceasefire right now. The president wasn't signaling any change at all. In fact, he was signaling very much a very consistent view that he has had since the beginning of the conflict.
Well, we've got a China question. Today, China launched a satellite over Taiwan's airspace. Yesterday, they sent 10 aircrafts, 4 ships, and 4 balloons. Some kind of weird 12 days of Christmas. What is the White House's message to China for doing this 4 days ahead of a major election in Taiwan?
I think these actions raise questions in our mind about what the intent here is. You mentioned coincidental here in timing to the election. I have proof that that's what's driving that, but it sure does raise interesting questions, doesn't it, about what their intentions are, what their goals are with this activity. I'll tell you this: we believe that the democratic institutions of Taiwan need to be respected. We want to see a free and fair and transparent election, and we're willing and standing by to work with whoever the people of Taiwan elect into their government.
I've got another one not about the defense secretary, if you want to take it.
None of your questions have been about the defense secretary.
Thank you. Burundi's president recently called for gay people to be stoned to death.
Shit
in light of
about
the
them.
administration's moves against Uganda for
lady?
passing a really hateful law against gay people, are you mulling any actions against the government of Burundi for these hateful statements?
I don't have any decisions to speak to today, but obviously that clearly would be a horrific undertaking, a horrific way of punishing people for something they shouldn't be punished for, and we'll see where this goes. But I think it's very clear, should be clear to the people in the government of Burundi and all over the African continent how seriously we take the issue of civil and human rights.
Yeah, so more than 100 journalists have been killed in Gaza by Israel. Isn't it perhaps contradictory or harmful for the U.S. that defends free speech?
Isn't it weird? Hold up. Isn't it weird that like this dude, this chick, and this chick, all I know for sure, asked about Austin, multiple questions on Austin, and they just all happen to be in the front row. And he looks like he's wearing makeup. Like he knew that, I don't know, he knew he was going to be in the front row or something. He was doing his thing. And I don't know, both these dudes, what's you doing? Stop looking at your phone.
And giving arms to Israel when they're committing these crimes against journalists.
Your
She's
question
like
presumes
typing
that
out
they
her
are deliberately and
report
maliciously going
from
out to
the-
kill journalists, and we've seen no indication that they have done
That's
that.
kind of annoying.
We continue to stand by the protection of journalists that are anywhere in the world, certainly covering conflict. Journalists and their jobs and their ability to report needs to be protected by any nation waging war, and we've been very, very consistent on that.
But they're not allowing international press in Gaza.
Well, as I said, I'm not aware of that report, so I'll
You're
go back
not
and look
aware
and
of
see
that.
what we know.
Bullshit. I'm aware of that. You're not aware of that.
But I don't know when you submit a request to go somewhere. It's not like it comes through me. So I take the question. It's a fair one. Let me find out about it. Find out what the ground truth is here.
Yeah, Peter.
Can you believe that
horse shit?
horseshit?
22nd procedure that the secretary had. Did the
He
White House
wasn't
use
aware
general
that they're not
anesthesia
letting
at that time? It was
journalists.
not last week. Did the
White House know about that procedure, even if we didn't know what it was specifically for? Did you know at that time he was undergoing a procedure on that day?
No.
You said that the doctors used the phrase elective in their statement. The State of the Union does not use the word elective. I wonder whether you think then that means the use of that to describe it last week by the Pentagon was fully transparent. The doctors described something that does not sound elective.
Oh, well, then that's my mistake. I thought that was in the doctor's statement. I'd refer you to the Pentagon on that. I'm not at liberty. I'm not a medical expert, Peter. I can't. You're a
communications expert, and you know what elective procedure implies to the public that might not sound like what we're now being told.
Again, I'd refer you to the Pentagon.
Yeah, why isn't it an elective procedure? That means he doesn't have to have it. He can live without having it.
Conditions of Secretary Austin, but did not report that information.
That's going to be up to Pentagon leadership to decide.
Well, what does the president believe? I mean, he's the commander.
The president believes that Secretary Austin should get the appropriate care that he needs to get better so he can get back at work at the Pentagon. He believes we ought to learn from this, both in terms of notification and about transparency to the American people. We're going to do what we have to do. As Karine said, we're also going to take steps here at the White House to make sure that we have a good, tight alignment across the interagency about notification procedures on delegation of authorities. That's what the president wants to focus on.
In terms of accountability for those who might not have shared that information with the White House, it's not their DOD, it's the taxpayers.
It is the taxpayers' DOD, and it's for the Defense Department leadership to take a look at that and see what they want to do in terms of accountability. The Secretary of Defense himself took full responsibility in his statement over the weekend. I mean, he had put it on his shoulders.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just another question, because I'm not really clear about that. By not notifying the White House on December 22 that he was going under general anesthesia, did Secretary Austin violate existing procedures, or was that in accordance with existing procedures?
Come on, lady.
What happened?
Like I said yesterday, I mean, there's an expectation that if a cabinet officer becomes hospitalized,
they want to string
and
him
for
up.
whatever reason, can't continue
Maybe
to perform
like a
the
black
duties
man in that
temporarily,
job
there's
is
an
what it is,
expectation that will be notified up the chain of command to the commander-in-chief. That there's an expectation that
She wants his ass
that will be
fired.
passed up the chain of command.
Is the Pentagon reviewing the security clearance of Elon Musk after these new allegations of drug use, which would obviously violate his agreement?
You'd have to talk to the Defense Department on that.
The second question on Hezbollah.
What?
Israel now says that
Hold
China's
up,
running out for-
what? Elon Musk, it's something to do with the Twitter and the drug?
Is the Pentagon reviewing the security clearance of Elon Musk after these new allegations of drug use, which would obviously violate his agreement?
What, there's allegations of drug use from Elon Musk, and they're talking about taking away security clearance. That's what she said.
You'd have to talk to the Defense Department on that.
The second question on Hezbollah. Israel now says that time is running out for a diplomatic resolution with Hezbollah. Is that how the U.S. sees it, that time is running out?
For Hezbollah?
To reach a diplomatic resolution with them.
Without war.
Look, there's always time for diplomacy. And I think you've seen us work hard at that. Secretary Blinken's in the region now. Other officials here from the National Security Council have traveled over there. We believe there's always time for diplomatic resolutions.
Thanks. We went long, guys.
There's some
I don't know if
diplomatic
there's
resolution
anything else you guys have in mind, but
Lebanon, is there?
Thanks,
In
Green.
Israel?
President Trump's lawyers today asserted that he should be immune from prosecution. What is President
Resolution,
Biden's
by the
view of
way.
the Constitution on this matter? Should presidents be immune for official action?
There's no resolution
Look,
until
I get why you're asking the question. I see why you're asking the question.
Not there
We're going to be
anymore,
really
I
careful
guess.
here, given that there is an ongoing case. So not going to comment. Got to be super careful. And we don't normally comment on an ongoing legal case or make statements that could impact that particular ongoing case. Also, that doesn't even involve the White House. So I'm just going to be super careful. I would have to refer you to the Department of Justice. Don't want to get into the middle of this.
Sticking with former President Trump, he also said in an interview yesterday that he hopes that if there is an economic downturn, that it'll happen in the next 12 months. And I'm wondering if the White House has any reaction to that.
So be careful, as we all know, that he is he's a
Bitcoin's gonna
candidate in this 2024 election. So what I will say is that consumer sentiment, as you all know from the data that came out at the end of last year, is surging and inflation is falling. And I think that matters. And all the more reason that we continue to make sure that Bidenomics, continue to move forward Bidenomics, that we've seen how historically the success of the economic growth that we've seen. When you think about the 14 million jobs, unemployment is at under 4%. Obviously, there's
I don't think that Biden helped
also
with our
wages are up, right, which is incredibly important. And
it just happened
so look,
to be
one of the things I will
after
say is
COVID,
that the cost
it got better
reduction
again.
momentum over the volatility, right? If you think about Maganomics, which economists warn would worsen inflationary tax giveaways to rich special interests. Another thing I would say is that, look, when it comes to a commander-in-chief's duty, they're not supposed to wish an economic downturn. They're supposed to make sure that we put the American people first. That is what a commander-in-chief is supposed to do. They're not supposed to hope that American families suffer.
Y'all remember that shit?
That's not what a commander-in-chief
That was
is supposed
crazy.
to do. They're supposed to put forward an
Obama-nomus.
economic plan that helps all Americans. And so, it is
Obama-nomus was my favorite.
unacceptable and shameful, and what Republicans officials should hope for. They should hope for that we continue the economic progress that this president has made.
Obama-nomus. You say it. It's a fun word to say, man. Try it out.
Informed on Thursday. Who informed him?
It was Jake Sullivan, and the chief of staff informed the president. Are you asking who
I'm
informed?
asking who from the Pentagon told Jake Sullivan?
Oh, I don't have that. I don't have the timeline or the name of the.
They suck. Dude, they
individuals
used to
only
be way
informed
worse,
Jake
though.
Sullivan. What I can tell you is Jake Sullivan was informed by the Pentagon last Thursday.
Gas prices.
And from there, they were able to inform the president, they meaning the chief of staff and the national security advisor informed the president. I don't have the who actually told the national security advisor.
And did whoever at the
I'm going to try to
Pentagon
time
Jake
this so that
Sullivan
the closed
tell him
captions
at that
pop
time
up
that
when they're
he
saying them.
regretted the delay
So-
or give any explanation for the delay?
I get the question. I just don't have specifics on what was actually communicated in that conversation. What I can tell you is that's when National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was certainly informed about Secretary Austin's hospitalization, but I just don't have anything further on specifics of that conversation. I can also share with you, as we've had many times, is that the president was informed thereafter.
Has Secretary Austin apologized to the president?
I don't have any specifics into their conversation. All I can, as you know, as we've let all of you know, that they had a conversation on Saturday, the president and the secretary. I just don't have any details into what was discussed specifically. The president, as I said moments ago at the top of this briefing, the president obviously wishes the secretary well and hopes he has a speedy recovery and wants to see him back.
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000, 7, 1,000, 8, 1,000, 9, 1,000, 10, 1,000, 11, 1,000, 12, 1,000, 13, 1,000.
Obviously back at the Pentagon.
Any reaction to Michelle Obama saying in an interview that she's terrified about the potential results of the election?
Look, I want to be careful. Again, we're talking about upcoming election this year, so don't want to comment on that. Obviously, we're going to let
what if I refresh it? Refresh it? I don't know how that happened last time. It got super ahead. I'm just trying to.
That works for
no,
all.
it livened up
and
there.
Moving forward,
I
certainly
don't know,
implementing
dude.
some of these
That was
important
weird.
key historic legislation that the president was able to pass.
I can't
but I'm not going
reproduce
to
it.
comment specifically on what she stated. Good, Steve.
How close are you to a border security deal?
So, as I stated yesterday, when we were on Air Force One headed to South Carolina. Look, the president continues to believe that we need to get to a bipartisan agreement to really deal with the border security issue. There has been a productive conversation on the Senate side, Republicans and Democrats, so we are hopeful. This is a president that is optimistic, as you know. We are hopeful that we will get to a bipartisan agreement. I know one of the negotiators, as I stated yesterday, said that would be likely to have some text this week. And so, look, this is a negotiation process. It is a bipartisan one. We appreciate that conversation. The president understands what is happening at the border is something that's been happening for decades, and we need to address it, which is why, again, why he first piece of legislation when he walked into the administration was to be on a comprehensive immigration and to deal with that issue.
Let's talk about the plane.
Has the president been getting briefed on the Alaska Airlines?
Yeah, it went ahead again.
I want to. I know exactly what you're talking about. So first of all, we are glad to have seen that we were relieved that all passengers and crew are safe. The FAA's priority is always keeping Americans safe. That is most important. And in that spirit, these particular Boeing aircraft will remain grounded until operators complete enhanced inspections. The FAA will continue
what does
to
the
support
president
the
have
National
to do with
Transportation
that?
Safety Board's
I don't
investigation
understand the
into
question.
Alaska Airlines Flight 1282. The NTSB is
why
in
would
charge,
he get a
obviously, as you all know,
briefing
in
about it?
investigating these types of investigation, and I would certainly point you to them on any updates on this particular investigation. The president obviously is going to continue to be updated on these things.
Does the White House primarily see this as a Boeing issue or an FAA issue?
So look,
FAA issue.
What I can
is
say
that why
is
the president would
FAA
get it?
certainly sees this as a priority to make sure that we're keeping Americans safe. That
It's
is
not their
certainly
fault, is it?
their approach
Is that
here
what
and
she
what
meant?
they believe needs how
their
we need
fault
to
for
move
not
forward.
seeing it? You don't need
Obviously, the
inspection or
Boeing
some
aircraft.
shit?
There's going to be an investigation on these Boeing aircraft. That's why they're going to be
Interesting,
grounded. We
maybe.
don't know yet, right? We have to do an investigation to see exactly
If they
what
passed
occurred
it
here. But they're
inside-
going to ground them
outside of some inspection
out
or
of abundance
something, maybe.
of precaution and safety for the American people to make sure that we see what to
Somebody
enhance
fucked up.
expectation and to see exactly what occurred. So I don't want to get ahead of that.
Somebody
but
fucked
they're
up, dude.
taking obviously
That's
extra
how it works.
precautions here.
Would President Biden tell the American people that they should feel safe flying?
I think the American people should feel safe flying. Like I said, FAA's number one priority is
Yo,
the safety
yo,
of Americans. I think
I wonder
by the
if
fact that these
people have
Boeing
stopped
aircrafts
flying
are going
more.
to be
Like,
grounded
are
is
people
important.
freaking
That is
out?
taking,
Because I watched a
taking,
little bit of
the
the
safety
press
of Americans
briefing,
first,
and
and
it
FAA
was
that's
kind
their
of
main
intense.
priorities to making sure that occurred.
So he believes it is safe to fly.
They didn't know that the door blew
safe
off,
to fly,
and they kept going up
obviously, FAA is going to do everything
for
that
like
they
another
can
couple thousand
to
feet or
make sure
something
that
crazy.
American
where they
people,
realized.
American families are safe.
So people were freaking out, but they luckily they were all buckled in because they were still
in
ascending.
the hospital. Did somebody ask the Pentagon why and not get an answer from the Pentagon?
I don't have any specifics to share. What we know, what we can tell you is that, as you know, the Pentagon is going to do a review on their process, and that is something obviously we welcome, a 30-day review, and that's what we want to see, and we'll get a sense of
30 days.
how the process went, and so. That's something that
I
obviously is
wonder if
important. And you saw, as I stated at
people
the
can
top,
get out of their
the
tickets
Chief
for
of
this,
Staff put a
like-
memo that went to agencies on making sure that we take a good look at the process here. But
Beyond the process, just from a human aspect of this, when Jake Sullivan and then Jeff Zients and then the president here that Secretary Austin's in the hospital, didn't they ask why is he in the hospital? How did the president not know until this morning that it was cancer? How did 5 days go without knowing the
that is something that we're trying to find.
Not give an answer.
No, I hear
Well,
you,
maybe
but
he
that is
went in
something
because
that
he had
we're
an
going
issue,
to
and they did some
get a sense
tests,
of this process,
and then
right? That's
they
why they're going to
called
do a
him, and they're
review.
like,
That's why the
"Hey,
Pentagon's
you
gonna
got
do a
your
review.
results. You got
That's
cancer."
why the Chief of Staff put out a memo to cabinet.
lady, you act like
cabinet,
that's
to
impossible.
the cabinets on protocols here to get a sense of how they've been moving
But
with
they
this
said-
process and
wait,
how we're going to continue to move forward. We do not
Did he
want
say
this
he
to
knew a
happen
month
again,
ago, though?
obviously.
Yeah, he
But,
did. Never
we're
mind, that
going
throws
to get
that
a
one
better
out.
sense once the Pentagon does the 30-day review to see how
still
this
don't like her.
occurred. Obviously, this is not something we want to see. In the meantime, we want to make sure that Secretary Austin gets back on his feet and recovers, and I think that's really important too.
You see what I mean? Just like kind of on a human level. And the president here
And
is in
Karen,
the hospital again.
I totally understand. I totally understand the question.
We're going to review this with a process.
I totally understand the question. I get it. I get you're wanting to know what was the reaction, the emotional reaction of folks here in kind of the chain of command, right? Once they learned about the secretary's hospitalization. I get the question. I don't have reactions, right? Emotional reactions to how folks here felt when they learned about this. I just can't speak to that. What I can speak to is that we want to make sure that we have a process, protocols, robust protocols, because we've always said transparency is at the center of this administration. We want to make sure
Austin?
that we can
probably.
how these agencies move forward. That there's
Because he's
a
getting
robust
old too,
protocol in
man.
place,
So
and that's
this
what we're
kind of
asking.
shit could happen to
That's why
him.
the Chief of
he
Staff
can probably relate to
Zients,
Austin
sent
more
a
than
memo
most
to
of the
agencies,
young
so we
punks
have
that
a
are in
sense of
government.
how are they going to move forward with these types of
I would think so.
situations or issues. And again, Pentagon is going to do their review. They announced that yesterday. It's going to be a 30-day review, and we'll have a better sense of the timeline here and what happened, what occurred.
He probably cares more about this than he does a bunch of other shit that's going on.
News conference.
I don't have anything to
think.
preview at this time.
Because he appoints him, right?
Communications within the administration, the last cabinet meeting was 3 months ago. So does the president know where his cabinet members are and what they're doing?
The president is in regular touch, and not just the president. Obviously, there are folks here, whether it's the Office of Cabinet Affairs, other folks here in the White House that is in regular touch with certainly leaders of the different cabinets on a regular basis, and I just don't have anything else to share. But the president, obviously this is his cabinet and talks to them on a regular basis. I just don't have a specific timeline or specifics on when that happens.
On the Alaskan Airlines flight, we've all seen those pictures. Where's the transportation secretary? Shouldn't he be out reassuring Americans that it's safe to travel?
Well, you saw the secretary for weeks and
Reminds me of
days
something.
talking talking about how how the airlines were being held to account, and how we were in a different place certainly than we were last year during the holiday seasons, and we saw the secretary out there pretty in a robust way. And so look, the secretary, I'm sure I can speak for him right now and say that of course he wants to make sure Americans feel safe flying. That is certainly part of his responsibility, and so
do you guys feel safe flying still?
He has been very, very clear about that. Secretary has been very clear about that over the past 3 years of this
what brand was it?
making sure that there is safety, that we meet those safety protocols, Americans feel safe flying, and that is the number one priority, certainly of FAA.
Well, more on the economy, if I could. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon told Fox Business that the extra COVID assistance runs out in 2024, higher credit card balances. He says the chances of a recession are higher than a soft landing. How concerned is the president?
Look, I appreciate the question. I'm actually glad you asked the question because, look, last year forecasters said with 100% certainty that there would be a recession. 100% certainty. That's what you heard over and over and over last year. That didn't happen. And the president never thought that we needed to have a recession to bring inflation down. He never thought that. And he was right. And just a couple of things. I know you like data. 2.7 million jobs created last year, more than any year under the previous administration. Unemployment below 4% for 23 months in a row, and the longest stretch in over 50 years. Inflation fell to 2%. Over the last 6 months, and wages and wealth are higher than before the pandemic, and that is not consistent with a recession. That, remember, and you were asking me this question over and over again. They said there was going to be a recession. They said there was going to be a recession, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I will quote Secretary Yellen here, which she said yesterday, which is what we're seeing now. I think we can describe as a soft landing.
Wearing her expensive ass sweater.
Can you give us any information about what's on tap for tomorrow?
I don't have anything to preview. I'm sure the team will be sending out our regular, what the next day is going to look like for the president. Just don't have anything to preview for tomorrow. I just previewed what the president's going to certainly be doing on Friday, going to Allentown, and we'll have more on that as well. So I'll just leave it there. I'm going to try and, there's some folks in the back that I haven't called.
Look at the ones you love quote so much.
This is my favorite guy. I don't know why. He's my new favorite guy. It looks like something out of a Muppet Show.
I've got two questions. The first one, the first son's art dealer today was testifying on the Hill, and he said that he did not have any talks with White House officials about setting up a supposed agreement to ensure that the buyer's IDs were anonymous, and that in fact many of the IDs were known. There was reporting during the president's first year in office that some White House officials were engaged in setting up this supposed agreement. Could you just clarify what the case was?
I'm just not going to comment from here. I would refer you to my colleagues at the White House legal office. I just don't have anything to share.
The second one, just a plug for a request for Ian Sams to perhaps take questions one day.
Well, you have full access. You have access to Ian Sams. He's very good at responding to all of you and taking your questions. So, I think that's important. He's been very, very good at connecting with everyone in this room who has questions like you have about anything that is related to what you just asked.
My second question.
Third question.
Well, my second question is that we have new reporting that the mayor of Kiev, the sitting mayor Vitaly Klitschko, was involved with a business entity called Burisma Geothermal that was formerly chaired by the first son when he was the second son. The president met with the mayor multiple times, of course, over the years, and I was hoping that you could say whether the president knew about this business relationship during their meetings.
I would refer you to the White House counsel's office. Go ahead, James.
Thank you very much, Karine. With respect to the incident involving Secretary Austin, from your statements and those of Admiral Kirby, we learned today that President Biden expresses full faith and confidence in this cabinet officer, even though neither the president nor anyone else on his staff yet knows why Secretary Austin violated the existing rules and withheld this information? Is it the posture of the president that Secretary Austin's motivation is irrelevant to the president's estimation of him in this incident?
What I will say is, and we have said this many times, is that Secretary Austin put out a statement taking full responsibility of what we has unfolded over the last couple of days, and the president appreciates that. And I have the statement right in front of me, but I'm sure you've seen it. And one of the things that's in here, he said, is I also understand the media concerns about transparency. And I recognize I could have done a better job ensuring the public was appropriately informed. I commit to doing better. It is important to say this is my medical procedure, and I take full responsibility for my decisions about disclosure. So, Secretary took full responsibility. I think that is important to note. We appreciate that he's taken full responsibility. And one of the things that I've stated multiple times at this podium in the past couple of minutes is that the Pentagon is going to do a full review. We're going to let that review happen. It's going to take about 30 days, as they stated in their memo. And also we're going to take extra steps here, as we've stated with the memo, as I've stated with the memo that the Chief of Staff sent out to agencies.
Just to follow on this before I pose an unrelated second question, the motivations on the part of the Secretary for doing this are unknown to the President. And you're telling us there's going to be a 30-day review, et cetera. Shouldn't the expression of full faith and confidence in this cabinet officer await the results of that investigation? And also, isn't it a key piece of information for the President to know why Secretary Austin did this before he expresses full faith and confidence?
I think one of the things that's so important, we don't see
they're
this enough
really
in today's world, is for someone to take responsibility. Is for someone to actually say, I made a mistake and I take full responsibility. And I think that's important here. I'm not going to speak to that. I'm going to speak to the action of taking responsibility here, and I think that's important. And the president appreciates that. And the admiral laid out some of the things or actions and that the secretary has taken over the last 2 years, that has been very helpful and that has really played into his leadership as Secretary of the Defense. And so he has done a really stellar job in that position. The president appreciates the job that he's done, and he's taken responsibility, and I think that's important here as well.
On this event Friday in Allentown, Pennsylvania, that you just disclosed to us, you've told us that it's going to be a speech about Bidenomics. How ought the so-called ordinary American at home to distinguish between official events and political events in this season? I've done this long enough to know that the president's remarks in Allentown on Friday are going to sound an awful lot like a campaign appearance. So what distinguishes an official event from a campaign event at this point?
I mean, we've been very clear. When there's been a campaign event, I've said it's a campaign event, and you have to go to the campaign, right, to get information. And usually a campaign event comes from the campaign. And so that's very clear. That is very clear. And so I don't know how else we could be more clearer than that. And we'll have more on what Friday will look like, and we will certainly share that with all of you. And we've been clear. Campaign event comes from the campaign. They lead those events. They speak to those events. And we have been very careful to let that live with the campaign.
But the answer you've given me suggests that the same event can transpire with exactly the same words and actions. Hang on. Twice in a row, identically. But if one is organized by the White House, it's an official event. And if one is organized by the campaign, that's a campaign event.
So I want to be very clear here. What we're doing has been done by other presidents. It really, when there's a re-election for a president, there tends to be a campaign event and there tends to be an official event. That is not unusual.
The
way that we have moved forward with this process over the last couple of weeks, right, as we're in 2024, we're not doing anything different. We're not doing anything new. This is a protocol that has been
a North Carolina man that spent 44 years in prison for rape that he didn't commit is getting $25 million settlement.
I'm going to move around. I'm being pulled here.
That's pretty cool. How old is he though? He spent 44 years in there.
What's the White House response?
He was 21 and 76.
Many times, and I've said before, the House Republicans are playing political games instead of doing their jobs. That's what they're doing, and it's really shameful. It's really shameful that this is how they choose to what they choose to focus on. Truly. What the American people want to see is Congress to deliver, and House Republicans continue to do these political stunts, and they want to play political games. And so it is shameful. What we want to see, what Americans want to see, is real results to the issues that American people have across the country.
And any more details you can provide on the sticking points right now in the border talks? Parole has been mentioned by negotiators.
No, I totally get the question. Not going to get ahead of the negotiators. I'm going to let them have those conversations. Obviously, if I say anything, then I'm stepping into their process, and we don't want to do that. It is what we have said is we believe that process is headed in the right direction, and we appreciate that both Republicans and Democrats are coming together and trying to find a solution to what we see at the border. And the president has always said we need to see a bipartisan agreement on an issue that has existed for decades. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, she's always lying. Diamonds, new places, it is right here. Diamond, new places, right here. Love it. He loves it. Oh wait.
Have joined the ACT Group Code of Conduct, pledging to not vote against any credible Security Council action that would prevent mass atrocities. And this practice, established by Resolution 76/262, which is the reason we're here today, will increase scrutiny and encourage restraint, and it is a novel approach. But we clearly still need to establish further guardrails against the misuse of the veto. From the UAE's perspective,
wait, are they talking about the US veto?
Should not be cast if one of the following three conditions are met. First, when the international community speaks with one voice. The Security Council's action should be guided by the demonstrable will of an overwhelming majority of its members, or the General Assembly's members.
No, because America, motherfucker.
Second,
shit, she's trying to take away our veto right.
The weight it
That's
deserves.
what they're doing.
There is no better example than the rare invocation of Article 99.
If they do?
Third, the veto should not be used to undermine international law. International law is the foundation of our international order, enabling peace, enabling stability and prosperity. It cannot be selectively applied. Mr. President, should we continue on this current trajectory, the consequences for the international community are clear.
They're trying to change the UN, man.
A diminished Security Council, a fragile international order, increased threats to international peace and security, and a resurgence of the principle that might is right. And while it may be true that the first victims of that will be smaller states, the great powers will also suffer the consequences of volatility and disorder on their watch. Change is urgent, it is necessary, and it must start now. Because around the privileges that the UN Charter gives the permanent members also comes responsibilities. I'd like to end on the following note. The situation in Palestine is a case study, not just of the consequences of unimplemented resolutions, but also the misuse of the veto. Let it also be the case study for why reform is so urgently needed. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates. I now would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are here today to discuss the result of the vote cast during the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2720. In this regard, Hungary welcomes the fact that overall agreement was reached at the Security Council on an issue of such crucial importance. Mr. President, we are deeply concerned about the crisis in Gaza that was ignited by the horrendous acts of terrorism committed by Hamas on the 7th of October. We recall that Hungary condemns these brutal and barbaric terrorist attacks and recalls Israel's right to defend itself
Budapest. I've been all the way through Hungary to Romania.
International humanitarian law.
By train.
The international community should work closely together in order to avoid terror attacks like the one Israel had to suffer. All parties must uphold and respect their obligations under international humanitarian law, take constant care in conducting military operations to spare civilians, and respect and protect hospitals and civilian infrastructure.
The landscape is pretty much...
All civilian life matters and should therefore be protected. The safety and security of UN personnel must also be ensured.
But the flatlands
We repeat our call on Hamas and other groups to release all remaining hostages immediately without preconditions. Such acts have no justification. Taking civilian hostages is a grave violation of international humanitarian law. An Israeli-Hungarian dual citizen continues to be held amongst the hostages. Recently, we have also been informed by the devastating news that the body of an Israeli-Hungarian dual citizen has been identified.
Dude, the Hungarian
We urge the ICRC
McDonald's
to do everything
was
in
the
its power
first
to
one
gain
that I
access
ever
to the
saw
hostages and call on Hamas to allow
self-serve
access.
at.
Mr. President, immediate, safe,
2012,
sustainable,
man.
and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid is required through all necessary measures, including humanitarian
That was the
corridors and
best Big
poses
Mac
for
I've ever
humanitarian
had.
needs, as set out in Security Council resolutions on the matter. Therefore, we welcome Israel's decision to open the Kerem Shalom border crossing point. We also appreciate the crucial role Egypt and other regional partners play in providing and facilitating humanitarian aid to those in need. Food, water, medical care, fuel, and shelter must reach the most vulnerable, whilst ensuring that Hamas is not blocking or diverting humanitarian aid, and such aid is not abused by terrorist organizations. We recall that the use of Palestinian civilians as human shields and positioning underground bunkers, weapon depots, and rocket launchers under schools and hospitals is a grave violation of IHL and must be condemned. In an effort to contribute to alleviating the humanitarian suffering, Hungary has recently pledged €100,000 during the International Humanitarian Conference for Gaza civilian
Well, they're going to make a tunnel with
held in
that.
Paris on the 9th of November.
That's tunnel money.
Mr. President, the region is witnessing one of the most difficult crises in recent decades. We must prevent regional escalation, including the deterioration of the situation in the West Bank. Broader diplomatic engagement is needed to prevent further escalation and regional spillover of the conflict. We remain committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on a two-state solution and a durable political solution to the conflict. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Hungary. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone, that's fancy sounding.
We know that for the people who are most affected by the attacks and the conflict that's followed, time moves differently. Immediately before this, I met with the families of hostages being held in Gaza and with hostages who've been released. Several of those families I've now met multiple times. For them, every day, every hour, every minute that they're separated from their loved ones is an eternity. Time feels different for families in Gaza as well, hundreds of thousands of whom are experiencing acute food insecurity. For the mother or father trying to find something to feed a hungry child, the passage of another day without food is excruciating. Time also feels different for Israelis and Palestinians whose innocent loved ones have been killed. For them, time often falls into before and after. The after filled with a loss that most of us will never know and cannot fully imagine. And those are just a few examples of how heavy these 95 days have felt and continue to feel for the people most affected by this conflict.
Wait, is this the same one?
This immense human toll is one of the many reasons that we continue to stand with Israel.
This is the same one. Dude, tripping. I thought that was something different. Yikes. I'll watch that again.
In the Gaza Strip, including the opening of the Kerem Shalom crossing and the volume of aid being delivered into Gaza. However,
I don't know why I thought that was
continuing hostilities and ground operations in the Gaza Strip will exacerbate an already acute situation of food insecurity that severely increases the risk of famine, malnutrition, and further deaths, as projected by the UN experts on food security. To this end, Sierra Leone would like to restate the following. One, to minimize the risk of further deterioration of the already pathetic humanitarian situation, Sierra Leone reiterates its call for ceasefire and at the bare minimum expresses the need for parties to the conflict as stated in resolutions 2712 of 2023 and 2720 of 2023 of the Security Council to adhere to their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, and take steps that will necessitate a ceasefire. We reiterate the need for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We note with concern the escalation of tensions in the West Bank and emerging regional dynamics that could further compound the existing fragile situation in the region if appropriate de-escalation measures are not taken immediately. Therefore, we call on member states with influence in the region to engage relevant actors to prevent regional spillover. We reiterate our support for the full implementation of resolutions 2712 and 2720 of the Security Council and invite parties to the conflict to refrain from any unilateral action that will intensify the suffering of civilians. In closing, Mr. President, we affirm that any decision to be taken going forward by either the General Assembly or the Security Council should be based on the two-state solution, with Palestine and Israel living and working together side by side. This is the only option that is a beacon of hope for lasting peace in the region for both Palestinians and Israelis. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Morocco.
You see the serial killer that they figured out after 30 years, 50 years? No, 30 years. Virginia. He's dead now, though. He got away with 3 murders, man. That's
Mr.
crazy.
President.
It was 3 unsolved mysteries. They just solved.
At the outset, I would
Died
like to
in
thank you for
2017.
convening this session and implementation of GA resolution in question.
Morocco,
The
they could
Middle
be
East
having
in
them
general
dates.
and
They
the
got the
occupied
hash, bro.
Palestinian territories more specifically have
Yo,
been
some
witnessing
dates and
for 3
hash.
months now unprecedented circumstances that are increasing in severity. Tens of thousands of people were killed or injured among civilians, most of whom are women and children. It has caused the death of more than 100 UNRWA staff, 140 staff members at UNRWA, besides several journalists, the destruction of residences, schools, hospitals, places of worship, and the infrastructure. It also led to tightening blockade on Gaza and a blatant violation of international laws and humanitarian values. The Kingdom of Morocco reaffirms that the Israeli military
Morocco.
operations in the
Have you
Gaza
ever been to
Strip run
Morocco?
counter to international law and international humanitarian law. The King Mohammed VI, President of Al-Quds Committee, reaffirmed in his statement before the Arab Islamic Summit that was held on the 11th of November 2023 in Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He emphasized, I quote, "We are witnessing a watershed moment that requires us to show decisiveness to end the Israeli aggressions. We need to give primacy to wisdom in order to establish a just and comprehensive peace in the region that would secure the stability and security of all the peoples of the region." End of quotation. The Kingdom of Morocco reaffirms once again the need to end the military aggression, and we call for a permanent ceasefire and the protection of civilians and refraining from targeting civilians in line with international law and international humanitarian law. We call for the delivery of humanitarian assistance in sufficient quantities and without hindrances, and for the release of all the prisoners and detainees, while working on a political horizon for the Palestinian question.
In a matter of months, most bars and nightclubs across California will be required to have drug testing kits available to help customers know if their drink has been spiked. Look at there. One of them right there. You see? Little package. Test my drink. Use the enclosed sheets to test the safety of your beverage. I think I got one of my drinks spiked at a gay club once, actually. I don't know for sure, but it's very possible.
To meet the humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people.
I get it in my beer, I don't know. Maybe it was the bartender.
I would like to commend the great efforts made by the United Arab Emirates during its membership in the Security Council to adopt these two resolutions. In this context, the Kingdom of Morocco expresses its appreciation of the...
I would argue that this is not... To say it will increase litigation is to assume that we're taking away the settlement option. We're not taking away the government's...
It's a CBO saying. I mean, it's in
and I'm saying you're making...
To accommodate settlers, the Israeli government is expanding permanent and temporary checkpoints. A 40% increase in the last 4 years, says the UN. Hours-long delays hobble business and fuel frustration. And since October the 7th, more than 192,000 Palestinians who worked in Israel and the settlements have not been allowed back.
When the war started, workers spent their savings. Now the market's died. Tens of thousands worked in Israel. They were the engine of the economy.
Every way they turn, there is no way out for the 3 million Palestinians trapped in this occupation. It's why Israel's military leaders are warning again of the risk of a third uprising. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Ramallah.
Well, Tariq Abash is a former Biden administration political appointee. He resigned from the U.S. Department of Education last week to protest against the treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. And he says he stepped down because Washington's policy dehumanizes Palestinians.
For me, as a Palestinian American, as a Palestinian man, as a Palestinian Christian, you know, my identity is intertwined with everything that's been happening, and the reality is that there has been a near daily dehumanizing effect of our current policies and just what is allowed to persist in terms of the aggression against Palestinian life. And I, you know, for weeks used every avenue I could to raise concerns about these policies, to emphasize the importance of humanizing Palestinians, you know, Palestinian men too, Palestinian Christians who are a significant minority in the region now. And, you know, that message it fell on deaf ears. And it was clear the only thing that I could do in this moment to emphasize my consternation, my concern with the ongoing policy was to resign.
A group of rabbis has been protesting against Washington's position on Gaza. They held a sit-in at the UN headquarters in New York. The General Assembly was holding a session to discuss the United States' recent veto of a ceasefire amendment. Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, has more now.
Oh, my goodness. In hope, in prayer,
a rare protest inside an empty UN Security Council chamber. A group, Rabbis for Peace, which represents about 200 US rabbis, sang, chanted and made speeches in support of a ceasefire in Gaza.
To pray for compassion and mercy and to honor all life.
UN security officers arrived and then escorted the group, who'd been on a tour of UN headquarters, out of the building.
What we are here to say to President Biden and to the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations is you do not speak for the Jewish community in blocking this call for ceasefire.
Some of the rabbis also made their presence known at the UN General Assembly, which, unlike the Security Council, was in session. The Assembly meeting was triggered because at the end of last year, the US used its veto to block an amendment to a Security Council resolution that would have demanded a ceasefire in Gaza.
It would be good if there was a strong international
That's what they're talking about right now,
pressing Hamas's
is getting
leaders
rid of our
to do what is
ability
necessary
to block
to end the conflict that they set in motion on October 7.
In a fiery speech, the Israeli ambassador attacked the UN itself.
You don't have the courage, sadly, to combat terror and radicalism. You don't have the resolve to truly care about human rights, to fight for women, fight for children, or fight for the hostages.
This from the representative of a country whose army has killed well over 20,000 Palestinians, about half of them children.
This assault is without precedent in modern history in the scale and pace of killing of children, of UN personnel, of medical and rescue teams, of journalists.
In a busy week here at the UN, the Security Council will meet twice in the coming days to discuss the situation in Gaza. James Bays, Al Jazeera, at the United Nations.
US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has been treated for prostate cancer. He's been receiving care at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Austin had earlier drawn criticism from some Republicans who say he broke rules by not informing the White House. Let's take this on with Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro, who joins us from Washington, D.C. And Heidi, so first up, what's the latest on the Defense Secretary?
Well, Nick, we've learned finally the reason for his mysterious hospitalization that really gripped Washington in intrigue over the last 9 days, and it is indeed complications from prostate cancer surgery, which Austin received back in late December. His current condition, according to the Pentagon's press secretary, is that he is in a good condition. He is expected to make a full recovery, though there's no timeline as to when he'll be discharged from the hospital. The cancer itself is said to have been caught early and is treated and has a very good prognosis. And in the meantime, Austin is said to be actively engaged in his duties as U.S. Defense Secretary from his hospital bed.
What about the concerns about the Department of Defense's lack of transparency when Austin was first hospitalized?
Yeah, that's really perhaps even the bigger headline here, because even President Biden himself was not made aware that his defense secretary had been hospitalized until 4 days after Austin had already been at Walter Reed. And he was apparently in some pretty grave danger at some points in the intensive care unit receiving intense treatments. And this has brought up a lot of concern among those in Congress as well as the public that were not made aware of this until many days later, because it's that transfer of authority. Because if something were to have happened to Austin, and in fact he was under general anesthesia during his initial surgery, when those duties are transferred to his second in command, Kathleen Hicks at the Pentagon. And apparently in a series of more revelations, Hicks herself was not made aware of the extent that her boss was dealing with these medical issues. And she was on vacation in Puerto Rico when Austin was rushed back to the hospital with those complications. All of that has brought into question whether U.S. national security was endangered as a result of this episode, because of course there was even that deadly U.S. drone strike in Baghdad on the same day that Austin was hospitalized without everyone being aware. So now the Pentagon and the White House have said they are launching a full review.
Heidi, thanks for that. Heidi Jo Castro there in Washington. To Argentina, where the Congress has started debating President Javier Milei's so-called omnibus bill of economic reforms, which opponents call unconstitutional. The 664-article legislative proposal is expected to be passed with some modifications. Peronis, the largest coalition, has said it will reject the bill. The proposal is part of the president's agenda of state reform and economic deregulation. For more on this, let's cross to Buenos Aires to speak with our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman. Lucia, just tell us more about what we can expect to happen today.
Well, it's not just today. This is just the beginning. This so-called mega law
like
or
omnibus
bus law, which is the actual name is the law for the basis and the beginning of the liberation of the Argentine people. That's actually the name of this law. And it's being debated in commissions right now. It could take days, weeks, months to be approved. And the real question is how much of it will be approved, because basically what it is the president calling for a state of emergency that would give him extraordinary powers, amazing prerogatives over the economy, over social laws, over pensions, over the privatization of companies. It's a long, long list that he's asking for, and it would allow him to have these powers that could pretty much supersede a lot of the attributions of the Congress for up to 4 years. So he's asking for a lot. Some call it even imperial powers. Whether or not he will get some or all of it is what is going to be decided in these debates that have just begun.
And how is the law, the concept of this being received across the country?
I would say with resignation. Really, the amazing thing about this is that the state of Argentina's economy is such that people believe the president when he says that extreme situations require extreme solutions. He calls it a painful solution. It's almost like he's saying to people, you're going to have to take bitter medicine that's going to make you feel very, very sick, but by the time it's over, you will get better. That is his argument. What many Argentines are saying is, how long can we last? How long can we stand this? A country that already has 3-digit inflation. The currency was devalued by 187% when President Milei took over just recently.
Why aren't more of them coming
just
here,
a
then?
month in a couple of days since he became president, and many, many more hardships that are expected before, as he says, things get better. So people say that for now they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. How long that will last is another question.
All right, Lucia, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks very much indeed. Lucia Newman reporting. Thank you. Norway's parliament has approved a plan to allow deep-sea mining off its coast. Under the plan, the country will lease rights for underwater exploration to commercial mining companies. Opponents warn that could endanger the environment, but supporters say mining will reach minerals necessary for green technologies. Martin Wirbler is an oceans campaigner and researcher at the Environmental Justice Foundation. He says that deep-sea mining poses a huge threat to the ocean.
The Norwegian government actually ignores the advice of its own scientific institutions. You have the Norway Institute for Marine Research, which indicated that the area designated for deep-sea mining is vulnerable and also valuable. You have the Norway Environment Agency, which is saying that deep-sea mining will have these severe consequences. And back in July, the European Academy Science Advisory Council, also led by Norwegian scientists, highlighted that it is indeed not necessary for the energy transition to proceed with deep sea mining. And you also have like the fishery sector who's advocating against deep sea mining in Norway, and also companies like Storebrand. But to get to your point. It was the Norway's Minister of Petroleum and Energy, for instance, who says that deep sea mining is necessary for the green transition. However, when we take a look about like future scenarios and also how we deal with our resources currently, just to give you some numbers in that context, by 2030, the UN estimates that there will be 75 million tons of electric waste worldwide. While the technological capability exists for recovery at rates exceeding 90% of copper, cobalt, and nickel, so the minerals which are the target minerals in deep sea mining, we have like 16,000 tons of cobalt per year, which gets lost due to insufficient collection and recycling of mobile phones. And it's like 10% of the annual production of cobalt. And the market share of car batteries, for instance, without cobalt and nickel, has been increasing rapidly in recent years, by 17% in 2021 to 39% in 2022.
Scientists have confirmed that 2023 was the world's hottest year on record. Data from the Copernicus Climate Change Center
crazy how much
shows
hungrier
it
he
was
is
the
now.
world's
Like,
warmest in the last
and he wants
100,000
more.
years. Since June 2023,
Oh, no.
every month has been the world's hottest on record compared to the corresponding month in previous years.
Like, I don't know how
Scientists
fat I
had
should
widely
get him,
expected the
dude.
milestone after climate records were repeatedly broken.
He's getting obese.
Bosnian Serbs are marking a self-declared national day in violation of the country's constitution and a 1995 peace agreement. The Republika Srpska celebrations started on Monday. Bosnian Serb President Milorad Dodik has been pushing for greater autonomy from central institutions in the Balkan country. January the 9th marks a date when Bosnian Serbs declared the creation of their own state, triggering a 4-year war. Ada has music. It has more now from East Sarajevo.
They must have won, though. They're still a state.
Entity with Serb majority, authorities are celebrating
How'd they do that?
32
We
years
helped them,
of the
didn't we?
creation of the Serb Republic. Hence the 32 cakes on display here in East Sarajevo that belongs to Republika Srpska. But why are cakes, military drills, performances and other forms of celebration so controversial? Well, the Constitutional Court in Bosnia rules that the Day of Republika Srpska, the 9th of January, is illegal and unconstitutional. The Bosnian Serbs created the Serb Republic.
NATO intervention in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
And
Yeah.
4 years of the war followed. The court argued that the decision
Probably.
was made without other ethnic groups, namely Croats and Bosnian Muslims or Bosniaks who also live in the country in mind. In Federation, another part of the country with Croat and Bosniak or Bosnian Muslim majority, people view these celebrations as provocation. They understand that the creation of Republika Srpska in the 90s was the starting point for killings, persecution and other war crimes against non-Serbs, especially Srebrenica genocide in the 90s. So while authorities in Republika Srpska hold these celebrations, in another part of the country, Srebrenica genocide survivors are commemorating the victims. Today, Republika Srpska is a part of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is basically one of the two semi-autonomous regions that by constitution needs to respect the state-level authorities. But the Bosnian Serbs, led by secessionist and pro-Russian leader Milorad Dodik, are defying state-level authorities altogether.
That's why the war
and with these
started
celebrations,
eventually,
they're basically
originally.
ignoring the decision
The breakup of
the top courts.
Yugoslavia.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
China has invested heavily in football in the last decade. Is it any closer to realizing its ambition of becoming a football power? I'm
Why?
Florence
Why
Lee
do they
in
care?
Southern China. That story coming
What's
up.
wrong with us, dude? Why does anybody care about that shit? Any sports, like to that level? Because it's like bragging rights or something? Look at our country, look what we produce. You wish you were us, you wish you were us. Because nobody's going there to show how shitty their country is, are they? Holds up. Did Bitcoin dump some? Sometimes that happens. People go from BTC to gold. It actually did dump. Yo, it pumped its ass off though. What the heck, dude? Did that just happen? Did you see that? It pumped up to 48k, and now it's dumped down to 46. They lost 2k that fast. Somebody lost a shit ton of money right now. I mean, I'm talking about within the past.
Cup, where the semi-final first leg between Chelsea and Middlesbrough is coming
That's
to
20
an
minutes
end, and
that
it's not
happened.
going the way Chelsea would have liked.
It went up
Taking
in 20
advantage
minutes.
of playing at home,
20 minutes ago,
Middlesbrough
it
took a
was
surprise
down.
lead in the 37th minute.
It was
Hayden
down.
Hackney, the goal-scoring hero for Borough,
10 minutes
who are
later.
England's second tier. They are
Yeah,
now just a couple of minutes
9:20.
away from
It was
pulling off an upset.
47-9. At
With 3 days until
9:30,
the
it
Asian
was
Cup kicks off, one of the
45-8.
pre-tournament favourites,
There was
Iran,
definitely
have
some
touched
money
down in
lost there,
Qatar.
dude, on leverage
Iran have won
trading.
the competition 3 times,
Damn, they weren't
but
seeing
not
that
since
coming.
1976.
See, man?
They opened their campaign against Palestine on
Bullshit,
Sunday
though.
as they look to improve on their semi-final performance from 5 years ago. Another team they'll face in Group C is the United Arab Emirates, who have also now arrived in Doha. The UAE have reached the semi-finals in the previous 2 tournaments, while their best performance was a runners-up finish back in 1996. Their coach Paulo Bento led South Korea to the round of 16
Yeah,
in
it
the
actually happened.
2022
I'm
World Cup
seeing
in
it on another
Qatar.
graph
He's
here
back to
with the
try and
coin
help
market
guide his
cap.
side
I
to
was
a
looking at
first
Google,
Asian
but yeah,
Cup
it
title.
did that. And
China
it's still
are another team
dumping,
taking
dude.
part in the Asian
Oh,
Cup, but not
shit.
expected to challenge for the trophy.
Yo, hold up.
That's despite the country launching $1 billion plan nearly a decade ago to turn itself into a football powerhouse by
Happening. Something is definitely happening in the Bitcoin world. For all you, this right here that you were seeing here. Let me get. This is today. Do you see this right here at the end? That's not normal. That's an insane pump and dump. Because look, it went up 47.89 and now it's 45.78. It's below 46 now. Some people are definitely not having a good time right now with this one. Kind of watching and see if it keeps moving. This is interesting. This is real breaking news and that other shit. It's going back up. Oh, you must have some Bitcoin. How do you know? I mean, yeah, it might, dude. It might hit where it's been before, but it might not also because there's no telling what will happen. The news, yeah. Well, did the news come out? SEC says it did not yet approve 33 minutes ago. Yep, that's what it is. It didn't approve. Everybody's selling it because if they would have approved it, they would have held for sure. That happened though. That definitely just happened. Well, that's what it looks like, dude. Woo! Look at it go, dude. Damn. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's gonna be going back up, dude. Not for a while. I'm probably gonna. It's probably gonna go down to like 30K, 35K. At least. It may hover there for a while. This is exciting. This isn't the quickest updating. Oh, maybe it is. I'm not really sure how quick it updates. Probably not as quick as an exchange though. It's not as important, you know. It's not as imperative to get the information as quickly. You don't have the ability to sell it right there, right? But when you can sell, every like microsecond matters. Shit. As soon as you press that button, there it goes. Yes, it got hacked. The SEC Twitter got hacked. That's not what this is saying. K the set. What do you mean? I don't see that anywhere. You're just talking shit. Oh, it got approved? I'm confused. Oh, it got it. That's what it says right on the story. So they did approve it and they're still selling? Weird. A little weird. Oh, you're ghosty. Dude, why didn't you answer me in Discord, fucker? I kept asking you if you're a content creator. I didn't know who the fuck you are. Jesus Christ, man. What are you doing? I didn't hear much. I sent you a direct message, though. You have all the notifications turned off so that you don't even get messaging notifications? Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. Is it going to go back up? Is it going to skyrocket to 50K now after it does this little dump? You don't. Yeah, you do. You're not ghosty? You're ghosty. Yeah, direct messages. I sent them to you, man. Ghosty. You're not looking in the right spot, maybe. Sure. Mm-hmm. 2 direct messages. I'll send one now. Market never closes. Well, the stock market, yeah, but Bitcoin doesn't. That's one thing I didn't like about it, dude. It's stupid stressful when you have enough money on it for it to matter. It's stupid fucking stressful. It's just like whatever, dude. It's some other shit, dude. You can't sleep. I got hardly any sleep, and that starts adding up over time. Start making stupid mistakes, mistapping over here like with my finger over the mouse and accidentally pressing sell or buy or some shit. Because stop losses suck in that you can get stop lossed out of a position and then the crypto ends up turning around and pumping right back up because there's never an end. You know what I mean? You can pump in the middle of the night on your ass. It's so stressful. I'm glad I'm not in it, dude. It sucks not having like the nest egg, knowing that it's gonna go up. I didn't get. I wanted it to go down more. It didn't go down enough, but it is what it is. Oh. Hmm? Oh, message request. Yeah, you have to accept them. That's stupid. So I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He's got the content creator badge. I really didn't know who you were. I thought I had misclicked on somebody, some pleb or something, and accidentally given him the content creator role. Now we got it. I know who you were, dude. I'll do that. What the hell is this ghosty guy? You're looking at him and kick you for not responding. I wouldn't do that. Ah, gotta get a little chippy. You gotta get a little trippy with it. I went to take a nap. I went to take a nap. I'm watching this thing right now. 45.50. Is that it? As that is, I'm gonna do another crazy dump. Because that pump, though, bro, they just caught so many people. But a bunch of idiots were like, here's how this works just now. What just happened? Why this just happened? It's because a bunch of idiots, actually, were buying as this was dumping. Because it has to be like that. For this, there has to be a buyer. It's a zero-sum game, right? So what they do is they get this thing, this SEC thing. They get an idiot investor who thinks it's just going to pump from here on up and just keep going to 100,000 because of this decision. It's the ones that are selling right now. They're the ones that are in on it. They're the smarter ones. Oh, I got to sign for this. Oh, I got. Oh, there's our mailman. Oh, it's still going down. Yeah, I noticed that, dude. I liked your goat video. I literally liked it. I thumbs upped it. I was, dude. Some of your little clips are getting a lot of reaction, a lot of views. There it is. Original loan amount 25,000 paid off, but now I got like 20 something thousand of credit card debt. I don't know which is better. I don't know. I'm paying that one off now, though. Oh, really? Weird. Interesting. That's more than I get. What? The fuck, YouTube? Alright. Some crazy shit. Got like 30 something subs. Gotta be dirty, bro. We'll come back to that. We'll see how they're doing in a second.
In
We
the
got
Hamas
Pinto
Israel
here.
war, and I'm Yair Pinto.
Pinto! We got a
Israel.
Pinto bean!
It is just ridiculous
We got a little
that
Pinto.
since the beginning of the war, there has been global blindness to Hamas's cynical and systematic use of the residents of the Gaza Strip. For some reason, only Israel faces constant criticism, while Hamas, Daesh, Hezbollah, and other pro-Iranian organizations and branches of the Revolutionary Guards in Iran are abusing their citizens, and only Israel is to blame. The residents of Gaza are suffering under Hamas rule. Hamas is a despicable terrorist organization that exploits the Gazan population and uses it as human shields. Values such as hatred, murder, selflessness, and personal gain are key values for Hamas. That's why I'm not surprised to hear the recordings released by the IDF. Listen to a conversation of Unit 504 when an IDF officer talks to residents of the Gaza Strip.
قولهم يا اخوان يعني هم بدهم ايانا نطلع من الطور عشان يركبوا عليهم ويصيروا يضربوا عليكم. احنا طول ما احنا في بيوتنا احنا عشان طولنا في الخط الاول احنا محافظين على بيوتنا عشان ما حدش يركب عليها. هم بدهم ايانا عشان يطلعوا فيهم يكسروا الهضان ويطلعوا فيهم.
In another conversation, a Gazan cook is heard telling how Hamas steals UNRWA warehouses and takes the food of Gazan citizens.
أنا بشتغل في مؤسسة أمريكية WKSA اسمها. WKSA صحيح المطبخ العالمي الأمريكي. أيوة.
The American World Kitchen. They're taking our food, man.
أنت معناتهم والله الأخير مش بيسرقوا أكل، يا ريت بيسرقوا أكل. أنتم سارقين مخازن الوكالة. بس سرقوا منك. حاليا لا. لكن بحاولوا لما تيجي بيشتغل بحاولوا يسرقوا.
It's sad to say, but it's even getting worse, because in another conversation, we hear how Gazan citizens share that Hamas killed his cousin because he tried to ask UNRWA, the United Nations organization that is designated to help Palestinians, for help.
يا رب ماشي ماشي ان شاء الله يحفظ ابو اللي جاب حماس حتى عشان
يلا اقتلوا حماس ارفعوا معكم علم ابيض رايه بيضاء.
وقتين بدكم تخلصونا منهم؟ وقتين بدكم تخلصونا منهم؟
ليش احنا نخلصكم؟ ليش ما خلصتوا نفسكم منهم؟
وما بقتلونا قتلوا بن عمنا امبارح.
امبارح هم قتلوا ابن عمك ليش؟ وهناك جماعة الحماس قتلوه؟ شايف كيف هدول لذلك بدنا ندمرهم في جباليا ولذلك مطلوب انه انتوا المدنيين عشان ما يصير عليكم على شيء تخلوا هناك.
Our war with Hamas is difficult. It is about a terrorist organization that got out of control and became an army. It does not respect any law and no international rules. Hamas is a terrorist organization. In the same breath, I want to congratulate another important elimination that the IDF conducted in Bet Jen in Syria. The IDF neutralized Hassan Aksha. This man was primarily responsible for launching the rockets of the terrorist organization Hamas from Syrian territory towards the state of Israel in recent weeks. Yes, Hamas is operating from Syria and conducting attacks against Israel. From the beginning of the war, Hassan directed terrorist groups of Hamas, which fired rockets from Syria towards the territories of the Jewish state. That's why he was eliminated. In the El Burij camp in the heart of the Gaza Strip, fighters from the 36th Battalion located factories for the production of ammunitions, but when the information checked, it was revealed that the entire camp is one big factory that manufactures ammunitions for Hamas. This is a densely populated camp consisting of civilian buildings where Hamas terrorists produced many tons of weapons that were used by the terrorist organizations on the October 7th massacre attacks against Israel.
Hey, make
The
those
entire El
landmines.
Burij camp is a terrorist stronghold for the production of weapons in the Gaza Strip, and many factories were found in it that were producing long-range rockets, explosives, and
Look at that packaging,
precision-guided
though.
missiles,
It's like they were
including mortars,
delivered.
explosives, and small arms, as well as unmanned aerial vehicles, suicide drones. Some of the factories were found underground at a depth of 30 meters below the surface. In addition, IDF forces eliminated dozens of terrorists who tried to attack the troops. The Golani Brigade's combat team, located in the north of the camp, the largest missile factory since the beginning of this war. Components of long-range rockets that can reach the north of the country, mortar bombs, charges, and ammunitions were found in that location. The factory is connected via underground shafts to a branching network of tunnels that was used to transport weapons to all the battalions of the terrorist organization Hamas along the Gaza Strip. Following the preliminary intelligence information, the operation resulted in significant damage to Hamas's ability to strengthen and create weapons in the Gaza Strip and prevented further damage to Israel. In southern Khan Yunis, the fighters of the 7th Brigade's combat team carried out scans of terrorist infrastructure located next to civilian homes and terrorist offices. During the searches, weapons, grenades, radios, and many intelligence documents were located.
So many screens.
In addition, the forces uncovered a shaft in a school area, toys of AK-47 weapons, and photos documenting school children that are trained in weapons. During the operation of the combat team, several RPG missiles were fired at the troops. The forces returned fire and eliminated the terrorist squad that conducted out a shooting attack using tank shells and airstrikes. In northern Israel, an Air Force fighter jet completed an attack on Lebanese territory, during which a military structure of the terrorist organization Hezbollah was destroyed. Following a warning about the infiltration of a hostile aircraft earlier today in the area of Emek Achula in Kiryat Shmona in Israel, the air defense fighters successfully intercepted a suspicious aerial target that crossed Lebanese territory on its way to Israel.
What was it?
In addition, earlier today, an anti-tank missile was launched from Lebanese territory towards the Mount Dov area, and as a result of the launch, an IDF soldier was slightly injured. The soldier was taken to a hospital for medical treatment. His family was informed. I want to salute 4 heroes, 4 IDF soldiers who fell defending the country of Israel. May their memory be blessed, and let's pray that their families be comforted during these hard times. Sergeant Roy Tal, 19 years of age, from Kfar Yoshua, a fighter in the 94th Battalion, Kfir Brigade, fell in the battle in southern Gaza Strip. Major David Schwartz, 26 years of age, from Elazar, a fighter in the Engineering Battalion, was killed in the battle in the southern Gaza Strip. Major General Yakir Hexter, 26 years of age, from Jerusalem, a fighter in the Engineering Battalion, fell in the battle in southern Gaza Strip. Major General in Reserves Gavriel Blum, 27 years of age, from Bet Shemesh, a fighter in the divisional engineering team of the 36th Division. He was killed in the battle in the center of the Gaza Strip. Israel is surrounded by enemies. From the north, we have Hezbollah operating in Syria and in Lebanon, while in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria, we have Hamas terrorists and other Islamic terrorist organizations. We have the Houthis that launch missiles and rockets from the southern part, from Yemen, towards Israel. We need your help. We need your help in praying for the peace of Israel, and we need your help in sharing the truth of what is happening in this region and who we are fighting against. People should know that we do not seek war. I want to go back to being a civilian and to spend more time with my family. And like me, there are hundreds of thousands of IDF soldiers that are in reserve. This is not their job, but they do this because we must defend our country. So join us in prayer for our families that are back at home, and keep praying for the peace of Jerusalem, and together we will win.
Oh yeah. The heck is this? Look at all these people standing in the snow. What are they waiting for? A ski lift? So many people just standing right here. They must all be going on a ski lift to go up. Steamboat. That's California, right? First steamboat resort. Or is that in Colorado? Yeah, yeah. I think I've driven through there at one point, coming out here. Oh. I'm a 70. 70 go through Steamboat Springs. I-70. I don't know. Oh, 40 goes through Steamboat Springs. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I've been through there then. I went along 40 multiple times across Colorado. Wait, 40? Oh, no, wait. That's not I-40, it's US 40. US 40 go? Maybe not then. US 40. It's not the same. US Route 40 or Highway 40, also known as the Main Street of America. A nickname shared with US Route 66. It is a major east-to-west United States highway traveling across the United States from the Mountain States the Mid-Atlantic states. As with most routes whose numbers end in a 0, US 40 once traveled the entire United States. It is one of the first US highways created in 1926, and its original termini were in San Francisco, California, and Atlantic City, New Jersey. US 40 currently ends at a junction with I-80 in Silver Summit, Utah, just outside Salt Lake City. West of this point, US 40 was functionally replaced with I-80, and as these segments of I-80 were constructed, the western portion of US 40 was truncated several times. That's kind of sad. It's like the movie Cars, man. You know? All them towns, man. All them towns that were along the highway systems of America went to shit. They lost a lot of their revenue. People weren't going to those gas stations anymore. The interstate was too far away. Like, yeah. The interstate system kind of messing things up. It's a lot faster though, probably. Yeah. Probably at least twice as fast. It's kind of fun to travel by highway though. Get off the interstate. See some of the sights. Sometimes I'll even, what a lot of people do, they'll do the highway route just for the hell of it, because there's something over there to see. Oh, it's a skating rink. There's only 2 people on it. Kind of weird. Does this make you feel colder? Here's where they're going. It's 19 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, here's another one.
Achieve its, quote, bold vision to reshape the United States transportation system.
Candidate at the time when pursuing false claims.
Well, I know what I got. This was pretty good. I watched it. You ever watched the White Underbelly, dude? Soft white underbelly. He's got the Whitakers on. He's got a really good one here. Well, if you haven't watched them, I'm going to show you something that's going to make you want to watch them, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. I will see. I will see. The family, yeah, the incest family. Well, this. What the fuck just happened? This. Why isn't it fucking pausing, dude? See what it says? So everybody in this has passed away. And there are a ton of people that he's interviewed that have passed away, dude. It's actually insane. This is a collection of short clips of people I have interviewed who have passed away since Soft White Underbelly started in April 2019. It's difficult to keep track of 8,000 people, so I'm certain there are some I've missed. The causes of death include fentanyl overdoses, automobile accidents, being chopped up and put in garbage bags, being shot and thrown at the dumpster, and suicide. RIP to all. He doesn't say how anybody died, by the way. You just have to figure it out.
Every day, my grandma would tell me, your mom's not coming back. She doesn't love you. And when my dad would come home at dinner time, I had to say that my mom didn't love me and she wasn't coming back. And I refused to say it, so I had to go to bed without dinner and I would get a spanking. We did this for about 2 years. Obviously not a good alliance to have. She never did come back. So I don't know what was worse, like the screaming for her in my head or the silence when I forgot she existed, because silence has a sound too.
And how old are you now?
23.
23. And you got a black eye?
Yeah.
How'd you get the black eye?
A date. I asked him to go get some more crack, and he just took off on me. I'm a clone, so people control me.
Being sober and being in recovery are two different things. I just want to put that out there, and I'm in recovery. I'm here to make action and do the things that I can do to stay sober for the rest of my life.
When I decided to go ahead and do it, it was more of a statement that I was making and that I needed to make at the time, because I was trying to establish myself.
This is crazy, huh?
My dad stopped raising me when I was able to tell on him, you know, for molesting me and raping and molesting me from the age of 9 to 15, and I was finally able to tell somebody. I ended up getting pregnant. So.
Oh, with your dad?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fuck, man.
Child by my father. Yeah.
These are, dude, this is one of the most impactful things I've ever seen, dude, actually. Like, just to feel grateful for what you got at the same time, what your life wasn't that bad, and these people are fucking dead now, dude. So not only was their life shit, apparently, now they're dead. So they can't even have anything. That's it. There's so many of them, dude. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm like miserable all the time. And I'm trying to get myself to go back to rehab because my kids are getting older now. The other two are 13 and 15.
But I stand behind everything that I tell you. I'm not a buster, I'm not a mark, I'm not a bitch. I'm a soldier that stands on the front line of this shit. And like I said again, I ain't afraid of nothing. You can send your best buddy at me. He can be King Kong's son. I'll take his ass on. And if he whoop me, at least I know I took him on.
I've been living life the maximum bump status. Just, not that I don't give a fuck.
It's really a bummer they all died. It's like,
but
shit.
I'm absolutely not wasting any effort on anything until it's time.
Brother, in Memphis, Tennessee.
How old were you?
I was 1 year old. I was one.
Sorry.
When they died, right? And my mother, she died when I was in the 5th grade. I was going on.
I've been in the hospital with my cancer.
Oh, this one's bad.
What kind of cancer do you have again?
Stomach cancer and brain cancer. I got a tumor in my brain and a war in my stomach. It gave me less than 6 months, and now it's been about 4.
Fuck.
I got 4 months left.
So I'm on one side of the street and I hear a voice yelling at me, "You're in my territory, get out of here." And I look across the street and I see a guy that's a little shorter than me. So he starts walking towards me, I walk towards him. He says to me, "This is my territory.
Hey, Jack, how you doing, man?
You need to get out of here or I'll bust your head." And I look up at the street sign and I said, "I don't see your name. What's your name?" And he says, "Splacho." I said, "I don't see your name in that street sign, and I'll be back here tomorrow." And he said, "Well, when I come back tomorrow, I'm busting your head." I said, "I'll be back."
I made my own choices. It's hard being out here. They going in people's tent. They molested 3 weeks ago. They molested a 16-year-old little boy. Finally, somebody called. By the time the police got there, when they brought that baby out of that tent, he was bloody from head to toe. They looked at that camera. Man, so many guys went in that tent and molested this little boy. And they called themselves gang members and stuff.
How'd you get around? You guys had cars back then?
We had a horse. And sleigh. And I travel through the mountain from Boeing Street into Millipore through the mountain.
Huh, look it up. This is pretty bad too. I mean, that
fuck shit up, you know.
It's just
they try to
sad.
get drunk and high and just fuck shit up.
Oh, nice, Jack. Yeah, man.
First time I went to jail was a robbery. I was gangbanging at the time.
He's mostly sad because
15 years old.
she's dead now.
I was a jury still in the liquor store.
Probably suicide. I
Same
don't know. Drug overdose.
Got away nice with no money. Now, back then, $7,000 was a lot of money.
It was the chopped up one.
Not me,
One of them
man.
got chopped up and put in a bag.
I'm a lover and a fighter, but I like to love, man. You know, some females don't know what that really means. Like, or they did, but then it got so abused that it's like now it's hard for them to trust and to love. I'm hoping that I can switch all that around. You know,
You a pedo or what?
I don't know.
Because I'm not one who makes a hoe do anything. She does it because she wants to. You know, I've had plenty of hoes come to me chosen. I want to be down with you. You know, well, bitch, it's a choosing fee that come with me.
A lot of pimps are dead.
I mean, bitch, I don't see no bread in my hand.
I got over that recruiting officer and told him I was 17 years old.
How old were you actually?
I like this dude.
Huh?
How old were you actually?
13.
He's my
I was
people.
13. But you have to be 17 before you get in the United States Army.
Tennessee.
And that recruiting officer said, "Mr. Wilson, you look very, very young." He said, "I don't believe you're 17 years old, you know." I said, "Yes, my mother."
Do you stay in an RV?
No, I actually, I hold down a lodge, a dark lodge, I like to call it. It's
a tent?
Sort of a Masonic, what do you call it? Unorthodox Masonic innovation. I keep an outside lodge, a red lodge. I believe in supporting the establishment and keeping an eye on things from the outside, you know what I mean? And making sure that, you know, like, I believe in our economy and in our establishment.
Is this a tent that you're in?
Yeah, I stay in a tent or outside, you know, it's usually my...
and I was going to jail for like robbery, grand theft, and it was like I was gonna spend my whole life like in jail if I kept going down that like type of path. So I decided easier path with easier money, and that's it.
You'll pop up in any vacant lot you see.
I'm sure I've seen it.
Any other, that's a marshmallow leaf. So basically, you just got a bag of lawn clippings. All right? And you know you.
Somehow I broke myself free before they could stab me. There's these concrete steps that go from the front door to this gravel driveway. And I jumped. And they were running right behind me, and they jumped as well. And the guy dropped the knife.
Yes, I was married. I have 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, which I haven't, unfortunately, I haven't been in touch with in some years now. They're grown, all of them are grown. I got 3 kids by my wife and 1 kid out of marriage.
Do you have running water?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I run it off a holler up there. Got a waterfalls up there it comes off of.
So you tap into that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't drink it, but I can bath in it and wash my clothes and dishes.
Right.
My white male friends, I kind of like them more. I think in the long run, I think I might end up marrying a white man. I'm not sure, but I think that's what might happen.
Find a sugar daddy and you're all set.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'd actually bit one of these pedophiles on the side of the face while I was getting molested once. And I think my punishment for that is my dad took one of these audio recordings of me getting raped, and he sat me down and he had me listen to them when I was just 4 or 5 years old. And you know, I grew up hunting and stuff. It sounded like someone was killing a rabbit over this audio recording, just gurgling and screaming.
Brutal, dude. He probably committed
suicide. I remember my dad looking
suicide.
at me and laughing, and I brought him the recording and I set it on his desk. You know, I was just a scared kid. I didn't know what was going on. He looked at me and he kind of laughed and he says, "You don't like listening to that, do you?"
Man, the politicians buy pussy. You see how they bought the shit up with Trump and
This
them
guy.
over there in Florida, I mean, wherever.
Everybody knows one of these
They got the
guys.
lady in prison right now because the other dude, he died or something in prison. He got killed or something right there. Yeah, because everybody's name is in the black book, so they don't want that black book coming out. You know what I'm saying? A motherfucker like me would have had that black book. A motherfucker would have been dropping boxes of money off at my house.
My mom, I grew up with my mom, very strong woman. I was a middle child. My older brother was the golden boy and my younger son was autistic, so I bore the brunt of everything her mom did to her. And she was an alcoholic as well, and she would beat me, and she'd sexually abuse me.
A few years after, I got into crystal meth, and alcohol is my biggest problem.
Is alcohol number one?
It's been my biggest downfall for my life.
It's hard, man, because, you know, I've been to jail or prison all my life, man, you know what I mean? And my dad did it, my grandpa did it. I mean, my dad's still in prison right now. He's 60-something years old, he's still in prison, you know? And my uncles and stuff like that, I look at them, I'm like, fuck, man, I don't want to be 55 years old still going into violations, you know what I mean? I'm 43 and I can't do it anymore. I go in there now and I'm ready, like, I can't do this shit. These people get on my nerves, you know?
It was going to be a boy. Mm-hmm. So what happened then, the miscarriage is my baby was already so big, they had to cut my baby up inside me and pull him out. Unfortunately, when they cut him out, they accidentally cut a little bit of my uterus. So I can never have kids again. And that broke my heart.
So where do you see your life going from here? You're 16.
This is her daughter.
I'm probably gonna be dead.
How would you die, most likely, you think? What's the most dangerous, most likely way that you would die?
My hood.
Just the gang violence and the guns and all that?
Either my hood or my pimp.
You have a pimp?
Something like that.
That's the reason to be mad at the world.
I remember this dude.
But I had no excuse. You had an excuse. You had an excuse to be mad at the world and everything because this right here, but I don't. I have to give up. I'm not giving up. I can't give up. But mine won't let me.
I'm not
I wonder
a
if he
person that
gave
had to
up.
defend myself. It was a dude that got obsessed
Wait,
with
what
me
was
and
his
stuff and kept
name? I wonder if let me see. I want to see if he killed himself or not. Oh, it doesn't say his last name. Damn.
I'm not a violent person, but I had to defend myself. It was a dude that got obsessed with me and stuff, and he kept attacking me. And the police and stuff wouldn't do nothing about it because, you know, who I was and who he was, his mom was an attorney, so, and I was just a working woman on the streets doing drugs, so I didn't mean nothing.
I went to jail my first time.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah, that's serious.
There was a cop?
He was undercover.
Oh, wow.
On supposed.
Came natural.
Yeah.
You know, I learned at a young age that when you sex a hoe, you in their world. But when you get in their mind, they in your world.
Oh, like they tried to kill him, or they went after him again,
In
maybe.
your world. But if you sex them, you in their world.
If you have sex with them, then
You in their world.
yeah. So it's all about control.
It's all about control. You know, not with just this head, but with the other head too.
Molestation go on.
Till I was 14, from as young as I can remember.
Jesus.
So I
Did
was
you
really
say
young.
anything?
I didn't say anything until I was 23. And when it was already too late. But
I got shot the hell up. I got shot all in my back and in my back arm right here. Bullet, you see bullet holes, the elbow right here. I got shot. I've been shot 9 times, and one, a couple in the leg. But anyway, Peaches, that was
Dude's
my little
ripped,
hardcore
man.
at the time. But I was
Oh,
married.
he must be one of the
So I
Muscle
had
Beach
her
dudes.
and my first wife,
Before he died.
Anita.
The tits look
that's another story.
fake, man.
yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Oh, this one's crazy. This is the craziest one of all of them. Well,
for piano.
like she's crazy.
Yale for running. Hunter for science.
I'm sorry.
And I saw Einstein. And I was reading a book, and it took me a long time to get a brain that would stay captive. I was in love with Indian lore. That's all I had. I had been a young girl, and I was very petite in the muscle area that gets stretched. So I didn't know it, but they signed me up for Olympic training.
So I get to prison, and
I wonder if she actually was, though. She was actually at the Olympics.
Participate, you know. I believe in la raza, you know, in our the thing we have established in prison, right? Our Southern Hispanics, and so you know, I start doing stuff in prison. Little stabbings here, little stabbings there.
I'm just like my dad. Rest in peace. He knows it, and I apologized before he died. We talked it out. He understood why I did that.
Never was really interested in anything that
This is full-blown
was
alcoholic.
successful.
Dude.
Ever, you know. I always had an interest and it always looked good to me. But I think somehow there was something on the inside of me that felt that maybe I didn't deserve success, you know? So I've always self-sabotaged, always. My whole entire life, including now. Excuse me. I have to take a shot, like, I'm so sorry. Alcoholism is very ugly, but it's real.
I was full-fledged with the business. Back then we had zip guns, 22s,
This guy, another super. It's like he was going to Venice Beach to go get puked.
All the dudes I grew up with dead or got life. But I was the one that was voted to get life. Because I was wild.
And you have sex with the girls?
Yeah, for surely I have sex with the girls. Who else am I gonna have sex with?
He should have played this dude. He should have played this dude after he played the guy that was like, "No, you don't ever fuck the girls. You gotta control them." The control guy. This guy right after him would have been good. I think the obverse or whatever.
Out with a bitch or a square hoe that ain't doing nothing for me. If I'm having sex with any girl, it's gonna be the girl that's in my stable, that's in my life, that's making sure daddy got everything.
Well, when I was 9, my dad was in prison, and he told my grandma to let me use his phone for my birthday. So I was going through his pictures.
Man, prostitutes
and
are
I found a
tore up
video,
looking most of the time.
and it was him raping me when I was 4. And then when he got out, I confronted him about it, and it started happening again.
I don't know why people like
So.
to risk it. You know?
And probably 40. I'm 53. So probably 40 years out of those 53 I spent in prison.
Oh, wow.
I'd be out for about a week or so. And I wind up, doing something, doing somebody a favor, putting in work, and go right back. It really didn't matter to me back then,
My mom was mentally retarded. She got hit by a truck on her 5th birthday and it damaged her brain, so she had a mind like a kid, so. But I don't know why or understand why she beat me all the time and not them, and I don't know, it was a trip. I guess because I look like my father, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, and I got taken away.
I was like, it was a whole other story. So the sex addiction bloomed when I was sober because it was hidden and it was with random people, and then bloomed again when I was on drugs because it wasn't hidden and it was with random people. And now that I'm a total-time fentanyl user, I am asexual and have no sex at all. So it's an odd place to be in.
I never thought I'm gonna be resistant because when I started, I thought my life is gonna be over in very quickly.
You don't think the preacher's dick gets hard when Sister Robbins walks by with her fat ass in that tight shirt? He thinking the same thing you thinking when you look at her with that fat ass.
I don't know who the fuck gets this isn't middle school, motherfucker. I don't get hard when someone walks. I don't get hard in public. Period. You know what I mean? Especially this from some lady. Well, I don't even get hard at a strip club. If I go to a strip club, and they would have to do some. I don't know. They'd have to do something. They probably had to touch me. Probably. Like, I don't just like get hard from naked people. Even like this guy. Some people just have too much something going on up here. They're just overly sexualized, and they just see some naked shit, and their dick gets hard. That's weird. No, not even naked. He just said that the preacher dick gets hard when the sister walks by and her shirt is tight or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't get that. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that everybody's horny like this guy makes it out to be.
That tight skirt. He's not thinking about how pious she is or how good of a parishioner she is or how holy she is. He's thinking about what he could do with her if he had her alone in a room naked. Because he's a man. It's our natural instinct to do that. It's our basic human need to gratify ourselves.
Maybe because he's so big and his ability to get women is very slender.
It's either get ate out here. You know what I'm saying? So one thing I had
Fat chance.
natural inclination to.
Oh, he's dead now. Fuck, I forgot they're all dead.
You feel me? Like I was serious. I asked a lot of questions. What that for? Why you cock the gun like this? Why you load the bullets like this? Why you cut it like this? When you put heat on it, why you put baking soda with it? Like, I always ask 1,000 questions, you know what I'm saying? To the point where I have to shit up sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Cause man, you can't be in the car asking questions, man. You know what I'm saying? You're around gangster, killer, pimp, rob, murderers.
You carry a gun?
Yeah, always.
Where's your gun?
It's close.
It's a such thing now is loyalty over love. I'd rather you be loyal to me than just come and scream you love me. Because as long as you loyal to me, you're going to do all the things that love makes you do. You see what I'm saying?
What?
So, loyalty is the L word I use, not love.
I met my mother when I was 15 in the penitentiary for murder.
Oh, sorry.
And I stayed with the original foster family from 6 months until I was 13. I was basically their slave. My foster brother sexually molested me.
A few blocks.
It's not just, no, it's like a huge part
everywhere.
of the city.
Yeah,
And the
every
cops,
I
you know,
forgot
like
again.
they control it. They're the ones who are letting the shit in.
It's easy
They're
to
the ones who
forget that
control
people
everything,
that are
and they
talking-
act like, you
It
know,
seems to spread out for
Are
miles
dead.
in every direction.
yeah, and I mean,
'Cause
like,
they're
you're gonna
talking.
sit here
Look
and
at
tell me
talk.
that you're doing everything you can for this city when you're the ones making the bus, you're the ones making it possible for these things to be on the street, you're the ones letting these people go, you're the ones taking them in.
I told my girl, it's something in me, man, I can't help it, but please forgive me if you think that I'm a cheater and all. It's just, I can't help it. I love pussy, I like the ass, you know what I'm saying, and I tear it up.
You have a hard time being a one-woman man?
Yes. It's a hard time, like I don't feel in love that quick, but this one, she got me.
I love getting high. I do. I love it. It helps me bury my feelings. It helps me numb my feelings. I don't like feeling. And you can't have feelings and emotions on the streets anyways. Feelings and emotions get you fucked up and killed.
So Amber, your childhood, how would you
Dude,
describe it?
this one's weird.
How would you describe your childhood?
My childhood, it was okay.
She might have
It was
gotten
good.
cut up.
My parents was
I don't
good
know,
Christian
man.
people. So growing up all the way until 23, it was pretty good.
And then what happened at 23?
I started smoking and doing drugs.
Oh, God.
With him?
Uncomfortable weirdness. And then he raped me at the church. I remember parts of it. And I remember him dropping me back at my house and me going up to my bathroom and just undressing and looking at myself and just seeing bruises, and I had no one to talk to. I didn't tell anyone. I couldn't even tell my parents or my siblings, and I had no friends to tell, so I started using pills.
I got to the point to where I had a problem with authority, you know what I mean? I had a record like this thick, being kicked out of schools and always getting into fights. You know, I figured if my own mom didn't love me enough to, you know, to have a normal life and have a childhood, you know, I didn't want to hear what anybody else had to say, you know?
When I was 5 years old, I was molested when I was 5.
Oh, you were?
At a family reunion. So that plays a part too, you know, because it was like a family member, and it was like, I didn't understand at that age, you know, what was going on, but as I grew older, it was like, whoa.
You know,
that's
it's
what
like
you were
men.
doing, and then that,
Here's what's interesting. It's like men that get molested turn gay, and the gay scene is ultra sexualized. Women that get molested turn prostitute, a scene that's also ultra sexualized. Interesting. Kind of interesting. Like they want to have sex constantly. Gay people and prostitutes. That's what I've seen, at least.
person has kids now, so it's like, how could you, you know?
Oh, man.
But that plays a big part too.
My brother, at the same time, was my best friend. I don't talk to no other of my family, so my brother was there for each other. He lost his mind. Someone smoked him out with a PCP, and he lost his mind, right? So my mom gave up on him. He was in a psych ward for 2 years. He didn't know who was who. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much I threw everything down the drain for that. My mom's death and my brother, I couldn't take it, so I went back to my gang and doing things that I thought I knew would make me feel better, which were drugs and all that, you know what I'm saying? And since then, I've pretty much lost everything.
What aspect of all this life gets you down the most?
The fact that all 3 of my children are not with me anymore. Like, those were my shadows. I couldn't even go to the bathroom without them.
So to look back and not hear mom at least a million times in one sentence, it really tears me up because like they are my everything.
You know, even in junior high and high school, I sold crack cocaine. It went from marijuana to crack to heroin, and then when I found fentanyl, I mastered the game because I did it when I was young. I just used all my elements from then into now, and I just applied all my, all my rules to the same thing, and it worked out just like that. But eventually, you can't get away with it. All good, this comes to an end.
Everyone gets caught, right?
Everyone, nobody gets away.
Are drugs a part of your life?
Marijuana is mainly, I like Xanax. I have tried crystal, but you don't know when people be putting fentanyl up in that stuff and giving it to you. So I don't trust that stuff no more. Just Xanax and marijuana, yeah, and some alcohol.
What does Xanax do for you?
Xanax calm me down.
Yeah, but Xanax and alcohol is dangerous, right?
Yeah, but it calms me down, because that's all I've been having is uppers.
I didn't know anything about the Skid Row, and I was like alone, but I fell in with the wrong crowd, and I was manipulated into basically just sucking dick for hits and stuff like that, and I wasn't making no money at it, but I just wanted to smoke.
And you're pregnant now?
Huh?
You're pregnant now?
No.
You're not pregnant?
Probably like bloated or something. And, yeah.
So you don't think you're pregnant?
No, I think just bloated. So. Yeah.
But is your attitude that regardless of what kind of relationship it is, you're still paying for it?
I'm still paying for it.
I hear that a lot.
Still paying for it. But you know, man, I'll tell you this. I'm tired of it, and I really am, because there's so much drama and so much trickeration and so much bullshit that it just puts you in a situation where, aren't you tired of being sick and tired? Yeah. I'm tired.
He paid me, and when he was done, I just felt something weird. So when I looked at him, he had a knife to my throat. He goes, "Give me back the money, bitch." And I was like, "Oh, hell no." After everything I went through, he wants his money back. It's not gonna work out. So I grabbed the knife and I pulled it out. And I remember him hitting me, which, look, I don't feel nothing. You know what I mean? So I'm like, try to get. And his eyes were like, oh, hell. I go, you got the wrong bitch.
I was in high school, and we were looking at a film, and they were looking at the degradation of homelessness and disparity, and I said, wow, man, those people are really fucked up. I'll never end up like that. And about 2 years ago, I was on one of the back streets here on Skid Row, and it dawned on me what I said. And I said, I'll be down. I became one of those people.
I wonder if he'd go down to Skid Row and get people.
This is the 94th day in the Hamas-Israel war, and I'm Yair Pinto.
Yair Pinto being. Go on. Okay, about Riggs.
Shelter at Floyd Bennett Field.
They've been temporarily relocated to James Madison High School in Sheepshead Bay. That's where Fox 5 Jessica Formoso joins us live right now. Jess, have you been able to talk to anyone impacted by this?
Good evening, Natasha and Steve. Yes, I have. I spoke to a few migrants that have arrived here. Now, we arrived just before 4 p.m. and we saw some families standing outside the high school. Of course, it was already raining at the time. Then they were allowed inside, and they tell us that they came on their own. They were notified that they had to leave Floyd Bennett Field just a few hours ago. Now, take a look at this video. This is from over there, from the fields. This is when we saw the migrants leaving Floyd Bennett Field. The reason they have to evacuate is because of the storm. A spokesperson for City Hall telling Fox 5 that due to an updated forecast, including the high winds tonight,
where are they
this
putting
relocation is what they're calling a proactive measure being taken
Another
out of an
parking
abundance
lot?
of caution to ensure the safety and
What
well-being
the fuck did
of
these idiots
individuals working
think?
and
They were
living
just gonna
at
have
the
a
center.
house
Now,
as soon as they
we
got
are
here?
talking about almost 2,000 migrants who will have to evacuate the field. According
for
to the
real,
migrants
man.
here at
What the
James
fuck are we
Madison
supposed to
High
do
School,
with you
buses will
people?
start transporting folks from the field to the high school starting at around 5 p.m. Some decided to come on their own, though, because they say it's going to be chaos, the amount of people that need to get on a bus in order to
Doesn't
get
the
here.
school have to
The
operate?
migrants were supposed to arrive at the high school after school programs concluded for the day, but that has not been the case. We saw migrants and their families going into the building
Oh my
way
God.
before children were dismissed. One parent telling us off camera that their child's practice was canceled because of this. That
What?
said, this location is what the city is calling a respite shelter just for tonight. However, the people we spoke to tell us that this was last minute. They do understand why they're coming here, but they say it's a bit of a mess, and of course, even a messier situation because of
Yeah,
the
they're
rain
coming here
and the
because they
storm.
want money and free shit.
It's uncomfortable for us. The kids are in school. We have to pull them out to come here. This weather gets the kids sick. Let's see how it goes. I just want to find a job so we can be stable. We found out about all this about an hour and a half ago. Now, according to the city, the migrants will only be staying here tonight. The DOE says they will be out of the high school before school starts tomorrow. However, the DOE says that
Yeah,
at
but
the
there's
request
stanks
of the
already on it.
principal, the high school will go remote on Wednesday.
As many of you have heard, the City Hall just put out a statement that this evening we will be evacuating for the night the families with children that are out at Floyd Bennett Field. We are doing this out of an abundance of caution because of the high winds.
You know, maybe if some of them
Now, a number of
got
parents
fucked up from
showed
some
up
weather
here to the
situation in
school.
America,
They didn't want
they
to
would
talk to
slow
us
their
on
asses
camera.
down.
Off camera, they tell us that they are angry, very upset. They were never notified about what was happening here. They tell us they called the school, and that's when they confirmed that, yes, indeed, migrants were going to be coming here to the high school. They're just upset because they say, how can it be that they are telling you, telling
Sam,
us, the news media,
is our
that
job
no
to
migrants will be
Captain
going into the building
Save-A-Ho everyone that
until
gets here?
the school, the children were dismissed, but we did see some of the families who arrived here on their own already go inside. And I also want to tell you guys and point out that right now, a lot of police here. There is a lot of police here, a lot of also private
Just
security
because this is
here,
happening in New York
and
doesn't mean it's
we're
not
starting
getting
to see
federally funded.
barricades, going up. So we do expect parents to show up around 6 o'clock. I was told that they will be
You know they're begging
rallying
the feds
as
for money.
the migrants are coming off the buses. That's the latest we have here from Brooklyn tonight. I'm Jessica Formoso,
They are.
Fox 5 News. Natasha and
Billion.
Steve, back to both of you inside.
All right, Jess, thank you. And
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bro, this is literally all that's on the internet right now. Nothing else. Everything else is shut down. I'm continually scared to eat these figs. They look like they were like left out on just a rudimentary setup outside or something. And squirrels were sniffing them and shit. They harvested them in bare feet. Surge in illegal Chinese migrants in the U.S.
The US has seen a rise in migrants crossing its southern border illegally in recent years, with 2023 seeing the most intense increase. A part of this increase comes from China, with Chinese migrants embarking on perilous journeys through South America to find a new life in the USA.
As soon as we pull up, they rush towards us. My mic not even on. But that doesn't stop this crowd of Chinese migrants from venting to producer Yong Shong. They're angry having to wait in the cold for Border Patrol.
What? Oh, hell no.
This is just one of 3 makeshift border camps we stop at in eastern San Diego County. Alongside migrants from Latin America, at each camp, we meet dozens from China. The numbers reflect the surge. From 2013 to 2022, CBP recorded fewer than 16,000 Chinese migrants illegally crossing the U.S. southern border. This past year alone, more than 31,000. That's roughly double the prior 10 years combined. But unlike those fleeing countries in turmoil like Venezuela, Cuba, or Haiti, these migrants are leaving the world's second largest economy.
What was the reason you left China?
Their answers vary.
His family is poor.
Poor.
Most cite
fucking
deepening financial
poor.
hardships.
They got the second most large economy in
steadily rebounding
bro.
economy.
How did you get here?
They can make more here though.
California.
Their trek north primarily starts in one Latin American country where Chinese do not
They
need
tell them
visas to enter.
themselves.
To Ecuador. How many of you here?
You know what I mean? They don't need visas to enter. And what did I say about Palestine? Did you see that? Palestinians do not need visas to enter Venezuela. Oh, did you know that? Isn't that weird?
To really understand their journey and how it differs from other migrants, you need to see it in action. We touched down in Ecuador's capital, Quito, and standing outside of international arrivals, we noticed this man.
Chinese?
A hired driver, scrolling through photos and messages in Chinese. A few minutes later, passengers begin stepping out. They tell us they're from China and plan to go to the US, but most ask we not show their faces. The driver approaches this group, making sure he's got the right passengers.
He's got a booking for them.
We uncovered an assortment of travel packages offered specifically to Chinese migrants. You can pay smugglers who promise to ease some of the planning stress. For $9,000 to $12,000, flights, hotels, transportation booked for you. For $20,000 or more, it's a premium service, getting you to the Mexico side of the U.S. border, skipping some of the more treacherous crossings. We drive through Ecuador's capital city with Long Tran Way. He shows us private homes and Airbnbs.
So these people are supposedly poor, though.
When they arrive.
They have more savings than most Americans.
Long's lived here in Quito for 5 years and runs a travel agency. He has witnessed the recent surge in Chinese migrants. And with it, a spike in businesses catering to them, like this Chinese-run hotel. The owner estimates there are as many as 100 hotels in Quito that, like hers, host Chinese migrants headed to the U.S.
And take a look at this. They've got essentially a how-to guide to go from here and to continue north. And they tell you here how many days you should be preparing, vaccinations you might need, other documents you should carry with you. They even mention bringing $300 and hiding that amount of money because of presumably being robbed at some point and needing cash as a backup.
It's advice Zhang Shiqing could have used a few days earlier.
Your parents still think you're in China? They have no idea you left?
Yeah. We meet the 28-year-old back in Quito after he was robbed at gunpoint in Colombia. I left China because I was not able to save any money. It was really difficult to support myself, he tells me. He says some employers in China refuse to pay him even after working. Even if they say the Chinese economy is strong, it is all about the upper class, he says. I wish I was never born.
Dude, it's the same here, you little shit. Most people that aren't rich are living like paycheck to
Saving up enough
paycheck.
to restart his trek, Zhang heads to this Quito bus station, where ticket sellers hold up signs like this one in Chinese. It reads, "To Tulcan, Colombian border." More than a dozen Chinese migrants board the bus north. We go with them for the 4-hour-plus ride. On board, Zhang and the others plan their next moves.
California. California. That's the ultimate goal.
Zhang plans to stay here in Tulcan for 2 nights and then hire a cab to take him over the border.
As a lot of the Chinese migrants are able to pay their way in taxi to get to the international bridge crossing from Ecuador to Colombia, we've noticed a lot of folks, migrants from Latin American countries like these over here, not having the money to do that, so they walk.
In the cold rain, we meet Angel and Isabel from Venezuela.
Falta de moneda por el money. Claro, no? So, claro. They said it's really expensive to try to cross, so they have to walk.
Why do they have a puppy? They're bringing a puppy with them to
Residents tell me
America.
they see hundreds, if
Are you
not
serious?
thousands, of Chinese migrants
They're not
passing
going to let them
through
have
each
that
week.
dog.
And because they're often carrying more cash, they are now prime targets for corrupt police
It has to be
and
quarantined. It has to have
cartels.
shots and
But
everything.
like Zhang, they remain determined. As we return home, he updates us on his trek. Over 2 weeks, Zhang travels through 5 Central American countries, at times messaging Chinese-speaking smugglers who remotely coordinate with local cartels to get him and others on vans, buses, boats, and on flights. It cuts his travel time down to about half that of most Latino migrants, but it's costly. By the time he reaches northern Mexico, he has spent more than $10,000, with 1 more border to go. A camera we set up facing the U.S. southern border captures weeks of crossings, thousands entering the U.S. through this gap in the wall. Group after group, day and night, you can hear these migrants shouting in Chinese. They end up where we started, San Diego County, burning fires through the night to keep warm, and during the day, expecting Border Patrol to pick them up. Just before New Year's, Zhang messages us that he too has crossed into the U.S. and is waiting to be processed for asylum. America. Joining the thousands who've crossed before him and the many more to come.
Awesome. Jeez. Oh, crowd cleared out. Alright, enough of this. Got rid of that. I don't have any money in it. Don't care. And I don't recommend you put money in it either. But hey, do what you want. If you would have put in like at 16.25, sure, but oh man. I still don't trust it. I'll never trust it probably. I'm not the only one. A lot of people have gotten burned and won't trust that shit anymore. I'm sure some people didn't trust the dollar when they wanted to start using it over gold and silver. And now look what they did with it. They used it against us, just like they'll do Bitcoin. They use it to control us. People thought it was a way to get away from centralized banking, but Bitcoin would actually be a way for the government to have complete control over transactions, because they would see everything on the blockchain. There's no secret expense, it's like anyway. It's not what people think it is. Usually, they think it's some kind of money that is untraceable or something. A lot of people still think that. I am shop on the dark web with Bitcoin or something. I mean, you can, but it's still traceable. Yeah, you have nothing also, and if the power goes out, it can't be used. Like if there is some sort of like EMP situation to where, like, say we have a solar flare or something that shorts out all our shit. Everybody with crypto is unspendable at that moment. I mean, credit cards are pretty much the same way, though. Like, how would we get money out of the bank? God, that would be a fucking headache, dude. The solar flare took out, like, somehow EMP'd our electrical grid all across the world. It'd be chaos. I wish I could trust it, dude. Bitcoin. That fake out pump it did up to the all-time high really screwed me up. I don't know if I like this water as much as Pellegrino. It doesn't have that slight saltiness that Pellegrino has. It's not mineral water. There are no minerals, apparently. It's spring water. It doesn't have any minerals listed. Rainwater Springs, Bangor, PA. Pennsylvania water. Boy. What's this say? Does it say something special on here? No. Where's the snow? Colorado. Steamboat Springs. Steamboat. Well, this is Steamboat, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Colorado. There is a steamboat out there. We got 3 videos of it. We got this one. Hey, it's 1 minute till 4:20 in Colorado. It's 4:20 right now, actually. Happy 4:20, Colorado. And this one. I always kind of miss Colorado, dude. Colorado's special to me. It'll always be special. It's a special place, dude. It's different than anywhere else I've lived as far as, like, the people. People are different there. The psychedelic strain is super big. Bigger than anywhere else way bigger than California. You would think that, like, California, all the drugged out hippies are out here. No, they're in Colorado, dude. Actually, there are way more hippies in Colorado than here. Maybe up north there are more hippies, like Humboldt County, probably. That's where the Rainbow Gathering would meet up near Washington, you know, Oregon, like up there are more hippies than down here. But Colorado, also hippie town. Whole damn state. That's what I love about it. One of the things I love about it. Been pouring rain here all day, coming down the chimney because the wind is blowing so hard. Dang, man. Hopefully you get to relax tomorrow and not have to pick up a bunch of shit out of your yard or something. Tree doesn't come down. I know this is a type of this storm that's happening is a type of storm that causes trees to knock down. Dude, I'm just noticing that they got two separate lifts here. You have an indoor lift and then an exterior lift, huh? I wonder if they go to the same place. This is the luxury lift. It's $5 more if you don't want to be in the cold. I've only been to one of these places in Austria. I don't even remember where. Somewhere outside of Vienna. My girlfriend's family took me to it. I didn't even ski. We took the lift up to the top and then just hung out. They had an observation thing up there to where like multi-level. We go to the top and look at the scenery. And then we came down. I actually smoked a bowl up there. Now that I think about it, yep. I had a pipe and some weed that I'd bought in Vienna. Smoked it. It was hard too because it was windy. Fucker, it was hard to light it, dude. It was kind of a pain in the ass. But her parents were down at the bottom, so I couldn't smoke down there because there was a bunch of people down there too. And it was just us two up there. So it was pretty cool. Yep. Austria. It looks about like this. Austria and Colorado are a lot alike. I didn't go out there because of that though. Strip. Vienna's like Denver, kinda. Really artsy. Very art-centric city. A lot of branches down, no trees. Man, that storm hit us first, and we had a bunch of rain, and all the fruit from my tree and a bunch of leaves were knocked out of it. Yeah. Steady storm. Onyx headbutting at waterhole. What is this? Let's look at a throwback. I remember this one. It was before the stream had went up. Camera wasn't even on yet. Alright. How can I pop this out, man? Just gotta pop it out. There's no button to do that. I can't make it any bigger if I can't pop it out. It's 4:51 my time. I'm just getting up for the stream. I noticed that was happening, I guess. Review. Branches, bank branches. Almost closed OBS again. Simon's sleeping still, dude. I was warm enough to open the front door. Yeah, I can pop it over. See you also look out. Guess he doesn't care. Oh, he didn't get up. And I don't want to just leave the door open to make the whole house 62 degrees. I don't want to do that. Yo, VCMD propulsion. Propulsion. That's how you say it, right? Roger, over and out. This guy. A year? Can you prove that? Huh? Do you have evidence? I need to see evidence. Let me see something. Let me see something here. We're on Twitch. There should be evidence. Oh yeah, look at that. Been following us since December 12th, 2022. Holy shit. You have the power. I did. They don't have the power? Everybody can look, right? I don't know. It's a streamer thing? Or... Yeah. Over a year now. Thanks, man. Well, thanks for saying something. Holy cow, this is kind of awkward. You know me, but I don't know you. Bro. I guess this happens a lot, actually. Well, it doesn't really happen a lot. It probably happens more than I know. Oh, you can see it too. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool, man. Well, wow, you picked an interesting day. We're not doing anything. We're watching snow. Oh, wait. Got this one. And people, we got a combo. We got this one too. Oh, man. People are going home. Dang, it's only 4:30. Because this was packed earlier. This was packed like an hour ago. This is an hour and 10 minutes ago. Where'd they all go? Are they on the mountain now? Still waiting? Do you want it? I'm waiting for snow here too. See what else we got on here that I got the copyright to. Mexican. Oh yeah. You know, this used to be Mexico, right? Most if not all of Colorado was Mexico. Oh, really? Nice. So you like the cold then? You're trying to, if you're doing that. You live in a nice area of the mountains. Got snow a few weeks ago, so I'm good a few years. The other opposites. Takes all types though, man. Luckily everyone doesn't want to live at the beach. Or do they? No, not everyone. Almost everybody, because if you look at America's demographics, most of the population is on the coastline. The middle of America is actually extremely empty. We did have another land rush, man. I'm ready to stake my property out. We got here too late. No, they only did that in Oklahoma though, but who the hell wants to live there? Go there, be Outlaw Reform Ministries neighbor. Oceanside? Oh, yeah. It's expensive here too, you know. Oceanside might be around the same. I don't know if it's more or less. Probably less than here, because it's not in LA County. I'm paying for just being able to say I live in LA or something. I live in Long Beach. I live in LA County, so I still can say like when I'm to get people to know quicker where I'm at, because a lot of people don't know where Long Beach is, but they know where LA is. You know. God dang, it's not coming. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, bro. This thing lets me play one song and then glitches out. And defeats the purpose of a stream deck. I gotta press like 10 buttons to get one thing to work. And everywhere. Yeah, I keep coming back here too. I don't know if I'm gonna be staying though. It's just too expensive to get a house. I can't do it, Captain. I haven't got the power. I can only get a loan for like 350K, and that ain't enough. Crazy, man. I get really good credit too. I can't even, like, I don't want to get too much because I won't be able to afford to pay it off, but they'll probably give me more than that. Everything's expensive here. Everything. At least some of the things that are expensive here are actually better though. Like the weed. Alcohol is less expensive in California. Ironically, they want to keep us docile, I guess, or they want to keep us inebriated. So alcohol is cheaper here. And let's see, what else is better? What else is better? Of course, the weather, but you're not really paying for the weather. That's what the rent increases, just because of the weather. Interest rates come down. Why? You took out a loan recently? Man, I'm thinking about taking a loan out, paying my credit cards off. I don't know. You refinance at a low rate? What do you mean you hoping the rates will come down? They come down from that? From 2%? Is that high or something? Seems low. And pull money and buy what with an LLC? House. Oh wait, I didn't see this part. I have Trib. We pull in our money for a place. What's Trib? Oh, you can't move, I see. Yeah, moving during COVID, like, you actually did that? Man, kinda wish I would have, but I really, yeah man, damn. I was trying to actually, I think and then shit happened. Actually, yeah, I got approved for a loan. I was looking at houses in Memphis. I remember now. That's when it all happened. Crazy. Yo, I would have had a good loan too right now. Damn it. Ah, whatever. Wasn't meant to be, man. I would have probably gotten in trouble out there. It's not as easy to stay out of trouble in Memphis. It's just not, dude. It's weird. I don't know if it's me or if it's just like the cops out there or trying to lock people up for shit more, because weed's not legal there. That's one of the big things. So if they smell weed on you, you're fucked, dude. Can you imagine living like that still? If you're in a state where you can smoke, can you imagine having to deal with that shit still? Where you get pulled over and the officer's like, "You been smoking marijuana, boy?" Like, what the fuck? Dude, we don't have to worry about that at all out here. You know what I mean? The cop won't even think about it, probably. Unless smoke's bellowing out of the car. Then I got a problem, probably, maybe. You hotbox in the car, you might get in trouble. But so yeah, maybe I was meant to lose everything so that I couldn't move for a time, and that way I stay out of trouble. They can't use it. Well, in Memphis they can. That's awesome that they can't for you guys. I mean, but I'm just fucking jaded that everybody is getting legal weed or medical weed, and Memphis is still dragging their ass. Over Tennessee, I should say. I'm just hitting random songs on my stream if I have permission to play. Something's there. Good to hear you too, Coffee. I hear you. I hear you. Oh, yeah. I just tapped in. Did you hear that? I tapped into Coffee. That was their brain. Oh. That's heavy, man. It's alien, some sort of alien power. Because I didn't disconnect. I was aware the whole time. And aware of them. I've hit the next level. Sometimes I got away with having weed on me back before it was legal under too many times. Yeah, but New Jersey ain't Memphis. I got PTSD from that shit, dude. I swear it's different down there because it's so racist. It has something to do with it. Like, a lot of cops are racist. Even the black ones. And we saw that recently with the Tyree Nichols beating. That shit didn't just start. And if you hung out with black people, if you smoked weed in Memphis and got like caught in a black area or something, you might be fucked. This week start shaking a little bit. There's a reason why I don't live there, dude, and that's it. I'm scared of the cops there. That's one of the main reasons I left. If not actually the main reason. Yep. And I've gotten arrested in multiple states after that, but only once. Only once in each state. Well, that I got charged with, or that I got convicted of, I should say. Only 2 convictions outside. 1 in each state. I just wanted. Oh no! Wait. Yep. 1 in each state. I actually got arrested up north on a road trip to San Francisco, but that charge didn't stick. But they held me until Christmas Eve. That was a motherfucker. They wanted to keep me through Christmas. I was on fucking vacation. I want to check out their systems, you know, and wherever I go. That's a joke. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't think of that, man. This one was the worst here too. This one was the scariest jail I've ever been to, and I've been to, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5, something like that. I think 3 or 4. I can't remember though. Maybe 5. This one's the scariest. Not actually maybe 6, because I've been to Long Beach Jail also. Long Beach Jail just sucks. LA County Jail, that's fucking scary. It is a grown ass adult male. It's scary to be up in there. I don't even know how I slept. I don't know if it would fuck with me more now. I don't know if it would be worse going through it now. Probably. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. With these suppositories, that would be some bullshit. Think about it. Can you imagine shoving suppositories up your ass in jail in front of everybody? Homie. Sorry, I know that might have been TMI, but I need to get that worked on. What? Now we're family. What am I doing? What do you mean I'm not? What does that mean? Well, lots of snow in Iowa. Stay safe out there. Hopefully you got all your supplies just in case. Got your water. You got your 40 ounce. Dude, I remember a blizzard, a big ass blizzard hit once out in Colorado when I was living out in the boonies outside of Fort Collins. And I drove to the store, dude. I put chains on we had a Bronco too. I put chains on that bitch and drove through dirt roads, and it was like, oh my god, there was already so much snow, but I did it to get some fucking beer, and all I had was like $5. I had like enough to get 2 40s. Like literally, that's all the money I had, and I was like, yo, if we gonna get snowed in, we gotta get. Because, you know, we gotta get some party favors. Shit, we're gonna be here. Who knows how long we're gonna be trapped up in here, you know? So, yeah, that was wild. It was like I was mudding. That's right. If there was so much snow, it was like I was mudding with that thing. I was whipping it. I had to put it in 4 low to get through it. You know, you got high and low. Or was it high? Whichever the one that like slows shit down, it gives more torque. I had to lock all the diffs too. You know, for that old a vehicle, you had to go outside and turn this little dial inside the hub, and it would lock lock it so that now like they don't slip at all. The limited slip differentials turned off. It's a lock, so it's very jerky, but that shit, man, it was pretty fun actually. It was an adventure. Like looking back on it. Only because we didn't get stuck, though. It would have sucked hardcore if we'd gotten stuck. I got us through that shit, though. The stick shift, too. When I was a youngster. Bruh. Hopefully you got your party favors. That's what I meant to say. But you're probably not out in the boonies. We were out so far at the snowdrifts for like 8 feet tall. Is that what you mean? You got, or no, 8 inches. Yeah, we had feet, like, over my head type shit of snowdrifts though. Not that much that landed in one place, but snowdrifts, the way it works is the wind like blows it blows a bunch to a certain place. It just builds up there like a sand dune, which is also in Colorado too. If you haven't been, the Great Sand Dunes are pretty epic. It's like 30 square miles of desert. It looks like the Arabian desert out there, man. It's crazy. There's some sand building up over time, blowing there. Any of y'all been there? Yeah, man. I camped there once in the mid 2000s, early 2000s, and I drove through there in 2014. Went again. It pretty much looked the same. Man. Ow. My ex posted pictures on her Instagram. Did y'all see those? They were a long time ago. I probably didn't see them. There's some good pictures of the sand dunes. What did you mean by that, Sister T? You made everybody stop talking. You made it happen. Prove me otherwise. First Publix store in... Oh, breaking news. Motherfucker.
The Publix grocery chain will open its first Kentucky store in Louisville tomorrow.
I-Team reporter Dan Monk got a sneak peek at that store today. He was actually looking for some clues on how the Florida chain will ultimately compete against Kroger when it comes to Northern Kentucky in 2025.
This is interesting.
It isn't hard to spot differences between Cincinnati-based Kroger and Florida-based Publix.
Our
I didn't know that. Florida.
Our company.
Okay.
Anything that you own, you take better
So
care
they're a little
of.
crazy.
Publix spokeswoman Maria Brau says it's a competitive advantage to be the nation's largest employee-owned company.
It's not
Really?
uncommon for our
Okay.
associates to come, work, find a job, and make a career here. I've been with Publix 33 years, came in as 14 years old, and grew my career.
What?
But will that
14?
really matter in
Isn't that
Louisville,
against labor
where
laws,
Kroger
lady?
holds a 43% market share?
What? Whoa. Wait. It's saying that fucking thing.
In
What did it
Louisville,
say?
where Kroger
We're close
holds a
32 years.
43
K through 14 years old. All the K is extra. This K's got kindergarten. I was like, what does that mean? K through 14. But no, she was actually
3% market share.
Regardless
can
of who
work
the
in
competitors
Florida at
or what the
14.
market share is, we come in and one step at a time, we're making a difference. We're eating away at market share, and we look to become the grocer of choice for our customers.
In the fight for retail market
But it
share,
is
the
14, dude. I didn't know that. I'm fucking learning too much. I'm cool. A minor must be 14 years old to work. Wait, is this everywhere? Okay, no. Exemptions are children that work in a parent's business in a non-hazardous occupation, newspaper delivery, 10 years old for newspaper delivery. What? What? Hold up. 10 years old? That seems a little young. I don't know. It's for just trying to imagine myself as a 10-year-old on a newspaper route. Y'all, is that y'all? Did any of y'all do that? If you did, put some shit in the chat, assholes. Pages in the Florida legislation. Minors for work. So 14. 14 to work in Florida. 14 to 15 can work up to 15 hours per week, not before 7 a.m. or after 8 p.m., and for no more than 3 hours a day on school days when a school day follows. They may work up to 8 hours on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and on non-school days when school days do not follow until 9 p.m. A lot of rules involved with it. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
grocery chain has a couple of potent weapons, including a submarine.
Pretty cool. She's still working there.
Sandwich.
Our subs are one of those legendary products. The pub sub, it has a cult following on social media.
The Louisville store will introduce several Kentucky-themed products, including bourbon-flavored ham and cookies. It'll have dozens of buy one, get one free offers, like this cereal at 2 for $5.29 that we found at a nearby Kroger store for $3.99 each.
So I think that they'll, both there will be enough business to support both of them, I would think.
Steve McLean represents
That's
the
a
Kentucky
dude?
Grocers and
What?
Convenience Store Association.
Holy
He
shit.
says consumers will benefit from increased.
Dude, I was sold that was a female. And I was even about to say, like, that's a Pat. We got ourselves a real life Pat right now, because I wasn't totally sure. But I was like leaning towards female. I was leaning towards female, dude.
$5.29
Does that not
we
look like a
found at a
female?
nearby Kroger store for $3.99 each.
So I think that they'll, both there will be enough.
I don't see male, dude.
Business to support both of them, I would think.
Steve McLean represents the Kentucky Grocers and Convenience Store Association. He says consumers will benefit from increased competition.
They'll shop ads, they'll shop sale bill, the weekly ads to see what's on sale.
After duking it out in Louisville for the next year, Kroger and Publix will take the fight north to Richwood, where it already has announced one northern Kentucky location.
Oh, Memphis Cups are racist, right?
How many do you see Publix
yeah, but that's
in
why
northern Kentucky?
that's why I explained. Like, if you seemed like the type that were hanging out with black people, you know what I mean? And part of that would have to do with smelling like weed, or coming back from a weed spot that's in the hood and it's known for like there being a bunch of black dudes. The cops are gonna like judge me more harshly and try to get me on something more than they are somebody coming out of I don't know, Germantown or Hickory Hill, or like a more white community of Memphis. And for that, I don't know, they're in a way they're being racist towards, like, they're using their racism and clumping me in there with it, and just hating everybody that gets into that with whatever's going on in that neighborhood, like of this predominantly black people. I'm one of them. It's in some way kind of to them, like, oh, you want to fuck with them? You're gonna hang out with those people, huh? It's kind of a weird dynamic out there. Because the people that are cops in Memphis, they feel like they got out of the hood, they didn't fuck with that, and they did everything they could to try to protect people from that. And if you're going to that, because I'm the type that dude, Memphis is mostly hood, let's be real. And if you're gonna be hanging out and making friends, you're probably gonna end up in the hood a few times. Unless you stay inside all the time, which I probably wouldn't do nearly as much out there, because I got people that I know from my childhood, parents and shit. Like, I would be driving around much more, and that's risky. Especially with weed. Yup.
I think it's always looking for the opportunity. So as
Soy
long
will
as
do
there continues
that.
to be opportunity, there will continue to be operations.
Pat syndrome.
Louisville, Dan Monk, WCPO 9 News.
Maybe the testosterone blocker on. Look at these people. Alright. What else? The lifts are stopped. Homie was on last night. The Nari preacher. So Joe's going to be going to, look, he's almost got $7,000 to go with Oreo to the border. What the fuck is, for both of them? Or for him? No, I just watched like a second of it.
For the correct 1020 is going to be 5651 Hopper Street.
Red 84 boy, 1125, eastbound 58, east of Mount Vernon.
He wasn't freaking out yet. Police chase, U-Haul, live. Let's go! Ah, this is close to me too. It's in Orange County. Oh man! We don't have any audio, dude. So 3 minutes ago too. Audio should be working by now. Dude, that thing will do some damage if it hits something. I think that's pretty self-evident, right? Oh my god. It's kind of going fast through these city streets, I would say. I did say it, actually. It's already done. I don't know. I don't see an audio version of this. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do.
Never mind, that's not Avenue. Not Avenue, coming up on another intersection there as we weave our way through traffic here. It certainly appears to be Manhattan Beach PD. CHP is monitoring this. They're helping them out. They have the helicopter overhead, but they are not engaged pursuit. They are still the lead agency here as he finds a little bit of an opening along Knott Street.
Wow, I mean, imagining that these box trucks aren't exactly streamlined and ready to go, so that's a very dangerous situation. Who knows what heavy a load that guy is carrying, or that suspect is carrying.
Yeah. Who knows if it's loaded down or not, if it's empty. And have you ever seen, Chris, police try to pit maneuver on a vehicle this big?
They won't do it. They know that the risks are too high. It's a top-heavy vehicle, and the variables just do not accommodate a pit maneuver. So a pit maneuver is pretty much out of the question. What is certainly in play, if they have the opportunity, would be a spike strip. But look at the driving here. Real desperation to flee those pursuing officers, and it may be a combination of agencies for sure. We just saw a Seal Beach police officer, and now you can see our first clear glimpse through the front windshield there. A passenger in the passenger seat. So at least two people inside of that truck. As I mentioned, if he establishes.
All right, hang in there. We're going to get that signal back 1 second. As you can see, he's flying through these intersections right now. Just bear with us. It's going to take just a second. Okay, we're getting the signal back, but he is still on the go. Chris, we lost you for a second. I see you're on Chapman Avenue.
Yeah, Chapman Avenue, Seal Beach pursuing this box truck along with Manhattan Beach PD. What I was about to say was if he can establish any kind of a pattern for them, then that may allow for a spike strip attempt. But they are out of their jurisdiction here, so unless there are assisting agencies, that's going to be difficult. What they do have at their disposal is the luxury of a California Highway Patrol helicopter who is able to help them locate that truck in case he puts too much distance between that primary unit and the truck itself.
Dude, they got the chopper on them already?
Especially
not just the news chopper?
Just before rush hour here as we get to the top of the 4 o'clock hour, you can see there's a fair amount of traffic. And if he continues driving
oftentimes
like this,
the news chopper is the only chopper there.
They're going to have to pull back and rely on that helicopter to really be their eyes.
Yo, look at that car. What is that? Corvette?
At some point
Corvettes
here,
are like Ferraris now, man.
more local jurisdictions take part in this pursuit and potentially even CHP.
I'm glad he didn't hit that dude's Corvette, man. Jesus, man.
In the meantime, okay, there he is. He's turning onto, I guess, Valley View Street, Chris, but a lot of congestion.
Yo, was that a Subi?
A lot of congestion.
I can't rewind it. Oh.
And that may provide, again, an opportunity for some prediction
really
here. Again,
can't
if they
rewind
can
the
establish
stream.
a pattern, that's what they're looking
fuck?
for. If he comes back down Valley View Street and they can get units ahead of him, then maybe they could lay down a
When'd they
spike strip.
start
But from
doing
my
that?
vantage point,
Oh,
he
this
really
is their-
appears to be driving
This is
too
their
fast
stream
and
that
too
started
erratic.
like months ago.
I don't see them. They don't have the manpower down there to really triangulate in this kind of a situation, especially with all the traffic this afternoon. He's really just off to the races here. 67 miles per hour up Valley View Street.
That's not too bad.
Almost double the speed limit as he comes up on another busy intersection. Through a red light there.
Not too bad, though.
Not even slowing down, not even a sign of braking as he went right through that red light there. And now we're going to start to see, I would imagine, those lead units start to pull back slightly. It's going to be very difficult for them to keep up with him in this kind of traffic as he continues speeding through these intersections.
Especially going 70+
People
miles
do
per
50
hour in
and a
that big
30 here
truck,
all
and
the
then
time, dude.
The way he's just
I see
disregarding
it.
any kind of traffic stop signs or lights, it's a
They're
pretty
talking
dangerous
about
situation.
putting in,
So you go through a few crosswalks as well.
He's not going to be able to stop quickly either if
Putting
he
in
goes
something.
into another one of those intersections
What are they gonna
against
put
a
in?
red light. And there's something,
Speeding cameras, I think, are going to put up Long
coming
Beach.
across the freeway. Excuse me, the intersection. That's going to be terrible.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's very, driving these trucks under normal conditions is not like driving a regular car. Braking has to be very calculated.
Oh, they're going to
You
reduce
can't
the
brake
speed
too hard,
limits.
you lose control
I
of the
think is
vehicle,
what they
and you
said,
certainly
like 5 miles
can't
an
be,
hour.
swerving through intersections at a high rate of speed. Already on several occasions, we've seen him make those wide turns, extra wide turns occasionally, even going into partially into oncoming lanes of traffic. Fortunately, the area that we're talking about here, you're not going to see many pedestrians. It's a pretty,
Seal Beach.
heavily trafficked vehicle area, but where we are
That's where
now,
they're at
just south of
now.
Los Alamitos, is really not very prevalent to see a lot of crosswalks as we make our way further towards the west here until he gets further towards downtown Long Beach. Then we'll start to see some more commercial activity.
Come
Right
on
now, he's got a
down.
straightaway
Should I
here
get
along
outside?
Westminster Avenue and Bolsa Chico Road as he continues to do
Where-
about
where
75
does he-
miles per hour. Fortunately, though, they've been able to keep up
Is
with
that
him. Seal
street
Beach
gonna
still
come
has that
into-
primary unit about a football field
Oh,
behind that truck.
And Chris, do we know from where it was stolen? Pardon me if we've already told me that.
No, the original location, the original agency that began the pursuit was actually Manhattan Beach PD. So they've made their way through the South Bay here, starting near the beach.
That's pretty far, dude.
Ending up all the way down near Seal Beach,
That's
which is
further
where it
than
sounds like
Simon's
Seal Beach
vet
PD took over
appointment.
this pursuit. I'm not sure if Manhattan Beach
These things
PD
can
even
drive
has
for a long
unit
time,
in the
though.
pursuit still. I thought I saw one of their SUVs further back. We'll go ahead and widen out just a second. I think there is more than one
Big old gas
agency
tanks.
in that conglomerate behind him.
He ain't probably got any weight in there either.
Primary unit. He's got at least 2 units, and both of them appear to be Seal Beach. So for right now, Seal Beach is the primary agency taking this over from Manhattan Beach PD, but so far not relinquishing this pursuit. They are still continuing to chase this guy down despite the dangerous driving with only the help of that CHP helicopter. So he's moving further west here into an industrial area just to the east of downtown Long Beach, again making his way westbound on Westminster Boulevard. Again, 2 people inside of that truck, and we have no idea what they are hauling in the back. Always another variable when you're talking about these box trucks. We have no idea what the motivation is for this driver.
Oh, right. It's this
So
guy.
there he is, flying
What
by.
could it be? You think it's
as
gonna
he
explode,
continues to get
y'all?
into more congested traffic.
do you think that
little
fucker's
straightaway was
gonna
nice because you could
detonate?
tell it was wide open and there wasn't a whole lot of people.
Is that what
there,
he's
but
getting
now
at?
we're back to the crosswalks, to heavy traffic, and then this
He
is
doesn't
when
want to
gets
say it.
really dangerous, Chris.
Yeah, it's going to get more
Meth
dangerous here. You
truck
can see some houses off
just
to the left there.
explodes
So a combination
because of the
residential
chemicals?
neighborhoods up ahead here, as well as commercial businesses. And the further
I've
west
never
he
heard
gets,
of
the
making meth in a
closer we're
box
going to get
truck.
to the busier parts of Long Beach.
I think you need
and
windows.
I mentioned what may or may not be in the back. We have no idea
Ventilation,
what
man.
is in the back of this box truck, and it's a good possibility he may not even know
Oh,
what is in the back of that truck.
shit!
Oh he's almost come in contact.
Oh, okay,
right
so this one's
behind the
ahead up
tree.
here.
We'll
I need to
see
stop
here
this.
if he made contact
When he
with that
comes up
truck, he
to the
might have
bike
braked
truck.
just in time. But I don't think he made contact there. Close
White
call, though,
truck,
to say the least, behind that
flatbed.
tree as he continues weaving through traffic here. Further west, the further west we go, traffic is going to get a little bit busier. I was about to say this was reported to be a stolen U-Haul truck, so he probably does not even know what is in the back of that truck. So it matters what's in there, because if it's an empty truck, the truck will handle one way. If there's a lot of cargo in the back of that truck, that's a whole different situation. Either way, a very top-heavy vehicle that is difficult to maintain control. And some of these, oh, look at this. This is going to get dramatically more dangerous here if he continues this behavior, jumping over that center median, trying to
I can't believe he was able to do that.
U-turn, and now going the opposite way. He's now turned around, made a
U-Haul
crazy
commercial.
U-turn over that concrete median, and now going eastbound on 2nd Street in the direction he came from.
You don't have to worry about getting insurance, man.
To ask for mutual aid
U-Hauls
here.
are
They
tough.
may begin asking for more units to help out in this pursuit. They are out of their jurisdiction here, but they are still the primary agency. California Highway Patrol, though, they've been monitoring this the whole time. Also, the LA County Sheriff's Department will likely have units in the vicinity as well. Another wide U-turn there, and now he's going back westbound once again. So he clearly is either making this up as he goes along, or for some reason thinks that these U-turns are going to lose police. But they are pretty much, I don't want to say they're right on his tail. They're giving him a wide berth here, but you're going to see a lot more traffic as we're seeing right here coming up on another busy intersection.
Yeah, let's see how he maneuvers his way through these cars and if he's going to hit anybody. I don't think he's hit anybody so far, but we don't know for sure. But this type of driving, this erratic driving, is certainly dangerous. And best case scenario, if he could maybe do a spike strip and
Look at how trained everybody was at that light. They all stayed where they were supposed to. I mean, I would too, but it's like,
it just seems like
it's
they
a trip
don't have
to
the
see it,
personnel
though.
to do it unless they do call
In
for help,
action.
as Chris was saying. And then he did loop around twice, but you said they have been successful, at least Seal Beach units have been successful to basically stay close to his tail, right, Chris?
Right, now he just crossed the Long Beach Marina, and still, despite all of that weaving through traffic, I've spotted at least 2 or 3 units that have managed to keep
2nd
up
Street.
with him
Yo!
throughout all this crazy
Oh
driving.
shit!
It's
I know
only
where he
gonna get
is.
busier the further west we get, and
He's coming downtown.
my worry is that the driving may start to get
He's past like
aggressive,
Belmont
especially
Shore. Oh,
after you see
he's
him
gonna pass
jumping
Belmont
medians
Shore.
and starting to do, just really erratic driving like that. Here he is, oncoming lanes of traffic over the double yellow lines. A clearer glimpse now into the passenger seat. Hard to make out if that. It looks like the passenger is clutching on. Almost looks like she's clutching on to either a stuffed animal or a baby. I don't know what she's holding on to. She is
think covering
clutching
her
on
face
to
in terror. It looks
something.
Yeah, that might be
Maybe
it.
covering her face. That could be it. Yep.
Yeah,
that could be
scared.
It was difficult to my see. I know you guys have slightly larger monitors than I do. You may have a better vantage point, but she is clearly holding something up against her face.
Yeah.
And
Now you're saying she's holding something. You motherfuckers.
now through a parking lot off of Pomona
She
Avenue.
actually is holding something.
Behind a restaurant, through an alleyway here. Seal Beach pulling off slightly, but they are still very close.
There's
They
on my
haven't made
shore.
that turn with
Hey,
him, but he
called
is
it.
now speeding through an alleyway behind Covina
Going the wrong
Avenue
way.
near 2nd Street, a commercial
That's another
district.
infraction, buddy.
And now making a right turn into a residential neighborhood just off of Corona
He's not going to make it to Long
You can
Beach,
see the
probably.
helicopter
I bet
overhead
because
circling,
it's so
but what we
congested.
don't see is those Seal Beach units that we saw just
Belmont
a minute
Shore
ago,
is a really small little
making these
beach
turns with
like
them.
community.
Have they pulled back at all? They've pulled back quite a bit.
Yo.
They have. They've pulled out
See if I can
quite
hit
a bit.
somebody's car in a
Pulled
second.
back quite a bit here in the last 30 to 60 seconds, and now
They don't
he
want
is
him
on
wrecking
his
into
own
somebody.
through this
They got the
residential
chopper.
neighborhood. CHP circling this stolen U-Haul. A desperate individual behind the wheel here.
But these people have money out here. They don't want him running over somebody or hitting something.
It did look like that. It makes you wonder now what
It
is
costs
going
twice
on
as much probably to live in
with that
Belmont
person.
Shore as it does
Is
in
this
Long
person
Beach.
being held under duress? What is going on? We can only imagine
definitely
what
more.
the situation is or how this started. But again, this is believed to be a stolen U-Haul. You can't even rule out the possibility that maybe maybe this was a carjacking of some sort, and maybe the passenger is completely oblivious to who this person is who's driving this truck. I'm speculating here, but anything is possible based on what we're seeing here.
Certainly is. He's going into some little residential neighborhood now, it looked like, or a
he's going to get
cul-de-sac,
hit stuck in something, dude. This is how, like, he doesn't know what he's... Oh, he's going to get out.
Parking. He sees that there's nobody behind him.
Oh, what a dummy.
He sees a spot where he could dump the vehicle. He's going to walk away here, and the passenger is going to walk with him. The passenger is going to walk away with him. And he or she is carrying a lot of something, a lot of bags and clothing. All bundled up there, really hard to make out a description. But now the driver going in one direction, the passenger moving in a different direction. Now it's really only a matter of seconds or short minutes before law enforcement pulls in here and takes these two down. They are not going to get very far. CHP has good eyes on these suspects. Let's go ahead and widen out just slightly to see if there's anybody in the area.
What a dumbass. He really thinks that the chopper doesn't see him?
Comes from the marina here.
You can't hear those helicopters?
At the end of Elliott Street, there's a marina, and now he is walking onto some rocks here. There is not easy
the time that I got arrested, after that time, I got in trouble or was like thinking I was going to get in trouble, and I was running from the cops here in Long Beach. I heard a chopper in the sky. I just assumed it was looking for me, dude, because somebody had called the cops and I ran. I assumed. I was just like, yeah. And it probably wasn't, but I'm paranoid like that. This dude's like, just a chopper.
Still outstanding, walking away from the scene with a lot of clothing and I don't know if that was a shopping bag or whatever, but one
like I wasn't taking any chances at it. I was hiding in the shadows.
Now being taken into custody at the end of Elliott Street near the
because I don't know, maybe they just got the chopper out and they're like, hey, yeah, dude just ran. Come, just go over here and check this out real fast. Yeah, I got some more fuel left. Fuck it. Like not lift off for me, but just like make a little side.
Did not happen
because they're training and now they're gonna. Hey, we got a runner.
Not only get out of the vehicle, but he gave up when the officers arrived, which is all good news. Yeah, it's still a question as to the passenger and where he or she ended up going, but I'm sure that person is not far away either.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this certainly appears to have been a big joyride.
They got the passenger on the other top left, top right.
Destination in mind, especially during towards the end
of
this pursuit, as he just kind of meandered into this neighborhood. Here's the passenger who isn't even walking away anymore, just kind of hanging out there, loitering along Paoli Way.
Interesting.
Near Belmont Park is where this came to an end, and you'll see here, we will see if they can get an officer over here to question or detain that suspect.
The motherfucker better start running.
Walking along this street here with
making a phone call.
Lots of clothing there. So we'll see. He's just kind of meandering around here. Something
they'll
tells me they will
definitely
catch up
get that
to him
dude
any second here.
Yeah,
Fortunately, the driver in custody. Nobody hurt during the course of this pursuit, but certainly some scary moments, especially towards the end there.
Approaching police officer right here, slowly coming up to this person. Let's see if
what you gonna do?
Yep. I was going to say may or may not be aware, but certainly appears that he is aware. He's being communicated with. Maybe not. Okay. Police are aware, but that unit appears to have
Stu or whoever the hell this is like.
Police are aware of our sighting here along Appian Way and Monrovia Avenue, where
he's on my camera.
This passenger is now on the phone.
Someone's probably
just kind of
ratting him out
around the street here.
They want an arrest.
Will make their way. It's just a block over from where the pursuit ended, and where they took the driver into custody. Just a matter of getting another unit over on this side to take this person in.
They always want an arrest, dude.
We will see if they can get somebody over here.
Yeah,
that's
because it's more drama.
Nonchalant.
It's more like fucking someone else's life up there. Like, get it.
Not looking the part, but that is the person. We are absolutely sure of it, and somebody is watching.
I can't tell if he's homeless or that's all really expensive designer clothing. It's a weird time we live in.
Perhaps the other helicopter stayed. Oh, there
they go. There we go. All right, so police now out. They don't even have their weapon drawn. They're just going to walk right up to him.
Yep.
And if he cooperates here, it should be pretty easy. And it looks like he is cooperating.
Yeah, and appeared disoriented or just.
Yo,
He
he's
does
got a red goatee. It matches his
Could be under the
shoes.
influence, you never know, but they were not even. I mean, they really were not concerned about him whatsoever. They walked right up to him.
Actually.
A little bit unusual
Maroon?
there, to be honest with you. Just walked right up from behind him, and he is.
I thought it was some old homeless-looking dude. Now, well, that's a trip.
I mean, they really
so it is like
were able to end this one pretty
supposedly
peacefully here,
designer
and
shit, maybe.
nobody hurt, as I mentioned.
Thank goodness, because that could have been a dangerous one. Chris Christie and Air 7 HD, as always, excellent job, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Wrap that one up without a horrible tragedy.
Thank goodness. Yeah, well, we're going to take a little time and talk about the
show
weather, because
us.
it's always been
The weather?
so cold the
Come
last
on,
few
I was
days.
hoping
Is it
for
gonna
something
warm
more
up at all?
interesting.
It is going to warm up a little bit, but not very much.
'Cause they're not
We're
gonna-
kind
they're
of
not
in one
gonna
of those
show much of
situations
this.
where the Southern California is getting
Right?
these
Or
cold
does this
air
just
blasts, one
continue
right after the
forever?
other. And this one has some wind with it. This is the next one coming in starting tomorrow afternoon. This is a high wind warning. We're going to see possible damaging winds with this next cold front coming through Wednesday night into Thursday, and that includes all the area out in the IE. Early this morning, we saw temperatures below freezing
I'll
on
never
the
watch this
Riverside.
shit.
51 right now in
This guy looks
Malibu.
crazy.
As we head down to LAX, it is perfectly clear. What a beautiful afternoon it has been. But as I
pink, or
mentioned,
can you
it is
see
on the
through
chilly
it?
side. 61 degrees at Riverside. Here are some of the other weather conditions around SoCal right now. If you're in Ojai, enjoying 62. It's 44 up at the Pine Mountain Club in Frazier Park. 50 at Idlewild. 61 out there at Palm Springs as we zoom in. Ontario is at 60. We'll have the latest forecast. We'll look at the 7-day outlook because we have a lot of weather to talk about. I'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, Dallas, thank you.
Thank you.
Dallas Rains. That sounds like a porn star name.
Now for a look at a few events happening in the community. On Monday, January 15th, the Congress of Racial Equality of California will host its 39th annual Kingdom Day Parade along Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Crenshaw Boulevard in Los Angeles. This parade will be televised live on ABC7.
On Saturday, January 20th, the Alcott Center will host its Hike for Mental Health at the Culver City Stairs.
And on January 20th and January 21st, Panama Events and the city of Rancho Cucamonga will host the 2024 Lunar Festival at Rancho Cucamonga Sports Center. For more information, visit abc7.com/community. We'll be right back.
That's a Jesus song.
Meteorologist Dallas Rains
Beat
is certified by the
or
American Meteorological
motivational
Society.
Dallas Rains. With a 10-inch penis. Oh, I don't want to get copyrighted. What we got over here? Every day? Oh, we'll never know, man. Right now, they're on their way to first to Belmont Shore jail, and then they're probably going to get extradited to Seal Beach. No, I don't know, dude, where they're going to go. They're actually going to go to LA County, actually. Final answer. They're getting extradited to LA County because they're where it started. It started Manhattan Beach. That's in LA County, so that's where they're gonna go. They wouldn't go to Manhattan Beach. They might, maybe to get processed in. Maybe no. They have to go to Manhattan Beach court or not, because I don't even know if they have a jail. It's probably gonna be very, very small. So they might just go straight to, because that's what LA County does. It holds people for them to go to court, like wherever they're at. Like I stayed at LA County to go to court in Long Beach. I had to ride a bus to Long Beach and back, and had to get up at like 4 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning or some stupid shit on court day.
Having the assault at the prison.
I saw somebody get their dick sucked on the bus. A dude, well, by a female though. Apparently it was his girlfriend, but they both got locked up. I think that's what it seemed like, or I can't remember if they said that, but he was handcuffed to another dude while it was happening. Chicks were in the front, and they were separated by like this metal like grating. This I don't know. There was a big enough hole in it for him to stick his dick through it. Actually, that was interesting. You don't see that every day. Not good for him. Wonder where he's at now. They're still in there.
Eagle 47 and Eagle 50-7.
Oh, manic. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Like if you're that, if like he's probably still in there. He was that involved. He went back and he got out.
Can you go to 215 Decatur Street? Check the welfare of a Justin Bentley, and if you can contact the mother, Tiffany Abercrombie.
Abercrombie? What? But she's a millionaire. She's one of the Abercrombies, dude. The Abercrombie heiress.
So Lakeisha is at 3232 Riverside Drive. Stand by for room number for a seizure. Looks like patients in the lobby.
Badge 1340 off. I'll be single 98. Thank you, ma'am.
Just driving around.
Confirming near, almost on scene, you're going to continue. Hey, it's an 11. It's an 11. It's almost done. Copy, it's 17. Cancel.
We need another call.
What's this? What is this? Oh, new breaking news.
Now to the southwest border, where the U.S. is learning that DHS is warning border agents to be on the lookout for migrants from Guinea using bogus passports. We're told the migrants are changing their age in
Dang it, you weren't supposed to see his chat.
Unaccompanied minors, supposedly giving them a better chance of getting into the U.S. But it's not clear that the fake passports really make much difference. News Nation's Allie Bradley is live for us tonight from Lukeville, Arizona. Allie, if you think these falsified documents will be enough to refuse entry to the migrants, but that's not the case. They get in?
Yeah, so this is where that alert was sent out here in the Tucson sector in Lukeville, Elizabeth. And I talked to CBP today, and they say that those individuals are going to be going through the process just like anyone else who shows up at the southern border. And then we want to show you this. Take a look at these numbers that we just got into News Nation here, showing that just a year and a half ago, Border Patrol agents actually encountered just a few dozen migrants from the West African country of Guinea. Fast forward to just after the summer, more than 4,500 were encountered last month alone. That is a 1,200% increase from the summer. Now, this internal alert that we're talking about here tonight was sent out to agents in the Tucson sector, and it warns of those fake or altered documents that are being used by some people coming from the capital of Guinea. Now, it warns that some of these migrants from Guinea may have been coached by officials within their own government to change their age on their passport so that they can enter as an unaccompanied minor, upping their chance of remaining in the U.S., potentially seeing less scrutiny. Now, border officials also warning that a criminal group in Guinea has allegedly stolen some of those blank passports as well and is now selling those with falsified information. That DHS alert specifically tells agents to be on the lookout from people coming from the capital after June of 2023. Now, we talked with Congressman Juan Ciscomani, who represents the Tucson sector. He says this is extremely concerning. Take a listen.
Yeah, because how many other countries have done some shit like this?
The easiest to come into the country with whatever you have.
The fuck, man?
Going to that extent to prove that there's somebody else. That's troubling.
Probably more.
That's troubling. Why are these
people
passports and these IDs being burnt? They said to fake an age.
Yeah, that's why it's happening, dude.
To claim asylum when from a country that maybe that doesn't qualify or doesn't.
That's why it's I've been saying that.
Qualifications to seek asylum. None of the reasons or none of the options, I don't know which one it is, but none of them sound promising or good to any of us. So we should be troubled by that.
Now, Elizabeth, this all really underscores what FBI Director Christopher Wray has disclosed, along with former Border Patrol chiefs who say basically we have gaps in our intel. What we have for the vetting processes from these individuals coming from all these countries, 170 nations have been represented at our southern border. We don't have access to all those databases. So when someone comes in, whoever they say
this
that
is
they
what I've been
are,
saying.
they don't flag in the system when biometrics are run. That's their retina scans, their face scans, and their fingerprints. If they don't flag in the system or aren't on FBI's watch list or on Interpol, Elizabeth, they are who they say they are.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled as to why they're changing their birth dates if they're going to get in no matter what birth date they have. But it does raise questions if those kinds of things are being, altered. Maybe other important data is being altered on other passports as well. I'm sure they're investigating and looking into that. Allie Bradley, as always, on the U.S.-Mexico border from Arizona tonight. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to join.
Yeah, they want to be an unaccompanied minor because probably they get a bunch of shit. I bet they do. I bet they get more stuff given to them, dude, because they get treated like a kid. So they're like fostered in our country. That's why they're faking being young, dude. Oh, that's crazy. They have to be getting something out of it. Why else would they be doing it? I bet we take care of kids first over the adults when they're unaccompanied. I bet we do. We make sure that they have a bed and a place to sleep and everything, I bet. And the adults don't get that. Shit. It's getting crazy. Anything else happening?
Officer who called this in labeled it a 902T. Which is a non-injury traffic collision.
274. Unknown medical aid. I think they further with a translator. 7.
That sounds pretty boring, Joe. What's this guy doing? Hold up. I got some dude that's cleaning his shed out live. Oh, it's not live anymore.
'60s kitchen cabinet knobs. Those are valuable. Here's a roll of rubber sticky stuff. If this is any good. I'm gonna put it up here for now.
Might need that for something.
Another cigar box. Cigar boxes were the best storage system.
Dude, my dad had so many he would use them to store stuff too.
It's empty. Dutch Masters Special Blunts.
Why don't you see those anymore? Is that not a thing? They do away with those?
There's a little cloth bag. What the heck is in there? Conversion kit shaft sleeve. What the heck is in there? '96, made in Costa Rica.
What was
it? Wilcox Crittenden. 1996, made in Costa Rica. Yeah,
I still know what it was.
Worn, it's a little dated.
Dutches used to get
brand new. Doesn't look like it's ever been opened.
Game Duchess. What's that?
Oh, there's a good book. Legacy.
Never heard of it.
What is this? Kite cord. Kite cord.
You never know when you need that.
What is this? I don't know what that is.
Fly kite.
Throwing it out. What's in that? That's some more paint. Oh, this is so disorganized. All right. Spider web's gone.
What are you doing? Burning the spider? Oh, shit. I wasn't ready for that.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning. I haven't done that in years. Found a whole bunch of lady fingers.
I remember those. Those are the smaller, they're smaller than Black Cat.
Like 20 of them. More fun coming.
All the states have been
some up in a cabinet upstairs.
All the states have been doing their state.
Every now and then I would set some off just for giggles.
State addresses. Oh yeah, here's another shot of Steamboat. This is a cool one.
Okay, this is empty.
Oh, that's beautiful.
This is garbage.
That's the best one, ain't it?
This is scrap metal. Where's this scrap metal? Used.
Game. Oh. It's an East Coast thing. It was the same thing. It was just called Game, though. Oh.
It's
wait.
part of the basement.
You know more about these Phillies than I do. I thought Philly was a brand.
Yeah, it's a crazy basement down here. All these stupid little rooms. So there's the room I'm in, and there's this space over here. My dad built all these walls in the 60s or 70s, and just ridiculous. And then there's a furnace back here for the front of the downstairs. And then there's both water tanks would go here. Then there's a room. No, there's not that. Then there's the office over there. And that's like a major crazy archive of paper and ancient computer shit. Wow, Bay Bridge, wow. Yep, it was very windy here today. Hopefully I won't lose you. And then we go over here to the new section. That was the old section. That was the only basement. See the floor change here? The floor goes down. So this was the only original basement, just this space over here. And there used to be stairs that came down in that room. And then we dug this side out when we were little kids in the 60s.
Wow.
And
damn, that's crazy. The 60s.
I don't know if these steps were here or oh, maybe I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, and then so you come down the steps and You can go to the old basement, and this is the new basement. And then he put another wall up here and a door. And then this was the laundry over here. Another bicycle. And then another furnace for the back of the first floor. And more shit. Oh, there's the critter cage to catch the critters.
I don't know if his dad died or what's going on.
I found this stuff out in the garage when I was out there. Brand new Makita circular saw. A brand new, what was in this?
Let's consider that brand new.
Oh, another 5-inch circular saw, brand new.
Brand new means
and
it's
then
like
a DeWalt.
Never been used, pretty much.
Brand new DeWalt biscuit joiner. If you're making cabinets or furniture type stuff. No, yeah, I don't want walls. Oh my God. It's ridiculous. All these little rooms. I hate little rooms. Oh my God, I hate them.
I don't consider things that aren't brand new.
Miss it now.
Do you?
Come on, phone.
New means not used. Used is not new.
I have another phone. 7:30. I should go get something to eat.
Am I the
7:30.
only one?
I should get out of here and go catch a bus. There's no food left, really.
No food? Yo, Pellegrino.
All right.
Why isn't there any food,
I gotta get
though?
out of here so I can catch a bus.
That's expensive-ass water.
I'll come back for dinner chat, okay? Like last night.
Oh, cool. He's not back yet.
Yeah, I got to get out of here so I can catch something. So, all right. Bye, everyone.
Cleveland, it says. This is where he's at.
See you in like an hour, maybe.
It's been an hour.
Maybe less.
Wait. Let me see. This says that he was live 1 hour ago. See? Shocking Guy is this guy's name. Let me check him out. Dude, he's losing likes. He's lost 2 likes since I've been watching. He had 11. I'll give him a like. Give his likes. I don't know why he's losing likes, dude. Kind of bad for him. Not back yet. I am the only one here, aren't I? Does that mean I'm allowed to get my dick out? Do you know I don't care, bro. Copy that. Dude, you know what I miss? Just watching cops with my friends. Like having some friends, you know, just watch cops. Cops is always fun to watch with friends, wasn't it? Or your girlfriend or something. I don't know why. It's something special about it. It's like, man, baby, isn't it nice that we're not locked up right now? Oh, man, we're living a good life. Man, I remember watching Cop Marathon with one girlfriend.
We're also doing the
in a hotel room.
Me and Order together, guys.
Before moving to Chicago together.
He's been fundraising on his live streams. I've been fundraising on my live stream. The funding is for both of us. The same amount we raised last year. We were gone for 15 days. We're doing the same thing this year. About 2-week plus trip. The accident now.
God dang, this is a weird life to live, man. I could do this. I could do this if, I don't know, if Simon wasn't sick more, so I could maybe, but like I could just drive around looking for shit that's happening. I don't know, there must be a reason that so many people do it out there in Bakersfield. No one does it in Long Beach for some reason.
female, wearing a green jacket, dark pants, carrying a blue bag.
Am I the one? Am I the one that's supposed to? Maybe it has something to do with their radio signals not being accessible. I think it is. I can't intercept their radio communication, probably. Maybe they're encrypted here. For a bigger city.
5513 Adam for difficulty breathing.
Alright guys, let me go hiking for a little bit, see if I can find the traffic collision up here.
12, Southern Port confirming priority 1.
Because it's weird that nobody's doing it, right?
Show me en route to 1198 with TAP PD at the corner.
Even LA has like 2 or 3 people that I know of, off the top of my head, that do it. YouTube's live section horrible? Probably. They're killing it.
534. I need a post for it this time.
They're killing it by not recommending people, dude. Honestly. They're only recommending the big channels. Seems like.
607.
I get recommended some small channels lately, though. Channels that like make them money. The entertaining channels are the ones that aren't monetized yet, oftentimes. The lives, at least.
I already found the drone. I already get back to that.
I don't see it up there.
Yeah.
It's at west of F Street.
Everybody's doing their state of address, dude. Why are all the cities doing it today? What is that? I've never noticed that before in my life. I've seen at least 6 or 7 different states that have done this city address. Or no, state of the city address. Yeah. So many cities are doing it. That's what's confusing. Do all cities do this? The mayors of all the cities are doing this right now? Today? Y'all don't know either, do you? It's your first time hearing about this shit too? Hey, I'm talking to you, honk. Hey, these punks ain't responding. Roger that. Over and out.
Calcutta Drive, space 1414.
So it's over here on this side, guys. Found it.
Passengers, forget left downtown from the Laredo main gate. My start mileage will be 742.
No tengo ni idea. Maria Maracaro stood outside the Row Hotel, 8 months pregnant, having just been evicted. She and her husband are among the roughly 40 families, many with young children, whose 60-day notice from the city is up. Creo que es lo más preocupante. With Comptroller Brad Lander looking on, Maria explained how her extension request to stay at the Row was denied. She said she would make her way to the Roosevelt Hotel, the city's main migrant navigation center, and likely be granted additional shelter.
I can't afford to stay at the Roosevelt either if it was open right now. Never have I ever been able to afford either one of those hotels.
Lander says he's launching a
Are you
formal
serious right now?
into the
And they're like,
60-day policy for
where's my
migrant
room?
families that will see thousands more evicted in the coming weeks.
Blame Joe Biden. I support Mayor Adams.
But this man crashed the comptroller's press conference to voice frustration at the whole situation. The city's multi-billion-dollar migrant response will soon lead to services being slashed.
This is a serious crisis when it's taking up and sucking up a lot of the resources.
Outside the Roosevelt, we pressed city officials about if evicting families was the best way to manage the flood of migrants who continue to come, especially when the mayor has said no families will sleep on the streets.
Clearly, the city's not going to put an 8-month pregnant woman on the street. Why make her go through that ordeal instead of just having her stay?
The most important thing that we're doing as part of this overall effort is not what we're doing today, but what we've done over the last 60 to 90 days to help Maria.
The mayor's team believes the new deadline, combined with helping migrants file asylum paperwork plus find jobs and housing, will clear the strained shelter system and better serve the migrants themselves.
They deserve that stability, and that stability can never be in a hotel room. It can only be with our help how we get them to complete their journey. We've done it 90,000 times. Let's do it 165,000 times.
They're trying to stay in these hotel rooms as long as possible, dude, because the jobs, the supposed jobs that all these people are able to get, they don't exist. Remember, there are all these jobs for them. They just want to work. They just want to work, man. Has she thought about being a prostitute? You know, I heard they're hiring. That's the original. That's the OGest of the OG occupations, man. But she came here because she was a prostitute in her own country, probably, and she was tired of that life.
That was a workout to find it.
Well, she got another thing coming. She's gonna be a prostitute here too. Let's give it time. See, they all think it's some sort of the Mecca here or something that's going to miraculously save their life, but social welfare really isn't all it's made out to be, unless they're giving them a fuck ton more than they give Americans. But like what you get out of food stamps and like some sort of state welfare check, that's like $500 total. At least it used to be. Maybe it's like $600 total. Some people have said these people are getting like thousands, $2,500. I heard from one source.
We are on the eastbound lanes.
I don't know. Is that happening? I'd like to know.
Street on Golden State Highway for a 3-vehicle traffic collision.
Imagine getting in a wreck and Joe showing up. You're like, what? Oh, the news here? I'm in a fender bender. What? Yeah, my car's fucked up. Why is the news here, though? It's not that bad. Nobody died. Where are the people that got in the wreck, though? Usually they're standing around the cars. Are they gone already? It's kind of weird.
So there we go, guys. Thank you, everybody who hopped out.
Oh, he's leaving now. Oh, he got to 7,000. 7,100.
Much appreciated.
Yo. That's pretty epic, though. He got $7,000 in, like, I don't know, what was it, a week or two?
We get to get rid of the green bar.
And I guess we're not in a depression or whatever, recession.
Once again, guys, thank you. Yes, 7,100 out of 7,000, guys. We went over for 500. Some fuel money tonight. Tuesday time, no. We got a long stream tonight, guys. We'll be out here till midnight. I made a promise at the beginning of the stream, and we started off at 5,900.
Yo, Double X fam.
If we hit the
sounds like a sedan, though.
First 5 hours, I'll be out till midnight.
Equal length headers sound gay. WRX, they do sound a little. It's not muscly sounding. It's like kind of weak. Gay dudes aren't known for being muscular. Gay women are, though. But you know I'm not talking about the gay women. Give a shit about either one of them.
Absolutely, Heather.
But you know how I'm not gonna think that a woman is more feminine when she's gay. Come on, man. That's how it works.
Midnight Eastern time. That's right. I like your thinking, old Uncle Bill.
Are any women extra? Any lesbians extra feminine though? That would be kind of confusing.
Guys, for me and Oreo, Josh from Oreo Express, thank you guys for always trusting in us. To bring you guys raw.
There has to be, because they're bisexuals that are probably pretty feminine.
A good trip, guys. Lots of coverage. We got lots of things we're gonna go to. Lots of places, correction. Who is this guy using smoking scan? That's my buddy over there, Damon. Chris Palmer.
Chris Palmer is smoking scan. Oh no, it's not. Somebody go in there and say it to him. Who's this guy, the Doe Show, using your stream? He's not gonna say this is up, but you're gonna get banned probably. I don't know, dude. Maybe we shouldn't do it.
Thank you, Melody.
Better not. Causing trouble. I just
Kathy, but thank you for the info.
Want to see what did Kathy say? Thank you for the info. Hold up.
For those of you just joining right now, guys,
Kathy said it somewhere.
Highway on the eastbound lanes. For a 3-vehicle traffic collision just west of F Street.
Kathy's comment was maybe on a different platform.
About 300 yards away from F Street. West of F Street.
I could see him maybe acknowledging the comment, but not saying my name like Oreo does. He never says my channel name out loud. What are called bears? What? Did I miss something? I don't remember us talking about anything to do with bears. Masculine gay guys. Yeah, but what about masculine or feminine gay girls? What are they called? There's probably a name for them too, I guess. Name for everything. What is this? What the fuck?
Hi guys of YouTube. Yes, I had to make another YouTube video.
This person has 5 subs.
Why. So, on Wednesday, when was it? First Monday, on Wednesday, the 3rd of January 2024, I didn't know my phone got out my coat pocket until I got home. I realised that I lost it. So I explained it to my staff because I live in a supported living, and they rang up the taxis and everything. So I ended up walking back down to the taxi rank and waited until I see the taxi driver who dropped me off, until another taxi driver pulled up and said, "Am I the one that's looking for my phone?" And I said, "Yes." And he handed it to me. And when I seen it, I don't know if I was shocked or heartbroken, but the taxis ran over it. And let me show you now.
Damn.
That is my phone. Screen cracked and it's bent. So basically, I don't know how many taxis ran over it and the screen is completely fucked. So now I had to make a new YouTube account because I bought a new mobile phone. So hopefully,
so you had a following before.
Fingers crossed, this one doesn't turn out like this. I mean, look at the state are. And when I opened it, plus it was in this. It was in this.
Oh, so you didn't know until she opened it.
Did that get smashed like that when I was in there? I mean, come on, look.
That sucks,
So
dude.
when I start to 2024, my phone got smashed, run over by taxis, and I was in that. So yeah, that's my new phone. So I've got a Samsung one now. So fingers crossed, I keep this one now. I just need to find a better phone case. So yeah. So basically, that was my start of 2024. My phone getting fucked. I had to buy a new one. And now I had to do another YouTube channel. I had 41 subscribers on my last one and I was doing so well. So yeah, and basically the reason why I didn't do a weight update on my old YouTube account is because I wasn't myself. When I went out on my own, I kept eating stuff. So I was 19 stone 10. I went up to 25 stone 9. But yesterday, Friday,
by stone. How much is that?
I lost £7. So I'm now 25 stone 2. So if
how
you
many
want me to
pounds are in a stone?
With my weight journey,
dude, why don't we use stones?
Let me know in the comments.
Why don't we use stones? We use pounds, but not stones.
I just
they still use the stones. It's cool.
Last year, and so me, my sister, Steph, and Nick, I've all decided this year. Well, I want to do this for myself because I want to start doing it for myself really because of my health. Because we are going away again this year to Preston Sands for a week. So, if you're watching, Nick, let me know how you are getting on. Because I have lost £7 this week, so, yeah. So, please, if you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. Press that subscribe button. Let me try and get up to 41 subscribers again, like I did on my last one. And press that notification bell next time I upload a video. And I shall see you all on my next video. Oh, and Happy New Year, by the way, guys. Happy New Year, and see you all soon.
Damn it, Bubba, shut up. Stop being an asshole. Alright, I'm gonna give her a like and a sub. I've always a sub to her. I'm gonna check her out. See what she got later. Did you want the link? I lost it. I accidentally clicked off of her. We're getting the link. Yo. Gotta catch her my slide.
10-4, Unit 3, you can send 22, 4 Central 1's also en route. Control 1, Eagle 5, Eagle 6, code 6, that's 2001, South 83, apartment 4040.
Let's go. About to get dark out here. for about 20 more minutes of daylight.
20 more minutes of daylight. Dude.
This is a white male wearing a green jacket and dark colored pants, carrying a blue bag.
New streamer. Ultimate shout out. Family Creamery. Dude, I never did use that cream. Oh look, she went live today.
Hello everyone of YouTube. Well, first off, thank you for my new subscribers. Thank you for pressing that subscribe button, it means a lot.
I was their 6th subscriber.
Yeah. Recently got a message, comment on one of my last video. And yes, I will post videos of my weight loss journey. I'll start doing that again. So yeah, I'll keep going with that, but this video is going to be incense sticks.
What are the photos? What is she wearing? I wonder.
I've recently bought some more and they smell amazing. So I've got these ones. Oh, just dropped them. Back it and gone.
She got her OnlyFans.
So bought some more. So I've got these ones. They are in Arabic, I think. 3 in 1. I think they're Arabic anyway. Got them ones, they smell nice. Also got these ones.
Never seen any of those before.
Got these ones, these are 3 in 1.
3 in 1.
Yeah, they smell nice.
3 what? Flowers? 3 different types of flowers?
Smell really nice.
Chandan. What's Chandan?
Yeah, got them ones, these smell really nice. So, one of my favourites is this one. I've opened most of them.
Chandan.
Got these ones.
Incense?
Pure Mogra, whatever they're called. Them.
Chandan. Precious Chandan incense. Oh, these are the same ones she has.
These smell nice. Magnolia. Also got Yellow Rose.
Him. Him is the brand, I think.
Tube Rose. I've got this one on now and it smells absolutely amazing. Tube Rose. This one has got to be my all-time favourite. It smells amazing. Yeah, because we've got a new shop open and I didn't realise they sell incense stinks. Incense sticks until my sister said that they sell them. So I bought loads. Bought how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 boxes, and I've still got loads in my drawer. But this Tube Rose smells absolutely amazing.
Does it smell like a rose?
Yeah, so they're my incense sticks, my latest ones. Yeah, so yeah, I've just got a thing for them at the moment, for incense sticks. These Jammy Jammies, got these off Temu. This reminds me of the Astro Cats. These are my new jammies. So yeah, they are my incense thing. I've said it again. incense sticks. But yeah, anyway, I'll carry on with my weight loss journey. I get weighed every Friday now, and even if I put on, I'll still do it. But yeah, so thank you to the ones that have subscribed already.
She weighs live.
Thank you very much. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. Press that subscribe button, and then press that notification bell the next time I upload a video. And I shall see you all again this week. Bye, everyone.
That was the first person I like it. Going.
D-boy, for a dog bite, doesn't contain.
444, can you guys raise your phone?
Remember, guys, after 8 hours of streaming, we will lose Facebook. So Facebook has about 3 hours and 50 minutes left before we lose Facebook.
24. You're responding priority 1. At Golden Valley High School, 801 Hoskins Avenue. 801 Hoskins. Classic Arkwood, T1 2431 D-Boy. Classroom number 26 for an allergic reaction. Golden Valley High School, Southwest.
Joe, Steve has my emojis. Give them back, Steve.
Confirming you copy as well.
What's going on?
498 and S51, they're advising you to utilize the gate closest to the gym for access. Copy, gate, there was a call pending for check the welfare history of medical complaints at this location.
Forward to 4 Monterey and Miller.
Check the welfare suicidal RP 420 number 18.
Forward to 4 plus.
Any available on that unit on the air? Gate near the gym is the best access. They've used an EpiPen already.
I copy.
Bruh.
Agreed, check as well. At this time, begin towards downtown near Fleming's Priority 3. 621R is in Robert Street. 621R Street, crossroad number 8th Street. Key 10331, B-Boy. You're clear to enter dog store contains for a dog bite.
For a dog bite, ouch.
611, okay, been in Olive Drive.
With 1, okay, been in Olive Drive. Double wide, nothing showing. 66A.
10-866A.
Boy, just information. Looking at calling this logs. I have a report of an 1179 northbound North Exit line. It's involved a vehicle that went through a fence and then on the service road to returned.
What is this?
They try. I'm not even reading the comments. Like I said, people are bored. People are bored. But like I said, that's one thing I never did. One thing I never did was troll. If I got something to say, bitch, I'm gonna say it on my platform where I'm gonna make some money. All that trolling stuff is weird. You can't really pay people who troll much attention. I told you that before. It's somebody weird. It's somebody ugly as fuck. It's somebody broke. It's somebody that got shit else to do. Because again, if you was that bitch, if you was that whatever, you would talk shit from yourself. You would want the people to know how you really felt. But anytime you gotta go and do little things, you're bored. And you want me to be bored with you. We're not bored with you. We know that you're weird. No, you don't got nothing else to do with yourself. That's why you won't hear under fake accounts or fake trolls thinking that you're getting off. You're weird. You probably play with your panties. You probably play in your panties and then lick your fingers after. That's the type of, that's weird shit. Because people who's you know what I'm saying?
What?
All right, cool. Back to the task at hand. So,
clean your panties and lick your fingers at her. Are there women that do that?
Like I said, you really can't.
There's probably a lot of women that do that.
And just even that type of stuff. You get what I'm saying? You just can't. You can't, because I noticed that I don't really get trolled when I used to talk about the mom. When I used to talk about the mom, I never used to really get trolled. I didn't get trolled. But the minute we try to start changing the narrative, we start talking about boundary setting, we start talking about respect, we start talking about millionaire mindsets, we start talking about overcoming, just life and not making excuses. And then that's what you noticed it, right? Every time we try to change, and I told y'all these dusty motherfuckers be liking the tussle, bitch. Y'all really like me. You really don't want me to go.
Got a wig on, right?
You dusty bitches like the tussle. It's the same dusty bitches I used to like the tussle for the
Is that a dude?
Likes, but they gave them to me. It's the same dusty bitches. It's the same runs. We talking about something.
Is this a dude? Yo, where's Lou at?
Talk about Jasmine Boohoo.
He's the authority on it. He's lived in Thailand.
Justin Timberlake video, or we were sitting here kikiing and cackling about that other big funky one sitting over
Yo,
with
she
that
got a lot of
that don't have no milk coming out. They will be all in here
nunchuck going back there.
But the minute we try to change their mindset to go where they can't go, they want to reiterate or respin the narrative. No, keep up with the fucking conversation, bitch. We're not going back. Keep the fuck up or go where you're going. We're talking about making choices. Like, you made a choice to troll because you have nothing else to do. I made a choice to get out of the bed and come live and make some money. It's the difference between me and you. You're laying there trolling for free. We're here and I'm making a coin. They're here getting knowledge from the conversation, and you're hearing my ass crack for free. Lesson learned. You failed. I won.
She's getting mad.
Anybody else want to troll?
I don't see any super chats. Oh, y'all can't see her chat.
Y'all gotta find other things to do.
I'm not even reading it. They're not saying much anything.
People be weird.
I'm not reading it.
We don't want to talk about that. If you want to hear me talk about that, you might have to join FSU. That's not what we're doing. We don't give a fuck.
I don't even see the person that she's saying. I think they're deleting their comments before anybody's able to see them.
We peeped it. Y'all miss me when I read. Y'all sad. If we troll her, then maybe she'll stop talking about that and she'll go back to the mommies. Y'all bitches are sad. Not y'all miss me. Not you bitches fucking miss me on this bitch. Not y'all bitches up here trolling just so we could.
Oh, she's on a weight loss journey also, apparently. Everybody on YouTube's on a weight loss. Oh, it's the first of the year.
Why y'all want us to spin the block?
Is that a fucking dude, man? Are you sure it's on a man, Miss Bungle?
We're not spinning
the fake hair and eyelashes really throw me off, dude. It makes me think more that it's a man when I see a bunch of fake shit going on.
On the Jersey Shore border, okay?
I'm fucking thinking man right now, though.
You get what I'm saying?
A big dude that decided to be a female. He wants to be a skinny female, though. Have you seen it yet? Are those real dimples?
We got about two.
Are the dimples even real?
But anyway.
Dude.
You see what I'm saying? Nobody wants to join FSU, but we have more than 200 people in FSU.
Dimples?
I mean, more than 1,200 on FSU this month. More than.
What is going on? That's some serious dimplage going on here.
Exclusive, but they don't want to join. I don't really give a fuck who want to join, as long as they have $8. I don't care who wants to join, long as those that want to join had $8. That's all that matters to me.
I don't know, dude. I think it might be a man.
I don't care who you are. Just long as you have your $8, you can join. I don't care who. So the nobodies, yeah, of course the nobodies don't join because the nobodies don't have no money.
I would need some serious convincing.
Not about that. But anyway, are y'all y'all done? We'll deal with you in the letter. Don't even block them. We're getting back to the task at hand. Are y'all finished with the Okay, cool. Because child, I ain't got time for all of that. It'd be. I love it. I'm getting coins every second that we sit here and waste time on the topic, bitch. It doesn't matter to me. Y'all are holding up the class, not me. I came here with a message. Doesn't matter to me.
Come on, can we get somebody that thinks that she's actually a man with me here? Am I really the only one?
Okay, I guess we're good to go. Let's keep it going. Can we go back to FSU? The riffraff is getting ghetto. No, that's what they want us to do, Alex. They want us to fly back over to FSU. No, we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish.
I need her to take the wig off.
That's what we want to do.
Okay.
We're gonna
I need to see her without the wig and
Because they want us to run
eyelashes.
back over there. We'll go back over there when we get ready. Right now, we're having a good time.
Oh.
We're having a good time. Yeah, Mickey is cool. She's part of FSU. What's going on with Mickey?
Maybe that necklace is helping to hide it.
I honestly feel flat though because
like
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think the people would miss me. It kind of makes me feel good. I didn't think that I really thought that people were done with their reactions. Like I felt that they were like over there, they had other shit to do with their lives. But I like the fact that they are like tussling with me about the new content.
I know what a real
Because
kitty looks
it's like a ooh no, y'all. It's like a y'all need to stop, don't go. It's like a please. It's like a you know what I'm saying. It's like a tussle. It's like a ooh, come back. It's one of you know what I'm saying. It's I'm going over here, and it's like a please. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that y'all was going to miss me. I mean, I know I would have took my own word, but girl, they love me, girl. Girl, love me down, girl. Love me, girl. They love me, girl. They left me, girl.
Been for a few. Alright, what's Joe doing again?
Control 610 from Union and Bar.
I'll show you two will recommend her to me again.
Ooh.
1098. 475
Do you think they will?
510-4. You know, traffic.
Oh, he's outside of the crack shop, the crack liquor store. All the crackheads hang out. He muted it.
And you're here at 5:30. To some people, a tent may not seem like much, but to migrants, they are a lifeline. Many of those tents were swept during a sweep near this encampment at Zunai and Spear.
And there was fear they'd be lost, but those tents were returned today. Fox 31's Vicente Arenas at an encampment this afternoon where they were being reassembled. Vicente.
This is the camp where those tents were brought to, and it is such a big deal because we have that very cold weather coming to Denver. So when those tents arrived here this morning, immediately one of the migrants here began reassembling them so they could be used for other migrants still coming into Denver. It was at this encampment in the middle of an industrial area that we found Angel Ramirez of Venezuela reassembling a pile of salvaged tents. Nearly 30 of them had been removed from the sidewalks near Zunai and Spear last week. Ramirez cleaned the tents and grouped them with poles that made them usable again. The city of Denver returned the tents this morning. Ramirez said other migrants are now going to need them too. Even as tents were being reassembled, city workers offered shelter alternatives, warning migrants at this encampment cold weather was headed to Denver again. The need for shelter, even in tents,
these people are fucking stupid.
More migrants continue to arrive in the city, and
I can't imagine living outside in Denver.
Is pretty full, and money's running low, and
stupid.
This is a precious resource, tents.
Advocates tell us when migrants are forced to leave shelters, they often have nowhere to go in a very cold climate they're simply not used to.
Like they're coming. Why are they here then? Why did they do it in the winter time?
Is that the tents,
well, they had to.
Even
they only do it
to
now
flimsy in some cases,
because
actually help keep them warm. And that's going to be especially important as very cold weather comes to Denver this weekend.
The migrant crisis could cost Denver $180 million a year. It's crushing the city budget. City leaders now struggling to keep migrants warm and off the streets. For many now, tents are their lifesavers.
Bro, I'm glad it's not happening here.
And today the city told us that the average number of migrants arriving in Denver is now at 200. That's down from 225 last week. There are now other encampments popping up around the city, and the tents that are being reassembled will now go to other areas where migrants need them the most. Reporting live in far north Denver, I'm Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
Vicente, thank you.
Why are they going to an area that they don't know anybody at? Like, I'd understand going to a place because you got a friend that lives there and he's gonna like get you on the right track in America. They're just coming to cities they don't even know anybody there. What's making them go to that city?
Exactly.
Why are they picking Denver?
Well, we're in contact. It's code 4 from Matt. We're jet. Acres. 4 West 50. 4 boys, can you start to Met 20 at 3316 Laverne Avenue and requesting deputy assistance for a 988 request? Correction, 980 request. Suitable for Boyd, Virginia. Approximately an hour. Bill driver was last seen eastbound towards Emerald Cove approximately an hour ago.
Alright, guys.
4 West 57. Seeing victim respond to Tacos La Via. Is recovering Paul for 13. I copied additionally in with traffic. For 29, I copied the north call. 10-4. Utilities also complete.
Bruh.
1728.
Sorry. I got distracted.
Rescue 1 tempo.
Why are they following the live streamer? Well, it's backwards. A live streamer's following, one of the local live streamers is following a hit and run suspect. They got it.
East southbound Yampa now from Virginia. Appears to be yielding.
It appears to be yielding southbound.
All right.
Just north of East number 3 in Yampa.
I'll be yielding north of East number 3 in Yampa. Do you want code?
Fuel fire, code 6, 4401, Parker Avenue, apartment E at work.
Okay, 4401, Parker number E at work. That information, it will be at LASO, unit 697 for control 1.
بالعافية حجي بالعافية.
كل وغش عليكم. ايش بدك تريق لبيب؟ لبيب ايش بدك تريق؟
Muslim.
أنا تريقت بروتين تريقت بروتين.
بروتين واضرب مقتدى الصدر ورا شجرة التين. هلا أولي متطور الشعر جواباتك. أولي عبال عبدول عبال.
لا.
أصلي
That
أدري
shit's
يا بكر
stuck,
داني
man. Like a chicken.
أنا أحب
Oh my god!
الساخن
Oh my
بعرحين
god,
شوي
dude.
بعرحين
The
شوي
fucking
أنا ما أقول له
dog
لا
in
وهذا
front of
يشوي راسا ابتعد نعم بعد نزل شوي
I'm surprised I didn't grab one.
شلون طعمها حجي؟
شنو طعمه؟ نفس الطعم.
دودة
We kind of grossed out.
أحب الطعام
Why does he have to fork all the chickens off of it, man?
وهذا طعم يعني حار وهو ساخن.
الشيف ليت بيقول انك جيرانه بالعراق بمكة بصارة.
He eats very oddly.
كبسارة هي مال المسيح، هاي كلها المناطق كلها مال المسيح. كلها مالتهم. كلها مالتهم.
حبيبي ما ابو مريم الولد خلي يلبه.
Put your mouth.
وين كنت ساكنة بكبسارة؟
The camera does he have going?
كنا كبار بالمطعم الحسناء.
بالعافية حجينا بالعافية حبيبي.
بالعافية.
نريد نعيش يا ابا.
بالعافية الحج يقولوا له.
بياخذونا.
على قلبك حجي صحتين على قلبك.
I don't know, I think he's had a video call with somebody.
هذا مشتري.
And a live stream.
لا الأغلبية من الكنيسة. الأغلبية من الكنيسة. طبعا.
قديش ثمنها حجي؟
4 يورو 50 سنت.
Yo, this chicken is spicy.
نشوه يريد.
Gotta be careful. Oh my god, dude! If my dog did that, we'd have problems.
نعم.
ما يصير التليفون.
What?
عبال احنا طيور.
I just wouldn't. I train him not to do that. You know.
يعني.
Because dude, I can't imagine if I have a friend over and it does that to a friend, that'd be pretty bad.
تريد تطلع بس اهلها ما يخلوها.
To open their face like that.
شفتوا البنية شلون بالعراق؟
I think it only does it to him. Oh, they do? I don't get it. Then not in his family.
حبيبي فدوى القلب. لا تقول سلام لأنه سرايا السلام يذبحونك سابقا جيش المهدي. يا سلام اقعد عين وين السلام؟ سلام الحلاق.
His shirt's got some kind of star on it.
سلام صدام ضربه من ورا قبل القدام. سلام.
Saddam Hussein or what?
حبيبي ما تقصر والنعم.
He's tearing this chicken up, ain't he?
والنعم.
I don't think he knows how to eat chicken, honestly.
حبيبي فدوى قلبك مع السلامة لبيب.
Dude had to go. He's like, I can't watch this anymore. You don't know how to eat chicken. Drunk? Is it his birthday? Birthday in the background. That always up there.
يوميا جاك الذيب وجاك الواوي وهذا يعني.
It's his birthday chicken. He doesn't have a cake. He just has a whole tray of chicken. See what I mean? This dude doesn't know how to eat chicken, motherfucker. I thought they ate with their hands. This dude is the most un-Muslim Arabic-speaking dude I've ever seen. He just sticks the whole fucking thing in his mouth with the bones and everything. Why doesn't he grab it from the beginning with his hand? If he's gonna grab the bone. Whole the whole flat in his mouth at once. Do you eat your flats like that? Everybody's leaving. They're like, I can't do this anymore. You're gonna make me throw up. Right? That's hilarious. Everybody's leaving. Okay, y'all probably leave it too. I'm not even looking. Yeah, he's eating the cartilage and everything. He literally eats everything but the bone. God. Oh, how's he gonna do the drumstick? These poor chickens.
يلا
يلا
تعالوا نطلع على شيء
يلا يلا.
صدق تقبل ولا؟ أنا ما أسأل، أنا أطلع وجهي أقول مين أنا، ما عندي مشكلة.
هم أكثر السوريين بكندا بألمانيا بكل مكان السوريين عندهم جرأة يتكلمون ما عاد يقول لي أنا هناك ستي وأنا أمي وأبويا.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. I thought I did, but I don't anymore. I tried to learn Arabic right now, but it didn't work.
Covering Pulver 29, I copy. Code 4, 2 to tank, confirm clear code. Confirm. You're still covering Pulver 29, I copy. Clear code 33 on channel 2. Clear code 33 on channel 2. Additionally, no more traffic. Wilson, okay,
Okay, is this a dude? This is another one's getting recommended to me for the first time.
About a certain someone.
That's a dude, right?
Certain someone's tree. A certain somebody's tree.
I think everybody's a dude, man. Honestly.
They tell you to create a what tree? A what tree?
All women look like men to me at this point. Even if
Okay, Ziggy. Okay,
I've been scarred for life.
So I had a dream about a certain someone's, and it was kind of like about, you know, who I am.
Do you see an Adam's apple?
Me, about just me being who I am. And you can just connect the dots. You can just connect the dots. So I feel like a very big part of, you know, why maybe things didn't, you know, go as planned or things are not going as planned is because a certain...
Oh, day 3 after breakup, or heartbreak is a name.
Fuck that incest. I just want to say BFF, if I don't have you, I don't have anybody.
Seems like it could be a dude though, even without the sight of an Adam's apple. Everyone looks like a guy to me. There are not any real women anymore. That's what they want you to believe.
Damn, hold on.
That's a man's ass.
Hold on. Wait, y'all see that? Damn, y'all see that baddie right there? Hold on. Damn.
Happening right now.
Y'all, it is crazy raining right now. Charlize, you got the second part. Charlize.
You can't do that anymore. Hopefully that song didn't copyright me.
51 Blake copies.
Thought the other lady sounded like a dude too.
The possible 211 just for officer safety. We're holding a 415 fight. Clay Patrick Farway.
19 minutes till Simon gets food and medicine.
Secondhand information. 1 RP stated there was a black male. Had a knife.
Uh-oh.
The incident complete. 8 complete, 1741.
I should eat first. So maybe the smell of it will make him hungry for when it's time for him to eat. I don't know if he needs that anymore, but I'm just gonna put some in the microwave.
S38 443 information only. PD's still en route. RP's advising they're starting CPR. Metro 2297.
Come on. Wake up, Bakersfield. Beautiful sunset, Karen? Yeah, it is.
S51. Your preference. Central 197.
Okay, 1 route to the target traffic.
14-1 units, just for information, we're still attempting to get a hold of target, however the line just continues to ring. There's other relatives in the residence and juveniles, however, separated from the 415. RP's advising both parties in the 273-5 are under the influence of meth.
BTO for any victims. There is evidence of a collision here.
18-10-4. Traffic.
Yes, sir. Can I get an ambulance to our location for acute pain of pain to the chest?
It's on the 211 traffic, just for information. Air 1 is off duty.
Negative on a 207. Subject slightly 918. Continue the officer. When you're ready.
Baker 438, copy your log. You have a great trip to South James at 60.
Oh no.
Edward 311-0263.
Poor lady, she's always drunk, high. Goes into the middle of the street.
Suspect is white male, wearing blue sweater, blue pants. He fled in the northbound direction.
Confirm the office was a 245 or 417.
CHP, know that we have a Vehicle blocking the roadway.
Canceling the ambulance, sorry, CHP 1745. Have a good night. 523, you have a good evening.
That's a lady, guys. She's always out here drunk. Sometimes
417 with a firearm. Suspect is a white male wearing a blue sweater, blue pants, fled northbound direction.
She runs out of money and she goes into traffic asking for money.
52957.
She's always out here. I'm surprised somebody's watching over her because I'm surprised that she hasn't been hit. The way she goes into traffic, in and out of traffic, it's crazy.
OCD 52278. Northbound.
From northbound on the east side or the west side of the target? Section 1, it'll be the north side from target over the red fence behind the business.
At this time, I'll show you this money in Friday 2. 4301 Estate Street, 4301 Estate, cross of Suncrest Lane. Q1 2314 D. David. From that line. 6. I just check the area. Smoke in the area. Or rocket.
Smoke on the water. Fire in the sky. Bro.
I-80 15 minutes for me has been at standstill for over 3 hours now. Wow.
Control 1 Eagle 6 and units 10-8.
Now what should I do? Go play some PUBG?
Trace 4417.
Be Simon in a minute. Right
This will determine which jurisdiction it will be.
See what I do. I'll
01 Estate, cross of Suncrest Lane. Q1 2314 D. David, PD is on scene. Patient company and checking.
A different. A couple of minutes ago, we reported about the asylum seekers moving from Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn because of tonight's weather. But now, a different kind of movement. The migrant crisis taking a toll in Midtown Manhattan. Dozens of families forced out of their hotel shelter. The 40 families at the Row Hotel reaching the 60-day limit now imposed on their stay. Another mess for this crisis. Eyewitness News reporter Joe Torres outside the Roosevelt Hotel Intake Center in Midtown for us with the latest. Joe?
And Bill, so many of the kids of those 40 migrant families started their day going to school. They left from the Row Hotel this morning only to come back from school to find parents, mom and dad, in line here at the intake center at the Roosevelt School once again, reapplying for a more shelter, an extension, if you will. The city imposed a shelter limit in the 60-day notices to gently push asylum seekers towards more stable housing with family, with friends, to get off the city dime. Well, that happened for some migrant families, but not for others. Marianes Garcia's year-long stay at the Row Hotel in Midtown came to a sudden and abrupt end today. After a 60-day notice, the city exercised its shelter limit and evicted the 26-year-old and her 3 handsome boys. It's difficult, but we have to move forward, and we give thanks to God and the Row Hotel for taking us in. Garcia walked to the Roosevelt Hotel to reapply for shelter, but not everyone was ready to restart the application process. Angel Hernandez, also from Venezuela, will head south to reconnect with a family member in Philadelphia. That's exactly what city leaders designed the shelter limit to do. move families to more stabilized housing. So I'm grateful for New York, said the 36-year-old father of 2 teenage boys. I'm grateful for the United States, grateful for everything, because the truth is, it's gone well. Many doors were opened for me. This morning, the city controller met face-to-face
more
with
than they're
Maria
open for the
Quero,
people
an
that are from
evicted
here.
asylum seeker who is 8 months pregnant and has no idea where she'll rest her head tonight. Brad Lander told reporters he will launch an investigation into the city's shelter policies and protocols.
I really don't know what could be more cruel than what the city of New York is doing right now.
We're all doing this because we want to help people and making a plan with Maria so that when she has her baby, it could be a healthy baby.
Dr. Long there said that he and city staffers spent the last 60 to 90 days working with Maria and or her husband to develop a housing plan moving forward. However, we talked to the husband this afternoon, and he told us the only information he got from the city was this: you have to leave the Row Hotel today.
And most of the comments are probably going to be for them kicking them out. Yeah, see, like, that's why I'm like, where are the people that encourage this? Do they not get on YouTube? Like, almost everybody that comments on these videos is people that are like, yeah, what are you fucking doing here then? You're illegal. You fucking gotta leave. You're free in a luxury hotel. Taxpayer dollars. Wow, I'm never voting for a Democrat again. Dude, I have a feeling that, I don't know if this dude might be a Republican, it's just trolling, but I mean, this might actually start happening though, because of all this shit. People are gonna not trust voting for a Democrat, especially in these poor cities where, like Chicago, where they're protesting, and in the hood, like the ghetto is protesting because they need to get fixed up first. Like they're once paying these city taxes, and then you got these migrants coming in and taking their spaces, like their community centers and stuff, and living in them, and it's fucking crazy, dude. People are gonna maybe. I don't know what that means. Only people are Trump have to do with anything. I don't think Trump's going to be president again. But
For northbound Friday 82. 514. 514, you're responding Friday to an oil 132 East Harding Avenue, 132 East Harding Crossroad West area, 10318A Adam for no patient.
wait, you think he is?
Go for a drive, guys.
463 to complete.
Welcome everybody who's just joining right now. We've been live since 1 p.m. today. We'll be going to midnight tonight. Hi, Own Cuff. Nice to see you.
Handling Friday 6 coming out of that facility in South Bakersfield. You're transporting to Keck USC directed 966 South, room 6118, monitor required. South. 1054.
33, channel 1. Correction, clear code 33, channel 2. Clear code 33, channel 2. Okay, 6509 Panama Lane for difficulty breathing.
Off to Tom 0530, have a great shift.
Rescue 2.
Ambulance on scene, cancel rescue 2, cancel engine 2.
Ambulance on scene, cancel engine 2, rescue 2 complete, 7256. Southbound of Panama Lane, west of your Sunny 33. 6509 Panama Lane, 6509 Panama Lane, Crescent Ashwood, Q12328, B-Boy for difficulty breathing. They're advising outside of Pyology. 6509 Panama Lane.
Joe, what's up, Uncle Bill?
Beans. What you know about that?
72 boy, it was partially 10-1-10-9.
72 boy, can you confirm a fire? Is it eastbound Wilson or westbound?
Yeah, we hit the go, Kathy. Thank you, everybody who helped us. Hit the go. We hit it. Hope you got a good night nap if you're going to go to 1 a.m. I'm not going to 1 a.m. I'm going to midnight. But I slept about 5 hours last night. Yeah, I got to bed till about 1:30. Got up at 5.5 hours. So right now, guys, we're going to a traffic collision, unknown injuries.
Simon's food now.
What's up, Josh? Don't forget to stretch my legs. We'll stretch my legs right now. As long as you guys don't hear me snoring, I'll be good.
Attention, somebody in this scheduled broadcast 558 driver eastbound being on a black Nissan and Toyota sedan 6 Union Lincoln Tom 374 Lossing southbound control clear.
No snoring for me.
54.
Are you able to contact the RP to confirm the address?
Stand by. Break. This is 63 smoke investigation behind 609 Woodrow Avenue. It's going to be Station 64's area.
File 31.9, arrival with fire, attempting to locate.
514-4754.
So there's a traffic collision out here, guys. They're attempting to locate this traffic collision on Chester and Wilson, Chester and K. So K and Wilson, guys. K and Wilson last updated came across as Chester. CHP just showed up to the scene. The traffic collision happened about 15-20 minutes ago, but nobody could find it. So
Area 7016 Colony Park Drive for an ill patient ambulance to stage.
After about 20 minutes, we'll do
41 Franklin Street, 441 Franklin, cross up A is an Adam, Q1 4426 B-Boy for Jesse.
441 Franklin Street.
ET for us there, guys. We're about 3 minutes out. All depending on traffic lights. We will be on scene here shortly. It looks like everybody's getting out of work. Everybody who's just joining us, welcome.
try to buy. Service route, this one,
It'll be 2 a.m. for you, Bobby Rogers.
Behind 132 East Harding.
64 copy.
Friday 10 to stage 7016 Colony Park Drive, 7016 Colony Park, cross ahead and play, 212325 8 Adams, stage in the area, current ill patient who's acting status.
7016 Colony Park Drive.
I heard Tina McFarland goes and chase in LA.
Out of service route for some duty.
We're not using copy.
At 1-4.
Myself and 4 Metro 1 will be switching to channel 2.
Yeah, copy.
$9 p.m. where you're at, Michael. Tiffany, welcome.
Route to the priority 2 in the south.
Unit 310-4. This is Fire 7016 Colony Park for a 54-year-old female who's combative and still is ill. Delayed station. Unit 1097 ID.
K Street here. Let's go all the way. Big statue.
Unit 5 copy, you kept flipping your ID.
Looks like a Buddha temple.
1 North Road, 5501 North. Building number 23, apartment 17. Q10210D, David, cross from Mohawk Springs.
Thank you for sharing, Karen.
10-5, Springwood Court, apartment.
475.
Copy.
20 en route to current medical behind patrol.
And your ID, go ahead.
Portion 3, stand by, channel 3.
Go ahead for Central 3.
Teams 1, Lost Lake and George, Adam, Nora, first to Joshua, middle of the common spelling, DOB of 9090, 27 will be Frank, 4914328, good ID. It's going to be white male adult, 5'11", 175.
Stand by.
It looked like a very minor traffic collision, guys. Yeah, very minor. Finally found the collision is very minor. Nothing to see here, guys.
On
Fender
number
bender.
6 and Peatball, 9 Frank, King 739 on a black Honda Accord.
You're gonna scare me.
That's a 9 Honda level.
Let's get out of here.
Number 40 unit, code 4. Copy, let's go.
Pat, welcome. How many vehicles it take?
From Target, this subject from Office Depot is involved. We're going to check the surrounding area for the other office. We're going able to confirm the 410 unit.
You're finally here. I got lost. You got lost, Pat? That's not good. Some of you guys just coming over from DC streams. Welcome for those of you just coming in from the J6 streams in DC.
16 Colony Park Drive. This will be for no person. Patient might be combative. Try to law enforcement. Your phone
My little baby shine.
2325 Adam. Party 10 could to the stage for an ill patient combatant.
He just woke up. I woke him up.
Joe, do you take Josh to eat that he gets sick?
Yeah, me too.
I don't know. Oh. So last time, guys, we went to Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico. And me and Josh used to like going to this little hole in the wall restaurant, very good tasting food, and we used to get like ground beef tacos or something that he used to order. And one morning we get in there, we sit down having breakfast, and they have bunnies outside the windows. And I told Josh that those bunnies was the meat they used in those tacos or in those burritos. Josh didn't finish his food. Josh actually believed me that he was eating rabbit meat. He left his food there, guys. After I told him, he did not take another bite. So Josh, you like your food? You're eating those are your you're eating rabbit.
Dude, what's wrong with rabbit? That was my first meal in Prague.
I mean, we should
right next to the Charles Bridge. We went to some restaurant.
Let's go eat there. Let's go eat there.
Hardly anybody was in there.
One of it's great price.
It was a whole rabbit, actually. It was an entire rabbit, like opened. It was trippy.
He won't go there no more.
Never seen that before. Hey, it's food time. Here we go. Thank you to the farmers and to the chicken. And to the drivers. And to the Lord.
You want to join Brian Glock?
Baby Jesus. And Uncle Sam.
He's diabetic, right? Yes, he is. That's me. No, it's not.
The people of America.
There's nothing wrong with feeding. There he is. $5 for rabbit turds.
I'm gonna start eating like that dude we were watching earlier. Something like that.
Susie Stowe's good night. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Never good night. Stay forever. Why don't you put the phone next to you on another pillow? You don't have to go on it. Damn, something like that, dude. What are you doing, buddy? Dude.
I'm having a call here,
But
guys.
he was eating what looked like flats from wings, like from wings. Thighs, maybe. With a fork. I mean, he was putting the whole thing, whatever it was, in his mouth.
Shows 1061 on corner of Union.
What was that?
Correction Brothers and Union.
So that's this car right here, guys. Just got called in.
Are they?
Money shot.
Medical 147 Francis Street, difficulty breathing.
They took him that side. Man, officer.
Who's Adam Friedman? Is he a pedo? Anything else sore? I need to know everything that's sore. Taking your information.
So this guy was just walking down the street, guys. I seen the officers parked there. One of the officers got out his vehicle, and I pulled up in here. What's he wanted for? Who knows? They said code 6. Code 6 means they're with somebody. Code 6 on the person, code 6 on the vehicle.
Thirty-three, 147 Francis Street. Cross of Howard, at page 10212 D-Boy for difficulty breathing.
This girl's taste nutty.
Prolific. Oh, geez, never heard of him.
503 O City. 130 City.
We start at 1 p.m. today, Pat. 1 p.m. You do like alligator. I do like alligator too. Ooh, my sister's coming back from Louisiana. Might have to. Get some alligator from Louisiana.
Do you know what traffic you're in one? That's a range.
You were at lunch with friends? Awesome.
3010-2, go ahead.
Hopefully you have fun.
10-14, Paul's on her other depot, no further code. Second advising he just didn't send on about 30 minutes ago.
Gator's good, yes. Fried gator.
I still have that whipping cream in my fridge from before Thanksgiving. Or
oh, money shot. Going to jail.
I think that's when I got it. I don't know. But it's expired like 3 or 4 days ago. I'm looking for stuff to do with it.
Break. 37, go ahead.
Or I can still make butter with it. Because isn't buttermilk just like sour milk? Oh no, that's...
I'm not sure if they're currently out. Stand by.
If you just joined this call, guys, who knows what he's wanted for? Probably has a warrant out for his arrest. I was driving up eastbound on Brundage Lane, for those of you that know the area. Officers pulled up to the stop sign. He was walking westbound on Brundage. They called him over. They detained him.
Oh, sour cream.
Taking them into custody.
Oh, so I can make sour cream with it. Sour cream is soured whipping cream, right? Yep. Better not let it go sour then.
Unknown direction of travel.
There we go, guys. Money shot.
Copy available. I'll show you responding priority 3. 309, the number 17th Street.
I'm going to have to open it.
The number
Shit, I'm sorry.
as in Victor Street. At Page 10330 David for an allergic reaction.
You were there. What are you doing there? Just eating, bro. It didn't work. Me making my food first did not get him to eat. I don't know what to do. A little annoying.
City 517, we are 1098.
Love shrimp.
That's affirmative.
7 copy.
Oh, dude. I forgot about these things Barbara sent me. I could have tried one out tonight.
That's good, Rose. Question for Joy Oreo. I'm in California. Mexican food there is... I'm from California. Mexican foods there are better, in my opinion. Oklahoma and Texas have more Tex-Mex. What version you guys found in different states along the border? Man, the only problem about me and Gosford, guys, there's no place to park.
It's not sweet? I don't know. I don't think.
We have a vehicle.
I don't think it's sweet by itself.
3-vehicle traffic collision. Let's go, guys.
Have a sugar in it.
Park at the library out there or something. And then we'll walk back to the scene. We are en route, guys, to a 3-vehicle traffic collision. ETA there is about 12 to 15 minutes, depending on traffic lights. One of the vehicles went into the pole off Gosford and Ming Avenue. There's no parking there, so we'll figure it out. I have to park a bit away and walk back to the scene.
Old grain, baby.
And if we're that way, I might as well just go to Sam's Club and get some fuel.
492 walking out of everything.
Come on. 492 copy you as well.
Okay.
Which is east of. Central 210-4. The street, map page 10330 D David. This is main unit. B as in boy for an allergic reaction.
No, we have not seen any vehicles versus hydrants lately, and that's probably a good thing, since it takes like 20 days to get them shut off.
20 days. Seems like a long time. It seems longer than average. That's what she said. Remember?
Yes, Pat, we hit the go.
Alfredo sauce. Oh, wow. That does sound good.
592 Sycamore. East 20, I'll be around from 58 and General Beale Road. 820 out from Nashville.
He's just looking at his food, dude.
Traffic has Panama Nash. Baker 499.
And now he's winking at me. He was staring at his food, now he's like sweating at me or whatever. Begging me for something that's better.
That's a loud Kia. Little hamster cars.
OC 460 in the air.
Sure, responding priority 2, 8800 Rosedale Highway at the office depot. Map page 10220, D. David, for an overdose. You're clear to enter.
Copy, office depot.
He's just not hungry.
Sorry, but.
There he goes. I'm getting nervous.
Subject.
4 Central 1, copy. Affirmative on that subject.
I guess he puts his soul into it, right? Little Kia Soul.
Yeah.
Usher responding priority 3.
Might have to do that if it's not spoiled. Gotta check.
Avenue and Gosford Road, map page 12304, St. Charles, for a traffic incident.
Yes, we hit the go. Thank you everybody who helped out. We have reached the go.
That you have their unit make contact with dispatch when they arrive on scene. They're unable to reach them.
That's 2400 South P Street.
Copy 2400 South P. I'll advise them.
What a lazy fucking city. P Street. They got a bunch of letter streets. Oh, that's A Street. That's C Street.
Yes, Nancy, we have great viewers.
You know what I mean? What city, what other city you know that does that?
South Union is being controller is working at 20,001 and by 1015 fled handcuffs from the vehicle, the patrol vehicle via First Alejandro. Hispanic man wearing a blue jacket, tattoos on his face, fled unknown direction at the age of Tangerine. The original suspect.
He fled with handcuffs? What? Okay.
I mean, I get the numbers thing, but letters just seem super lazy.
Yeah, he won't get
But
far.
it's much easier to remember, though. I guess, you know.
Injuries.
Much easier to tell somebody where something is, for them to know how to get there without looking at a map. Oh, where is that? It would actually serve a purpose. Dude, I guess I gotta stir his food again because he just left.
Guys, I'm gonna go to this call where the officers have lost an individual who is in custody. He has handcuffs. Let's go back that way. Has handcuffs and he fled the scene. They were not paying attention and they do not know where he's at. They are requesting K9 right now. Good job, officers.
Most recent warrant, they're showing an address of 287 Monterey Street. That was as of September 2023.
for you guys that missed it.
10 for all 1021.
Adam, Unit 1. Prior most. Adam, Unit 138 for chest pain.
1 second, guys.
Is he able to rewind it?
5 to Kern County Nursery. 6513. What's central?
Charles 1 be complaint of me. Charles 1. Charles 1 be complaint.
What's central? 124.
These two Paulson for copy. Central is requesting a canine response. Unit 1501 South Union Avenue for an in custody that evaded unit. Suspect will be an Alejandro Bravo, that acknowledged touches on his face, blue jacket, and is currently cuffed. He fled west of into a breezeway. 1501 South Union.
In cuffs.
King 1.
Rate 7 traffic stop.
Calling Mancha.
California 8 Nora Union 118 flight test run.
He didn't come back.
Southbound 14 north of Red Rock and Ocean Road.
Simon didn't come back. He's probably gonna go to sleep again.
King 1, just information. We're holding out at 415 Fire at St. Patrick's Front. Rosedale near the bus stop or 2. Subject's a white male or black male that we're in a
Had to wake him up.
fight. The black male was seen with a knife. Further, if any units on the call are able to advise.
450, we've been in contact with the white male subject. It'll be a confrontation between him and security at Rock.
Call at 5210-4.
Example, at the corner of Wilson. We're going to cut a gate to notify property. He is 52 for Lotto.
52, good evening, go ahead.
Good evening, OCD is 52 logging out and available post 1 off duty 0600. Have a good night.
Simon, can I fucking eat? Jesus, dude. Well, he's up. He wants all of it.
Standby just 1. Landline with 3 RPs.
I want to hear the officers explain that one to their superiors, right? Sarge, Lieutenant, I was not paying attention. He's in handcuffs. I turn around, and he's like David Copperfield. He just disappeared.
Building Priority 1720 Blanche Street, 1720 Blanche, across of Oleander Avenue.
Maybe he did disappear.
ETA guys about 8 minutes out. 8 minutes out.
Copy 1720 Blanche.
52 information only. Your ambulance is from 51.
Canceling ambulance 8229.
God, if he doesn't get it now, he'll read it later tonight probably.
1720 Blanche, across of Oleander Avenue.
I just have to make sure I get up at 11 o'clock or stay up till 11 o'clock, one of the two. I can always get up a little bit later.
David 974248. Last at your mommy. Reference, sir.
5310-4. The party is conscious, walking and breathing with a bleeding from his head, and you're having trouble getting him out of the car. Three and run off duty prep. Confirming off duty. One 1720 Blanche Street, 1720 Blanche, cross of Oleander, left page 10236, B-boy, for a seizure.
1720 Blanche.
Dude, these things are fucking tiny.
Can you confirm the address?
I'm unsure. I can get it for you. Enterprise made contact with the property individuals.
Copy, disregard.
Meow. Meow. 16 ounces is small.
3 copy, you clear all 35.
Goes the water.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
22 assignment for a closer
I
unit.
need double that. Wow. I think someone wants chicken, but can't have it. There's just half of an organic pineapple. Just one ingredient.
Alright guys, for those of you just joining right now, we are en route to this car. Came across this at 20,001, which is a hit and run with injuries. Deputies had the subject in custody in handcuffs. Somehow he managed to get away. They have requested a canine unit because he walked away or ran away from the scene. Most likely just walked away because we didn't hear a code 33 or nothing. In handcuffs. They do not know where he's at. So they lost somebody in handcuffs.
Not really a big deal, is it?
Oh no, the train up there.
He drives and Mahoney drives at the end of Mahoney.
Extradition. There's a service detail for 58 Jerry stop. And then it's always the RP.
You're still down there meowing.
Oh. As soon as we go get across this traffic light here, we'll be on scene. It's a train. Train. Oh, there's no way to get around this train.
Mahoney Drive and Southgate Drive.
Big tick.
Information for units on the South Union and Main call. We just transferred a suspicious search to BPD at 318 Madison Street. Nearest cross is going to be just south of the 58 for a male subject with a hooded sweatshirt that appeared to be in an empty residence there. Unknown if related.
Awesome, MAGA.
Oh man. Good boy. Come here. Where you are?
Hold it before it's right up. BLM company advises a Hispanic male wearing a green jacket, green beanie, refusing to leave the business. 258 per
There's nobody here. It's cool.
Construction, however, all of the homeowners' belongings are still inside. An unknown subject attempting entry through the back door.
Nobody here, guys.
You're still a Vincent one, you're readable.
Oh, they're back there. Ah. They're back there. They're behind the restaurant there. So this is CHP guys who lost the subject in custody.
There's a field.
The street lights are out. What are you talking about? Oh, here? Bakersfield.
There was a large pile of something on fire. It's starting to dwindle down a little bit now.
Not here, but Bakersfield.
Requesting your one to a flyover, checking for hotspots. Just confirming you're the Olivia or near the Madison address. Four. Air 1 Bakersfield. Copy. Union and Main to check for hotspots. They're attempting to determine a direction of travel.
So they're back here, guys. This is for the subject who got away.
You'll be working out the west side.
Control 101, can you show us ground to the AOD 1501 Southeast?
Okay, man.
Now at 5:30, a disturbing scene at a local cemetery. Headstones and plaques are left damaged or missing. Good evening. This is the KTLA 5 News at 5:30. I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Sandra Mitchell. Roughly 24 headstones have been taken, along with over 100 nameplates. The operators of the cemetery believe vandals now are targeting them so that they can cash in on precious metal.
KTLA's Rachel Menatop is
kind of
live
metal?
in Compton with more. Rachel.
They got gold in them?
Cher, Sandy, good evening to you both. This is a historic cemetery. Many of the headstones date back to the 19th century and are not replaceable.
Damn, man.
And throughout the day, family members have been coming by to check on their loved ones, and they're really shocked by what happened.
Fuck, man.
A piece of American history desecrated, damaged, and looted.
Headstones destroyed. I was just disgusted because someone had done this at a cemetery.
Vandals broke into Woodlawn Celestial Gardens in Compton and stole roughly 23 headstones from the 1920s, 30s, and 40s and left a trail of destruction on their way out. Renee Carter and his wife Teresa came by to check on his mother's gravesite.
Because they figure they're all white people, maybe.
That, but we're not happy about the damage that's been done here by, people that don't care.
How low do you have to be to come into a cemetery and steal, things that were honoring people?
Were they
Woodlawn
black
is
people?
home to many
That's
veterans,
even worse.
as well as the founders
They
of the
did
city
it to
of
their own
Compton.
people, man.
In addition to the grave markers themselves, 5 plaques, which held 150 nameplates, were ripped off of the cemetery wall, erasing the history that it was meant to commemorate.
I worked so hard for the improvement of Woodlawn, and this is just another stagnation in a way.
What were they,
Celestina
copper?
Bishop is the owner of the cemetery. She says the value of the stolen property could easily exceed $100,000 and speculates that there's more than one person involved.
What?
Their plan is to sell the bronze and copper materials.
But breaking the headstone and transporting so many at one time,
$100,000?
multiple.
Now there's an appeal to the community to be on the lookout.
How much is copper worth now? Bronze is...
behavior. The precious metals that they're taking, I'm asking any recycler, if this is brought to you, notify the authorities, get their information if you can.
The Carters are hoping city and state leadership take notice and provide better security.
So they just
to
did that
protect
for
this
nothing,
sacred
then.
space.
If we don't do something or have something done about it, that it encourages them to keep doing it, you know what I'm saying? So we want to do something about it.
And unfortunately, there are no security cameras in the immediate vicinity, so there's no description of a possible suspect or suspects at the moment. The owner says she plans to visit local pawn shops and recycling centers in case the thieves go that route. We're live in Compton tonight. I'm Rachel Menetov. Send it back to both of you in Hollywood.
Yeah, you gotta melt it. If they melted it, no one would know. But how did... What's the bronze worth, man? Price. Bronze. It's only $2.60 a pound for bronze. $3.78 a pound for copper. Like, how much metal were they able to take? I don't get it. What do they have? Try and play your game, Simon. And coppers went up dramatically. Well, in 2019 it was 250, 270. It dumped down to 219. But then it pumped all the way up to
he was in custody.
To 494 in 2022 per pound. 494, and it was 217 2 years prior. It doubled in value.
Now we have the suspect,
and then, but now it's at 391. Still almost double the value it was in 2020.
Here comes K9.
But it was around the same price back in 2012 at 372. That was at 380 something. 100,000 she said though. Let's see.
It's on Union, guys. Union.
It's a little high. So 3.78. 100,000
So
divided
this
by
is a
that.
canine deputy.
They would need 26. What? They would need 26,455 pounds of it to get $100,000, and that's with only using copper, because you get more for copper than you do for bronze. So I just said it's all copper, $378 a pound. There's $100,000 we're trying to get up to. How many pounds do I need? So I divided it by the 378, 26,455 pounds. What kind of truck did they have to be hauling that much weight, dude? It's crazy. That's how are they carrying all that? Nobody noticed it. Seems heavy.
So So this is crazy, guys.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Crazy.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Once again, an update, guys, for those of you just joining. Call started with CHP on scene for a suspect of a 20,001, which is a hit and run traffic collision. Located the subject here. They took him into custody here. They put him in the back of the vehicle. Apparently, because they were checking the door to see how he managed to open the door. So when they were not paying attention,
I really wish you would stop making me do that.
Suspect fled the scene in handcuffs. So we have right now a suspect in handcuffs.
I just didn't have to have it timed. Like I got 13 minutes, I gotta pull it through. If I didn't have to deal with that, I wouldn't have to do all this, dude.
Circulating the area, trying to locate him.
Oh yeah, good luck, Mexico. They'll probably get it. I really don't give a shit. What's 20 million? That's a drop on the bucket. Fucking give them billions to Ukraine.
We're on Union, guys. Union.
Oh, and then we gotta rebuild Gaza soon. That's gonna cost a lot.
Sammy, welcome. Haha, what's up?
I copy your log on. You have a great shift as well. Stand by one for incoming traffic. 2810 North Chester Avenue, apartment B, boy, or 18.
MW, welcome.
0 North Chester Avenue, 2810 North Chester, crosses Universe Avenue, map page 1036 B Charles, first 18. This will be in unit B boy.
Let's update. They searched the house already. He's not there. They searched the back of this apartment complex.
530.
Yeah, he's nowhere to be found. They have Erwan right now looking for him. He's in somebody's house, guys. He managed to slip out, knocked on the neighbors, say shh, walk into the neighbors. He couldn't have gotten that far, guys.
Show 494 and 521.
If you're in handcuffs, guys, they're gonna spot you right away. You can't go very far. Unless you go down the street and telling everybody that it's your fetish or something.
1022 your assignment. I have a higher priority call. I'll show you responding priority 2, 2810 North Chester, across the universe. Map C1036, C Charles, run unconscious.
Maybe he's Houdini, right? Maybe he's Houdini. He slipped out those cuffs.
Check the welfare of Alexis, born in 74. RP advising
He's 1097 with RPs 19 and 16-year-old ready to kill himself, possibly taking fentanyl. He also advised he was stabbed, has a hand injury. No firearms in the house.
They were searching vehicle by vehicle right now, pointing the flashlights. That's where they're pointing the flashlights. So everyone's UTL, guys.
I have your UTL in the area today.
Everyone's leaving, unable to locate nobody. This is crazy.
Responding party 10 to stage 306 Bell Avenue, 306 and a half Bell Avenue, crosses Plymouth. Map page 102. 13B boy, stayed in the area for a site complaint. Copy 306 Bell Avenue. 4530. Their address on Monterey and some minor details in the log.
This is 8552 for Largo.
Transient near Ross on Rosedale. We're still attempting further. Name for seizure.
Ready, have a great day.
I copy your log on. You have a great day as well. Also responding priority 2. 4609 Santana Avenue, cross of Estero Street, map page 12311C Charles, for a seizure.
That's 54609 Santana Avenue.
32. Shit, PD is out.
1-800-588-2300. Empire. Call Empire today. Yeah.
This is crazy, guys. Crazy.
1-800-588-2300. Call Empire today. Empire. Remember that commercial?
The sergeant's like, what the heck are you guys were
Say hello to
doing?
Pillow
What are you guys thinking? I'm thinking the officer didn't
Pillow
close
pets are
his
cute, huggable
door
pets
right.
that pop open into full-size pillows.
Remember those?
They're soft, they're
I
cuddly,
remember
and
those.
they're perfect pillows. Moms, your kids will absolutely love their pillow pets. You simply undo the hook and loop strap and the pet pops open into a full-size pillow. Just fold it up, reattach the hook and loop, and it's back to a cuddly animal. It's fun and easy. Playtime, sleep time, anytime. Kids of all ages love their pillow pets. There's a panda bear, a ladybug, a frog, a dog,
Dude,
a
I bet Barbara could
unicorn,
make
a
those
dolphin,
for
a
people.
bumblebee, a monkey, and
She
so
could be the
many
new
more.
pillow pet
Everyone needs a
maker.
pillow. Why not have a fun pillow? Pillow pets are great for travel. Look, PJs fit right inside. Perfect for the overnight trips to Grandma's house. This is more than just another stuffed animal. This is a pillow that your child or grandchild will use every night. It's a pet with a purpose. Every pillow pet is made of ultra-soft, high-quality chenille fabric. The
Looks like a
heavy-duty
pet
stitching
bed.
ensures years of enjoyment, and they're even machine washable. Pillow
They
pets
should
are
have
so
marketed-
soft and huggable. All it takes is one
They
hug,
should have
and your
marketed it as a
child or
pet bed
grandchild
too.
will fall in
Fuck it.
love with their pillow
Or a
pet.
pet
Over
bed.
1 million kids are already
Your cat can
enjoying
sleep
their
on it.
very own pillow pets. Every pillow pet is so cute and unique. The hardest part is choosing which one to get. Go online to www.pillowpets.com to see the full selection of pillow pets. If you have a birthday, holiday, or special
You
occasion
think it's
coming
still
up,
around?
Pillow Pets make the perfect
Pillow
$20
pet.
gift. Imagine
Oh.
your child or grandchild's face when they get their pillow pet. Pillow pets come with a full 60-day money-back guarantee. So go online right now to www.pillowpets.com.
Whoa,
That's
sorry. It is still around.
www.pillowpets.com. Adopt your pillow pet today.
Like it's scented ones now.
Stretchy and transforms almost anything? Foam is fun you can feel. Roll it, mold it, or cover it.
Oh,
That's
Floam! That stuff is
Now you
cool.
can turn anything into a fabulous Floam creation. Transform this wooden fossil into a fierce Floam T-Rex. Turn this ordinary toy car into a Floaming fast dragster. Or change this plain dollhouse into a Floam-tastic mansion. Floam sticks to almost anything. And when you're done, squish it back and start all over, or let it harden and keep it forever. Look, clay is messy and hard to start, but Floam turns fun into a work of art. Check it out. Tiny foam microbeads magically stick together and form to any shape you want. Now craft fancy
Dude, that
Floam
stuff
to
is
wear.
really
Model
awesome.
creepy Floam critters,
Remember the
or build an
Floam?
erupting volcano of Floam.
Oh, are they
Plus,
4 for
mix and
$40
match
for the
colors
regular
for
ones,
any
but they don't
design
look the
you can
same.
imagine.
I'm not
Create
sure
a
if they look the
stylish
same.
jewelry case or a funky Floam vase. Foam your pencils so they're cool, or show some spirit at school. Make costume masks, even
So,
Floam
pretty
rainbow
cheap
glass.
for
Take
how
Floam
much
outside
details
and the
in
fun
them,
will go
I
on.
guess.
Floam your bike, a
I
scooter,
can't
a
make one of those
skateboard,
for
your
$10.
shoes. With Floam in your hands, the fun never stops. Just ask anyone who Floams, from parents to tots. Floam, it's fun you can feel.
There's a new
Chia.
Chia Pets, the pottery that grows. And now, Scooby-Dooby-Doo. He's a Chia Pet too. Soak your chia, spread the seeds, keep it watered, and watch it grow.
Chia.
Grow a whole collection of fun with all Chia Pets, including Chia Croc, Chia Elephant, Rocket, yes, and Chia Shaggy too. Makes a great gift for everyone. And what's that?
Chia.
Go Looney Tunes with Chia Bugs Bunny.
What? Bugs Bunny doesn't have hair?
Chia Tweety.
Okay, now we're getting
Chia Tags.
stupid.
Don't forget about original
You
Chia
should
Pets
only
and
use
Chia Heads.
things that
Collect
have
them all.
hair.
Chia Pets, Chia Scooby-Doo,
Because then it looks
Chia Bugs
like
Bunny,
Crocodile
and Chia
Stupid.
Daffy too. Happy holidays.
They had some really dumb
Chia
ones,
Pets,
didn't they?
the gift that grows.
Like it's cool
Chia
with it
Pets
being the
available at
hair.
Kmart, CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens.
Was there a Bob Ross one?
Department stores and participating Ace and True Value.
Hey kids, follow the bouncing plate. Oink, oink, zoo pals. Buzz, buzz, zoo pals. Quack, quack, zoo pals. Zoo pals make eating fun. When you clean your plate, then you see their face. Hoot, hoot, zoo pals. Ribbit, ribbit, zoo pals. Woof, woof, zoo pals. Zoo pals make eating fun. Zoo pals.
What's that pear that pecks that punch? The unique taste so creamy with a crunch. PB and C is what I'm thinking of, and it only could be found in my Reese's Puffs. Peanut butter chocolate, great when separate, but when they combine, they make the morning
Bruh.
time epic. Morning time epic. Morning time epic. R-double-E-S-E-S. It's the perfect combination of
Should make me want some cereal.
Reese's Puff cereal, part of a complete breakfast.
Complete. What, a very small part of it. Like, you have like 2 of those things as part of your complete breakfast. Now you eat something healthy with it. They're not even a foot long anymore.
To say thanks for making Subway
Like
footlongs
11
famous,
inches.
get any piled high regular footlong for just $5. $5 footlongs. Hurry, a celebration this great won't last long.
I'm working for an hourly wage. I went to high school.
I remember these.
Education is what I'm looking at. When I get a degree, I will make a bigger salary. So now I've got to see.
Do you think she's still in debt from this college education connection?
Found education connection. I took some free tests to find out my direction. I'm taking my classes online, getting my degree on my own time. Education connection matched me with the right college for free. Get connected for free.
Jeez.
Education connection. Get connected for free. With education connection.
Log on now and get your free success kit worth $100. Log on now to
Who says what it's worth?
educationconnectiontv.com.
The wait is over for Kids Bop 16 with today's biggest hits, sung by kids for kids.
Oh no! Don't get her. I don't want. That's what we can't do. It's just music. It's definitely copyrighted. Get out of my face.
Cars for kids, donate your card
What?
Donate
Cars for
online
Kids.
at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
What?
Donate your car today.
Donate your car? Who the fuck does that? Donate your car. Man, this was a different time, wasn't it? What the hell is this? Is it a video game? I still know what it is. There it is! 300. I thought it was 2-300. It's not 23, it's 2-3. That's what I said the first time. Wait a second.
Don't wait. Call.
That's actually pretty cool. 2-300 Empire.
Today.
Higher today. I remember this one too.
Don't wait. Call 8.
I feel like I'm watching TV in the 80s during the day or something. 90s. It's frozen. I remember that.
It's all that cinnamon and sugar.
That was
makes
one
those
of my favorite
crunchy
cereals.
little
This and
squares so
Honeycomb
irresistible. Cinnamon
were my
Toast
two
Crunch
favorite
or this
cereals.
good breakfast. Crave those crazy squares.
Those things are like eating straight cinnamon sugar toast breakfast.
I can't watch this anymore. Stop! There's an easier way. We compare your Progressive Direct rate to other
Sonic the Hedgehog was popular at the time.
Wouldn't you love to see the world through his eyes?
I bet I look like the strongest man in the world.
The best place to find a great deal. Now that's Progressive. Call
You
it click
think?
today.
Oh, what, the one in the actress? Or the female actor? That's what we're supposed to say now.
Hey there.
Hi, Ronald.
Bad day, huh?
I'll say.
Yeah, not creepy at all. A clown walking up to you out of nowhere.
Awesome. Make the gray skies go away.
Fruit Loops, dude, you know, dude, that if you really want to turn the inside of your mouth raw, you eat Captain Crunch. Everybody knows that. The hell, those things made out of fiberglass.
Balance your fun with Apple.
Don't let them trick you. They're not soft.
Fish McBites. Get them while you can in your McDonald's Happy Meal.
Captain Crunch, some next level shit. Remember them things? I don't even know. There was some alien material. They're pretty good though. What flavor is that even? I know what you mean though. It's got you gotta let your Fruit Loops get a little soft. But thing is, Captain Crunch, it's not like grape nuts. Those things definitely don't get soft. They're like you're eating pebbles. But Captain Crunch has just such a weird, deceitful texture. They're like, oh yeah, they're soft. Oh, what the fuck? They're not soft.
Like this, right? Smooth. Actually, it's more like crunchy, 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 crunchy.
And they leave like that film in your mouth, right?
New Danimals Crunchers
Afterwards.
is both smooth and crunchy. Mmm, crunch
What is
delicious.
this? Oh, she's kind of old to be
New Danimals Crunchers.
eating Danimals Crunchers. Probably what I look like eating those fruit things. Sucking the fruit things. Yo, I wouldn't eat those, but COVID got me hooked on them a little bit. I don't really get them, I just got some.
Oh, not tonight, sweetie. You've had Chef every night this week.
But I love Chef.
You've had Chef Boyardee every night this week? What the fuck kind of mom are you? Thank God you're giving him one night off for the sugar, the soupy sugar mixture. There's a lot of sugar in those, man. Check it out, sugar and fat. If your mom is feeding you those every dinner, That's fucked up. I get it. That's all you can. That's all they can do. That's still fucked up though. A weird ass commercial is this? So you stole the fucking can of ravioli? What's your mom gonna say? She's not gonna smile when she sees that kid. Definitely gonna think you put it in his pocket. What is this? What? Look at this shit. Snackies.
Snackies really is the ultimate snacking solution. Now you can have your favorite drink and the snacks you love all in one cup. Snack easy.
I'm surprised I've never seen one of those.
The lid keeps snacks fresh and clean. There's even a cap on the straw, so spills are a thing of the past. Those chip
Which one? This one's not stupid. The other one? What was it?
It's clean and easy. Perfectly sealed, so no more mess. No dirt, no bugs, and no more sharing the chip bowl with Grossy Gross. It's breakfast
With
on the
Grossy
go.
Gross? What are you talking about? They were like looking like they fucked.
Love it.
Do you don't want to share the snack bowl?
Dishwasher safe with a lifetime guarantee. Perfect
Whatever,
after a
man.
workout, at the
Weirdos.
game, after practice,
My chip.
even on the road. Snackies go everywhere. Kids love it, guys love it, and moms love it because there's less mess. Holds a full 16 ounces and a whole
No, it's
bag of
not.
chips.
Well, I mean, if
Make
you have
it
a
healthy with
dishwasher,
fruit and a
maybe.
protein shake. How about nuggets and fries and your drink all in one hand? It's taking the world by storm. Get yours right now at GetSnackies.com. Just $9.99 in any of these cool colors.
Yeah, those are some pretty cool colors. Look at how bright everything was back then. Look at them colors, man. Why don't we do that anymore? That's awesome. Look at how everybody's cool with them colors.
Absolutely everyone loves.
He's like, oh, yeah, these colors are awesome.
To order Snackies, call 1-800-978-5386. That's 1-800-978-5386.
You want to
Oh,
keep
this.
warm
Oh,
when
you're
you're
right.
chill,
Thanks.
but you
The
don't
chef we
want to
already.
raise
Yeah,
your
that was
heating
stupid.
bill. Blankets are
That
okay,
was the
but they
dumbest
can
one
slip
so
and
far.
slide.
Oh, I gotta
And when
put
you
Simon's
need to reach
food
for
up.
something, your hands are trapped inside.
Oh,
now,
that's a
there's
snuggle
the Snuggie,
commercial,
the
dude.
blanket.
Hold up, I'll be back.
Wow, Uncle Bill, that's crazy.
I put his food up in the fridge, bro. I put 45 grams down. He almost all of it. I had to stir it like 4 times. You sleep up here now, though. Love you.
Debbie, take it easy. Alright guys, let's get out of here. He's gone. There's only like 2 officers left back there. Let's get out of here.
495 on the air.
Everybody left.
One seven for log
48 suspect in custody is at Macy's, active 415.
He's probably hiding on the roof now. Everyone was out here looking for him. He has to be in somebody's house.
Go ahead.
Or somebody's apartment.
513 is on priority 3619 Lincoln Avenue, cross of 70 Drive. Back page 10212 C. Charles for abdominal pain. Show us 105 to 619 Lincoln Avenue. 13. 495, priority 10, code to the stage.
It's a fugitive now. It's crazy.
Albertsons of Brundage, 1520 Brundage Lane, cross of I Street. Map page 12406A Adams for a site complaint. Please in the area.
Albertsons of Brundage.
95.
John,
Getting
what's up?
517 logging on available post 31. Off duty time will be 0530 tomorrow morning.
top of your log on. You have a great shift. I'll show you 10-6-31.
10-6, thank you.
28, confirm 87 Nora David 380 is returning to Kawasaki.
Yeah, I guess so. Possibility. What about the cops let him go? And then say he escaped. Conspiracies now.
Sorry, do you have an ETA available? What did I need? I don't want this second half of it.
What the fuck happened? Was it like that the whole time? Dude, for a second I thought the stream was down.
I'll be clear for medical.
I had to eat some asparagus. I have like a lifetime supply of it. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. But I got asparagus snacks for... How many of those things are there? There are 12 in each thing, and there are... How many of the things? 30 of them. 12 times 30.
Yes, indeed, we reached the goal. The goal has been reached.
Go ahead.
He's a time traveler.
360 of them. I got 360 of them. Packages. So I got enough for one a day for the next year. Yeah, they still have to use crackers, at least. That's a whole lot of asparagus.
35, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody coming over on the raid. Much appreciated.
2 of the packages are like 10% of the daily sodium, supposedly. But
welcome raiders.
I feel like asparagus has vitamins in it, so it's probably a really healthy snack, even though it's got the sodium. All the rest of the ingredients are very simple. There's nothing, no kind of chemicals or anything in it. I can bring them up. That'd be easier. Pashi. Oh, they're called Pashi.
30, you're clear to enter per ECC sticker 530, you're clear to enter.
Oh my goodness. It's so uncalled for.
Thank you, Eternal. Much appreciated.
This is what they are. Pashi. Look how much they charge for these things.
21 State Road, 3321 State, cross Pierce Road, at page 10214, B-Boy, Unit 7 for an LT.
10 pack for $20 from the website. I got 12 packs for $4. 30 of them. Now you see why I got them? They're normally $20 each, man, for less packs in a box. Okay, the ingredients, here they are. This is another reason why I got them. Asparagus, sugar, cane sugar, salt, extra virgin olive oil, lime juice, citric acid, lime zest, garlic, basil, oregano, black ground pepper, parsley, rosemary, and thyme. Boom, that's it.
real quick.
Yeah. Citric acid gives them those little zing. Organic GMO. Know what they look like. I see them straight out of the little bag. Sometimes I put them in I put them with some, like, with my rice or something, I think. One time too. It was pretty good. I've thought about going back and getting more of them. What's wrong with me? They're good till next December. They didn't have any of this other kind though.
So we just left a call, guys, for those of you just coming over on the raid.
The difference is with these. Oh, these are 6-ounce packages. These are 1.2. Oh, those are way bigger.
One individual into custody for a hit and run with injuries. As the California Highway Patrol was conducting their investigation.
For your daily wellness.
The suspect managed to escape. So there's
5 grams of protein. Wow, they actually have protein on them.
Somehow managed to get out from the vehicle, the patrol unit, and they lost them. The air patrol unit was
Dude, I will stop and search something in Costco if I see the 97 and I think that it's actually a good deal.
He got away in handcuffs.
I'll make sure, and then I'll load up. That's a quarter of the original price.
We're in Bakersfield. They have California for you.
I should give away asparagus on the stream. We have asparagus giveaways. I can get like another 30 of them. Give away asparagus and pepper spray. I already got the pepper spray.
That has sleeves. The Snuggie keeps you totally warm and gives you the freedom to use your hands. So now you can work the remote.
I don't know if I'm allowed to give away pepper spray. That's why I never did it.
Use your laptop without being cold.
Like, yeah, look at these men wearing Snuggies.
Snuggie is made of ultra soft, thick,
that wasn't happening, dude.
With oversized sleeves,
so that's a lie. No dudes were wearing these things in the 90s.
Large, one size fits all, so you can
no
stay warm from
fucking
head
way
to toe.
were they,
no
dude.
more cold feet. And with Snuggie, you can get up and still stay warm. Perfect for men, women, and children too. The ultra
it's like the things that they wear in Gaza.
And the sleeves keep your hands free. So you can snuggle your baby in your arms or keep your pet close at hand. Perfect for chilly outdoor evenings, staying cozy and warm at sporting events. And it's ideal for
Can you imagine wearing this thing at a sporting event?
Machine washable, so you'll get years of
I mean, a
warmth and
woman
comfort.
maybe.
Now you can use your remote.
It would be
enjoy a
draped
snack,
all over the
talk on
ground
phone,
and shit,
do what
though.
You need to and stay totally warm with the Snuggie.
Beer spilling on it.
Sell for up to $60, but call now and
What?
you'll get the ultra soft, ultra warm Snuggie for only $14.95. Available in royal blue, sage green, and burgundy. As an added bonus, you'll also receive our compact press and open book light. Just press and the book light instantly opens and turns on for extra light where you need it. A $15 value free. Yes, you get the ultra soft fleece Snuggie
Dude,
and our press
you
and
get
open
Short
book
Circuit
light.
to be your little buddy where you
value,
read.
both for only $14.95.
Awesome.
To order, call 1-800-819-0658.
Look, she's making her own Snuggie.
Soft, ultra warm Snuggie and the compact press and open book light.
She's reverse engineering it. Y'all fucked up now.
1-800-819-0658.
It's racing to pick up their dirty laundry off the floor? What's turned a boring chore into tons of fun for everyone? It's Hamper Hoops, the all-star basketball hoop and hamper by Whammo.
Okay.
He shoots, he scores, and mom, so do you. Dirty clothes are off the floor and in the hamper. It's a slam dunk. Jump shots, hook shots, trick shots. Your kids will have so much fun.
Do you think that actually got kids to want to clean their room?
Any door, so let the games begin. Socks, shirts, shorts, and more.
I feel like these people scammed moms into thinking this would work.
Never been this much fun.
It just makes it harder. Now I gotta lift my arm up to put it in there.
Everyone's a winner. When the hamper's full, remove it from the net, straight to the laundry room. No more bulky hampers. No more closet diving. Hamper Hoops is off the floor and out of the way. Perfect for small bedrooms and dorm rooms. Remove the Hamper Hoops laundry bag.
I could see college kids liking this more than,
There's a door. Hamper Hoops provides hours of
because
fun
it
for
wouldn't
the
be so
entire
high up.
cleanup and fun into one with Hamper Hoops. For $19.99.
Maybe it does work because it's a challenge to get it in.
Backboard with the retractable hoop and the detachable hamper. As a special bonus, we'll also include an official All-Star Hamper Hoops basketball absolutely free.
Oh, it is official. It's an official Hamper Hoops. I don't know how much that thing's worth now. A brand new one, Hamper Hoops. Somebody probably buy it for like $200.
Hamperhoops.com. Let the fun begin and
Just to like reminisce if they had it when they were a kid. Just to put up on a bookshelf or something.
Here they come, screaming across the sky.
Thunderbirds.
Lots of jets and planes. The greatest collection of aviation DVDs we've ever offered. And for this special TV offer, you can get 2 DVDs for the price of 1. You'll get to see big planes, little planes, soaring stunt and passenger planes, even planes that fly real low. Old plane, new plane, fast plane, slow plane.
This is definitely before the internet. Now you just get on YouTube and watch all the planes you want. They used to be able to sell the planes.
TV offer is not available in stores. Remember, you can get 2 DVDs over 2 hours of non-stop aviation action for the price of 1. It's lots.
You used to be able to sell the porn.
Order now and receive a free bonus CD of Jet Plane songs. You must be 18 years or older to call 888-300-3455. Parents call 888-300-3455. Satisfaction guaranteed. That's 888-300-3455 for lots of jets and planes.
What's shaky, chilly, and makes you
Be
silly?
broke? Oh, probably. They would try to hang on it like Shaq.
Slushy maker. That's frozen.
Because they wouldn't want to pick up their shit. Oh, mom, I broke it.
Pop them in the slushy
Oh,
shaker. Add
well.
your favorite cold drink, then shake, 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 and you'll instantly transform any drink into a frosty, cool slushy.
What?
It's lushalicious.
Why? How?
Into an orange slushy.
What do they have to put in
Transform
it?
regular punch into a frosty treat for
No,
lunch.
no, no,
Or
no,
make
no,
lip
no, no,
smacking
no, no,
Steven. The so cakey, chilly, and makes you silly. Slushy magic! The super duper slushy maker. That's frozen fun for everyone. Just freeze the magic cubes, pop them in the slushy shaker, add your favorite cold drink, then shake, shake,
The
shake,
magic
and you'll instantly
cubes.
transform any
What
drink
makes
into a
the
frosty,
magic?
Cool slushy. It's lushalicious. Turn that simple
Slushy
OJ into an
magic.
orange slushy. Transform regular punch into a frosty treat for lunch. Or make lip smacking frozen lemonade. No ice, no blender, no mess.
No ice.
The secret's in the
Hold up.
slushy magic cubes. They
Yeah.
use snowflake science. When you shake them up, your drink gets slushified, and the flavor locks inside. It's super cool, and that'll have you
They're
drooling.
not ice. You
Mix
must.
flavors to create your own frozen concoctions. In less than a minute, you've got an awesome slushy surprise that's thick enough for a spoon. And when your drink is done, you can refreeze and reuse slushy magic cubes over and over again. So the fun never ends. Anything you can think to drink, from cola to punch to vanilla pink, even chocolate milk and yogurt will shake into a slushy surprise right before your eyes with Slushy Magic. You can call or log on to get your Slushy Magic kit, complete with a set of 3 Slushy Magic cubes. You can reuse and reuse the Slushy Magic Shaker, the special Slushy Magic Spoon Straw, and the Slushy Fun Drink Guide, packed with taste bud chillin' recipes. Everything for $19.99. And so you can share the slushy fun with everyone, we'll double your entire Slushy Magic
I don't know how
offer
it
free with your
works.
paid order. That's 2 Slushy Magic kits for the same price. This Slushy-tastic offer is not available in stores. Here's how to get yours.
Slushy magic! We're about to be mesmerized. It's here. It's wild. It's sweeping the nation.
Dude, look, I'm not the only one to want to know. Somebody on Reddit asked, but nobody answered. How does snowflake science, as seen in the Slushy Magic commercials, work? I've recently been seeing commercials for a product called Slushy Magic. This product is supposed to turn any liquid into slush, presumably to increase the enjoyment of the beverage. The commercial gives no explanation of how their product works, other than put the cubes in and shake it up, and then proceeds to claim that they work via snowflake science. I'm curious how these magic ice cubes actually work. What chemical reaction could be going on to make these things work? Is there possibly... is there a possibility that it is unsafe to use? And nobody answered it, dude. Wait, maybe I'll put new. Oh. Oh man. A chemical makes it work. I think so. Well, I'm looking more into this because I'm actually really curious. I like science, man. Let's see. Looks like there's a different one here that someone asked about. Zuku slush and shake maker. That's the same.
Eagle Pass is still busy.
Oh, sugar.
We'll eventually get down there, guys. We'll bring you lots of border coverage. We're not going to disclose any information. We're probably going to do it like I did last time when I went. I was on a day-by-day.
Sugar acts like antifreeze.
No set schedule.
Which helps the slush consistency.
Border coverage.
That's why diet sodas don't work.
2601 Fremont Street, Casa del Sol Apartments, Costa Wilson Road.
Zoku facts. The refrigerant liquid inside any of our quick partners or units contact. Oh, this is a different one, I guess. So, quite the same. Make your own slushy magic at home. Here we go.
I'm waiting to hear the call. There's a suspect.
Prepare the ice cube bags. Put 1/2 cup of water in each bag, along with 1 teaspoon of table salt. Make sure the measurements are exact. Too much salt will lower the solution's freeze point even more, and the mixture will not freeze. Solid in your freezer. Add too much salt, and you'll have a bag of water that never freezes in the household freezer. Roll the water bag up with the water bottom to the freezer in the skinny shape. It'll fit inside the cup.
Mom passed away.
Lay it in the freezer and let it freeze.
The family, the Trump family.
Wait, they're doing it differently.
Correction engine 41, Cook Medical Aid 1732 Burton Way, Burfall.
They're not actually putting. They're putting the. God dang, it's not the same. No. So they might actually be using a chemical with the real thing. Well, they still sell it. Okay, maybe this Walmart will have the ingredients list on here.
Eagle returns to stops current 2001 Ford sedan out of Bakersfield. It returns to Darlene Marsh, 901 Chapel Drive, West Florida.
Magic freezer cubes. They don't have the damn what it is. Man. Alright, magic slush. I'll put ingredients on here and do it.
66A.
Maybe some sort of proprietary secret. Oh no, you have to. I think you have to freeze them. I can't find the ingredients for that stuff though.
Final 1725 Golden State Avenue.
Oh. No, they're not letting you know the ingredients of it. I remember this thing.
Fushigi, like, I don't know what it is, but it's the coolest thing ever, and I can do it.
Hi, I'm Tim Goey, and this is Fushigi. We're gonna show you how to unlock the secrets of Fushigi, the magic gravity ball. No strings, no tricks. Magic? Maybe. An illusion? You decide. You can make Fushigi defy gravity and appear to float in midair.
It's got a
Maneuvers
gyroscope
like
inside of it, right?
Enigma, levitation,
Or something.
and so many more. It floats, it levitates. It will confuse the senses with its mind-blowing movements. Young or old, big or small.
I forget what was
anyone
inside
can
of these
Fushigi
things.
From the minute they pick up the
Fushigi.
magic gravity ball. And with a little practice, you can conquer Fushigi.
This is so amusing.
I think it's fabulous.
I get it now.
Everyone loves Fushigi. And you don't have to be a magician. It's relaxing, even therapeutic. Best of all, it's just amazing.
It floats.
It's awesome. Fushigi.
From basic maneuvers to the advanced, even control more than one Fushigi at a time. You can do this. Mystify, amaze, and confuse your friends in just minutes. Now it's your turn to master Fushigi.
Fushigi!
It's sick. It's so much fun. I love it.
That didn't sound believable at all.
My grandson, he's 16, he would love one of those. I want to buy it now.
Fushigi. Call now to order Fushigi, the magic gravity
dang.
ball for only $19.99. And when you order, we'll send you a free DVD that will teach you everything you
You
need
could
to
tell
know
like the
to
people were
unlock
just
the
like,
secrets of Fushigi. Just
oh,
pay
they
processing.
just seem
Call
really
now.
good at shit.
It's what's inside that counts.
Hey, kids, let me ask you a question.
What?
How much stuff can you stuff in a stuffy till your stuffy's stuffed enough stuff?
How much stuff can I stuff in a stuffy till my stuffy's stuffed
Dude.
enough stuff?
Yeah.
Look, dude, look at all these people on Reddit. They're talking about this commercial. The Fushigi commercial from years ago, where first-time users are basically standing there holding the plastic balls in their hands. Random black guy in the glasses just saying, "Fushigi, I'm dead." Ponytail, it's called Fushigi. Man, Fushigi, CEO of Shigi Enterprises. Bam! Slap that shit in the commercial. That clip was exactly what we needed. We are now reaching every demographic, gentlemen. Mission accomplished. Fushigi. Vault 10. The girl on the phone almost sounded like she was hysterics. I imagine that she called home and freaked out her parents who thought something was wrong. Wait, what? Which one was that? There she is.
Fushigi, like, I don't know what it is, but it's the coolest thing ever, and I can do it.
Wait, is that the
Hi, I'm
one?
Tim Goey, and
That's
this
not good
is
enough.
Fushigi. We're going to show you how to unlock.
The different commercial, dude.
Fushigi at a time. You can do this. Mystify, amaze, and confuse your friends in just minutes. Now it's
Don't let your dreams just be dreams, man. Fushigi.
It's sick. It's so much fun. I love it.
It's amazing!
I love
It's so much fun. See, you can tell she's just saying it for
I want to buy it now.
them.
Fushigi. Call now to order Fushigi, the magic gravity ball for only $19.99. And when you order, we'll send you a free DVD that will teach you everything you need to know to unlock the secrets of Fushigi. Just pay processing. Call now.
Yo. Patrick. Yo, man. There was a dono at 358. Patrick, thanks, man. You're probably not here anymore. I always, God dang it, I always feel bad
You a question.
when I don't see these things,
How much stuff
dude.
can you stuff in a stuffy till your stuffy's
That's
stuffed enough stuff?
How much stuff can I stuff in a stuffy till my stuffy's stuffed enough stuff?
Yeah.
How much stuff can you
Patrick,
stuff in a stuffy till your
I don't
stuffy's
even
stuffed
know
enough
if
stuff?
I'm allowed to say
Stuffies are
that.
cuddly creatures
Right.
on a mission to keep your kids' treasure safe.
How much stuff can you stuff in a stuffy till your stuffy's stuffed enough stuff?
Because stuffies have top secret pockets that are fun to discover. Plus, your child's stuffy will arrive with a free storybook and secret surprise inside.
Whoa!
Surprise your child with a stuffy so they can discover for themselves.
How much stuffing you stuff in a stuffy?
Dude, I remember those too.
For our special savings event and limited edition stuffies, you can go to
I really like watching old commercials. I hardly ever do it,
order online.
but it's nostalgic. It's so freaking nostalgic, dude. It's one of the most nostalgic things, actually.
You squeeze, you roll, you press. Now your bathroom looks a mess. And why is it impossible to get out the last drop of toothpaste? There's gotta be a better way. Introducing Touch and Brush, the hands-free toothpaste dispenser that works with just
I remember
a
this
touch.
thing too.
Touch and Brush works with virtually any size tube and secures easily onto any surface
Yeah,
in
but I
seconds
bet-
without any tools. Watch.
Nah.
Press on the airtight suction cup.
I bet it starts
Insert
getting
your favorite
nasty,
toothpaste,
dude.
Then pop on the cover. There's no electric or batteries to replace. It's that easy. Touch
I
and
wouldn't
Brush
want to be
neatly
sharing
dispenses
that
the
thing with
perfect amount
people.
of toothpaste in just 1 second every time. So now sticky bathroom sinks are a thing of the past. The secret is our patented technology. As the toothbrush gently pushes the pump arm, vacuum force pulls fresh toothpaste from the tube and dispenses it right on the brush. The best part is Touch and Brush uses every last bit of toothpaste, so there's no struggling for that last drop. Then when you're done, simply place
You
in a
know
new
the
one.
coolest looking
You're ready
toothpaste
to
is that.
touch and
Hey, what's
brush
up, hey
again.
boo?
Tired of
Oh
the
fuck, I
kids
forgot to
leaving
do
behind a
something.
morning mess? No problem, because
The
now
stripes
it's easy and
toothpaste.
cool to brush before
Oh, this
school.
look cool.
You can even apply toothpaste with just one hand. Amazing! Touch and Brush looks great with any bathroom decor and is also available in this elegant chrome finish. Similar products sell for over $70, but you can get
There's
Touch and
a
Brush
similar
today
one?
for the amazing low price of just $19.99. But hold everything. Call right now and we'll include this Sonic 4X toothbrush free. Just pay additional shipping and handling. With thousands
wow,
of
Sonic
vibrations
Hair is
per
already
minute,
out.
It disintegrates plaque on contact.
Sonic
leaving
Hair
your
is
teeth
out,
cleaner
so
and
that's why they're
fresher
calling
than
it
ever
that.
before. A $20 value.
People are gonna
free.
look. They
Together,
even
that's
made it look like a
$90
Sonic
value.
Hair a
Yours
little
today
bit.
for the amazing low
That's
price
fucked
of just
up.
$19.99. But you've got to call now.
Or if the chrome one costs more.
Hi, Billy Mays here
Yo,
for the Big
Billy,
City
he's dead,
Slider
ain't he?
Station. The fast and easy way to press and cook delicious sliders. Those restaurant mini burgers everyone loves. No more squishing and squashing
See.
or flipping and
He
flopping. With the
just
slider
died.
station, just scoop, press, and cook
Yeah,
right
oh,
on your
2009.
stove. The unique design cooks
He was
both
one of
sides
the
at once, so you
best
never have to flip
TV
them.
salesmen
And in just 2
ever.
minutes,
This
you'll
guy
have 5
just
mouth-watering
fucking sell
sliders.
anything.
Use dinner rolls, potato rolls, any bun. You can double
Damn.
or triple stack them
Look at that.
and watch your family attack them. Top
Yeah,
with
Willie.
pickles, onions, ketchup or cheese. Big City sliders are sure to please. The double-sided non-stick surface is so slick, not even burnt-on cheese will stick. Whether
You
it's
gotta
ground
yell
beef,
at me
chuck
to
or
make me want to buy
sirloin, just
something.
scoop, press, and cook. No flipping and no hassle. Make healthy turkey, chicken, and veggie burgers with ease. And join the craze with me,
Yo,
Billy
I
Mays.
think this will be a
You can
bitch
also
to get
cook
out
them
of
on a
there,
bed of onions
honestly.
For that classic diner taste. Or use the slider station as the ultimate burger press to load the grill in no time. And watch
Yeah, that's pretty
this.
cool.
On a busy school morning, 5 perfect egg sandwiches in an instant.
Yo,
Moms, you're gonna love
okay.
it. And when you're
Okay,
done,
they really
clean up
just
the
fall
breeze.
out of there
Call
like
now
that,
and
though?
receive the Big City Slider Station with measuring scoop for just $19.99. We'll also include the Slider Station recipe guide, loaded with my favorite creations like the barbecue bacon cheddar and the original Billy Burger free. But call right now and we'll send you
Call
the
me
quick prep
right
slicer,
now.
perfect for onions,
Come
pickles,
on,
and mushrooms.
call
A
me.
$20
I'm
value
Mays.
free.
What is
Just
that?
pay separate shipping
Yo,
and
look at
handling. You
that.
get it
Put
all.
somebody's
Big
dick in
City
that.
Slider
I don't
Station,
recommend
measuring
that.
scoop,
I'm
recipe guide,
saying
and
that
quick prep
some chick
slicer,
probably did
all for
that.
just $19.99. Order right now.
Straight to Pam and Pam.
Laundry detergent doesn't remove all stains, and bleach may whiten your white.
Do you do
but
that?
It's a disaster if you spill it on dark clothes. But there is an easy way to fight stains and whiten your laundry.
Is that all it
OxyClean
takes?
Stain Fighter.
That's pretty
Just
crazy,
pour it in the
Pam,
wash
man.
to remove stains and double your detergent's whitening
Add this
power.
in here.
OxyClean safe for your clothes, even colors. Nothing is better to remove stains, brighten colors, and whiten
OxyClean,
whites.
they
So
still
add
sell
a
that.
cap of OxyClean Stain Fighter to every load. I promise you won't
I don't remember
miss
how
the
to
stain.
add a freaking tip, man. I'm a little, and I need cash now. Call G Wentworth. 77 cash now. Look, they even put the words down here so you can sing along. 77 cash now. 77 cash now. Thousands will help you to unlock some cash. Wow. Heck yeah. They're probably still in business too. Payments, but you need cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call JG Wentworth. 877 cash now.
I gotta figure this out.
Now. Turn right now. Turn left now.
Where are we exactly?
I don't know. I was listening to your GPS.
I don't have a GPS.
Destination ahead. You have reached your destination.
Crazy good! I've replaced your shoelaces with fruit by the foot.
So you did. I replaced your fingers with fruit by the foot.
Bravo. I've replaced your bones with fruit by the foot.
Indeed you have. I replaced your guitar strings with fruit by the foot.
Seems like a step backwards, but alright. I've replaced your DNA with fruit by the foot. That would be end game, my friend.
Fruit by the foot. Fruit-flavored snack.
This is a great chicken sandwich.
I can't remember that.
It is.
Whoa, what's going on there?
I remember this
I
one.
just got my mind blown.
Because it's so good?
So good. Yeah, I like to make note of every time my mind's been blown. This is number 53.
Nice.
First was being born.
That makes sense.
2,
obviously.
my first hat.
Oh.
Yeah. Every other time it's been here, it's on.
Yeah, I know, man. It is such a good sandwich.
Woo! 54.
The Asiago Caesar Chicken Sandwich, part of our all-new premium chicken lineup, and try it with our creamy cheesecake bites. This is how you Sonic.
Boom. Patrick James from earlier. He's not here right now, I don't think. But if you are here, thank you, man. We are appreciated. Thanks for your support and generosity.
This is a library.
Preface tax here, though. Yeah, it's no H. You got to save you time.
Hey, a book about wrestling?
Patrick James came through again with a heavy-handed 20.
Snacks. Gush a friend at bewarethegush.com.
Good snacky.
Really gotta start hearing that when it goes off. How you doing, Previn Stack?
So I told him I need my overtime. I'm putting in a deck.
GH2, man. Are you a vet?
Is there a trouble with these bars made over at Red Twix? Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate. How good could their Right Twix be? Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
How do they make starburst taste so juicy?
They use wicked small fighter jets to shoot the juiciness into every starburst.
It's about to get juicy.
I remember most of these commercials. It's kind of wild.
Starburst.
Does that mean I watched a ton of TV? Like literally 90%. Like I've not recognized one of them. I think over 90%.
It's on the dip.
Sweet.
Oh, I don't actually remember this commercial, but I remember the candy. This is kind of newer.
There's no excuse.
Oh, the General, call 1-800-GENERAL now.
Got excuse. If you need car insurance and you haven't gotten a quote yet from the General, go to thegeneral.com or call us right now.
Thousands do it every day.
And your driving record.
Do they still have a big
Our
company?
rates and payments are low with special discounts to save you money. So there's no more excuses. Get an anonymous online quote now. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Go to
Is it
Joe.
major medical or no? No.
Dude, they're still around actually.
Like medical bills
Insurance
they don't
companies
pay for.
last forever, don't they?
Or help pay the mortgage. Or child care.
I feel like the government bails them out
And everyday
no
expenses.
matter what. Because they're insurance. They're trying to help out humanity.
Help your
We
family
need
stay afloat
insurance
at
companies.
Aflac.com.
This is how we do it.
Otherwise, shit could get crazy around here. Can you imagine if we didn't have car insurance companies or anything?
And just found out how much you'll be getting back this
There'd be a lot of people losing everything.
Want to feel as excited as Steve at tax time? Jackson Hewitt's How You Do It. Meet with one of our neighborhood tax pros today to estimate your refund free.
Yo, Southern Illinois and the Black Marine Recruiter.
Hello, beautiful.
My vet father
Like
said,
a
I
good
don't know.
neighbor, State Farm is there. Hi, Anthony. How much did my discount double check save me?
About 150.
Done.
I don't have State Farm, but insurance, find me money.
I got you $1. Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having
That
State
commercial
Farm.
is always
There
a
to help you with
classic.
unexpected savings.
That's a good
Getting to
commercial.
a better state.
Toilet rings from building up. You'd have to clean your toilet every time you flush. That's over 3,600 times a year. Who would do that? It's Scrubbing Bubbles Toilet Cleaning Gel. Just stamp it in. Its formula is flush activated to prevent buildup of lime scale and hot water that cause toilet rings. And it keeps working flush after flush.
Dude, those fucking scrubbing bubble brands suck. At least the spray stuff does.
SC Johnson, a family company.
Across the street or
I know.
across the ocean, Vonage makes
I got
it more
some
affordable
from
to stay
Costco.
close.
It lasted forever,
Introducing
but
Vonage World.
oh, man.
Unlimited calls in the U.S. and around the world for only $24.99. Call 877-4Vonage now. Vonage World. No startup costs.
The
No
DS.
access codes. Just
Let's
free
do that.
unlimited calling around the world. Don't wait. Call 877-4Vonage.
Vonage. I remember Vonage.
Vonage.com and start saving.
It's still around,
Vonage.
too.
Sounds good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carlos and Maria.
Oh, this is new. This is so you think you can dance or something? I'll dance with the stars. No. What?
Does anyone have a Ricola?
Oh. Oh, that was clever.
Soothe it with a
That
naturally
was
effective
clever. It was
Ricola.
like he smelled
Try
something
mixed
at
berries
first,
with
though.
vitamin C.
What the fuck? Yo. It was like he like smelled something, wasn't it? On her coochie.
Party City and dress.
Because it was right when her crotch was around his head. He was like,
Right now, kids' costumes from $9.99. Adult costumes from $19.99. Plus, turn your home into a house of horror.
I wonder if they had to get permission to use that song.
Party City. Nobody has more
Or because they're talking over it, they're able to use it and get away with it.
I see ghosts all
I
around.
wonder.
Johnny the Skull is afraid
They're selling
because he's
something,
easy.
though.
Paintball blaster will count each ghost you shoot. He who shoots the most ghosts will be the winner. I'm Johnny the Skull from Photorama.
Batteries not included. Johnny the Skull doesn't actually talk.
What a bitch. It doesn't actually talk. They slipped that in there.
If hungry hippos eat, you can't be beat. Another great game from
The other games always get broken, don't they?
Who's going to pop the pig? Feed him a burger? Yum! Keep feeding him. The more he eats, the bigger he gets. And his belly gets bigger, bigger, and bigger. He pops! Pop the Pig is belly busting fun by Goliath.
Meow 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 meow
New Meow Mix Tender Centers. A crunchy outside, a meaty inside, and the tasty flavors of white meat chicken and salmon. It's two textures and flavors in perfect harmony. New Meow Mix Tender Centers.
My
Cats ask for it
God.
by name.
Meow.
So bad for your cat.
Bacon? Gotta get that bacon! Smoky bacon, crispy bacon, tasty bacon! Where is it? Where's the bacon?
Bacon popular. Store 811.
Yummy, crunchy bacon, bacon, bacon! There in that bag!
Who wants a bacon strip?
Me, I get it myself, but I don't have thumbs! Yum, 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 it's bacon!
These things have to still be around.
I love bacon, I love you. I love bacon, I love you.
Bacon strips.
Nothing
Made
that
with
tastes
real
like bacon
There's no
can
time
ever go
like
away.
Bacon time.
People won't let it. What is this guy doing in the distance on Joe's stream, man? This dude right here. Heineken. No, is it Budweiser? I forget. This is a beer commercial, though. I remember this. Ah, Corona. Damn it. I was way off.
You know what 2:30 in the afternoon feels like, right?
Of course it's Corona.
Groggy? Dying for a nap? What do? Run for the coffee? Grab a soda? But how long does that last? Before you're
10-hour and 12-hour energy.
Try this instead. Take one 5-hour energy.
Took me a second.
See what the rest of your day feels
I
like.
remember what the hour was.
Sure won't feel like 2:30 anymore. Or 3:30. Or 4:30. 5-hour energy.
I'm gonna try to get it before they tell us what the product is from now on. That's my new game. Walmart. Boom. Got it. Damn it. Walmart. Fuck you. You told me too fast. The richest woman in the world
We're opening
is the
more
Walmart
lanes than
lady.
ever to make Christmas shopping easier.
Or is it the United States? Probably the world.
Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Something Walton is her name. Oh, I don't.
Ready for the Pro Glide challenge?
Monster. No, Pro Glide.
Are you ready for the Pro
Shaving
Glide
cream.
challenge? I said, are you ready
I don't
for the
remember
Pro
this
Glide
one.
challenge? John Cena. Are you ready for the Pro Glide challenge?
Let's do it.
Awesome.
Let's go. All right, I'm ready.
Are you ready for the Pro Glide challenge?
baby.
Then prove it. Get some shaving cream on your face. Go.
This is really a
I'm ready
hidden
for the
camera.
Pro Glide challenge.
I'm ready for the Pro Glide challenge.
Why? Why are you ready?
Because you'll beat me up.
No. Reach out and grab it with authority. Grab it with authority, like you. There you go.
I feel great, John Cena.
Smooth, clean cut. You feel great?
I feel great.
You feel good?
I feel good.
I am ready to take the Pro Glide challenge. He is ready. Ready.
Take the Fusion Pro Glide Challenge.
That's what I use. It would be crazy. It looked real though.
Action figures on the table. But you said I could.
What's Pelosi?
Hey, hon, that's no action figure. That's WWE superstar Randy Orton. Where'd you get him?
Kmart. Isn't he so
Did you know that The Rock's dad was a wrestler too? And he was pretty big deal.
$15 off your next purchase of WWE merchandise when you buy $40
There's
of
a video of The Rock in the audience when he was a kid watching his dad wrestle.
They're smart.
Pretty good clip. Have you seen that?
Drop that beat.
No. What are we doing? What is this shit? Oh, WWE uploaded it though, so I'd get a copyright for it. Of course. This is what they look like though. His dad was pretty big. Rocky Johnson. Pelosi?
Just dip them in and
Brilliant.
sip, and pull them out and munch. All together now, dip, sip, munch. Fruit Loops cereal, straws, colorful fruit-flavored cereal with a cream coating inside.
What?
So fun to dip.
Do you mean sugar inside? So you can't even...
keep me from going
Interesting.
Cocoa Puffs, I'm going to lock him in this chocolatey safe. Cocoa Puffs are everything chocolatey. Then go cuckoo. Wait a minute.
Cuckoo. There we go here.
Cocoa Puffs turns everything chocolatey, even the milk. There's no escaping chocolatey Cocoa Puffs. Part of your good breakfast.
Which is better, those or Cocoa Pebbles?
Hey, I totally
or Cocoa Rice Krispies?
Ooh, victory is sweet. Hello. Hello. This is the sound of me.
Yo, Apple Jacks. I used to get those when I was a kid too. You see the Fruit Loops every now and then. You see Cookie Crunch sometimes. Of course, the Cinnamon Toast Crunch and the Honeycomb. Every now and then the Golden Grahams.
A cinnamony tasting sweet part of a nutritious breakfast. I was just giving you a head start.
Whatever.
What other ones? Triscuits? No. The sugar wheats. Sometimes. What else? Tricks? Rare, super rare where we get the tricks. Tricks are always really expensive. You didn't get much cereal in the box.
Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids.
Trick Swirls, the absolute part of a good breakfast.
Introducing Kellogg's Crave, a totally different breed of chocolate cereal.
I think we probably got that once.
Smooth chocolate inside. Crave cereal. Chocolate.
A snack that smiles back.
Goldfish.
Frozen, cost effective with the Crave.
Not again.
Stop it!
Rice Krispie, that's the best one. That's a pretty good one.
With GameFly, choose from over 6,000 titles. Play as long as you want and send them back when you're done. $8.95 to start. No late fees. Gamefly.com. Games delivered. Product shown rated E through M.
At Club Penguin, you're a penguin. But not just
Hey, glad you're here with us, Prep and Stack.
Or a secret
5
agent.
years,
Chat
huh?
with your friends. Or go off exploring.
Really? Even a member? Where?
Cool tricks. Throw huge
Here?
parties.
On
You can even adopt your own pet
a
buffalo.
member.
Maybe just throw a snowball.
I don't
There's
know
something new
anymore.
and exciting every week.
You can start exploring this
5
online
years.
world for free.
This was always your name?
At clubpenguin.com.
That's why I don't know you. This is
Whoa,
getting weird,
John
bro.
Undertaker.
Money Bunches of Oats. Is that the one? Oh, we used to get that too sometimes.
Rey Mysterio.
Oh, you have multiple accounts.
You forgot your straw.
Okay, what's the account then that I
Stop in at
know?
participating 7-Eleven stores and pick up your WWE collectible Slurpee cups and straws. Then go to Slurpee.com to try on Rey Mysterio's masks, only at 7-Eleven.
Oh, thank heaven.
I mean, thanks though. I don't understand. 5 years, man. That's a long time for you not to know who you are.
Boom, boom, boom. Call my baby lollipop. Tell you
We got here.
her kiss is sweeter than a cherry pie. And when she does a shaky rock and dance, man, I haven't got a chance.
Treat yourself to a Dell Inspiron
Oh my
laptop.
gosh, they're making them look like
Intelligent
apples,
Intel
kind
processors. Dell, yours is here.
of. Have it go sell though. You never told me who you are, man. Who are you? Am I supposed to guess?
Don't you two know any other songs?
Take a Cheetos break with Cheetos.
Crazy art. Crazy art.
Introducing Crazy Art. The most
Commercials is weird still.
colors around.
I don't watch them at all.
64 color crayons. 72
Those are pretty
color
sweet.
pencils, super bright colors. Crazy Art. Each sold separately. The coolest color company.
The coolest color company.
Black and white. Colors aren't just reds and blues. They're full of wonderful shades.
I got a
and
big
hues.
ass thing
In
of
real life, colors
colored pencils, dude,
So why shouldn't your marker
and coloring
pen?
books.
Introducing Blendy Pens.
I bought years ago.
Insert two Blendy Pens into
I bought
the
them before I
fusion
moved
chamber.
here, and when I was in
With a twist and
Colorado.
like magic, you can create color fusion.
And they're
Use
old
yellow
now.
to green and get every color in between. Make
Like 8
crazy
years old
color
now,
blends.
man.
Even yellow to black, and it always goes back. There are 276 fusing combinations for thousands of color possibilities.
What?
Just think how many
What?
marker pens it would take to get all the colors Blendy Pens
How
can
was it
make.
doing
You'll
that?
get 24 Blendy Pens and 12 color fusion
It-
chambers, plus 30 Blendy Art Oops-proof posters
It
to color.
blends
with
the
hidden
colors?
surprises in every picture. We also include 50 Blendy Art stickers, plus the Blendy Art Creative Belt that rolls up for color blending on the go. You get everything you see here for $19.99.
No, you are able to use them on top of each other, I think. And it doesn't mess the
Come
tips
on, man,
up.
what are you doing? That's my Lunchables. Hey, you're having a new one too. That's great. This is.
I think I had some of those blendy pens,
Must be some
dude.
weird promotion.
I remember
because
some
mine's
weird
loaded
tip
with cool stuff.
markers when I was a kid.
Yeah. Nice try.
They were like harder, I think, on the
Want to say
tips.
Lunchables?
They
It's
weren't
the new one.
as spongy or absorbent.
Upload with more stuff with new Lunchables uploaded. And go to RUuploaded.com
It's like they were
to
some
upload
sort of
your life with
plastic
outrageous
polymer.
How do you
Or something like that.
Godzilla's actually pretty cool. Except when he's hungry.
This plastic polymer thing. Plastic combination.
You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
Okay.
What?
The 80s called. They want their store back.
What? What? Is that when they closed?
It's time for a new Radio Shack. Come see what's possible
Oh,
when we do things together.
that's when they tried to like revitalize it. I remember that. It wasn't like the small stores anymore. They were more like Circuit City. By the way, Circuit City's out of business now too.
Causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean. Pretty big and pretty wide.
Check out Sprint's Unlimited plan. Unlimited data, talk, and...
Okay. I would have never thought Doritos commercial. Forgot. Chucky. Well, we called it Showbiz Pizza when I was a kid. Was that the same slogan they used?
Juicy Drop Pop! Juicy Drop Pop dares you to discover your own intense flavor limits. Now that's juicy. Juicy Drop Pop, hardcore candy, dripping with attitude.
Summers are great, but
kind of
kids
chemical are
can
they putting
actually
in to give it
lose
attitude?
2.5 months worth of what they learned in school. Keep them on track. Call Sylvan at 1-800-EDUCATE.
Sylvan's in-depth assessment
Make them go to
pinpoints
school during the
exactly
summer.
what skills your child needs. In just 3 hours a week, over 12 weeks, you'll see results in your child's math or reading performance, improving 1 grade level, guaranteed.
So have a summer to remember. Call Sylvan at 1-800-EDUCATE now.
Mom might have made me
Attention
learn during
parents
the
and
summer one
grandparents
year.
of young
I can't remember.
children. Have you received this special notice from Gerber Life? If
It
not,
helped
you're
if
urged
she
to call
did.
this toll-free number now because Gerber Life is accepting applications for their affordable grow-up plan. It's easy to help your child get off to a good financial start for just pennies a day. Free information will be sent to parents and grandparents who call now. Or you can apply right now over the phone if you'd like. The Grow Up Plan gives your child $10,000 in whole life insurance protection now, then doubles automatically to $20,000 later at no extra
Life
cost.
insurance for your
Later on,
baby?
your child can buy more, up to $100,000 in total protection, regardless of their health or job, 10 times the original amount. The Grow Up Plan also builds cash value over time that you can borrow from later. Help give your child a head start.
It builds cash
Don't wait. Call
value.
now for free information.
Oh, that you can lend from it. it. Wait, what do you mean?
Call
Said
now
borrow
for your
from
free
it.
information or
You
go to
say you could just have it.
growupplan.com now.
I don't get it.
We dish you a Merry Christmas. We dish you a Merry Christmas. We dish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you wherever you are.
Good tidings for Christmas.
We dish you a Merry Christmas. We dish you a Merry Christmas. We dish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
From all of us at Dish Network, Merry Christmas.
Ah.
Visit wizard101.com for your free trial today. Rated everyone 10 and up.
Introducing the neck basket. A versatile,
What?
economically designed basket that you hang around your neck. The neck basket is there
Real.
when you need it and out of the way when you don't. Now available in 2
Why did that
convenient
dude look
sizes.
like he was
It's like an
making?
extra set of hands
This
around
isn't
your
real.
neck.
Wow, that was bad.
It
Wouldn't you like to
was
tell them
bad.
that? Now you can by
Oh my
becoming an
god!
online survey taker.
I
at
knew it was
bigspot.com.
fake whenever I saw the big basket. I knew for sure it was fake when I saw this right here. But it was this dude's expression on his face too that had me thinking.
Introducing the neck basket, a versatile, economically designed basket that you hang around your neck. The neck basket is there when you need it and out of the way when you don't. Now
wait, I can't pause it.
around your neck.
I'm gonna do
Basket
it.
is there when you need it.
No, that's not it. I can't get it to do it. It's not moving forward.
Out of the way.
There it is. You see it right there? He looks retarded. It's just a very slight change in his face. It's like...
When you don't. Now available in 2
Right there
convenient
at the
sizes.
end.
It's like an extra set of hands around your neck.
Wow, that was bad. Wouldn't you like to tell them that? Now you can by becoming an online survey taker at bigspot.com, where people like you get paid to give their opinions on the things they use every day. Visit bigspot.com and start getting paid for your opinions. bigspot.com.
I dig it. Big Spot. They're probably still around. Oh, what was this? Damn it. Ah, this is older, dude. Man, I bet once the company comes up, it's gonna click. What? Motherfucker got me. Alright. Yo, I heard something. Somebody was talking about these on Reddit. A bunch of people say that they've had the juice, not the Capri Sun so much, but the juice boxes is what they're mainly saying. That they would have like stuff growing inside of them sometimes. That's crazy, dude. That's disgusting. Like solid stuff inside of it, chunky stuff. Huh. A lot of people are like, I won't ever drink out of a non-clear, pre-packaged drink. And it all started because this person had some, like vitamin water or something that had some shit growing in it.
When mucus makes you
They had
cough,
some
it
sort
can be a
of
long
flavored
night.
water, 0-calorie flavored water. It was like a chunk of mold. I remember this one.
Maximum Strength Mucinex DM breaks up mucus and quiets coughing.
Sure. And I just recently tried Mucinex for the
Only
first
Maximum
time
Strength
because
Mucinex
of these
DM gets rid
commercials
of
back
mucus
in the
and
day.
quiets coughing
Well,
for 12 hours.
maybe
Mucinex
trust
in,
them more.
mucus out.
The commercials,
Stinky feet.
I bet subconsciously.
Feet need a hero. Here comes Cool Breeze and his air-fueled aerators by Skechers. Airbag technology blasts cool air in between your toes with every
What?
step you take. And Stankfoot is no match for these cool
This is
sneakers.
real.
Cool Breeze saves the day with aerators by Skechers.
Does that actually work?
A man has fallen into the river in Lego
For
City.
kids,
Start a new
that's
rescue
CSB.
helicopter.
Good for you, kids.
Hey, build the helicopter.
My feet don't stink.
And off to the rescue. Prepare the lifeline. Lower the stretcher. And make the rescue. The new emergency collection from Lego City.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Let's find out.
3.
2, 3.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
From Baby Take a Bow to Curly Top and Heidi, America's favorite little darling, Shirley Temple has been
Dude, it's
entertaining
crazy
us
how
for
she blew up.
generations. And now, through this exclusive TV
But she
offer,
was
you can
extremely
experience the most
entertaining for how young she
DVD
was.
collection of one of the
Unbelievably
brightest stars in
mature,
film history.
dude, for her
But you
age.
haven't seen Shirley until
Kinda
you've seen her
insane.
brilliantly restored
How is she
in
so
black and
mature,
white
man?
and in color. Presenting the Shirley Temple Little Darling DVD
Talented
collection.
for her
18
age.
timeless films.
She even, I think her mom even lied about her age and said she was older so that she could be an actor.
In my soup, monkeys and rabbits, loop-a-loop.
Spectacular dancing.
Like, the kid actors nowadays aren't
And pure
anything like
wholesome
Shirley
fun the
Temple.
entire family will enjoy together.
Oh, my duck does a wonderful trick. My duck can lay an egg.
And just what is so wonderful about that?
Well, can you lay an egg?
These classic Shirley Temple films have stood the test of time, and you'll cherish sharing
They
these
have
heartwarming adventures
stood the test
again
of
and
time.
again with your family.
That's really
and friends.
interesting.
Bring home the magic of Shirley Temple with the new Shirley Temple Little Darling DVD collection. 18 classic family films, beautifully restored in black and white and in color for just $2.
It's like when the choices were more limited, we had higher quality actors somehow. But once they start recruiting like crazy,
so don't miss your opportunity to own the most
it's got
complete
watered
Shirley
down.
Temple DVD collection
Everybody,
ever.
once movies got easy to make, once people were able to make movies with their fucking iPhone,
Now to order your special edition
yeah.
Shirley Temple Little Darling
it's
DVD collection. 18
so where the
classic
talent
films for
isn't
just
as
$2
high a
of
caliber
$24.99
for all the
plus
movies,
$5.95 shipping
like
and
it used to
handling.
be.
This offer is not sold in
I don't
stores,
know, when
so
was this?
call
In the
now. Rush
30s, the
delivery
40s?
available.
Uh-oh.
Like when they were making that transition over to
Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
Hump Day,
Julie,
baby.
hey, guess what
Yo,
day it
it's
is?
what
Oh,
was
come on,
this?
I know
What
you
was
can hear
this?
me.
Hurry up.
Mike. What
I
day is it, Mike?
remember this commercial. I just don't know what it is
Listen,
though.
Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Oh,
How happy are
Geico.
folks who save
That's
hundreds of
right.
dollars
God
switching to
dang it, Geico.
I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day.
Get happy. Get Geico. 15
Geico
minutes
always
could
has
save
funny
you 50%
commercials.
or more.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me?
This is a fairly new commercial, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
Don't they still play this one?
From State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis?
She sounds hideous.
Well, she's a guy, so.
Another reason more people stay with State Farm. Get to a better state.
So you think Santa will like these red and green M&Ms?
I don't know.
I feel like they used this one fairly recently too, man. Am I that old? Feels like it was like just a few years ago.
Santa?
Was this early in the 90s? Oh my god, I'm starting to freak out. Or did they show like later commercials at the end there? Homie. I want to find some more of those. How is it? Although, wait, those are from the 2000s? Really? Okay, those say 2000, 2010s. Okay, so no wonder they felt so recent. I thought they were older than that. We gotta go back further. There we go. Mid-90s retro TV commercials. No, I can't do this one. It's just music. Wait, what is it? I don't know what it is.
McDonald's presents the greatest matchup in basketball: Charles and Taz. Sylvester and
So now this is going back.
Wowie and Wowie.
Collect all the matchups on McDonald's NBA Looney Tunes All-Star Cups. Buy any extra value meal and for 39 cents more.
Damn, that's a good-looking burger. They look
For yours
perfect.
today.
They never looked like that, though.
Gracious, Michael and Michael?
I thought you retired. McDonald's NBA Looney Tunes All-Star Showdown Cups.
That's when he was starting to play baseball.
84,000 in entertainment expenses?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any receipts to back this up?
This dude was a commercial actor.
Tostitos chips and salsa? People really love them. Every time I opened a bag, I mean, one thing...
Tostitos tortilla chips are so deliciously...
Was he already a regular
Tostitos
actor back
salsa.
then?
Next thing you know, it's a party.
I smell refund.
Really?
No, not really. You got Tostitos, you got a party.
Gentlemen, who can tell me the proper procedure for making a collect call?
Dude, they used a lot of actors back in the day for commercials.
1-800-COLLECT.
Like, bigger name.
The word's out on the street.
Phone patrol.
You really want a cellular phone, but you're afraid of the service plans, activation, the true cost.
Look at that
So you go
thing,
back
dude.
and forth, and back and forth again. Don't do that. Come into Radio Shack. We'll patiently explain everything you need to know about going cellular, and we can even sign you up. You'll see that not only your cellular
Hey,
phone's
shout out to
nothing
the
be
first
afraid
people
of.
to
They're actually quite
do that,
friendly.
you know?
Radio Shack. You've got
If
questions.
it weren't for
we've
the
got
first
answers.
people to get to cellular service back in the 90s, it might not be what it is today. I always thought those were kind of sexy. Honda Preludes. I had a friend that had a sporty or newer one, like in the later 90s, like
My
97.
advice to you is get a prelude.
Well, Dr. Ruth. That's interesting. I said I always thought they were sexy, and Dr. Ruth steps out. I didn't remember that commercial.
Here's the coolest thing you can do when you're hot.
I remember, dude, he got pulled over. Oh, I can't tell that story.
A citrus berry blast.
What happened to Squirt, dude? Got a business now. What the hell is that thing? Are they selling this thing with a kite on it? Like, no, they're selling pants. Oh, it's Union Bay. No, is it? Levi's. Some Union Bay looking Levi's.
Zima Gold.
Zima.
Good morning.
There
are headlines of interest.
Have you ever had an assistant?
Discontinued. In America they are. You can find them in Europe, what I remember.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
Or no, not Europe. Definitely they're in Asia.
It's just too early to make
I think
decisions.
it's Japan.
But I have to decide on breakfast, so I go to Burger King and get a flaky croissant
Those
with
are pretty
hash
good.
browns and coffee for just $1.99. But then, do I get it to stay or to go?
How much is that now?
Albert Brooks,
$4,
Charles
double.
Grodin, a dead horse, and a guy in a speakerphone.
Would it be so bad to have Neil Diamond sitting in a meeting like this?
See the movie that inspired the real world and probably even Star Wars. Watch Real Life this Sunday at 8.
Real life? I don't think I've seen that.
I'd rather eat dust.
They're Munchums, New Southwestern style.
How cute.
Flavors as big and bold as Texas. There's salsa flavor and chili cheese flavor.
How'd they get such a big, bold taste?
Elves.
Elves.
That's the new cook.
Howdy, partners.
Great hat, huh?
I've been on the range too long.
Keebler snack crackers, uncommonly good.
Meet the tough guys of Comedy Central.
You met your match today, Fish. Man 1, Fish 0. Sucker!
Get tough with the kids in the hall.
Nothing was funny in the 90s.
Can't you just smell the testosterone?
Was it? A pager commercial? Where did this guy get all these commercials from to be able to upload them? You know? How did he get
Motorola pagers are available at Montgomery Ward.
Why do I think the Whopper beat both the Big Mac and Wendy's single in taste tests? You kidding?
It's all the mayonnaise.
Flame broiled. The others are fried.
The other ones don't have mayonnaise.
Let me elaborate. The Whopper tastes like it's hot off the barbecue, and that makes people happy. Come on.
I know the secret. It's the mayonnaise.
Makes me smile. Think about it. Did you ever see sad people sitting around a barbecue?
You ever seen mayonnaise?
Come in and ask for the winning Whopper and get it for just
McDonald's
99 cents
hamburger.
for a limited time only at Burger King.
What about on Wendy's? They have it on Wendy's, right?
Bits of crunchy heat toffee wrapped in cream.
The Whopper versus the Big Mac, though. Now that might be a closer competition because they both have mayo.
This program is brought to you by Levi's Shorts.
Mayonnaise is actually pretty special. Why are they doing the Levi's commercial again? This is the same exact commercial, though. Now you're starting to piss me off, YouTuber.
Hello from Plank Road. Where
Yo, they don't make Ice House anymore either, do they?
Classic works of art. It's easy to spot an imitation.
Ice House is an ice beer, so it's a little stronger alcohol.
Ice House is America's original ice beer. It's always ice brewed, so there's never any watered down taste, just more of what you want in a beer. And it's the only one to come with this classic work of art on the label. Ice House, the American original. Thanks, and enjoy.
The original ice beer.
St. Alphonse with Polaroid's new talking camera.
What?
This. Hey, my brothers, those hoods are wearing your hair out.
Yo, is he still alive?
Sinbad. Smile. The monks have taken a vow of silence. So has Sinbad. Hey, my brothers, those hoods are wearing your hair out. Unfortunately, the camera has taken no such vow. The new Polaroid talking
Yes,
camera.
he is still alive.
Instant smiles.
We could make our new jet ski watercraft perform like everybody else's, but first, we'd have to slow it down. The new 900
That's clever.
CXI. Watercraft World's Watercraft of the Year.
That was a pretty good commercial.
Don't just wish for healthy, shiny hair. Go out
Yo,
and
that might be a dude.
blow drying.
Look how they're covering the Adam's apple up.
Something about it with the special Pro vitamins in Pantene Pro V shampoo and treatment.
Ooh, put the vitamins in your hair. Oh, this fucking shit looks soft, man. God damn.
For hair so healthy, it's
fucking stiff my face in it. Ah! I just want to sniff it. Sniff it. Like I'm biting. I'm biting, sniffing a little. Stop.
I'm gonna die!
Converse, you piece of shoe.
You're watching Play Misty for me at Comedy Central. At 10, the kids in the hall.
Are you watching Comedy Central commercials?
And everything.
This is the skin I've always wanted. Forget bath bars. Don't even bother with body lotion. Now all he uses this.
It's this new 2-in-1 moisturizing body wash from Oil of Olay.
You get a lotiony cleanser with a soft Olay puff. A little dab on the puff, and suddenly there's this wonderful moisturizing lather.
Much better than beauty bars. And the special Olay moisturizers.
Why is it much better than a beauty bar?
Oil of Olay 2-in-1 moisturizing body wash. Moisturized skin no bath bar can touch.
Body lotion?
I don't even think about it.
I use bars. I'm itchy.
Got as much as this bag, amazing man. Can you believe how much sprinkles you got?
Think healthy, shiny hair only happens in the movies?
Yo, cheers, lady.
Pantene's Pro Vitamin formula penetrates from the top of the root to the tip, improving every strand.
Pantene Pro V shampoo and conditioner for hair so healthy it shines.
Now what do you say?
While you were busy,
Well, people really care about their fucking hair, don't they?
At Comedy Central.
People really, I forgot how much people care about their hair. It's easy to forget when you don't have any.
I passed a movie theater that was doing a tribute to River Phoenix. It was kind of freaky, huh? Him overdosing like that. He was a vegetarian, you know. And everybody knows, if you're gonna go out and do a bunch of coke and drop quaaludes, you need a good steak. A solid protein base. You're not gonna get that from a rice cake. Go to Sizzler, get something to build off of.
What?
Not as funny as it is helpful.
Dude, I thought that was actually a Sizzler commercial for a second.
Unplugged. Watch Viva Vietnam with Tom Rose, premiering April 30th, only at Comedy Central.
From across the seas, Beck's delivers the grand tradition and taste of the German art of brewing.
It's kind of like
Beck's,
Heineken.
the #1 imported German beer.
Watch what happens to these scratches and swirl marks. New advanced formula Color Magic car polish from Turtle Wax contains more colorants to help hide minor scratches and swirl marks better than ever, while giving your car 12 months of unsurpassed Turtle Wax protection against the elements. Even on old neglected finishes, advanced formula Color Magic works like magic, bringing back the color and shine. Hide scratches and swirl marks better than ever with new advanced formula Turtle Wax Color Magic.
Don't miss Foreman's historic title defense on HBO.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a great fight. Foreman's got some punch. Hey, remember when he knocked out Frazier in '73?
No. But did you see that shot that dropped Norton in '74? Never saw it. But remember what he did to Cooney back in '90?
No, I don't remember.
How could you guys not remember some of the biggest fights in boxing history?
We were out.
Foreman versus Schultz, live, coming soon, only on HBO.
Didn't I knock you out in '81?
Go ahead, touch your skin. Because now there's a new Lever 2000.
Lever 2000.
So it won't dry your skin like a
Yeah.
New Lever 2000. It's best for your skin and all your 2000.
If I use that, I'll have a baby.
Freshness to stay not fade away. Don't spray it, mist it, Glade Lasting Mist it.
Glade Lasting Mist Air Freshener has a concentrated mist.
Oh, cancer. Well, back then they had the CFCs or whatever in it, right? Spray a little cancer in the air.
In refills too, fresh from Glade SC Johnson Wax.
Our club believes in all kinds of far-out things, but no way we're believing this cereal tastes like Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treat Squares.
Alien abductions, yes. Putting that taste in the cereal, no.
That taste.
Yo, that one was pretty good. Remember that one?
Yeah, but in crispy clusters.
Who on earth would have thought? Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treat cereal.
Are you all right?
Yes, but where's Walter?
Forget Walter. Where's the cereal?
You've got to taste it to believe it.
Shake it, no dandruff.
Dessert for
You've
breakfast.
got Selsun Power. Brush it,
Selsun
no
Blue,
You've got
bro.
Selsun Power with Selsun Blue.
With menthol.
Doctors recommended #1 over all leading
It
brands.
actually is
Dandruff
blue
problem?
too.
No way.
I've gotten it
You've
before.
got Selsun Power.
At IAMS, we know that having a cat can do wonders for a person's health and happiness. It can lower blood pressure, reduce stress, helping us lead longer, fuller lives. Well, now you can return the favor by feeding your cat IAMS every day. Cats love its taste, and it's more nutritious because its
They
quality
didn't show if they were
ingredients are more
feeding dry or
digestible.
wet.
IAMS cat food, good for life. From the IAMS Company.
Welcome to Tostitos. You make the call. This partier dips his fingers directly into the Tostitos salsa.
Oh, hell
Is
no.
this illegal use of the hands?
Man, you
or
about to get
perfectly
slapped
legal
at my
done?
house.
If you said illegal use of the hands, you
Oh,
made the
fuck,
right
I
call.
kid somebody using their fingers in the dip jar.
I thought I was
It's
smart.
time for you to go
I
home
paid
with that
less for another
thing.
protectant.
You can
It
have
said
it. See you
shined
later.
like Armor All, so I figured it protected like Armor All too, but it didn't.
Armor All provides superior protection against car vinyl discoloration.
For this baby, I'm only using Armor All.
The rewards of using the American Express card keep adding up. Every time you use the card, you can earn miles. Miles that add up to free vacations, free flights, free adventures. The Membership Miles program. It's our
I wonder why they called him
saying
Miles.
thank you for using the American
That
Express
was always
card.
confusing when I was a
Enroll
kid.
today. You've earned it. To enroll or to apply for a card,
You get to have so many miles and you can cash them in.
Our lives are ultra intense. We have
Dude, that car said $25 annual. I think it's at least $100 now.
Ultra dry. This is huge. Keeps you drier than any other kind out there. A pH balanced soft solid that goes on dry and vanishes like that.
pH balanced.
Ultimate dryness.
What the hell does that even mean?
Secret ultra dry. Strong enough for him. But now, the ultimate in dryness for us.
It makes your armpit a certain
You pay for a
pH.
minute of long distance to Europe.
It probably cost me more than $1 a minute.
It's very expensive.
$1, maybe more.
Introducing Sprint Sense International. Simply great rates to anywhere in the U.S. and now to anywhere in the world.
You can save on both international and domestic.
50 cents a minute? That's crazy high.
This is one calling plan that sounds good in any language.
Call now for Sprint Sense International and get up to 100 minutes free.
50
Our decision to
minutes
use sophisticated technology
for 50 cents
actually led to something simple.
for a minute
The
in
reliable
France. That's
music
crazy.
Its engine, self-adjusting, virtually maintenance-free,
Wow, that's so
dependable.
expensive.
Its ignition has fewer moving parts, so there's less to go wrong. Its side panels are stamped from a single sheet of steel for a tighter fit and a quieter ride. All of which should make your decision to buy one simple too. The all-new Accent from Hyundai. Some of the best ideas on the road.
Shut Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher. Yasmin Bleeth gives Meatloaf mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. That's tonight at 11, right here at Comedy Central.
Meatloaf's dead. Bill Maher's dead too, ain't he?
From across the seas, Beck's delivers the grand tradition and taste of the German art of
Oh, he's
brewing.
still alive.
Beck's, the #1 imported German
Everybody's
beer.
dead. Stay with us, Bill.
Make sure you have a cool citrus drink.
If Bill's cool or not. I just recognize him. Squirt. Squirt's gone, right? Squirt's dead. The beast is dead.
Keith, come on, let's go, please. You promised.
This place is for kids. There's a prince trying to get out.
Is that a wrestler?
Is a magical place.
Who's huge?
Walt Disney World.
Come on, just one more ride.
Call 1-407-W-Disney and make the dream come true.
Squirt is still around? Oh man, I didn't know that baby. What was I thinking about? There was some citrus drink that's no longer around. I can't remember what it's called now.
Weeds keep coming back. Then kill the roots with Roundup. No root, no weed, no problem. Roundup.
I'd like to tell you about my friend Jake. Jake is music. If he's not playing, he's listening to music. He has a
Maybe it was
legendary
Surge I was
music
thinking
collection.
of.
He's got stuff from last century.
8 tracks.
The best times we have are just when we sit down and pick up the
Citra.
guitars
No, it
and
was
play
Citra.
across our heads.
That's what, you remember that?
Jake's just a great friend. Western.
Got his backstage passes?
Yes. Everybody loves him. Not too sure the neighbors do, though.
When you're with a friend as good as Jake,
I'll show a
shouldn't
picture of